Thinking.
Yeah, no, do you know, this is the first time I've
intrigued.
seen this. I wasn't sent this because it was like a happy hour thing. So I was like, oh my
Oh,
gosh,
we need
this is
water.
gorgeous. Yeah, so I guess it fluffs up.
It does. Now, it
Yeah.
says on the jar here, take the contents of the bottle in a bowl, add 50 ml of water, stir well, and it makes 500 grams of artificial snow for decoration.
That's a
So
lot.
this is your powder, but what we're going to do is add a little bit of water to that, and it kind of all fluffs up. I know we've had things like this on the show before, so if you've seen it previously, you'll know exactly what we're talking about, but you're getting a huge pot there as well. Oh, should we? Well, I've opened it anyway, haven't I?
Yeah.
Should we see if we can get that? Well, details are on your screen. Get involved. This is not the main focus of the hour, though, because we've got lots of other goodies we've got for you. This is brilliant. You are going to love this, and we've got a fabulous demonstration because what you have got is the ability to make the most incredible piano hinge book. Tina.
I know, I loved this. And when I looked at it, I thought, oh, how am I going to put that together? But then it's so simple. So I'm going to show you how to put it together in the first place. So that you can see how simple it is. But look how many pages you've got.
It's got a lot
and
of
they're
volume
like
in there.
Thick card craft paper as well. So
Wonderful.
it's absolutely beautiful, and decorate it as you want.
I love it. There you go. Now, if you're wanting to get a hold of yours, obviously Tina's decorated hers with all sorts of different mediums. We'll chat about that a little bit later on. A couple of other examples. Maybe you're wanting to utilise papers, well, you could do that within
gorgeous,
these as
isn't it?
well.
Our lovely Carolyn and Sam from the design team have made most of these samples for me. They are so brilliant, talented ladies, really talented.
Absolutely
Look
amazing.
at
Oh,
these.
for Daisy. Oh,
Beautiful.
fingers and thumbs there. Another one here. And these are perfect opportunity for us to show off those gorgeous papers that so many of us invested.
Definitely.
Absolutely beautiful. Now, you are going to be able to create your piano hinge book. We're going to see it being brought to life in the first demonstration, $13.99. You can see you're getting everything in here, including your all-important instructions and, of course, the tuition that will help you go on and create even more of these, I'm sure, as time goes on. So you can see everything is laid out in the instructions there, but Tina's going to take us through the basics. So if you're wanting yours, the details are there, $13.99. Do not miss out on this one. It's proving to be a very popular one. 958332. Now, more to share with you because we've got some brand new products that are on a pick and mix, and this is brilliant because you decide which bits you want, which ones you want to go for, choosing any two of these. And we've got some really interesting mediums to work with. So you've got your crackle medium in this little bottle that you've got here. You've got your fabulous texture paster with this one. It's kind of like a concrete effect paint that you've got with this one. Down at the front there you've got your moss effect, which is going to give you that kind of texture of moss. And finally you've got your rust effect with these. These are a nice bundle, I have to say.
Brilliant. You know how I love my mixed media, and these are gorgeous. It's like a gritty type texture in them. So you're already adding texture to your page. I'm going to use a roller when I apply mine because it really gives it a nice sort of like aged feel.
Got you.
And then when it dries, you can then rub over your waxes and everything because you've got that little raised gravel.
Now, the first question I asked was about the crackle medium.
Yes.
You said it sits between two layers of acrylic paint.
It does. And
Lovely.
it cracks, like the crackle in them is brilliant.
Wonderful. And then, of course, you're referring to the texture of the other three elements that you've got. So you've got things like your concrete effect. Then down at the front, you've got your moss effect. I've got a fabulous little plaque that I'm going to bring in to show you because the moss effect, you can kind of see there where you've got that texture. And it's kind of
gorgeous
within the actual paint itself. So very, very nice. And then finally, you've got your rust effect. You choose any two of those. Could be two repeats of the same one if you're wanting to. But at $14.99, a very affordable way of getting hold of some nice texture within your projects. 267436. Now, one more thing that I want to share with you very quickly is this amazing bundle, and you're actually going to get the ability to create a couple of these fabulous little wallets because you're going to get a mixture of craft card and also your black card within this one, and multiples of different kind of components really with this one, Tina.
There is. This one has been so popular in the past. I know that when Karen brought it, you know, she had to demo it a few times because it was so popular. So have a look back on her demos. I do have one that's I've made up, and then I've just got a couple more elements to pop on there.
Fabulous.
So, you know, we can do that if we get time at the end. But I can't believe that you actually get two sets here, because that is amazing. I mean, you can, you know, you've got the waterfall element there as well. It's fantastic.
The magnets and everything in there.
Yeah.
And again, full colour photographs there to show you step by step how you can be creating these as well. Brilliant value for money, $13.99, absolutely amazing. And again, you'll have the instructions, you'll have the dimensions, so you'll be able to go on and create many more of these to come. But if you're wanting to get started with your craft card and your black card, then you've got everything in here that you need. It's $13.99, 400-722 if you're wanting to pop that into your basket. Now I'm going to head over to demo, but as we do so, have a look on the website. There is loads to feast your eyes on. Some brilliant elements. The stencil with the eyes there, oh my goodness. I'm going to get Tina to tempt us with a fabulous demonstration she's got for that a little bit later on. But you've got all sorts. You've got your gorgeous vintage lace in there. You can stock up on your grey board. Don't forget everything that we're looking at here, even though it's not on FlexiBuy, when you're looking at it, it can become part of your Flexi order, because right the way through until Friday, any of those goodies you're popping into your basket, then all you need to do is choose FlexiBuy as you check out your basket. Even if it's only $9.99, you can still spread the cost. And you can see there, perfect opportunity to stock up on everything from your grey board right the way through to your adhesives, and of course your foam tapes there as well. But don't forget that happy hour deal. Don't forget you're getting 2 pots of that snow making powder as well. And I know it's proven to be a very, very popular item with that one. Don't know if you'll manage to get the water to show you. I've seen it before, and it is absolutely amazing. It's just literally fluffs up. It's like that on professional snow that you see in the windows of the shops when they kind of sprinkle it around things as well. But we're going to have a little look to see if we can get our Maddie to sort us out some water. But in the meantime, enough of me rattling on. We've got a lovely Tina with that fabulous piano hinge book.
Right, okay. So it's made up basically of 12 of these sheets, and then you've got the 2 front covers, and then you get the little elements to actually do the spine. So you'll get these sheets here, and the first thing it tells you to do is to pop out these little die cut bits that are going down the centre. Okay, so as you can see, they do pop out pretty easy. All right, like that. And there, that one's nearly fallen out. There we go. So then give them a nice score. So get your bone folder out that you've got. A nice score, and then a nice score also on those sides. This just helps, it really does help when you come to put things together. If you're going to use your bone folder, that's, you know, much better. So then it says to take every other one and push that in. So I find just popping my finger just in there like that, just so that it's open, it gives me enough room just to pop those in. So there we go. So now you've got every other one folded in. So you've got the other, you take another one as well, and instead of putting them like that, you turn them, one of them around. Okay, so now they're slotting into each other, as you can see. Now I find that the best way to do this, I've lost my little stick. I'm just going to take one of these and borrow that. So the best way to do this is to stand it just like this, slot into one another, like that, and then take the pointed part of your stick here and then just drop it down. So when you bring it around, you can see that it's gone through every other one. So, and if I take it around this way as well, isn't it? Such a clever idea, every other one. So you do that 6 times.
So sturdy as well, having that kind of spine in there.
Exactly. Now I'm only going to have 5 here because I borrowed the sticker from that one because that must have fallen out in my car. But there we go. So you've got all of those together. So very quick to do. You then take some string, okay, and you get those as level as you can. And then what I do is I take the second one in and I just tie this around so that I know it's not going to go anywhere. Just like that.
I love this idea.
I think it's so clever, it really is, and really sturdy.
I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I mean, obviously, if you go for multiples of these, then you'll be able to create more of these. But it's kind of, you're learning a technique, aren't you? That I'm sure you'll adapt in the future to make
absolutely.
even more.
So all I'm doing now is I'm going in and out of these. I'm going to call them cocktail sticks, but you know what I mean. They're like longer, aren't they, than the cocktail sticks?
That's true.
So I'm going in and out like that. Let's try and get those as even as I can. Pushing down as we go.
Can you tap them on the table, maybe?
You can, yeah. The thing is as well, once you get this on, then we're going to cut off any excess anyway. So yeah. So there we go, and then around.
Brilliant technique.
Like that. So you do that as many times as you want to, and then the last one, again, I'm going to secure with a knot. Oops. Just like that. There. Okay. Then you snip off the excess there, and then you take your glue and then you secure.
Ooh, okay.
Like this.
So a clear,
and just rub
clear
it.
glue?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can have a gel medium, you can have a PVA glue, whatever you want, and then you just secure that onto there. And what it does is it soaks into your like cotton and your string part there, and it will then adhere to those and not to your pages.
Okay.
Do you see?
Got you.
Okay, so
It's incredibly sturdy.
It is. Let's do the same to the other end. So just do our knot. A couple of times around. Trying to do it so I can do it so that you can see it at home. Let me just.
Now, the actual twine that you're using, is that included within there as well?
It's not. So you can choose your whatever twine you want to. So if you want to, you could use cotton, or you
I've
could.
noticed some baker's twine being used on some of the samples.
Baker's twine. You can use whatever you choose. So just really in and out, just so that it secures them together. Push those down a little bit. You'll find at home it's a lot easier when you're not trying to show what you're doing.
Yes, yeah, because you're allowed to kind of move it around. You've got to keep it in a very close spot here.
There. So I'll just do a couple more passes and then we'll get that secured.
Fabulous. Now we're very, very busy with regards to this kit. Your piano hinge book, a quarter of the stock sold. So yeah, if you like the look of this one, especially if you're thinking about going for multiples, because I know we've said about that you'll adapt this and make your own. But to be honest, it's so much easier when you've got it all die cut, all ready to go.
Yeah,
and you can just get in and decorate.
It's this part, isn't it?
Yes,
you know, you've got to measure and work that out. So you know, if you really do like this, I would go for a couple.
Definitely,
because all of these are always popular. They really are.
Fabulous. There's little photo albums, or it could be almost like a visitor's book, or you know, when you go to like weddings and things, and they get you to kind of sign the little book as you go in as a memento.
Exactly. Yeah. So again, let's snip off those ends. Grab a little bit of my glue, and again, just over there, just like that. Let's just get my brush and brush some of that away. Yeah. So I won't do it now because they fling.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. I know.
But, you know, I'll try just to do these downwards.
Yeah. So just be mindful when you are cutting them. Yeah.
That's right. Just mind your eyes and just cut. These scissors are brilliant.
Just a pair of regular scissors. Yeah. Just keep an eye on them because they can ping off. Yeah.
There. So
perfect.
There we go.
Love
just
it.
Like that. So that is the inside of our book.
Wonderful.
Okay. So then we're going to go on to the hard covers. So that one I've covered.
Lovely.
So you can see.
Pretty paper.
It is. This is in the show as well. It is gorgeous.
Oh, yes.
It is gorgeous. So I'm going to take my double-sided red liner tape because I find this is extremely strong.
Brilliant.
And works fantastically with this. I'm nearly out.
I know a good place where you can get some.
Yeah.
And I have to say, the prices on today's show are so affordable. This paper pad, I'm going to show it with you in a few moments. It's absolutely beautiful. Really is pretty designs, and you're getting your 12 by 12s in there. They are gorgeous papers. You're going to absolutely adore them. And I'm going to actually be a bit naughty and bring in something to show you in a little while that you might see created on the show as well. So let me tempt you with these papers. You've got your 12 by 12s in there, and very quickly I'm just going to flick through these, because when you realise we're calling them papers, but to be honest, they're bordering on cardstock. They've got a really good weight to them as well.
They are very thick, aren't they? Really
250 GSM, so yeah, we would really call that card, wouldn't we? Now you can see they are just printed on one side, which is kind of nice, because it means you don't have to make those awful decisions of what you're going to use, which size are you going to use. But they've got a lovely kind of soft sheen to them. But I'm guessing you can kind of add your paste, add your mediums to these as well.
Definitely, that's what I'm going to do with the front covers.
I love it, and you can see there you've got those gorgeous elements there. So obviously these have been chopped down, but can I just show you something that our lovely Tina has done previously? Look at this. And we've got the stencil for these eyes on the show.
Yeah, because I love having a go at drawing faces and things like that. You know, I do try and do a little bit like that. But this, if you are practicing also with drawing eyes, then this is a brilliant way, because I'm going to show you how to use them and then to exaggerate them as I have.
But I'm taking it away for now, because we're going to talk about that later on. We're talking about the papers at the moment, so there you go. If you want to get your papers, then you can do, but you will find that stencil on the website as well. It actually comes with 2 element sheets. I'm just taking you through the scrapbook pages here, but you will be able to find all the details on the website. We'll probably show you a bit later on as well. £12.99 for all of those. Brilliant value for money. Tina, back over to you, my dear.
Okay, so I've used my red liner tape to put the backing board in there, and it's a good old thick board as well, and I'm just taking off each of the corners just like that. Then what I do is I use the board to roll in.
Okay, yeah.
Like that. Because it's thick, it's going to, you know, it's going to have a bit on the side of it as well. And because of that, I then take my bone folder. If you haven't got a bone folder, these are gorgeous. Really good. I think they may be on the show, or they may be as you check out. I'm not sure.
Okay, right. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Keep an eye open when you do check out your orders, because you'll have those end of call items with all sorts of tools and gadgets and gizmos as well. And of course, you can have a little look at the brand section as well, because you'll find some of the items that Tina's working with there.
All right, so let me just take some of the red liner here, and this is again is perfect for this, because you've got see, this is where all your different glues and you know, runners and everything come in, because if you've got your wet glue, my wet glue would work on this, like my gel medium, but what I would do is I'd have to hold it there, or I'd have to clip it on until the wet glue took.
Okay.
Whereas with this, it takes straight away. Look, you can see how much I've loved it. I'm really to the end. I'm not going to waste that bit. I'm just going to put a thinner one on here. I'll find the end.
Oh, it's always a tricky bit, isn't it? There you go. You got it.
There we got it. And then a thinner bit there. That would do. Okay, so let's take off these, and then I'll do it one by one, because this is so sticky. I don't want to get any of the other things on there. Yeah. So just as you go around, just take it off. And I tend to do, even though it's not going to move anywhere, I think it's when you're used to like mounting the different things, you tend to go opposite, don't you? First,
it's for the tensioning, isn't it? So,
yeah, exactly. So.
Fabulous paper. I mean, the thickness of these is incredible.
Well, this is what I'm saying with the, you know, with my gel medium, and you know I love my gel medium.
Oh yeah.
It's so thick that it will keep lifting up until it's taken, whereas with this, it will stick down straight away, just like that. Okie dokie. There. So that covers really, really nicely.
Oh, look at that. And that little butterfly there. That's so cute.
Isn't it gorgeous? So then what we do is we take our book again. I'm going to have it that way, so I've got the pointy-ish ones down there. I'm then going to take my double-sided tape. If I had more of this left, I would probably use my red liner.
Okay,
but just
Tina,
so
you've
we're
dropped
in-
enough hints. We'll sort some out for you.
I think I've already emailed.
Incidentally though, if you need your double-sided tape at home, we have got the details popping up on your screen. This is a brilliant one because you've got your different kind of widths with this one, your 6mm as well as your 12mm, and you've got 350 metres in total. It's a brilliant one because you can literally tear it when you're wanting to stick it in place, and you can see there you've got your double-sided tape in abundance for just £10.56. So it's definitely worth stocking up on that particular one.
I think I like that down the bottom of
Nice.
that. So I'm going to just make sure that I'm about just over that page.
Oh, okay.
And then
yeah.
just over the spine, and then just press down like that. There. Okay. And then over
Lovely.
this side, let's do my front cover.
Okay.
I'm being a bit lazy now.
That's all right, you're forgiven.
There's nothing worse than watching someone trying to pull off the tape, is there?
Not a problem. I love it. I can't get over how quickly it's come together because you've literally taken everything from that kit
Exactly.
and made it, including the spine and everything.
Once you've done one of them, you're just like, you'll be on a roll with taking, you know, the thing that takes the longest is to take the little die cuts
Yeah.
out. That's it.
And
It's
that's
not
why I think it's a brilliant one for you to get hold of multiples of these, to be fair, because I think it's one of those things that you're not going to want to be marking out those spines
No,
and snipping
I
into
just
them.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't.
Oh, look
you know.
at this.
So I'm just going to give that a little
Beautiful.
press. There. So that is the basis of our book.
Isn't that fabulous?
Okay.
So if you've got anybody that's got maybe a special birthday coming up, or they've had a wedding, they've got photographs that need to go into an album, then this is the perfect way for you to create something. I love it. Tina, thank you so much.
Great. Shall
I
we
love it.
decorate it?
Oh, yeah, well, I'll
come
be
back.
back with you in just
Yeah,
a few
no
moments
worries.
because I need to do a little bit of housekeeping because, of course, that fabulous kit is available to you for just £13.99, but 40% of the stock has gone. You can get everything in there from your fabulous covers that we just saw Tina cover with those beautiful papers. You've got, obviously, your spine elements with regards to your little wooden skewers there, and you've got all of your die-cut pages here. So all you need to do is cut these out. They're all scored, all die-cut. Very easy. Pop those out. You don't even need scissors for those. You've got your full instructions, but as Tina's just shown us, incredibly easy for you to make yours, and then you decide how you're going to put it together. This is one of the ones that's where a little bit of baker's twine has been used. Love how you kind of got that little charm on the end there that's been added to that. And then, of course, your papers onto your covers, and then all of your gorgeous papers inside. Don't forget, if you've got some of those additional kits that you might already have, maybe you've gone for the little wallet that we were looking at earlier on, you can actually take some of those. Don't I do it? Let's have a look. Let's bring some of these in, because these obviously are in the wallet. You could actually utilise those, maybe pop those in and make little pockets and things like that. So the kits, although they're not necessarily to come together, you could adapt them and use them, and they're just a perfect way for you to showcase those gorgeous papers. £13.99, incredible value for money. So if you're wanting yours, do pop it into your basket. Something else, if you're wanting to get hold of it, is that fabulous happy hour. Now, got mixing bowl. We've got a little pot of the powders. Now, this is literally on the job training. I could have asked Tina, but I don't want to sacrifice her kind of good standing in the craft industry. So if it all goes wrong, this is my reputation on the line. So in this happy hour, let me explain to you what you're getting before we start making up our snow. You're going to get your 2 pots of your snow making powder. You need to add water to that one, and I've used a very technical device to measure out my 500ml. I've sacrificed my squash for this demonstration. It's gone down the sink. So there we go. We've got 500ml of water. You've also got all of the components to make up this fabulous little wreath that you can see here on the stand. You're not going to get the stand though, but you will get all your little die cuts, your leaves, your twine. You're even going to get your little micro beads to work with that as well. So here we go. And I've even, Catherine, bless her, she doesn't even know it, but she's donated a paintbrush for me to use to mix it up. So your powder, when it comes to you, you'll see on there, you've got your directions, and it explains to you that you use the whole of the pot there. So the whole of the pot, you're literally just dropping that in as well. Oh, which one have I opened now? I better not open both of them, just in case. At least I'll only get half the sack. So all I'm going to do is going to tip it all in there. There you go. So you can see it's almost like a well, I wouldn't like to say it's sugar. It's quite powdery. It's almost like a flour. Okay, let's just pop that like that. Oh, okay. Oh, look at this, eh? I wasn't planning an overhead camera, but I'll go with that. So here we go. Popping this in here, so we're going to make sure you've got plenty there. Now it says to add 500 ml, which seems an awful lot of water, so I'm not going to lie, I'm going to do it gradually because I'm a little bit tricky when it comes to this. So just adding the water in there, and as you add it in, just mix it up. Oh, it does look like you do need a lot. Okay. So, oh, let's just go for it. Okay. Oh gosh, yeah, it's kind of, oh, look at it. Oh, I'm loving this. Oh my goodness, it's what you call an impromptu demo. You might even need more. Now, I mean, you could get your hands in there, I'm guessing. I might do that in a moment to see. But it's kind of absorbing. You can see how it's kind of drinking up all of that water there. You might even need a little bit more water than I've popped in here. I've been a little bit stingy. But here we go. Okay, so I've got that in there. Right, here we go. Let's get the hands in there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh my God. Oh, look at this. Oh, that feels so good. But you can see here it's kind of absorbed it all in there. As I say, I'd probably add a bit more water to that, but you can see how it's kind of crumbling, and you can see how you're getting your snow effect there. And it's,
I love it.
there you go. There you go, Tina, it's your snow.
I love that.
I love it. Now, I don't know if you need to leave it for any length of time or anything, but you can see that it's all mixed in. I mean, you could get the kids involved with this, couldn't you, as well? Ooh, I love it. Now, you're going to get 2 pots of that, and you can see you're making loads of snow within there. Yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of this, I don't know what I'm going to do with it now, but it doesn't, I've got little bits on my hands, and it kind of feels moist, but my hands don't feel wet. No. And there you go. So you're going to get 2 pots of that. It's not quite as attractive when I'm putting an empty pot back on the counter, but I'm going to leave that there so you know. So there you go. That's how it works, as simple as that. So if I can master that, then anybody can. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, 2 of those, as you can see with there, creating your own snow there for any of your projects. But over half of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of that, and incidentally, if you want to go for multiples of that, it's worth it for that little pot of snow in there, those 2 pots there, to be honest. So 337-385 if you're wanting to get hold of that. How amazing is that,
I'm
Tina?
mesmerised by that. That's brilliant.
I'm going to be playing with that for the hour.
I'll use a tiny bit on that reef. I'll use that for something else, I think.
Yeah. Ooh.
My other project. Brilliant. Ooh, absolutely.
I love it. Right, we're going to decorate those pages.
So what I've done is I've just taken some of our lace. We've got these lace packs on, which are gorgeous. And I've just laid that across my spine. So it also gives it another sort of like look. Okay. So taking this, I thought we'd have a little play with all these gorgeous paints. So we have this one, which is the moss, I believe. Yeah, the moss effect. So I'm just popping a little bit out on here, like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my roller, and then I'm just going, very light, just going to take that just over the front of my cover, just so I'm just stressing a little bit more down the edges here. So I've just distressed the edges, so it looks, so you've got like a clean, if you're a clean crafter, you can have that like that. If you like a little bit of texture and being able to make things like a vintage looking, then you can go for your paints. So I will go for a little bit of the rust effect as well. So you can mix these in. Like that, a little bit out on here, so you can see the texture as I'm putting it onto the board here. You can see the texture in there, which is really, really gorgeous. I love these things because I love texture anyway. I'm not going to even worry about wiping the roller off. I'm just going to go for it, and then again just a little bit here, and then when that dries, you get such a textury feel. It's absolutely great. So there we go, and I'm just going to roll that just across the other way, just so you get a little hint of it going on there. Okay, so then what I've got is I've cut some papers out. So where I've used, where I've used the other side, I would leave yourself, when you're wrapping the front, leave yourself about 1 centimetre around, maybe 1.5 centimetres. So it takes like just over half of the paper of the 12 by 12s. So I've taken this from a matching sheet, and I'm just going to, I shall use, just for quickness, a little bit of gel medium to stick those on.
Lovely.
Just there like that.
Oh, I love that texture from that moss.
It's
It looks
absolutely
amazing.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
isn't it? It really, really does work so well. And you only need, though, you saw how much I put on the mat, you only need a tiny, tiny little piece. So I'm going to go over where these are, so because it's, if you think about your papers, then they are popped on in a nice decorative way, aren't they? So if you are going to use your butterflies, if you put them over the ones that are on there already,
Helps you with your placement.
you know
Brilliant
exactly.
idea, yeah.
So that just needs a nice little sentiment on there then, and then to do the underside of it as well. But I really, really like that. And I'll probably add
really
little waxes
pretty.
and everything to the
Gorgeous.
side. So yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I really, really love those paints.
Tina, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm going to be back with you in just a few moments.
No,
but
no
you've
problem.
seen just how easy. First stage was making up the book, the pages, putting them all together, and of course decorating with those beautiful papers and that fabulous paint as well. Now, if you're wanting to go for yours, of course, there's loads of different ways you can put yours together. But bear in mind, you've got the complete kit that will allow you to create these. So obviously, everything is going to be put together using those it's like a special hinge there, that piano hinge that you've got there. All comes together beautifully. Don't worry if you didn't see the demonstration of the construction. You can go back and watch that on Rewind, but it does come with full instructions anyway, and it will allow you to create all of those amazing pages, and you've got the hard card there to create your covers as well. All you need to do is add in a little bit of twine to weave and a bit of glue to put those papers in place. So £13.99, over half the, approaching half the stock has gone, sorry about that. Very, very busy for that one. So 958332 if you're wanting those. Of course, if you want your texture paints, we've got those in a pick and mix for you. We've got both the moss effect and also the rust effect that Tina used within her demonstrations. You could go for those, or you might want to go for your moss alongside your crackle. It's your pick and mix, you decide. Or you might be that blown away with the moss that you want to go for 2 pots of it, you can do. £14.99 is the price that you're paying for whichever of those. Don't forget, within there you've got that fabulous concrete effect as well, which is the grey one that you've got here, which is giving you that gorgeous texture, as you can see there. And the beauty is it kind of gives another interest. That's just a little glass jar that has been used there, but isn't that effective when you start adding those gorgeous laces? And we have got that vintage lace on the show as well. So if you wanted to get hold of that, £14.99 267 436. Now, another kit that's going to allow you to create 2 projects on this occasion is this fabulous little wallet, and this is brilliant because it comes with everything that you need to create 2 of these. So you're going to start off with your covers, and you've got craft and black card with regards to these, but then you've got all of the components to make the different elements. Now, when you look at this example here, you'll see that you've kind of got all of those little pages. These are held in place using these little struts that you've got here, and you've got the magnets to hold them in place as well. So it really is a comprehensive bundle with loads and loads of content in there for you to create 2 beautiful projects. And we've got the perfect papers on the show to work alongside these as well. You've got all the dimensions, all of the elements, all explained within there, so you don't have to worry, you won't get yourself lost at all. Good photographs to show you every single stage as you go. £13.99 being your price on that one, 400722. If you fancy popping that one into your basket, please do so. And incidentally, any of these goodies that we're talking about here, you can spread the cost of them. We've got Flextravaganza going on until Friday, so if you're going for these particular items, or these ones because the details have changed, then you can spread the cost of those as well. So by all means, do pop those into your basket as we've been chatting about them. But this is a bumper bundle. You are going to get all of these stencils, all 8 of them, £16.99 being your price. And these are brilliant because you've got different styles of stencils in here. Ones across the top here are brilliant for adding those layers, adding that interest, adding the texture to your projects. But the ones down at the bottom, these are amazing because these are going to give you the incredible multi-layer effects with these. So As you can see with these, you kind of got that realism of the flowers with these, because you're building up your layers with those stencils, with the different layers, as you can see here, giving you that realism of the flowers as you go. But the beauty is you don't have to choose. You are going to get all of those in there for that £16.99 price. Very good value for money indeed. 317234 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But you probably have, I feel as if there's somebody watching me. They're following you around the room. Now here you can see you've got those fabulous stencils that we touched on a few moments ago when we were talking to Tina about that gorgeous canvas that she'd created. So here you have got these fabulous stencils. You can get all three of them. £17.99, and you can see again brilliant value because it's not just one finish with these. You can see you've got those multiple pairs of eyes with these, as you can see here. You've got your larger eyes and your smaller versions of the exact same ones there. And on this one you've kind of got like a compendium of different elements featuring in here, so you can just pick out little tiny elements, maybe the flowers, maybe that's some kind of cell formation that you've got, and create some incredible interest within your project. But when you start working with those eyes, have a look at the kind of result that you can get with regards to these. Certain elements within here are picking out elements from that stencil as well, so it all comes together with those beautiful papers that we've got on the show. And this is where we're going with the next demonstration. £17.99. If you'd like to get hold of these, then 010068 is that all important item number. Talking of the paper pad, let me show you these. These are beautiful. I got the opportunity to show you the 12 by 12s, but I didn't show you the element sheets as well. And they are down at the front here, where you've got butterflies and roses, all sorts of beautiful content and interest, but all within a gorgeous palette. So you've got your pretty pinks, you've got your perfect purples, and you've got some gorgeous blues featuring in here as well. The front cover, I think, is incredible as well, so don't throw that away, because you will be utilising every last bit with regards to these, because a little really does go a long way. Now, we're calling them papers, but to be honest, they're 250 GSM. So they are incredible weights with regards to these, bordering on your cardstock, and they are just so pretty. I mean, look at that, making your little gift bags with those and your tags and all sorts. And do you remember that little wallet I showed you just a few moments ago? Here's one of them created. So this is that kit that we've got that we saw a few moments ago, with all that interest and all those different pockets featuring in there. And there you go. If you're wanting to get hold of this one, this is that kit that we were talking about, with the little folio, with all the little bits of interest in there. So again, you can get the kit to create this, and you've got your black and you've also got your craft card with this one. This is a really nice project as well, besides the hinge.
I love this. I mean, for all of your different papers that you can have. And what I love also is, like, you've got the magnets in there as well, so that you can do the magnetic closures. I think it's stunning, and look how the papers just pop.
Aren't they gorgeous? I've not put that back together right, I'm not going to lie, but yeah, absolutely beautiful. Don't forget, if you're wanting the template for your trifold folio, bottom of your screen for that, but you will need these papers. Absolutely beautiful. £12.99, 103949. Now we've got even more inspiration to share with you as we head back over to see what our Tina is up to, and have a look at these beautiful. I'm intrigued with this snow. Anybody up for a snowball fight? You ready, Nadia? Now this is brilliant. I'm playing here with our happy hour deal, and part of the happy hour deal is this incredible kind of snow in a pot. You add water to it and it grows and grows and grows until you've got a huge amount of this fabulous snow that you can use in a variety of different ways. It's kind of like that professional snow that you see in shop windows when they're doing their Christmas displays, and it is brilliant. So this is included within your happy hour deal. You're getting 2 of those pots. You empty one of those pots into a bowl with 500 ml of water, and it all doubles in size, as you can see, with regards to this. But in addition, you're getting your fabulous little wreath, you're getting your fabulous twine with your leaves in there, some gorgeous polka dot ribbon, little micro beads, and then you've got your embellishments of your poinsettias, all for just £9.99, but only for this hour and this hour only. And the beauty is, because of Flextravaganza, you can spread the cost over 2 payments as well. Just a fiver if you're a Freedom member, delivered to your door, and you can have loads of fun. This is going to keep me amused all day. 337-385 if you're wanting to get hold of this. Now, of course, I showed you that fabulous artwork that Tina had created with those stencils, with the eyes, and that's where we're going to be drawing our attention to next. And starting off with one of those pages.
Okay, so yes, I love these, because to me, as soon as I saw the eyes in these papers together, I could just see the eyes coming through this paper, just like, you know, with the flowers and the butterflies around. So I've got some of our grey board, and it's really thick grey board, this one, Hayley. It's really gorgeous. Popped my paper on top.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one eye, because I want to show you some of the other stencils.
Okay.
So I'm going to just move that in slightly. So if I was doing the whole thing, I'd probably put it back there. But in this instance, I'm going to just move it over slightly. Then I've just got a 2B pencil here, and I'm taking that just around the edge.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah. It's a good density of the stencil then for you to do that.
Absolutely, yeah, because this is going to be covered up by my alcohol inks. So even if I'm not getting it in exactly the right place, I'm just roughly going around, because what I want is the shape more than anything. Because when you start doing eyes, it's that overly type shape, isn't it? That is very, very hard to do. And I do love drawing eyes, I really do. But this is fantastic if you're, you know, if you are liking and wanting to get into sort of like portraits and everything as well.
Such striking. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, because it's such a large stencil, I'd love to put this like on a tote bag or something like that.
Exactly. And I mean, you could put some black, you know, sort of like through this as well, or some of your other sort of like colours if you wanted to.
Now, I know you're into your embroidery, so do you think you could kind of trace this out and stitch in that detail? Oh,
absolutely, definitely. And if I had time, I probably would have done that, Hayley, because you know what I'm like with my
I know you
embroidery.
love it.
So if I just show you, that's what we're going to turn it into.
Okay.
So we've got the basis there. So then it's a case of choosing what you want to use. So I've got my alcohol inks here.
Okay.
And I'm going to start. I love to start with the pupil here. So with these ones, we've got 2 ends. So I'm going to take the finer end, and this is my lighter colour, and I'm just going to cover that just around.
It's a lovely smooth finish on that paper.
It is, isn't it? And I wish I could show you underneath, actually, because they're so thick that these alcohol pens don't go through. Yeah,
because that's one of the things, isn't it? Sometimes with alcohol pens it goes through.
Yeah.
But
so I'm basically...
GSM, did we say?
That's very good, isn't it? And I'm going to just leave some white areas as well, and just colour in there, just like that.
Okay.
So I'm taking my darker blue.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to, just from the edge, I just want it to, because what I love about alcohol pens is they bleed into each other, don't they?
They do. And of course, you've still got that very faint mark from the stencil showing you where to take it.
So you can really, really just go for it. So I always like to go round the edges like that. And then I like to go just in the centre as well. Just to bring it.
Perfect blue to go with that butterfly to the side there.
Exactly, yeah. So look at what you're doing as well, because I had green eyes in my other one. So yeah, just have a look at what you're doing, and then what I do is I like to then blend in.
So is that going back to the original blue?
The original blue, yeah,
Okay.
the original lighter blue, and just blending in. So leave little bits so that you've got the shades and everything going on there.
Almost like the light hitting it as well, I suppose,
exactly, and a little bit of the white.
Okay.
So then I'm popping to my black, and then let's go for the pupil.
Okay.
So I'm imagining that my eyeline is there.
Because the way that you're finishing this is very much a kind of an artist representation of a stencil. Because quite often with a stencil, we think you've got to fill in all of those gaps and make it quite solid, like a silhouette.
No, that's right. So then I'm just going to bring in the line here of the eye.
So again, just following the
Yeah,
pencil
just
line.
following the lines around. So you're now starting, as I'm building the colour up, you're starting not to be able to see.
And it's starting to come to life
Yeah.
already.
It is, yeah. So then we go to town. So with the lashes, I want to make those bigger.
Okay.
So I'm going to follow along, and I'm just going to just flick up
Okay.
just like this. So really go for it.
Okay.
And then just on the bottom as well. I mean, if you wanted lifelike ones, then obviously, you know, you would not do it so thick as this, but I want to exaggerate these eyes because I just love the thought of them peering through.
You can do what you like, can't you?
Exactly. So what I've done then is I've then taken the eyebrow and I do little dashes.
Okay.
So it's like as if you were combing your own eyebrows, isn't it?
That's it. All sorts of different shapes out there. But I love the fact that you've actually got that boundary there to give you the confidence.
Exactly. So, I mean, you may not sort of like, I mean, I've really exaggerated my lashes because that's what I wanted to do. But it does give you the perfect spacing as well. If we go back to the stencil, then there's the part that's in between your two eyes is roughly the same size as another eye, they say, when you're doing that. And they've positioned them beautifully. So,
of course, when you've got fancy lashes like that, you could be adding little gems
well,
or
you
glitter or anything,
could,
couldn't you,
absolutely. And we always have the odd one that just sneaks out like that, don't we?
That's it. Party season, nearly.
Yeah, there we go. And then I'm just going to take a skin-coloured one.
Okay.
And what I do with this one is I'm taking the bigger end just so that I can cover more areas. Now you can see the pencil line there, but that's absolutely fine. Is what I'm doing.
I love that. When we do, you can always tell how interesting demonstrations are when you suddenly get, oh my goodness, so we've only got 7 minutes left.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
don't.
Because everybody's
really
so
quick.
enthralled watching, nobody's watching the clocks, just as well we noticed, isn't it? Could have suddenly gone off there.
And then I'm just going to bring in where that is. I know that that's where my lady's going to have.
So it's kind of adding the depth,
yeah.
So where you'd see the folds in
That's
the eye,
right.
I guess.
And then just quickly back to the lighter colour to blend it a little bit more.
Oh, squeaky.
What I would have done normally is I would have put this underneath so that I can do the lashes over the top, but I wanted to get the lashes done. So you just keep blending and blending and blending.
And that's the beauty of alcohol markers. And I have to say, it shows the quality of the paper you're working with as well.
It does, doesn't it?
Because it's not pilling or any elements of that coming away. It's giving you that fabulous foundation to work with.
So, I mean, I've got a little bit of a mark there, but you get the idea.
Okay,
the only other thing that I would do is just to take a very, very grey works really well, but I'll just use this one and just put a little bit of a shadow just around the edge of the eye as well. So I'm picking up some of that colour.
And I love it because what will happen is obviously you'll add to this, you'll work with it. And the finished example that you've got of this one, Tina, I mean,
if I bring that one in, because if you spend more time and you're not rushing.
Oh, that's okay. Well, we're putting you on the spot there. I mean, we've got you to do a lot within here, but look at that. And that's a similar sort of paper there where you've got that framework where the open area in the middle, but so effective.
I do love working with those. I think they're brilliant.
Gorgeous.
Now, if I've got time, I want to just show you these because these are fantastic.
Oh, the multi-layer flowers.
Oh, I love
these
them.
Are so clever.
I absolutely love them. So, I have 2 shades of Distress ink.
Okay.
Spun sugar and worn lipstick. So I'm going to take the lighter one and I'm just going to pop some onto one of the brushes, the stencil brushes. Doesn't look like there's anything on there, does it? But there we go. We are then going to, that's why I'm only going to do one eye because I wanted to show you these on the same thing.
Ah, okay.
So just rubbing those through my stencil, just like that. So when I remove that, you can see I've actually got the space
it's a
there.
Beautiful colour.
Then I'm going to take, I'm actually going to use the same one because I think that's got purple on it, so I will contaminate it. So then we've taken that off, so we then match this. Now what I like about these is they are really, really easy to match up. So I'm just popping that there like that.
Okay.
Taking the darker pink and then just going over. through the stencil. These are so easy to use. They really are, and such a brilliant idea.
It's brilliant because you've got the 2 levels there, but
You have.
the amount of interest that it shows, it's
It
incredible.
does. It's you know, it's remarkable. So let's take that off.
Look at that,
Isn't
my
that
goodness.
just gorgeous? It's just so much shade.
That is
Now, you can
amazing.
sort of like build up. You could do part of a darker one.
Yes,
Do you know what I mean? And do what
yeah.
you like. Now, with the leaves, you then thought, oh, how am I going to put my leaves in? So what you get in there is you get this as well, which covers up
Clever.
what you've done.
Okay.
So you can then bring in your leaf, and I didn't bring in my my greens, so I'm going to just do it in the pinks again.
Okay, not to worry.
Okay. So just over, and you can see as I've tucked it over there like that, that's going to just go beyond that stencil, and then I'm going to bring in
This is kind of like the veins
top,
of the leaves.
yeah, the veins. And let's get the darker pink, pop that through like that, there, and then lift up that, and then it's like
Look
the
at
leaf is
that.
behind.
That is
One other thing I want to
beautiful.
show you just on this side that you can do as well, Hayley, is if you've got these, which is an Oakwood Archer stencil, or any of your stencils that are on the show, if you wanted to add some background, this is why this is so good.
Oh, to protect it,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I've got this here, and what I can do is I can just take my pink and pop that through like that, so you've got lots of your background and your textures, and you can do this with a stamp as well, just stamp over, and then you can build that up around
Clever.
as well.
Love it. And of course you've got the different textures within
You
the set
have.
of 8. So
You have, and they are
it.
fantastic. I do so much with stencils.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's
Very
unbelievable.
versatile, aren't they? But of course, Tina showed us the gorgeous flower to start with, and here you go. You can see how those multi-layers build up to create the most incredible flower, as you can see there, with the different depths. Of course, you've got different styles in this one because you've actually got 8 stencils in there, so you've also got the ability to create some beautiful flowers. Again, you can change the colours of these as you work with them. You've also got that almost like a water lily look with the water lily leaves, as you can see there. And then, of course, you've got those gorgeous kind of like gerbras, sunflowers. You can make them into whatever you like them to be. But that's just half of the selection, because you're also going to get the 4 that we've got along the top here, giving you all that interest with regards to your textures. So you can see things like your honeycomb in there. You've got the most incredible keyboard, which I think is brilliant. You wanted to incorporate that perhaps with your little die cuts as well. So a really nice selection and such an affordable price. I think it's a really clever idea. Love it.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, £16.99. I mean, how affordable is that for all of these? Absolutely brilliant value for money. So 317-234 if you wanted to take advantage of those as well. And of course, the eyes, as you can see behind us, again, these, you've got your different stencils with your different eyes featuring in there, different expressions, and of course, you've got your textures as well. So where we saw those layers being added with the texture, you could be quite easily utilising those as well. £17.99, again, another fabulous price and a brilliant design. And of course, Tina, these are the stencils that you used in that fabulous demonstration.
Oh, I love them. As soon as I saw them, I was like, oh, I need to use those. And I'd written them on my list, and then they were on the show anyway, and I was like, oh,
Brilliant. Now just hold up that canvas just for anybody that's not seen it, because it looks amazing when you use those stencils on there. Absolutely beautiful. Tina, thank you so much. When are we
you.
expecting to see you back again on our screens?
I'm back on the 20th.
Okay.
It's Oakwood Archer, but it's with the Stampenders.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice, yeah. Lovely. Look forward
Yeah,
to
I
it.
am. And thank you everyone for your lovely messages as well.
Oh, bless
So,
you.
yeah.
No, it's good to have you here, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Such an inspiration. She brings it in so many different areas. That's the beauty of it. Don't forget, in this hour, we have brought you a happy hour deal as well. So as we rapidly approach the top of the hour, your time is running out. You've only got a little over 3 minutes to take advantage of that one. That's where you're going to get all that amazing snow, that powder snow, and of course that little wreath kit as well. Brilliant value for money at £9.99. Leaving you with the details on the screen there, so if you want to take advantage, you can do. And don't forget, for anything during the show, you can use that Flextravaganza opportunity to spread the cost over 2 payments, even if it's just £9.99 that's in your basket. Now do stay tuned. Got a lot more coming up. We've got a fabulous show with Anthea. Oh yes, we've got an amazing show. Lovely Anthea's here with Quilting Antics. Then I'm back with Catherine and the Zuri One Day Special before the Daisy Bee Girls are here.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday morn. We're going to get up to all sorts of antics right now with Quilted Antics. Anthea is in the building, everybody. Anthea, you're looking very cosy there with all your lovely hangers behind you.
I'm feeling really cosy today.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's good.
I could just have 40 winks drawn all round and yeah.
Okay, well,
You're all right over there. I'll be all right over here. Yeah.
But be warned, I'm walking towards you with all the lovely things to show as well.
I best stay awake then.
Always lovely to be with you.
Likewise, Scott.
And I know it's going to be a great, and I know it's going to be a very busy show, and we have got lots. If you're looking for inspiration, we have got patterns galore. If you are looking, we've got. I'll tell you what. If you are looking for the ultimate sort of thread, and so keep all the thread in a beautiful box as well. I can't say anything more just yet. Or shop ahead, all the same. Also, we have got. Listen to me. We have got designs as well to keep your sewing machines in fantastic tip-top condition as well, well protected with lovely designs, patterns galore, and I think Mary Poppins would be proud of this with some of the projects that we have got for you, and all will become clear. Just want to remind you, of course, it is a flex extravaganza, so of course anything at all that you're looking at, you can spread the cost over 2 payments. Even if it's just £1 in your basket, just want to spread the cost, so please bear that in mind when you're looking at all the great offers that we have on the show for you. Right, lots of patterns to go through and lots of options. All I would say is it may be worth you hanging fire so we get to the very end as well, because we've got one big bumper collection for you also to come. So, are you ready?
Ready when you are.
All right, so I need to get my teeth in for this one, because to start off with, first title, trickiest one to say, the Knitter Natter Stitch and Chatter Pattern booklet. Yay!
Yay!
We've got huge amounts of projects to work in here. If I turn it round, give you a little idea, and we'll give through a little bit more of these in detail. £28 reduction for you straight away, and when you think now from £51.99, it's now £23.99, and included in this one is, and I want to show this, because I think this is
Go
the
on then.
largest
I
bag
love this.
that I have ever had on the show. But if you are off to your workshops from now on with all of your fantastic sort of materials that you're going to be needing, your patterns cut out, and rulers galore, there's even a James Bond-esque secret compartment at the back where you can, I know, keep all those gadgets in place. This is brilliant. Anthea, talk to me a little bit about this. This is lovely.
So it's a cutting mat bag. So we're all going back to classes now, and after nearly 2 years off, Scott, we want to look good. We want to look like we haven't just sat watching box sets for 2 years. We want to look like we've been sewing and look like we've really achieved lots of stuff. This is the thing that's going to do it. Not only that, it would break down into smaller projects too. So if you wanted to take a section of it, or you wanted to put the applique on something else, absolutely fine. I just kind of say at this point, illustrated by Sue Lenahan.
Lovely.
She is superb.
Right.
Superb, yeah.
See you done.
But I just want to say, Sue and Hazel were with me yesterday, and Sue, what a brick. She was really poorly yesterday, so get well, Sue. We really appreciate what you did yesterday.
Absolutely, Sue. Please do get well soon. So absolutely get well soon. I mean, this is just brilliant because, like you say, it's all just they keep everything, your rulers, everything.
Yeah, so it's the idea is that you would put your cutting mat in. So it's a 24-inch cutting mat that's in there, which is kind of the standard size that we all use for classes. Yeah, and you'd get your 24-inch ruler in there as well, tucked away in the back. Now, I did make one for myself many, many years ago, and I'd just like to warn you, don't think you can get all your rulers in there, because you won't lift it.
Mine just drops out the end there because I didn't put my popper on.
So, yeah, I love it. I just love that Sue's got a way, when she designs, when she does her illustrations, she likes to tell stories. And I think the mice on the front there, they are telling a story. Now, in the book, you will get other animals too, so you could quite easily swap and tell the story with, you know, with different animals and things. But I absolutely adore it. I can't stop looking at it. It's just all the little shared actions that are going on.
I know. Folding things,
the quilt,
sharing with the threads, etc. Measuring, taping. But don't. I mean, it's worth pointing out that it's not just that one pattern. That actually inside here, what you are getting are huge amounts, of course, to be working from all different ways. We got the kitty in the middle, which we're going to be showing. Should I show these as well? Then, not just have a quick glimpse, because these are all part of what you're going to be getting in this booklet. We've also got here. Let's open this up. By the way, the material here is lovely.
Thank you. So that one's designed for your crochet hooks, because Hazel is a massive crocheter. And we asked her, we said, you know, what would you use? What things would you want? Because we've done sewing rolls and we've done this and we've done that. What would you want? Let's look at a different craft. So she said, you know, crochet hooks.
Crochet
she
hooks.
wants a crochet hooks
Done.
in there. And all the different applique stories in this book, Sue's done them so that it's like humanised animals having a laugh, telling us something naughty. So the bag that you've just picked up there, you've got two mice, and they've wrapped the wool around the cat and they're pulling it tight. It's a bit Tom and Jerry, isn't it?
Ah, that's perfect.
Yeah,
look.
It's hilarious, isn't it?
But it's worth pointing. So this is where we keep all our balls of wool in.
So you put your balls of wool in there, and then you know put the end of the wool through the D-ring, and you can have several colours on the go there, can't you?
And they don't get tangled.
Exactly.
Nice.
And they're not going to be like bouncing across the kitchen floor with your kitty following them.
Really lovely. Huge amounts of different patterns that you're looking at in that one booklet as well. If I just turn that around again so you can sort of see a few more, because that's only 3 of them that you're going to be getting. In total, we're getting 1, 2, the kitty mirror we just looked at, the crochet hook case we just looked at as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? 6 more on there. So
is there 6 or is there 8? I think there's 8.
8, yes, with the two that we were just showing.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
no, wash me ears out.
I didn't describe that very well. I do apologise. Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm listening properly, Scott.
So 8 in total, and it's all there ready to go for yourself to work in, and that is 100,049 if you are wanting to go for that. That will keep you busy, and including the largest bag I've ever seen. Now, let me just work our way onto the fabric packs that we have got for you right now. And we've got with the perfect See
Well
what they
done.
did there. I'm liking that one. £19.99. 761540. Oh, there is a 3-day additional shipping for you. Oh, that's on everything. Is that an extra 3
Yeah,
days?
it's because we're in the middle of moving.
You've been moving
We're
premises.
moving, so yeah, it just gives us a little bit of.
You're busy.
We'll try and get them out, obviously.
Of course.
But you know,
People just like to know, don't
if there's
they?
any problem, it just gives us a little bit of a cushion.
Bit of a breathing
Yeah.
space. I bet you've got loads of cushions in your place.
We're not the most dynamic at the best.
So this is for the tartans then, for the perfect.
Yeah, so we've used this kit before, and as you work down the counter, there is another project that's got cats on, and this is perfect for that. So what we've done, we've put together fabrics that might look like your cat. So different kinds of tabbies and things like that. So, you know, all the packs, there's kind of variations on a theme.
Yeah.
But we just looked at these and we thought, they say cats. It just absolutely says cats. So so that's what we did. So here today we've got applique packs, and this is kind of, we're playing it safe because we're in the moving stage, Scott. So
Yes.
I'm like, didn't want to give loads of big kits and have people waiting yonks, so we've just been very cautious today.
No, that's fair enough. That's good. 761540 if you'd like to go for the perfect fabric pack at £19.99 for those ones themselves we have there. Right, let's work now. This is the one I've got here now. Now, this is to do with our sheep, with the
Yeah,
lambs.
that's got the herringbone on
Got the
front,
herringbone
hasn't it? Yeah.
collection on there,
Yeah.
yes.
So they're quite similar, these. It's the same size fabrics and the same number. You've just got, you know, our fabrics may vary, but it is like a variation on the same theme. And to be fair, when we chatted before and I said, these packs would do any of the projects, any of the kind of animals, and you would have stacks in there as well. So, but they're just lovely, aren't they?
They're
Proper
really bright.
strokers.
Really lovely. So this is £15.99, brand new on there for you now. If you'd like to go for your sheep and bunnies applique fabric pack, 788478 with the herringbone in there. And the other option that we have for you here, and what was that, sorry? Oh, the Mises Pieces we've got for the collection. If I just shout that way
Mises to
around, you see all the lovely
pieces, yeah.
colours.
I was thinking about that cartoon. I hate these Mises to pieces.
You watched a lot of cartoons. You mentioned Tom and Jerry
years ago.
Saturday mornings, see, that's what cartoons were all about then, Saturday
Yeah.
mornings, weren't they? But the really lovely fabrics in here to work with.
So if you want to do the sheep, I would go for the one that does say sheep because you've got that herringbone, which is the same kind of thing that we used. The one for the mice, you've got in there 2 greys. So you've got one that's a grey. Oh, I can't see mine. And one that's kind of a bluey grey. Oh, I'm on the wrong kit. That's why I can't find it. Here we are. So on the mice, and I've got some mice here.
The Mises Pieces.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see on my little mouse here, but the leg and the ear at the back are very slightly darker than the front. So in this one, you've got your 2 greys.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're only subtly different, and you would manage with just 1 grey. There's no great big thing, but that's the key difference between the 2 packs.
Right, okay.
Now, if you buy both packs, as far as I am able, I will make sure that you don't have swapsies. So you're getting the biggest variety that you
Lovely.
can, as far as possible.
As far as we can,
Yeah.
423-502, £15.99. Again, brand new on show for you as well. Right, we've got the Let's Get Organised with the pattern booklets in here, and I think, again, so many projects. Is it another 8 again we got here? We've got the Stitch and Sew Wherever You Go, Sewing Purse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in here. If I just turn these around, give it a little idea of all of those that you're looking at. We've got the Stitch and Sew Wherever You Go, the Sewing Purse, Mrs. Rue Wall Tidy, the Koala Cuddles Wall Tidy, the Sizzling Fox Iron Caddy, the Warm Old Owl Iron Caddy, Home Tweed Home Bag, and the Measure Twice. These are great, actually. Let's go straight in here.
Yeah, so your things there, the owl and the fox there, they're for putting your iron in. So if you're going to class and you're thinking about going to class, these will hold a standard iron. So if you've got a big fancy all singing, all dancing Razzie iron, you might have to just size it up a little bit.
Right, OK.
These are not like a unique design. Iron caddies have been around for yonks and yonks, but what we've done is we've made them characters, which is kind of a new take on it. And the other thing is, Michaela, who designed them, has sized them down so that you can get them out of a fat quarter fabric.
Oh, okay.
So that makes it, you know, a bit more affordable, really. So if you fancy doing Christmas presents, great idea, because fat quarter, you'd get 4 out of a metre, wouldn't you?
Yes. Oh, I see. I see. Well, I'm going to leave that one open so you can sort of see the spacing on that. And then there's one that close up before and after.
So when you're at class, you'd open that out and you've got a little iron mat there.
And it's all ready to go.
That's right. So you're not having to get up and queue
That's
for the
great.
communal iron.
I think it's just really handy. Just nice to have them in.
So you know those little travel irons that we all use?
Yeah.
Perfect. You swallow one of those. But if you go to a supermarket and you get one of those budget irons, you know, full-size budget iron, it would quite nicely hold that size of iron. Yeah.
We have got a lot to try and get through, so I might just give you sort of sneak previews of some of the elements that we are in here. Some more of the projects, of course. This is the Stitch and Sew Where You Go. Lovely little pouches again to keep all your little bits and pieces in there.
Well, this is it. If you're into your hexes, your English paper piecing, or you're into your applique and you've got lots of little pieces, this is a great way to store them. You can put them in your handbag, you know, if you're on the bus, the train, in the car, you can sit there, you can do a few, you've always got it. It's actually quite nice just having your handbag for your stuff.
Just for your stuff?
For your stuff, yeah.
I like that.
Because us crafters, we do like nice things.
Oh, now, here we go. I've not seen these ones yet, actually, from under here.
Oh, they're just fun. So we were playing around with kind of useful animals. And a marsupial's got a pocket, hasn't it?
Yes.
So, so our idea was that you'd put them on your sewing room and you'd put a few little items in. But actually, coming on for Christmas, what a great novelty gift.
I think that is so cute.
You know,
that is
I
brilliant.
think you could get a small book in those, really.
Oh.
You know, if you want to put them next to a child's bed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. A couple of little small things in there. Your charger.
I'd love that. I just think they
What do you do with your charger, Scott, when you've finished, when you pull it out the wall? And,
well, you see,
know,
I sort of hog a whole socket. I sort of keep it in there.
Well, I do, but for the purposes of this programme, I use a nice kangaroo.
That's told me. Yes, no, you're quite right. It's
for that kind of thing, it's a nice little pocket.
I do need to move on, so I know it's a rush.
It's
but
fine.
look where I've got to, and look how much
I've
got.
Then.
I know. Right, so I need to speed up. Right, so £8.50 saving, £32.49 to £23.99. So much in there. 893,606. Right. The Get Equipped option for you. Why did you bring so many options in here today?
Well, I just saw your name on the list and I thought, I'll have him.
I'll have him. I'll get him working. Right, all your projects you can see on the front down here as well, including Stephanie's House sewing machine cover, which, as I just lift this up, is right there that you can see. The first of our sewing machine covers we've got in here. Now, underneath here, what have I got underneath the projects I've got here?
It's a bit of an anticlimax if you lift that up.
No, I was just, here you go, made it disappear.
So you've got another cutting mat bag there, Scott, but this one is different from the first. Now, before you try and undo it, I did put a safety pin in the top that it didn't go all floppy for you because there's nothing inside it.
Thank you.
But it's got the ties on the side, so if you undo the ties, if it didn't have a safety pin in the top, it would open out to be a larger ironing board, ironing mat. Yeah.
That's clever.
So where today's new one, it's closed at the sides and you can put your cutting mat in the back. This one, you wouldn't put your cutting mat in because you'd melt it. Not your mat, your ruler. And there you've got your block keeper. Now your block keeper would slide in with your cutting mat in whichever bag you use.
Of course, yes.
They are fab because you know when you're doing a quilt and you've got your blocks and they're usually 12 inches square. That's bigger than 12 inch and there's no reason why you can't alter the sizes if you're doing like whopping great blocks or small blocks. But you often find you've got a block that you don't like or you've an orphan, one that's left over. It's a great way to use those up. So it's not necessarily our applique design that you're interested in with that. It's the making up instructions.
Oh, OK. So we have got these Stephanie's House sewing machine cover. We've got the Pussy Galore sewing bucket. Pussy Galore sewing buckets.
So they're your perfect kits would do that too.
Sing When You're Winning, Block Keeper, which is talking about the thread catcher, the cut and go cutting mat bag, and bunny bobbin sewing purse. Right, so we are at 23.
I didn't bring them all.
It was £23.90, 985 216. Right, let's move on to one more hit. Now we've got another one for you. My Happy Place. I'm happy here. I've got to show you this one. Log on, log off as well, which is absolutely inspired. I love this.
Isn't it good fun? Now, I think this one, and I'm really conscious that we're at that time of year. What do you give your grandchildren? Especially if you're a sewer and you want to make something for the boys.
Right.
And he's there all the time and he's using his devices. Turn them into cushions. You could quite easily square that up and you've got there a design for a pair of cushions for your grungy adolescent that only grunts at you. I know that with, like, you know, we've got one.
That's fair enough. I love this. So I'll just show you the log on, log off as well. The Bushy Tails book covers in here, the sewing bucket, the pyramid twee box. We've also got the getting around circular case. Have I got
You've got the circular case there.
Down the front.
Yeah.
There we are.
And then you've got
the
hedgerow machine cover, which has got a different design on the back.
Let's turn around.
In fact, all the sewing machine covers do. We wanted it to look like, you know, if a hedgehog's hibernating.
Yes.
Which is why it's got a door on the side, because he's like in his house.
They are lovely. Again, loads and loads and loads of different patterns to working from this. And 677-176, £23.99. Right, in the sewing room, we have got for you even more. So many. Honestly, you have. Please don't say that you're not sure what to go for here, because there's...
These are the different collections, though, that we've kept coming with, and every time we bring a new collection, it's kind of appropriate to bring back past ones, because I do get messages all the time from you at home, and you're saying, I missed such and such, will you bring it back? I couldn't afford it then, can I get it now? So it's a good chance to have a really good recap at where we're at as well.
I'm going to do a reveal here.
Go on, then.
Because I think this is great as well. I love this. This is brilliant, isn't it? With all of the different spaces in here to be used. Really practical and lovely. A lovely thing. Is this quite difficult to make?
No, it's not. And it's double-sided sticky tape is your main weapon.
Oh,
in
right,
there.
okay. Weapon of choice.
Just to say, because I haven't brought everything, today's new twee box is the same size as this, but it doesn't go all the way down. It folds open to make like a bowl.
Right.
So it's a variation on this one, but there's
that is really
limits
nice,
to what we could fit in. In fact, we were going to collect some mail sacks while we were here. We've had to have a discussion whether we can fit them in the car.
Oh, really?
To go back, it's that crammed.
Oh, and also to show you, of course, we have got for you another of the are they all the same size for the sewing machine covers?
No, right. Can I just do a little aside here?
Yeah.
Because right, everybody's sewing machine is totally different. So what I've done is I have given you. You measure your own machine for this, so there's arrows there that show you what you're measuring from and to remind you to get in like your little knobbles at each end, and you write down your measurements there, and then there's a table. Where is it? It's somewhere. Oh heck! No, wait a minute, let me find a different one. You know, you can never find what you want when you want it. There's a table that you put them all into.
Okay.
Hang on, it'll be here. Talk among yourselves.
And it will...
Right, there we go.
Is that in all of the kits?
So if it's a sewing machine cover, you've got like a little chart so that you put in the numbers you wrote there. So I've titled them height, width, depth. So here, height plus depth plus... you know, it's all there. I can't read it properly because I've got my specs on. But you put it in and then it tells you how much to add. So you've got you will make your own cutting sizes. So you can do it bespoke to you. And as you go through each book and you've got that wealth of applique designs, if your machine is compact and you want to leave a few things off, that's fine. If your machine is whacking and you want to put in every applique going, you can tell your own story, you know, by just putting them all on.
Right.
You know, if we've used one tree, you can use 6.
Yeah, okay.
Or you can use something off a different project.
You have options. You have options. 507091, £23.99 for those. Now, we've also got for you, and I did say, we have got the best of the sewing room, which basically you've picked out.
Yeah, so it doesn't include today's because this book was published before today's new stuff.
Right.
But it's got, it's bursting, isn't it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you've got bonus instructions for block keeper and thread catcher. So you've actually got 10 designs in there.
Right.
And it's a lot of my favourites from the whole way down.
That is and there's a massive saving on this also, £28 saving, so down to £23.99, 605 321. If you want to go for those. So yes, the website, honestly, as you can see, there is a huge amount that's on the show in this hour for you. So please do have a look at the website and see and look those in a little bit more detail again, because we have flown through them as best we can for you to give you a taster. But basically, if you're looking for inspiration and projects to take you through the dark winter nights, and go for that. Oh, don't forget also the 300. I can't believe that we haven't got that on the counter. The 300 gram, the bundle. Oh, it's down there. The bundle of tweed treasure. And we'll show you those in a minute, a little bit more detail for you as well. So loads and loads and loads in there. We also mentioned, and I did say, that if you are thinking a real treat for yourself, you know, because sometimes people just go, you know what, no one else will be buying what I want for Christmas. I'm going to treat myself. This is going to give you 500 skeins of your thread, and it's all together in this vintage, beautiful DMC wooden, beautiful chest. And I mean, this is something that once you've got this, you pass this down, don't you, really?
Now, there's 500 skeins of thread in there, as you said. If you look at the price, it works out that you're getting the full collection of thread and the chest free.
Oh, really?
It's an absolute fantastic buy. Now, just to warn you, there are hardly any of these on your system.
That is right. So that's just the top tray. I know you do have different dividers, by the way. I can't really tilt it forward to sort of see, but you do have your dividers,
so
and you can separate, can't you?
Yeah, in the top, I think the dividers are fixed.
Are fixed, the very top ones.
But then as you go down, there's a whole load, and you just put them in or not, as the case may be. So you put them in where you want.
If I just tilt that
there's little grooves
one down
there, grooves for you to put them into. It's really easy. They just slot in.
You could just change them to the size that you wanted to do with the panels themselves, that you can move them around.
Because don't forget that although you've got 500 skeins of thread there, and DMC would have you lay it out as they want you to lay it out, it's actually your box, it's your work box. It's if you want to put secret things in there and private things and just your things, you know, it's for you to tailor to how you want, isn't it? It's your special thing to use. That
is a brilliant price point. Like you say, $4.94, and you're getting 500 skeins. So if you think about a pound each on those, and then you got less than, and then you got this beautiful chest to keep it all in place, which is great. I mean, that's a great gift for anybody.
I mean, you're actually getting a discount on the thread there, albeit a slight one, but it's still a discount just on the thread. And as I said, the box works out. It's free.
Pretty much, I mean, that's a lovely addition to
when
a sewing
these are
room,
gone today,
Yeah.
I will not be getting any more before Christmas.
Ah.
And there is not many on your system.
No,
so so once they're gone today, that is me done for Christmas.
Right. Please go for this. Of course, your flexi-buy is there, and not over 2, but we're actually spread over 3 to help you really make sure that you can go for these. £165 is your first payment for 500 skeins of thread, plus you're going to be getting the actual beautiful vintage wooden chest to go with that, and it's just 2 more payments after that of the same amount. 278469 is your item code, and as you heard Anthea say, that it's before Christmas. So if it is a gift idea, then please make sure that you do get that one and get that one checked in and checked out ASAP.
And these are in stock. I've got I have these, the stock.
They're ready to go.
They are ready to go.
Right.
So Monday morning they'll just get your address label on and wax straight out. So
you can have it. You can have it for next week. You can have it for next week. Right.
Definitely.
Okay. It's all there for you. Good luck in getting this one. First come, first served on those. Right then. What are we
I was
looking
going to say,
at?
do you know what I really like about those chests? If you're into same as your cross stitch, and you're doing, I don't know, flowers, let's say.
Okay.
And you go in and there's like 10 different pinks and they're all the next one on the colour thing. And you might have lots of pink and you look and you've got 3 or 4. But here now, you've got, it can have 20, all
Yes.
running one, you know. So if you're into just buying your charts as opposed to the full kits.
Yeah.
Because like, some of the threads, you only might use that much.
Yeah.
And that's it. So you've got everything there.
They are lovely.
So you can get like your downloadable charts offline and stuff, your freebies.
I love the finish to it all as well.
Yeah. Well, I use mine all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. I think if you've got your sewing machine and you've got your sewing room and you've got everything else laid out for yourself, it's a perfect addition to have it all in one place. Do you know what? It's just gone limited stock. It is first come, first served on these, 278, and this is it before Christmas, 469. Good luck.
Yeah. Do you know what Michaela did?
Do you know what?
Have they sold out?
Technically, it's just sold out. Technically, it has
Well,
just sold out.
I'm not surprised.
If everyone checks out of their basket. If you don't check out your basket, they will get taken out of your basket and then give someone else a chance. So please do get those checked out. Right, Anthea, over to you to do a lovely demo. What are you working on?
Right, so the cutting mat bag at the top of the show,
Yes.
which I think is my favourite on this.
It is
hour.
great. I tell you
It's
what,
lovely, isn't it?
I'll go up there.
So,
I'll let you start. I'm off.
yeah.
I've got
So
it.
one of the things in there is you'll see that there's the flying geese. So I just wanted to, it's not a new demonstration this, but I just wanted to have a recap. I don't think it ever hurts to have a recap.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Now, in the pattern, it's giving you your cutting sizes that you want to do it. I've just cut some large pieces here because I wanted you to see what I'm doing. So, so in the pattern, your instructions, they'll end up this size, but the ones I'm making are going to be considerably bigger. Right, so I think we tell you to cut one square that's 5 1/4 inch. Obviously, mine's much bigger. And then you want 4 squares that are 2 7/8. Because the thing when you're doing triangles is you've always got to add a really odd bit on the end. And I can never remember what that amount is, but we've worked it out for you. So you don't have to do all the maths. It's done for you. So the easy way to get 4 identical flying geese, no waste, you cut the squares as I've just said. On your small squares, if you draw a line corner to corner, and what you're going to do is put them on here, so they're just going to overlap in the middle. Now what I'll do, I'll just sew this and I'll show you how it goes.
Okie dokie.
So, oh, I have to swap my foot on my machine. It won't take me a sec.
Are these good again from a basics point of view, from a beginner to pick up the instructions and work with? Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's if you notice on there are lots of simple squares.
Oh,
so,
right, okay, yeah.
Really, really easy. So if you are a beginner, if you aren't that confident and you want to do simple squares, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Right,
You're just
like
making a panel of squares, border around it and joining front to back. That's it. It's it's even easier than a tote bag in the sense that you're not having to square off the bottom or anything. It's just flat because your cutting mat is flat. You don't want a flappy bag or anything. So right, so I've put my squares on here. Should really put a pin in just to hold them with them being so big. Just a sec. This actually is my sewing roll, and it's one of the ones in the books, and I use it, and I use mine all the time. So I just wanted you to kind of know that we actually use what we make. We don't.
That's good. That's a good sign, you see.
Yeah, it's the new one. The new one, which I haven't brought today, is the same as this, but we changed this end so that for your embroidery threads and stuff, caters a lot better for your embroidery threads. Because the rest of it, we couldn't improve on it. It was too good.
Right.
So, because I use mine all the time, Sue uses hers all the time, we kind of know that it works. Initially, I can't claim credit for that that
Go on.
design.
Go on.
Well, no.
Just do it.
Oh, yeah, it's mine.
I didn't know it was that easy to egg on, really. Wow.
No, originally, in our sewing, Michaela and I, the sewing class that we went to when we learnt patchwork.
Right.
We went to one, Leslie was the teacher at Aussie Mills, and we all made this sewing roll, but no one ever knew whose the pattern was.
Oh.
And to be honest, it was rubbish.
That's why no one put their name to it.
Well, no, the idea was good and the finished project was fantastic, but the instructions weren't that great.
Oh, I see.
So we just got hold of it and we improved it.
Made alterations.
You know, sometimes if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Well, that's very true.
Yeah.
That's very
right.
true.
So for our no waste flying geese. So first of all, I've got my line straight down the middle there. When I've lined the squares up, it follows on. Now, what I do coming down is I like my top one to be on top of the second one, just because I like it drops off onto the second one. It doesn't like wrinkle it up. So.
Is it? Sorry, what? It did what?
Wrinkle it up. Did I just invent that word?
I
don't think I did.
Yes.
I'll tell you what I did invent. That this needle was threaded. Oh, no, I've lied, it is threaded. There we go. So all you do, can you see, the side of my machine foot is on that line.
Right.
All the way down.
Okay,
straight down to the corner.
Enough to start with. This is, yeah, I'm
Pardon?
following.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just doing the spot check. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
if I can follow it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
hoping
that's my
everybody
drawn
can,
line,
definitely.
and I've gone a 1/4 inch the other side of the drawn line. Now, if I turn it round and come back the other side and use that line again as my raw edge, we're just pretending that that drawn line is a raw edge, straight down, all the way to the end. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. I am like Blue Peter today. Here's one I prepared earlier.
That's
so
good. I see. I never get tired of hearing that line.
There we go. So all you do now, get your scissors and just cut straight up the drawn line. Because remember we said it's a raw edge? The drawn
Yes.
line we were using as a raw edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it is a raw edge.
It literally is
Yeah.
now.
It is a raw edge. So I'll just put
Better
that
than a
one
raw egg.
over there. So so that's the two there cut apart.
Just
Whoops.
wanted to let you know.
Yep.
We have had one of the DMC for the chest with the 500 skeins in there. One has bounced back, everybody. So that is it. Just one, literally. So if you would like to, if fate could potentially be on your side. Look at that. As you can't beat a well-stocked chest like that. Look at all of now. That is. Come on, everyone's now salivating at the idea. 500 of those beautiful skeins to be having there. And again, don't forget, look at your price, $494.99, and you're getting 500, so less than £1 on each one of those skeins, and you're getting that box in there as well. That is a really cracking deal. But there's one that has bounced out. Now, don't forget, has it just gone? I just want to let you know as well, make sure you do check them out of your basket. You don't have to pay it off in full right now. You can split that, of course, with your 3 flexi buys of just £165 on each of those spread over 3, interest-free. 278-469 if you manage to get that one checked out in time. Right, sorry about that. Just let you know.
Nope, it's quite all right. So
Busy,
I've got my two there. That's that. And then to open it out like this and make it, because like the tweed, it just wants to roll, doesn't it? I think I've jumped ahead really, but hang on, where have I gone? So to stop it from rolling, hang on. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to top stitch, but I'm going to top stitch on this one just because I've got it there. So top stitching just means that the seams, so between the pink and the green, when I open that out, I'm going to stitch through my top layer and I'm going to go all the way through the 2 layers, the seam allowance there. So if you top stitch as you go, yep, oops.
By the way, just I know we're looking at these lovely patterns with the tweed, and I know
Pardon?
that we've still got the rolls of the tweed as well. That's
Yeah.
that you've built a lovely little protective wall around that. cameras
I
are
did.
proving a little bit tricky to get lovely shots of you there.
Oh.
But you've boarded yourself up with a lovely. But if you do want to go for it, they are there on the front of the desk. You can see.
Do you want to look at
with
them?
Anthea?
Do you want
Can we just have a quick look?
Yeah,
at
let's
this?
have a look. I'll just put this to one
you
side.
are getting 300 gram bundle there. Now the contents will vary slightly on there, but to have your tweed, I know that when we had it on the show before, they've absolutely flown out.
The 100 gram bundles do. Let me just. So some of them. Whoops. Some of them. Let me open some. Let me open some. Hang on. Let me get me.
Have a reveal.
See how well used my sewing roll is, because I've popped my press stud off and I haven't got round to stitching it back on yet. So on a safety pin. There we go. Let's snip one over. Open. Silver will be at home going, oh gosh, it took me ages to roll that. Sorry, Mum. There we go. So if I open one out, very roughly, one of these bundles will do you one side of a cushion. Now, they'll all vary, and the reason for that is because this is, when the mill are making their sample books up, I go along and I buy all the leftovers from that job. And this is this. So we pick through it, and we separate out the long bits, the short bits, and these aren't square, but we call them square-ish bits. And they all tend to be the same width, so it's quite nice because you can put them in columns. And actually, I could kick myself because Michaela used 4 of these and made a throw. It was actually these ones that she used. Do you know, it's divine. It's absolutely divine. So, yeah, you see, they're all the same width in the bundles. And if I just lay them out, you can see they just look great, don't they?
They do, and you're getting a lot in there. Then, if one of those rolls is going to make the front of a cushion, you say?
Yeah. So I won't open the whole lot, lay the whole lot out. But there you go. So for your calculation, like you're reckoning up, if one of these is a cushion, I don't know. Let's just, for ease sake, call it, 50 centimetres square or 20 inches square.
Right.
If you want to make a lap quilt, 4 of these would get you a metre square or 40 inch, about a yard. But, if you just keep adding to and adding to, it'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's the way to reckon up. But the other one, right then, the other one that we've got today, let me just chuck all this.
842723 that we were just looking at there, that's £26.97. Had that £3 saving on those to work with. But again, grab them while they are there and in stock as well. But we've also got now again, this is another great. Just a great item to have.
So
on there as
I brought this last time, and when I brought it last time, I said that I'd only ever brought this about 3 times because we never really get the quantity of this to make it worth bringing.
Right.
I mean, it's always worth bringing, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
To go to all that effort. So last time, I said how many I'd got, and I will put my hand up. There was a little bit of guesstimation there.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I underestimated.
Well,
so you've got the remainder. There isn't heaps. It is just what was left because it did sell out last time. But I mean, look at this. It's all tartans of different descriptions, and you get an A4 bag full, and it is just fab. So you're getting some long bits, you're getting some little bits, but then you're getting lots of big bits that you can do stuff with. So if you start piecing these together, you very quickly have something that's big enough to make something. And as we said last time, we're at that time of year where we all want to be Scottish, Coming on for Christmas, we all like a bit of tartan, don't we?
A little bit of
tartan. Nothing says Christmas like tartan. Yeah. So, if you're making your little gift tags and you want to put some tartan on there, all these kind of things, if you're into your mixed media, card making, I mean, like little snowmen and little scarves.
Yes.
There's all different ones in there. So they're all some kind of... They shouldn't be in.
But it's just, it's great stash, isn't it?
It's
basically?
Absolutely brilliant. So, and it's all wool, but this feels, it is wool. I've bought it as wool, but it has a kind of more that cotton weight, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be some kind of suiting, I presume. I don't know. I just buy it from the sample books. I don't know what they, what people, other people buy it for.
What you're getting there.
But you're just getting everything. all sorts in here. Bit of Black Watch, bit of Stuart.
And it's a brilliant price for that, actually, for that quality. $19.99.
For the amount that you've got here and the stuff that you can do, you know, if you're into using your small bits and stuff, I keep meaning actually to join some of this together, because I think you could, you know, make some great Christmas cushions.
Yeah.
Put them out at Christmas.
Yeah.
Wax some applique on the top. So, like, if you were wanting to do, let's say, pine Christmas trees on there,
yes,
you might go, oh, well, you won't see a Christmas tree on green. Well, I would put my Christmas tree on a lighter colour so that it had a frame round it.
Yeah,
you know, like you do with the card making.
Yeah.
And then it would show up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely perfect.
488. Sorry,
yeah.
Anthony, I was going to give
No,
the details.
it's all right.
488 201, and for all of that, £19.99. Now, it did, as soon as we'd actually spent a little bit of time and shown you the amount that you were getting there, it sold out rapidly last time. I was with you on that show. And I think
it always sells out really quickly because it doesn't come that often.
No.
And if we'd have been more accurate last time, it wouldn't have come back this time.
No, it wouldn't have come back.
It's just one of those that I daren't overestimate.
We'll take it as a second chance.
Second chance.
Second chance.
I like that, Scott. I like that.
488 201. Grab those ones whilst you can as well. Right, we're up. Do you know what? Time is flying by. We're only about 13 minutes left.
You are joking.
No, genuinely.
Oh, Scott, my time with you just flies. I look forward to it.
I love the fact that you said that. Do you know what? It was when a lot. You brought a lot. There's a lot for people to look through and to go through in detail.
I know, and it's not on when I'm back this afternoon. It's a whole new set as well.
Oh, different.
So if you like this,
what time's your show this afternoon?
2
o'clock.
Thank you.
2 o'clock. Just found out. There we go. There we go. Oh, you're with Fee.
I'm with Fee, so we can talk about you, Scott.
Give her my love.
I will do.
Tell her the kids are fine, by the way, and I've had the cat.
Right. Have we got the gist with the flying geese?
Yes, we have. Well, I've forgot what you called them, not doves, geese.
Right. Yeah. So we did the whatnotting, right? And what we do to finish them off is exactly the same there. Sew both lines, cut. Whoosh, that's your one that I was diddling with there. So did we get that? Put that on. Sew it, cut it. Just the same. There we go. So that's the geese. I just wanted to show you something else.
Okay.
And it's not a demo as such. It's just a show. I mean, it's show and tell.
Oh, a little show and tell.
Yeah, it's a little show and tell.
Cheeky.
Yeah. So we like using the Bosel in our form. And we do loads of our applique with that. And it really got going because during lockdown, Sue was still working from her house.
Oh, right.
And I was still working from my house. And we had backyard meetings, a backyard brew, using the wheelie bin as like a handover point. So I'd pass something to her on the wheelie bin and she'd pick it up. And then she'd pass something back via the wheelie bin.
Oh, nice.
Backyard brews, it was great. But when we were both working on the same project, we needed a way of like separating it. So we really got into using the Bosel in our form to create fancy appliques.
Right.
So Sue decided that she kind of liked doing that, but she didn't always want to use the Bosel. So these are little mice from the projects in the book.
Right.
And what she's done, as you can see, they're completed mice.
Oh.
But she's just built them on calico.
Oh, okay.
And it's actually, as daft as it sounds, the first time I worked with them, as she's done them, was last night. It's really, really easy.
Oh, right.
So she just made each one on a square of calico, and then once it's finished, you just cut it out, just on the edge. So what she says is, and just totally right, is all these little details, she's just working on something this size, you know, before she's cut it out. So it's a calico, it can be a cheap cotton, it can be whatever you want. So you can put, obviously embroidery-wise, you're not going to go over the outside line. So you can do all these fine details and you're not working with a big piece where you're, you know, huffing and puffing around. So once you've finished them, all you need to do is use the same thread that you went round, be it a dark brown, be it a black, be it a white, a light, whatever, a grey, and just go around the outside again, and that is it.
That's it, done.
And it's such a manageable way to do applique.
Right.
And you can go, you can take it a little bit further than, you know, like when you're when you're working on a big project, you're like, "Ugh," you know, turn it round, turn it round.
They can be quite hefty, can't
yeah,
they?
on
Big,
your shoulders as well. Some of these projects can tell, but you know the detail's done, so it's cut off its background, and you just literally put it on and sew around, and it's so easy. So she hasn't done the Bosel technique where we number everything, although there's no reason why you can't. She's actually built it all up on the calico as though the calico was the good fabric. And the bonus of this, one of the really good things is, you've got the pieced stuff over there. If you're, you know, like the cutting mat bag there,
yeah.
If you want to put the applique on and it's going to go over a join where your points meet, it's sometimes a bit lumpy.
Right.
So if you're putting your applique straight onto where it's lumpy, sometimes things can go a little bit askew. They can move or not just end up like you planned them. And you're thinking like, oh, rats, I've glued that down on the background and now if I lift it off, I'm going to have a sticky mark. So this way, if you didn't like how that character has bonded down, you would just do that character again.
Right.
And you're not offering it to your precious background until it's finished and you're happy with it. And the most you'd have to do is if you're going to, let's say, put whiskers that came off the other side, that's the most you'd have to do. So it's a real nifty little tool for your box, if you will. And I just wanted to share that with you, just, you know, like a little tip and trick there.
Yeah.
Because this book today, it's all about the little humanised animals. So, you know, manageable.
I like that.
What they say, Scott, best way to eat an elephant?
What, sorry?
Best way to eat an elephant?
No.
Tiny pieces.
I suppose
There you
that
go.
makes sense.
That applies to making mice and appliquing them.
So, not that I've never tried it, but I'm not one that's on my wish list. But lovely. But thank you very much for that little tip. If I've ever found in that situation,
Well-
and Dumbo's looking at me, I'll just go little bits.
You'll know to thank, won't you?
Just so you know, the Knit and Natter Stitch and Chatter pattern booklet is there for you with huge discount on there, £28 saving down to $23.99, and it has got some fantastic projects in there that you've sort of seen throughout the show already, and you got so many there, great gift ideas, you know, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of these are good for that because, you know, we're back to class. I keep saying this, but we've got that 2 or 3 friends in class who we like to make something nice for. And let's not beat about the bush, ladies and gents. It's a competition.
It is it?
You don't want to be giving the second best gift.
That's completely changed everyone's opinion about them now. You need to bet your best game on, apparently. You really do. But no, there's some absolutely adorable projects to be working on, all in the Knit and Natter Stitch and Chatter booklet for you. I mean, it is brilliant. And, of course, we've also got in here just opening up as well for your crochet. For your
Scott, for instance, that one you're looking at there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got, because what you want for that is the making up instructions. So I look at these books as 2 books in one. You've got a book of making up instructions and you've got a book of applique designs. And I know lots of you have got, we use tweed, you might not, but all our designs will work in lots of different fabrics.
Oh, right.
So if you wanted to just use fat quarters that you don't really like anymore but you want to foist off on Sunday.
I'm seeing a different side of you today, Anthea, I tell you.
They're all nice, there's no bad. But it's the love, isn't it? It's the love that you're giving the gift. No one would dare tell you the fabric's awful. So, but it's a great way to treat your friends because it's a fat quarter of nice outer fabric. You wouldn't use horrible stuff. But you know, really, you know, use partial techniques, take a bit from one, take a bit from other. So you've got your applique designs, which would do for your greetings cards. You've got your making up instructions, which would do for a project. You don't have to put them both together. It's entirely up to you.
Right. We've only got about 6 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes.
Oh,
is there anything you wanted to quickly show us towards the end of this hour? I know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I've got here. What I've got a partially made up stitch and sew case, which is in the Let's Get Organised, the pink one. So, you know the little pouches that I said were great for your applique?
Oh, yes.
So I've got a partially made up one here just to show you how they come together. Really, really easy.
Oh, these have got the koala and the kangaroo wall tidies as well, haven't
Yeah,
they?
now these are cracking Christmas presents, and if you get yourself on a little production line, you can knock a few out really quickly. In fact, Michaela did that when she made these.
All right, okay.
She, yeah. So, right, so your outer is really easy. You've got your outer, you've got your cutting shape and everything is in the pattern, but you've got your outer, you're just going to decorate it at this end, put some ribbon on for the fastener and lay it on some wadding. That's it. If you want to quilt that, that's entirely up to you. And then the inner, you're just going to build up bit by bit. So I've just pulled it out all in one, so let me see if I can get myself organised. So the pattern again, it shows you how to use it and where the cutting lines are. So you're going to start with a piece like that, and you're going to, oh heck, Scott, where are we? We do have all the bits in here. Just bouncing it out like that is probably a bit quick, isn't it, to get these organised? But anyway, you've got all your bits. Oops. And you're just going to build it up as this. I'm doing it really wrong here, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
So that's a pocket going across. It's a folded piece. It's got a nice top edge. That looks like another pocket. You'd stagger that there. That's the one. That's the one. You fold that in half. So that's this one. Sew around, turn through. That's your one you put on there. Your zip. It's a very, very basic zip that you put in. So last time I was here we looked at zips, so that's on playback, and it's the same method to put this zip in. And the zip part, you make that and then it joins. Let me show you where it joins. So that started out like that, and we've joined the zip part on. So very, very easy.
Okay.
Once you've got it done, oops, right sides together, sew all the way around, leave a gap, turn it through, and you have one of those gorgeous little sewing pouches.
They are really lovely as well.
Once you get, if you're doing a few for gifts, I mean, and that's a real whistle-stop kind of demonstration, and pulling it all out with those bits probably didn't do it justice at all. But you put a button on there. You've got the buttony ones, Scott. So
yes,
that goes round.
They're lovely.
And then fastens on a button there. I quite like that fasten detail, actually. This raw edge here is hidden in your seam, so this is just the kind of work in progress one. But I love this. So you've got a fox in there and you've got a rabbit. So it's whichever you choose. Stitch and sew wherever you go.
They're both
now,
very sweet.
Again, if you wanted to put a different applique on, there you go. Oh, that doesn't show up on there. You could swap the fox for a mouse.
Mousey.
Put him at the side there. You can, you know, within all the different books, you don't have to keep the designs in there. In their things.
Once you've got the principal parts, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You know, you can mix and match a little bit with all those
so
as well.
Every time, even if you think, oh, I've got a sewing machine cover, well, you've got a sewing machine cover, but this time we've decorated it in that way. So each book, even though there's crossovers, there are unique things to each book. You know, it might be the applique, it might be the construction, whatever.
Yeah, I think this is it's a really good Let's Get Organised pattern booklet is great, because you have got so much in there. You've also got, as we showed earlier on, of course, with regards to your iron tidy as well. So you've got
They're brilliant.
That's there, which is amazing. You've also got your wall tidies, which is you've got the details in there for the kangaroo and the koalas with the little pouches. I do love the cute little koala just sticking his little head above there as well, which is lovely. But really, you know, just some great projects to work with, you know, on all of these, which are just absolutely fabulous. Well, listen, we've come down to our final 60 seconds, Anthea, which is absolutely flown by. You know, you've always got loads of ideas. You've brought so much. I mean, obviously, you've been spoilt for choice, which is phenomenal. Well done if you managed to get in. As to everything, I think, has the chest all gone? Oh, I think there's one left in someone's basket, so do make sure that you get that checked out, otherwise it might pop out. You might lose out on that one. Anthony, you'll be back at 2?
2 with Fiona,
with Fee, and a completely different counter.
Completely different, yep.
which is what we love. Keep variety going. Listen, thank you. I really love the hour with
thank
you.
you.
Always do.
Always.
So much on offer, and have a cracking show at 2 o'clock as well. I know that you will.
Thank you. Have a nice hour off at 2.
Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you very much, Steve, for being with us, and well done on anything you've got there. Loads of ideas. No excuse for not being inspired. So get ready, because Hayley and Catherine will take you through now the lunchtime jewellery one-day special. And then you've also got, I can't wait for this, the delightful dogs with Daisy B. And then more quilted antics.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, Flextravaganza continues right the way through until Friday, and I've got the perfect hour for you to take advantage. What Flextravaganza means is you can take the price of anything that you're purchasing from us through till Friday and spread the cost over 2 payments, and that includes deals that we have got for you, like your monthly mega deal, which is what I'm going to be introducing you to. Now, usually at 12 o'clock I'll be telling you about the one-day special, but sadly that's kind of history. It's sold out in about 10 minutes, 6 o'clock last night. So sadly we have had to say goodbye to that, but we have got the most amazing deal to share with you, and lots of ways to get hold of the components as well, because some of these you may well already have in your stash. But before I tell you all about that, I better introduce our lovely Catherine. Hello.
Hello. Yes, nice to see you again, Hayley.
And you too. Now, I have to say, we've got an amazing deal with regards to our monthly mega deal.
We certainly have.
But I was explaining to people that we've got different ways of getting hold of the elements as well.
Yes, this is really interesting, actually. I think there's something to suit everybody.
Yes.
Because we have seen the elements before in previous one-day specials, so you may have bought certain pieces, but then you've missed out on other bits. So yeah, having those options
Filling in
is
the gaps.
wonderful. Yeah,
I love it. So let me explain further. Now, monthly mega deal, this is a deal that's launched and the idea is in the name. It's there for a month while stocks allow us to bring it to you. And the deal is up on your screen. So everybody's saving at least £30 with regards to this one. And what you're getting is a series of different moulds that will give you all sorts of different opportunities to create. Now, first thing is, as I always mention, all of these moulds are food safe from jewellery across the board. Just bear in mind that if you are going to be using these in a food safe environment, that you do have a dedicated set for those. As soon as you start introducing your resins and your clays, then you have to deem those for your craft purposes only. So if you want to go for a couple of sets, you can do. But what we've got here is your complete bundle. So we've got a series of 25 impressions all within these moulds. So the first bundle that we've got that I'm going to tell you about is this bundle here, where you've got all of these fabulous, they're almost like playing cards that you've got at the top. You've also got the suits, as you can see, featuring in here, and these ones are the faces of darkness. There's a lot of detail in these.
there is an awful lot of detail, absolutely incredible. If you just want to take out the inner area, you can do as well. So you don't necessarily have to have playing cards. Do you know, these are great as well if you just want to use them as backgrounds and build them up. You could put them all together and make a complete background. You've got the most incredible detail, as you say, Hayley. I mean, there's flourishes in there, there's insects in there, we've got skeletons, there's florals. I think there might even be a butterfly somewhere as well. And you don't appreciate that detail until you take the cast from them.
Well, this is the thing, and there is a lot of detail in there. Loads of ways you can work with these. A couple of little finished examples just to illustrate. I mean, this is brilliant, where you're taking those rectangles, which of course are all identical in size, so naturally you can put them all together to create a little maybe pen pot or a little vase or something like that if you wanted to. And you can see the detail that you've got in each and every one of those characters. Of course, you can see the king, the queen featuring there as well. You've got your joker and you've also got your ace, but don't forget you have got those little embellishments that you're going to be able to use in conjunction with them. Then the other set that you've got, again, these are featuring lots of different characters, and as you can see here, again, a lot of content within these. This is incredible. I mean, how they managed to get so much detail within these is it's just beyond me. It's
amazing.
Amazing.
It's amazing, isn't it? It really, truly is. And of course, with your air dry clay, your resins, these are food grade. You imagine these around a cake.
Oh, wow. My goodness, yeah. Incredible. Now, if you're wanting these are part of your monthly mega deal. So you might not have come across them before. Well, I'm going to explain to you how you can get hold of these by themselves. Now, there is something else that we're going to have within the monthly mega deal. But before I get to that one, let me explain to you that these two are available by themselves as a pairing, as you can see here. So part of the monthly mega deal features the numbers, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, but I know lots of you invested in those when we had them as a one-day special. So if you already got those and you possibly don't want to repeat them, you can if you want to within the monthly mega deal. But if you're wanting to go just for those two mould sets together, then the details are now on your screen. So you can see you've got a saving overall with regards to these ones anyway. Everybody's saving at least £10 on these, and 2 flexi buys. They do form part of your monthly mega deal though. So we're going to go back to the monthly mega deal to explain that when you actually team these up with the numbers, which you might not have, you have got the most incredible deal. So those, if you want them by themselves, we have got these available, I believe, the numbers as well, but they are part of the monthly mega deal. So if you've not got the numbers, if you've not got those fabulous kind of playing cards, then this is the way to get hold of them, because this is where you're going to get everything. So these we saw as a one-day special at one point, but they are part of that monthly mega deal with everything in there. So if everything is new to you, this is the best way of getting hold of them, because it brings the price of those moulds down considerably.
It does. I think it works out at $15.99 per mould.
That is a good saving, isn't it, on each one of those?
Yeah.
Amazing. So lots of different ways for you to get hold of them. So you can see the intricacy and the detail that you've got within the numbers there. Obviously taking your numbers right the way through, including things like your question marks, your ampersand, and also your exclamation mark as well. I mean, straight away, this looks incredible as a clock.
It does. I've got to thank Leanne for this one. Yeah, perfect for your clocks. Of course, your dates, your ages. We mentioned house numbers, didn't we, earlier on as well?
Did, yeah.
Brilliant for that, as long as you use the correct medium to go outdoors. I said there's still time for your advent calendars.
Very
perhaps
true,
you've got that sort of
yeah.
Baroque feel. Perhaps you don't want to go contemporary, you want to go a little bit more Baroque with your theme. I'm thinking of Le Blanche, if you've got your
Oh,
Le Blanche
yes,
shrink
yeah.
foils and
Very
papers
much.
and your home decor, these would work perfectly with their ranges, wouldn't
Definitely.
it?
I love it. And of course, those are the numbers that we're looking at, but they do come alongside your ampersand, your question mark, and your exclamation mark as a bundle. So if you're wanting those, and the details are at the bottom of the screen for those. But you can see the difference between the price of those at the bottom of your screen and your monthly mega deal is quite a close cut deal to think of, because you're going to get those additional ones. So you're looking at, let's call it £60 with regards to the numbers. Just for an extra £20, you are getting those large ones as well. So it's worth thinking about. If you've already got the numbers, then sometimes it's useful to have a second set, because if you're wanting to do repeats of a number, you've got to wait for one set to dry, haven't you, before you can turn them out into
You
the
have.
next set.
In fact, that's a really good point, because you know how much I love the resin, but when I'm prepping for shows, once I've poured the resin into a mould, I've got to wait at least 6 hours before I can demould.
Yeah.
Then it's kind of, I'm waiting, I can't get everything ready
clock
because
watching.
I can't reuse that mould.
Yeah.
So I would say definitely two, and if you are a cake maker.
This is true. This is going to be a very useful set for any cake makers out there. And don't forget, it could be chocolate that you're putting into these, fondant icing, you're talking about boiled sugar as well. There's loads of things you could use these for.
Fudge.
Oh, lovely. And of course, they're all those fabulous numbers. So if you want the numbers by themselves, details are on your screen, but bear in mind it's going into our monthly mega deal for just £20 more. You will get everything in there. So it's all about options, it's all about ways and means. So if you have already got your numbers and you're just wanting to go for those larger moulds, then you can get hold of them by themselves. Details, I think, are going to be popping up back on the screen there. So those two together, £49.98. But Freedom members, you've actually got a discounted price on this. Forgot to mention it, didn't I? Now, with regards to these, if you're going for them individually, let's break it down even further, because individually you've got a saving on these. So have a look at the price here, £29.99. This will get you that first one, the top there, as you can see. £19.49 if you are a Freedom member. So discounted down. Then equally, the one at the bottom has got a different item number, but it's a similar pricing with that one. So again, that's the second price of £19.49. So if you're a Freedom member, it actually works out a little bit more cost effective to go for these two using the individual item numbers when we think about it. So it means that it's £38.98 for them both together. So if you're a Freedom member, brilliant. Take advantage of the deals that we've just mentioned there with the two different item numbers, and then you're saving again on the bundle price of the two coming together. If you've not got the numbers at all, though, go for the monthly mega deal, because that is the most cost-effective way of getting hold of everything. But of course, it's all about choices, and that's what Zuri like to bring with regards to their products. And do jump ahead and have a little look, because we've got loads of other moulds that you can certainly pop into your basket as well. And they're brilliant, because there's all sorts of different styles. You've got butterflies, you've got fabulous perfume bottles as well. Absolutely beautiful designs with all that intricacy going through absolutely everything. So make sure you do have a little look on the website with regard to those. And of course, anything you want, you can spread the cost of as well. So I think we're heading over to Catherine first.
Okay.
And you've got those fabulous playing cards.
I have. So I've got the aces first, but I'm going to try and bring in the faces as well. The faces,
right.
because I just realised it wasn't done on purpose, but a lot of the demonstrations that I've shown have been used with the one mould, so we haven't seen much of the other one, so we'll bring that in as well. In fact, I've got various different things to bring in, because I've been prepping before the show. So we've got a mould here that looks very messy. It is very messy, actually, but you know, it won't be when we finish, and I'll explain what we've got. This one here, I'm not going to use this area. It's just because it's had some concrete in there at some point, and I've not cleaned it out properly yet, so we'll avoid that one. But this one, we've already got some resin in there that can be demoulded. This area, although you can't tell at the moment, there was already some resin within the inner area. So if I just bring in this piece here,
right,
that is maroon resin. It's clear resin with the Resitint in there. Now, I've not brought the detail out with the waxes or the paint yet, but you can see that's nice and solid. So what I've done is basically put some blue resin into the inner area. That is already set. That's been in there a while. It's just something that's been knocking around in my box, and it was done a while ago. But of course, I can come back to it and continue to use it. This one here had one or two little bits of resin already in there, and rather than clean it out, I just thought I'm going to leave them in there and work with it. Now I'm going to mix some resin, because I'm going to do two things at once. I've also done a similar thing with some of the numbers, which of course are part of the monthly mega deal, and with our butterfly lady that we've got. Now what I've done here is mix some resin, and I've put some of the white resin in there, but I've not filled the mould. This was done this morning, just after the 8 o'clock show. This is not cured, it is sticky. If I was to touch it, it would be sticky. But it's cured enough to put another layer on there.
Oh, okay, right.
If you work with 2 different colours and you pour them in together, they will mix. They will definitely mix. But when you get to a point, whether it's completely cured or part cured, but it's not a liquid anymore, you can then start to build up those layers. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Before we mix the resin, I'm just going to demould the resin that's cured in the aces of faces.
Oh, now, just before you do that, Catherine, can I jump in? Because it's been very popular. And I wanted to do a little reveal. It's not a proper reveal like Catherine's done, because you've already seen this one. But this is the butterfly lady. So here you can see where it's been created using the resin. But are you ready for this? Look how amazing she is. The detail in this one, Catherine.
I know. And that's just a little bit of wax over the top of the resin there.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Very affordable, £22.99. Don't forget, Flextravaganza. If this is the mould that you want to get involved with Zuri and it could be the first ever Zuri mould you go for. It's just £11.50 today, along with your post and packing, which if you're a Freedom member, you don't have to worry about, because of course it's going to make that post and package included within your membership. So yeah, if you fancy that one, the details are there on your screen.
Lovely. Right, just to go back in case anybody hasn't seen the earlier shows, to remind everybody, or to tell you if you haven't watched, that the moulds will give you a matte finish. So although we've got the clear resin in this area here, there is some luscious powder in the mould, indigo blue luscious powder, so that's where you're seeing the colour. But from the back, it looks nice and clear. When I release this from the mould, the front is going to look dull. Now this hasn't been out before, as I say, it's been sat in my box of tricks for a long time now.
Ooh.
So and I'm just going to grab that white paper because you can see the colours a little bit better. So you definitely see the colours,
yeah,
but we're not kind of getting that pop of colours, are we? I mean, you can leave it matte if you prefer, but if you want to bring the glaze out, if you want to give it a glossy look and really make those colours pop, you certainly can do. I'm going to come back to that one because I'm going to kind of work lots of things all together here.
Okay, fair
but
enough.
I wanted you to see that just as it's come from the mould. Now, we are going to mix some resin next, so I'm going to get my gloves on.
Lovely. Oh, man.
I can hear a question coming in from our Kim.
Yes,
this is an interesting one, actually.
She's asking about, we were just going back referencing to the card that you were just showing us and the different colours. I mean, certain areas, can you apply that clear resin on top of just little bits of it?
You can actually, and I didn't know Kim was going to ask this question, but just, no, it's fine. It's a good job she has, in a sense, but I want to bring in a couple of things that I did earlier. Now, these are sticky because they've still got wet resin on them. But I can just, let me just put my gloves on so I'm not getting too much sticky on my hands. Good tip is, and there's no excuse for not having this this medium or this solution at the moment, your alcohol sanitizers. If you get resin on your hands, just use a little bit of the sanitizer and it lifts it off. It's the alcohol in it, yeah.
Oh,
takes away all of the sticky.
Oh, that's a good tip.
So you can use it for cleaning things up as well.
Ah,
so no excuse for not having that at the moment, is there? So
That's
it's really
true.
handy. So if you are using your resin, I'm just going to flip over one of our moulds because the dark blue actually will help here. Now, it was Kim last night when we did the resin with the perfume bottle.
Oh, this has been a popular one, yeah.
Let me just move that out of the way for a second. So, as I say, I've put some glaze over this. We did demould it, I'm sorry, Kim, this morning. So from the back, you can see the colours there. We did have the luscious in there. I then went with a little bit of the liquid metal. And then I went with some clear resin over the top of the bottle. So now you can see that glaze and it looks like a real bottle, doesn't it?
But then the atomizer bit, that's still got that kind of matte look, which it would have,
Exactly. So I didn't put any glaze on there. But the bottle, do you know, can we hold this to the front again? Because I know it really, really shows up the colours. And if you were to put this on a jar with some lights in it, the galaxy flakes would show as well.
Ooh,
so I'm trying not to let that slip too much, but they are in there, and you can actually see a little bit of green coming through. You can definitely see them. Now, you wouldn't have noticed the galaxy flakes if I hadn't have gone over the top with the clear resin to bring that glossy effect.
Beautiful.
It's given me that transparency back.
And again, I was talking about certain moulds might be the one that get you involved with jewellery. You may well have watched lots of jewellery shows and not necessarily been into some of the different styles. We see lots of dragons, we see lots of gothic kind of looks, but it might be that you think, oh, what a brilliant idea, but I'm not into those particular designs. I know lots of you have got involved with this particular one because you've got your 3 beautiful perfume bottles, and these are so incredible to create with. Now, of course, we've seen that lovely bottle that Catherine's just shown us, but have a look. If you actually change out the style and use your different types of clays, you can get a totally different look. Much more a vintage look with that one. A beautiful, pretty tone with that one. Gorgeous. But then I'm going to change it up with the next one that we've got here, which has got a very clever design with it, because the body of the butterfly has been created using the perfume bottle, but the wings have come from another set altogether. Brilliant one. And the price, I mean, look at the price on this one, £18.19. If you're a Freedom member, this is definitely one to go for, because it is such a useful one to have within your stash there. And you can see the dimension that you're getting from those perfume bottles as well. Spread the cost if you want to over 2 payments, because of course you have the affordability there with Flextravaganza to do exactly that. And I think a lot of you, if you've never gone for a mould before, then this may be your very first ever jewellery mould. And don't forget, if you're looking at this and thinking, those look fabulous on birthday cakes and different projects, then don't forget, as long as you're not using it in your craft environment, then you can use it. It's food safe, and this is going to be brilliant for any of those girly cakes that you are creating that you're wanting to take advantage of with your perfume bottles. But it's a popular one. Sorry, Kim, what was the update? 70% of the stock has gone. Now, will we have this at 4 o'clock? I don't know. But for the time being, we have got it available, incidentally, for immediate dispatch as well. Zuri are an American company, but we've got the stock here in the UK, ready for these to be shipped to you straight away, but only if you are quick. Details on your screen there for your perfume bottles, should you need them. Now, ooh, what's going on here,
Well,
Catherine?
I know we're very busy. I've kind of got about 7 or 8 different things going on here.
Okay,
We're going
fair
to
enough.
kind of come back to it. But as we're talking perfume bottles, I thought I'll take the opportunity just to put a little bit of luscious in it to repeat what we did earlier. So for anybody that missed last night, you can get to see that. I've gone with a little bit of a pink, a blue, so they're going to make a beautiful, beautiful purple where they mix together as well. Just a little bit more pink in there, I think. So really work that into your mould, and then the atomizer, I'm going to just go with maybe a gold or something, just to change that up a little bit as well. So dusting that in there. There was a little bit of wet resin still in there, which I've tried to wipe out, but that's not going to interfere with anything. Okay, so that is now ready to take the resin. So when I do mix it, hopefully we've got enough to work with that as well. So that's now prepped. So I am going to work with the clear resin, and I'm going to add some colour as well, and I'm going to show you different things. Now, I haven't got a very clean jug. This needs washing out, but I've cleaned it out as best I can. As I work with the clear, we get 1 or 2 flakes of the pink colour in there. It doesn't really matter. It's as long as you can see the process. So with your resin, you will get your resin, and you also get a bottle of hardener. Now it's available in different sizes. It's a 1-part or 1-to-1 mixture.
Perfect. So we've got the larger bottles that Catherine's working with up on the screen. Now, if you're just getting involved with your jewellery and you like the idea of having a go, we have got your smaller bottles available for you as well. So your 500 grams, if you're wanting to go for those ones, I'll pop the details up on your screen. So again, a very affordable way for you to get hold of these. In fact, you could pop these in alongside your mould. It could be you're going for one of the ones that's only £18, like the perfume bottles. It's a very affordable way for you to get involved with your fabulous jewellery moulds. And of course, you can utilise so many things that you've already got in your craft stash as well. So those 2 items, the clear resin that you've got on your screen, and maybe the perfume bottles that we've been chatting about, perfect way for you to get involved. So yeah, do consider adding both of those items into your basket. And that's right, because we can use lots of things we've already got within our crafty stashes.
Definitely, of course you can. Of course you can. There's a little tip as well I want to tell you about resin. I mean, I've been giving tips whenever I think of them, but there's one I know I've not mentioned for a while. If ever you mix your resin, although it's 1-part or 1-to-1, if you don't get the ratio quite right, because you can either do it by weight or by measurements when it comes to milliliters, volume. Okay. If you don't get it quite right and you find that your resin doesn't set properly, it's a little bit sticky, mix a bit more of the resin and put it over the top.
Oh, Okay.
As long as you've done something really wrong, if it's runny, if it doesn't set at all, and I don't think anybody's going to do that. You're always going to have some mix, but sometimes you might find your ratio is slightly out.
Okay.
And when you've demoulded it, it's still got a slight tackiness or stickiness to it.
So demould it and then go over it again. Right.
Or if it's on the back of the mould, then pour another thin layer on top or brush it on there, and that will usually help that out. Just make sure that when you do put your second layer on, you've mixed that one properly.
That's true.
So I'm giving this a good stir. As I expected, I've got 1 or 2 flakes of pink in there, but you know, it doesn't matter. They look a bit like galaxy flakes. I'm mixing this really fast because, again, I like to put bubbles in there just to show you how to get rid of the bubbles. You will get them regardless of whether you're mixing fast or not. Sounds a little bit back to front. Well, why mix fast if you don't want bubbles and you're putting them in there? It is just to give you the hints and tips and ways of getting rid of them.
To illustrate what you're saying.
You really want to mix for 2 to 3 minutes to make sure everything's nicely mixed. I'm using a mixing stick which is plastic. Don't mix with metal or wood because you'll never clean them up. You'll have to throw them away afterwards. The reason I like a silicone jug is because any residue, and you shouldn't have much because you can always use any spare, but you're always going to get a little bit of residue left in your pot. Just let it cure, let it dry, and then just squeeze the pot and it will flake away, and you can wash it out then. So there should be no waste whatsoever. Now I am going to mix some colour into this in a little while.
Okay. Shall I just mention one of the moulds just while you're mixing it?
You can do,
you go do that afterwards?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Just while you're doing a good old mix. Now, we've had a question pop up. What have I done with the little lens? Oh, right. So Jean is asking about the Astrolabe. Astrolabe. I wanted to know, could you actually use your embossing powders on this one as well?
Once waxed, right. Are we using air dry clay or are we using resin? Yes, you can. You can do that. If you're using air dry clay, just be very careful. Yes, you can definitely. You need your sticky ink first, or something to hold the embossing powder. So you still go with your sticky ink or some sort of medium. Sometimes we use gel medium, don't we?
That's right.
But yes, you can use your embossing powders. If you are going onto air dry clay, even if it's fully dried, you're at risk of scorching the clay.
Right.
And also intense heat can make it a little bit brittle. So just take it steady. Don't work it on the full heat.
So maybe just do a test piece before you go into your final.
But yes, you can definitely do it.
Okay, just be mindful of it. Maybe one of those slower heat guns, the ones that look more like a hairdryer, don't they? The open ones. Yes, and that is if you're working with your clay. With your resin, you okay with
your resin? Again, obviously you're going to need something to hold the embossing powder, but yes, you can definitely do that. Bear in mind with your resin, and I did show it on the earlier show, we might get to see it again here. If ever you reheat your resin once it's cured, it will make it malleable again. Okay. So when you use the heat gun to melt the embossing powder, you'll probably find it does make the resin malleable. Just leave it to cool down and it'll go completely hard again.
Fabulous question. And one thing I will mention, alongside that fabulous mould, you are going to get your little lens that you can see I've just popped in place there with our finished example. So details on the screen for the Astrolabe should you want to go for it. Okay, how's the mixing going on over there?
The mixing's fine. I just want to bring this piece in because I've got 1 or 2 flakes there. Now I did show this earlier, but not in this state. Can you see how this is actually the background of or one of the components from the lunar calendar. Okay. But it didn't matter which piece I'd got there, whether it was this piece or from the Astrolabe or Mariners or any of the other moulds we've got. What I've done here is demould when the resin is cured. There's no colour in the resin, and because it's a matte mould, you can
get the
see
frosted look,
where you get the frosted look.
Okay, yeah.
If I just take a little bit of the clear resin that I've just mixed, I've already done some on one side.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Can you see? This is how, so if you want it to look clear, all you need to do is apply a little bit raw resin, the clear resin, over the top, and that will bring that nice and clear for you. Now, what you could also do, where the top is here, you've got lots of decorative elements. I don't think I've got anything. Actually, I might have a perfume bottle. Let me see if, yes, I have. Let me just bring this in. There's a little bit of powder in there. If you've got very little resin left on your finger, make sure you are wearing gloves because it is very sticky. And you almost take that like a dry brush really, and you just rub over the top. You can have the best of both worlds because where the raised areas are, you're going to see that transparency. Yes. But if you're not coating the whole of it, I'm just catching the top there, you're going to keep the frostiness at the bottom. Let me just lay that down and do it. So you can see it a little bit better.
Oh, yes.
And there you've got the best of both worlds. You're not making it totally clear, but you're picking out the detail and giving it a different look again. Now, there's not a great deal of powder in there, but hopefully we can see where that is shiny. Again, allow it to dry.
You can, yes. It's like a proper perfume
It's a different
bottle.
look again, so
Yeah.
do experiment. You know, don't just think you've got to work with that one colour and that's it. Once it's done, it's done. You can definitely change things around.
Brilliant.
So I'm just going to put those on the back to be drying off a little bit, and then we'll come back to our butterfly lady, our numbers, and of course our aces of face. Aces and faces.
Aces and faces.
And the other one is the... No, it's the aces of darkness. That's what it is, and the faces of darkness.
Oh, aces.
That's what it
right.
is.
Yes, of course. Yeah. I must admit, I couldn't get my head around it either. And of course, we've got the details on the screen with regards to these. Catherine, obviously, working with that resin, which we're going to go to. But something we have noticed with regards to these, if you aren't a Freedom member already, can I just mention? We mentioned about the fact that you can get hold of these with a Freedom members discount if you're going for them individually. The actual saving that you're making, plus the cost of becoming a Freedom member, is still less than going for them as a duo. So just wanted to mention that before I forget about it, because our lovely Kim, producer, she recognised that with us. So normally you'd be paying, you'll be paying £46.95. If you're going for these two, different item numbers, paying £19.49. And then your Freedom membership on top, if you're not already a Freedom member, is £7.97. But you will still be paying less than going for them as the bundle together, because there's no Freedom member discount on the bundle, and it's £49.98. So you'll have the advantage of saving a few quid along the way, but also you'll have your Freedom membership for a whole calendar month as well. So that's another way that you can get hold of those. Well done, Kim. I'm going to take Kim shopping. She's brilliant. She can
She is, isn't she? Definitely. Can I come as well, then? Right, okay, so what I've done with the clear resin that I mixed, I've just decanted a little bit more in a couple of different pots. Both of them are quite dirty. I've not been able to clean them out, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Now, we are going to use some of the resin tint now, and I'm going to go with the white and also the sky blue.
Oh, okay.
Now, these are brilliant. You need a very small amount. So I'm just using the end of a paintbrush. You could even use a cocktail stick. A little bit of the titanium white. We've got clear resin in there. If I mix this together very, very quickly, you'll see how the resin has turned white.
Tiny amount.
Oh, a tiny, tiny amount. You can mix your colours together as well. So if you wanted to put maybe a pink in there or the maroon, you'd get a different shade of pink. Very easy to do. Just mix them into your resin. I've only got a small amount because I don't want to mix a great deal, so I'm just going to do something a little bit different with that. I've also got some in this pot, so I'm going to use some of the sky blue. So again, just a little bit on the end of the paintbrush, and I'm going to mix that in as well, just scraping off the excess there. I think there's a hair on that, actually. Let's mix that in. So from clear, now we've got that lovely blue. And I've still got some of the clear left to go with as well, because I am doing a total mix of colours here for different techniques in different moulds. So because this was pre-mixed before as clear resin, as long as I've now got that colour as I want it, I can just take that away. Let's just put that somewhere. I'm running out of space now.
So if you wanted to do an ombre, would you kind of separate it up into maybe 3 or 4 different pots and add different quantities of the colour to get the ombre look?
Right, if you work with 2 colours, so if I work with the blue and the white together and poured them into a mould at the same time, you would naturally get that blend of colour. Let me just
kind of where it joins.
Yeah, so you'd get this sort of effect because they would merge together, which is lovely. And if I flip that over, again, there was luscious powder in the mould, so it's picked up the luscious powder, but you can still see the colours of the resin coming through as well. So that is one technique. If you don't want to see them blend together like a marble effect, in this area here, I already had the blue in there. I've gone over with the white, which I'm going to come back to. But let's go in this one where we're demoulded. We could, of course, just pour one colour into the inner part of the mould. Now, you can see a definite line between the impression that's what will turn out to be on the top of the mould and then the card itself, the plain card itself.
Okay.
You've got no channel, so to speak, where one's going to run into the other. It is like 2 separate moulds. So you can control this quite well. I would get to a point where if you've got 1 or 2 little bits that haven't been filled, then take a cocktail stick, or again, I often use the end of a paintbrush, and just give that a little helping hand to push that into the area there. Okay. So if I wanted the main heart that we've got here in one colour, but the card in a totally different colour, what I would do is exactly what I've done there. I would put one colour in, make sure it's not going over the surface, that I want to use the other colour, but I would have to let that cure enough to put another layer on. Otherwise it will just blend, it will just mix together.
Right.
Now I will take the heat gun to that in a second because there's lots and lots of bubbles in there. And even if you can't see them, you want to try and disperse them.
Okay.
One or two tips are, when you've mixed your resin, stand it in a cup or a bowl of warm water, not hot water,
right.
warm water. That will help bring the bubbles to the surface. A lot of them will burst before you've even poured it in.
Okay.
Another thing you can do, and I'll just do this with one of the perfume bottles, take some of the clear resin and just with a fingertip again, just put some into the mould. That will stop air bubbles trapping in the base of the mould, which will then be the surface of the mould. You'll still get them when you pour more in, but it will stop a lot of them appearing on the surface. So that's another good tip.
Okay.
You can still just pour in whenever you want now. You don't have to wait for that to cure. You can go straight on top. But what I've also done with the white, and I'm going to bring in the butterfly lady here, I've used some of this just again with a fingertip to apply some into the mould, and I've really rubbed this in because I wanted to make sure, can you see on a dress where all the detail is picked up,
Looks like the fold,
where her face is, some of her arm there, her wings. So I've gone down with the white resin into the detail, but I didn't want to fill it with a full layer.
Okay.
And I've done the same thing with the aces there and a couple of the numbers as well. So all you need to do, again, I'll do some more with the numbers, just with a fingertip, just go into the mould. Let's just move that one out of the way a second, and literally just rub that in. Don't worry if you get it on top of the mould. It really won't matter. You can clean this up in a couple of ways, or just when you take everything out of the mould, demould the items that you've made, there will be such thin areas that they'll just flake away anyway. So, you know, you can put as much or as little as you like in, but if you want the difference of colour, don't fill it so you've got a full solid layer. Make sure you can see some of the blue from the mould underneath. Okay, so you can take that as far as you want it. These were poured earlier or rubbed in there earlier. I can go on the top now with another colour, so I've got some of the blue left. We'll probably put the blue on there. That one, again, because I've just done it, you'll find that the colours will just blend and mix. So because I've got some blue left, may as well, don't want to waste anything, we'll just pour a little bit of the blue in the top. It's still sticky, the white, but I know it shouldn't. I say shouldn't, we'll know very quickly if it is going to do it. It shouldn't mix together because it's cured enough. Now I'm purposely going to put a little bit more resin on there than I need, just to show you another way of getting rid of it. So let's say we've dribbled it all on the top of the mould. All you need to do, if I can find where I've put it, is get a spatula, not a metal one, a plastic one. And what I would tend to do is scrape to the other side if you've got an empty mould.
Yeah.
Just scrape across the top, so you're taking away as much excess as you possibly can, and you're only left with a very thin film of the resin there. And as I say, when you demould that, that will just pull away, it will flake away, and you'll be left with those perfect numbers. So very handy again. I could fill that up because I've got spare resin, but if I didn't, it wouldn't matter because I can always go in over the top another time, even if that's fully cured. So they can be put to one side. I'm just going to fill, actually, let's bring in the perfume bottle again before I do any more with that one. And I want to do the butterfly lady as well with the clear. I don't know if this is going to be ready to demould at 4 o'clock, but we will try. I can't promise. I did have one that was already created somewhere, and I don't know if I've got it with me or not, but I will certainly look for it. So we're going in with the clear resin for the perfume bottle. I think it'd be nice to put a few galaxy flakes, or you could go with your glitter again in there. The resin itself is self-levelling, but any air bubbles, you will have to give it a little bit of a helping hand. That's when you take the heat gun to it. I'm going to let that sit for a second, and once again go in with the butterfly lady. Now, because I've left this clear, you'll hopefully be able to see that the white that's already in there isn't mixing because it's cured enough. We've got 1 or 2 flakes of pink coming out of the jug there, but that's fine. And I've still got spare. Now, I think you want to do a bit of a recap, Hayley. So while you're doing that, I'm just going to work into these areas and with a paintbrush just to make sure there's no air
problem.
bubbles trapped.
I
But
love
other
it.
than that, I'm not doing anything else.
Mesmerising watching, isn't it? I love it. And of course, we've got a whole host of different moulds that you can be working with. But of course, our focus for the hour has been our monthly mega deal, because that's where you've got a huge £30 saving. And it's made up as you can see there, your 5 different moulds featuring 25 impressions. So those are the elements that you've got within those moulds. So the first set that we've got here are the 2 larger moulds, as you can see here, and these are featuring things like your playing cards that we've got with these. So you've got your aces of darkness and your faces of darkness with regards to these. So you've got your aces with your 4 different suits featuring in there, and then your faces are going to be the different playing cards that you can see. So you've got your Joker, you've got your Queen, you've got your Jack, and you've also got your King featuring within these. So these are brilliant rectangle cards, as you can see, with the element, but it's almost like you've got 2 within the one, because as Catherine's explained, you can go into the deeper reservoir of these moulds and then just do those pieces. You don't have to do them as huge rectangles. You've also got down the edge the suits as well, so if you want those just separate embellishments, you can. But then the bottom set that we've got for you is where you've got those aces, so the 4 aces for the 4 different suits featuring within these. So you can see you've got your ace of spades, your ace of diamonds with these, your ace of hearts, and then of course your ace of clubs as well. So if you're wanting these, if you've still already got the numbers which are part of the monthly mega deal, you can get hold of these as a Freedom member with a discounted price. So if I was shopping on your behalf, this is what I would be telling you to do. You've already got the numbers, you don't need another set of those. You could go for another set if you're wanting to, but if you're just going for these by themselves, then individually they've got their 2 item numbers. So you can see this one here is for your faces of darkness, £19.49 as a Freedom member. And then if you're wanting your aces of darkness, then these have got a different item number as well. So with these ones, again, these ones are £19.49 again. So those 2 item numbers will go into your basket. Even if you're not a Freedom member, become a Freedom member as you're checking these out. And then overall, you are going to be saving. If you're not a Freedom member already, it's around £43 that you can be paying with regards to this. So you're still saving on the price of going for them together. But if you are already a Freedom member, then you're only paying a little over £38 to get hold of them. So you're saving around a tenner with regards to these. So 904658. Don't forget the numbers. If you've already got the numbers, then obviously that's the way that you might want to shop. The numbers are available by themselves. I think you've got sets 1 to 5, and then obviously you've got from 6 right the way through to your 0, and of course you've got your ampersand and your exclamation mark. There's different ways of getting hold of them, but again, £12 saving associated with the deal on your screen. But if you've not got either of them, the biggest saving is with your monthly mega deal. Go for it all together and spread the cost with those. Now, the perfume bottles have been another very popular one during this hour. 3/4 of the stock has gone, and it's one that's incredibly useful to have. Beautiful designs, as you can see in here, with the 3 different perfume bottles, and you can utilise them in so many different ways, as Catherine's been explaining. So you've got your 3 different styles there, just £25.99. Because of Flextravaganza, you could go for this one by itself, spread the cost over 2 pence, and then you could be creating some amazing things, like using the abdomen of that centre bottle for a butterfly. How incredible is that? Or maybe you want to use those fabulous perfume bottles just as they are and create that almost chalky look using your clays. Aren't they incredible? And don't forget, these are all food safe. So if you wanted to create your birthday cakes and use these as embellishments, then you can use things like your chocolate, things like your fudge, things like your fondant icing, and get some amazing results. And again, as a Freedom member, just £18.19, 457089. Butterfly Lady, this has been a popular one as well. Absolutely beautiful design with all that intricacy, that folds, all the folds of that gorgeous fabric of her dress, and again a beautiful design throughout. So again, incredible detail with regards to this one. Beautiful design, again incredibly affordable. And as I drop in the finished article there, look how incredible this is. And of course you can create this again food safe. If you're wanting to use it with things like your icing, then you can do, but of course with your craft goodies, your resin, your clay, all sorts of different ways with those. Can I very quickly mention one of my favourites? Sorry, we're going to do the ornate gate. Sorry, I didn't realise we were going any further. All right, okay. Can I quickly, because this is me being totally selfish, because we've got 2 huge moulds, which I think are brilliant value for money, because you've got so much content. Now, this one's your machines, and within your machines, you've got some of the elements that we saw Catherine featuring earlier on today. These incredible little goggles, as you can see. That's just one of the elements that you've got in here. And then you've also got the huge piece that Catherine was showing us earlier on. This is one of those large moulds at the bottom. But then you've got gears and cogs and all sorts of fabulous kind kind of steampunky machinery kind of elements with that one. £34.99. So that is a brilliant one to go for. I love these moulds where you've got a lot of content in them, not one particular theme, but incredibly useful in lots and lots of different ways. There's another mould which I love for exactly the same reason, but this has got different content within it. And this one, I love the title of this one because it's literally what it says on the label. It's a little bit of everything. So in here you've got those classic wings. We love our wings, don't we? And I know in one of the previous shows Catherine was relating back to things like Leblanche's style. These would be perfect to work with your Leblanche products. Then you've got your gears. You can see here you've got your different kind of finials featuring with these ones. You've got your gorgeous kind of cameos with these beautiful florals in there. Pocket watch. You've got the most incredible face with this one, which this mould doesn't do it justice. If we've got the image of this, you'll be able to see just how beautiful that couple is there. The little crown, all of these elements again featuring within there, and again it's a phenomenal value mould. If you're wanting this one, £34.99, 323777. They're just gorgeous. I just love those ones. Had to get those in to mention them. But of course the ornate gates. Ornate gates works beautifully, especially with the lovely butterfly lady as well, because here you've got those gorgeous gates there. And earlier on I was holding this mould alongside it and it looked like she was pointing and magically opening the gates up. So here you've got obviously a large mould with those gates featuring in there, but it's a very clever mould because, let me bring the little lady by the side of it. So there you go. It almost looks like she's casting some sort of spell to open those gates, as you can see there. Absolutely amazing. But let me bring this one in because I must admit I did a show with Catherine when we launched this particular one. We got this one as a finished sample and I had to really study this finished sample to find where the gates were. It's so clever because they are at the 4 points there, creating that fabulous frame. What a brilliant idea, utilising it in its entirety. And you've got that gorgeous peak there, as you can see, where it has been used. Absolutely gorgeous. 098616 if you're wanting to get hold of that particular one, 22.99p. Now this one has been a popular one as well. This is your Mariner's Jewel, and this is a brilliant one because it's kind of got that three-dimensional construction with this one, and it comes with a fabulous, I think it was a Chicago screw you called it. Chicago screw, which I never even knew was a thing. So what you've actually got is you've got your little means to actually put the elements together. So you can see in the centre there you've got that screw. It's almost like a little bookbinder screw that you've got, and as Catherine said, if you want to get more of those you can do. Did you say it was a 5mm one?
5mm for the astrolabe, not the astrolabe, for the lunar calendar and the Mariner's Jewel.
Brilliant. So there you go. If you want to get more of those you can. But look at the price again, Freedom members discounted price on this one, and this gives you the ability to bring all of those elements together. And this is brilliant because the screw, when it's in place there, it gives you the ability to actually turn that dial around. Absolutely amazing, but over half of the stock has gone. £19.49 being your price, 595,774. And another very popular one, which we pointed out to you a little bit earlier on, is your astrolabe as well, which is a similar sort of idea where you've kind of got construction of elements and layers, but this is a different mould. And this one, rather than coming with the screw, comes with that fabulous little lens that gives you the opportunity to finish off that design to perfection. So if you're wanting this one, £23.99 is your price. 969750. But of course, any of these gorgeous products that we're sharing with you are available on Flextravaganza. Now, some of them are in bundles, so naturally they're spread over a couple of payments. But during Flextravaganza, any of these fabulous moulds can be spread over 2 payments, including this beautiful one that we're looking at the moment. This is your Violin Magic. It's only £22.99. So spreading the cost means for just £11.50, this could be winging its way to you. 597072 is that all-important item number. And as I mentioned before, we've got lots of fabulous deals with regards to these if you're a Freedom member, so do check them all out. This is always a popular one. It's a beautiful one, as you can see there, with your gorgeous designs here. Now, this particular one is your Swan Dreams at £21.99, as you can see as well. And I think these are all on the same item number. Choices. Oh, because I met Spider Unicorn earlier on. Don't know about that. Don't like that mould. Like this one, though. There you go. That's a pretty one as well, isn't it? The Rising Phoenix. Gorgeous design. So whichever ones you get involved with, then now is the time to do so. Such a wide range, isn't there?
There really is. And actually, again, you've covered one or two things that I've got samples I can show you. The technique that we've just seen with the resin.
Yes.
has been created with the Violin Magic. Now it'll make much more sense. So obviously where I was using the white into the base of the mould with the resin, I used the blue or the turquoise and then went over the top with black resin. So all you can see from the back is the black, but when you demould, where I'd rubbed that resin into the detail, that is the effect that you get. So from the side, hopefully the camera can pick this up. Can you see you've now got 2 different layers? So you can see, it's, do you know, it's one of those, you never see the same results, depending on how the resin goes in then. It looked really messy as I was showing you then, and unless you've seen that demould at the end, you won't quite understand. So to get that effect there, it was just those 2 layers of resin. Now I did go with a very slight bit of wax that sort of worked with the same colour that went into the mould first there. So yeah, you have got that lovely effect. And if I show this to the front camera again, we've got the picture, of course, that's taken from the packaging, which is your black with your silver. You can create the same effect using the resin, or just go in with your black resin and your silver liquid metal paint or your wax.
Yes. Oh, the liquid metal, we've got that lovely stuff, haven't we?
Exactly, just dry brushing it. I did dry brushing earlier, so if you've never seen it, do watch back.
Yeah, that was the 8 o'clock show this morning,
And I know Kim loves cameos.
She does, she does.
And we mentioned the cameo.
Oh, look at this.
So this one here, that really does look like a cameo. So what that was, I'll try and get to do this at 4 o'clock. We do have some Medina clay, which is the air-dried polymer.
Okay.
So I used the Medina clay into part of the mould and then went over the top with resin. Now you can use clay and clay, but with Medina, because it's a plastic clay, you can actually mix the 2 together.
Wow.
You can't do that with the air dry because it's porous, but you can do it with the Medina.
Just while we're looking at this cameo, can I just draw your attention to that hair? She's got like a little net or something on the back of her.
Yeah.
The detail.
I know. Come on. I don't know if we can come in close.
Phenomenal.
She's even got a little tassel on there.
It's incredible detail. I mean, it's hard to believe that you can actually get that amount of detail within a mould. But then, I mean, look at that. That is amazing.
And there's no other colour gone on there. It is literally the Medina. And I mean, you imagine setting that into some metal or putting a frame around there. You could create jewellery. That would be lovely on the front of an album.
Could you set like a brooch back into the resin when it's partially set?
Yeah, so while the resin is actually in the mould, put your piece in, put on some more resin over the back of it. Obviously open the pin up, but seal it over so that it cures.
It becomes
with it in place.
It
becomes part of it.
I love it. Now, if you're wanting your Medina, you're going to get, I think you're going to get 2 of these. I'm not sure there's a label on here, and it says 2 plus 2. No, 1 plus, oh, I don't know. 250. It says 2 plus 2, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So you're going to get 2, your 2 of your 200 grams, as you can see there, on this one. So yeah, I can't peel that off to show you.
I think it's been in a different bundle at some point.
Yeah, just there you go. There you go. So you're going to get one of those.
You can use this outside as well, Hayley. That will withstand the weather.
Brilliant.
And you can flex it once it's set. You can make that so ultra thin. You can make beautiful, realistic flowers with it. Or, of course, it works in the mould. I will try and cover that at 4 o'clock because it works in a different way to the air dry.
Lovely.
Now, there is something else that I want to mention because we have got the Hearty on as well, and I know it's a popular one with many people. I'm looking for the dark green, which is down here.
Now, is this the Hearty with regards to coloured Hearty, or is it the white that you add your colour to?
We have different bundles actually. We've got a big bundle which has the white, it has a colour mixing chart, and you've got 4 different colours, I believe.
Oh, okay, it's a good set.
Now, well, we're stocking up because, of course, you are going to use this. Now, this is a brilliant bundle because you've got your primaries in there and you've got your black, and you will never make a true black if you're trying to mix the colour by adding it to the white.
That's a good point.
We also have a pick and mix that has got some colours in there as well. If you want a true red, that is in the pick and mix. We've also got the green that I'm going to use as well. And we're going to kind of cover something that we did last night with a little twist to it.
Oh, okay.
I've got one prepped. As you were going down the counter, Hayley, I did kind of prep something a little bit.
Okay.
So I have got some of the green, which is very, very dark. That green in the pick and mix, extremely dark. I'm going to put a little bit of white into it because, of course, the colours can be mixed together. Doesn't stop you adding those mediums to the top, the waxes, the paints, all those different things afterwards. You can definitely go with that as well. Now I'm going to treat the mould in a similar way that I did with the resin. So we'll go with this one here, I think. No, we're not. Well, which one did I do before? Yeah, we'll go with that one because I did the other one before. So, taking some of the clay. If your clay is very wet, I would normally just with corn flour or with talcum powder if it's a non-edible product. But I'm just going to take this as it is and hopefully everything will be fine. This actual mould isn't too difficult to get clay out if it is a little bit stickier because it's nice and rectangular. You haven't got any sort of twiddly bits. Something like the butterfly lady, if your clay is too wet, when you flex the mould, you'll just find that hair is flexing with the mould. You need to let the clay dry a little bit more.
Okay.
So very, very quickly, I've just filled the centre area with the green there.
Lovely.
Popping that to one side for a second. We are going to do the blend again, but I showed it last night and we were kind of running out of time and the clay was a little bit dry because it was some I'd left out. And I used 4 different colours, white and the primaries, so the red, the blue, the yellow. This time we're just going with the black and white.
Okay, right.
So 2 colours. I always make kind of a carrot shape or a pear shape. Doesn't matter if you've got equal amounts of clay, you can decide on the ratio. Pop them together, so with top and tail in there. And then take your rolling pin and you roll out. And the reason that we shape them as we do is because I'm going to fold these in half. And I don't want the lines to line up. So you can see as I fold over there, the black is now going to cross over more with the white. Great with the air dry clay as well. But yeah, definitely one of those that you can pick up from the supermarket or any sort of store in the cake decorating department is absolutely fine. Now, I'm not going to keep doing this because I've got one a little bit more prepped. But as you see, every time you fold over and you roll, that blend is working more and more and more.
Just you go off to the side again each time. Okay.
Exactly, and you've got a choice of 2 sides, so whichever's your preference, just fold the other way. And if you keep going, and it depends what on the look that you want, but you will start to see that blend come through more and more and more.
Okay,
so this one, you can see we haven't got a hard line, but normally I would go a little bit further with that. I would let that sort of disperse a little bit more, so you've got a true ombre effect.
Yes.
But because of time, I know we haven't got a lot of time to do that, so we're going to work with it as it is. So the mould that I've just filled with the green, I'm now going to put this clay in. This is my favourite side, so that's going to go down into the base of the mould. You want to make sure that you create a sheet of clay so that you're not going in bits for doing this technique. So I'm just anchoring that down. You can see as I push down with fingertips, it's just getting a little bit of a grip. And then I start to fold in the clay from the edge because I need to fill the mould now.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter how it looks at the back, and if I've got too much I can scrape some away. If I haven't got enough I can go in with other colours. I just want to make sure that I have got this nice and compact because I do want to push it down. Taking the rolling pin over the top, wherever it's high you'll see it flatten down and you might see it overlap the mould. Wherever it's low then it's not touching, so I can always take a little bit more clay and fill that up. So we're not disturbing what's already in there. Now I can get away with not being quite flat with this one, to be honest, because there's a little trick I can show you in a second. Where you have got too much or it's overlapping the mould, just pull in from the edge, tidy all the edges up a little bit. Now when I turn this over, because this is a nice big mould, I can actually use the heel of my hand to press down as well. So yeah, you're really making sure that you've picked up all of that detail there. Try not to move it around, keep it in one place. Now there is a chance that this might have stuck to the glass mat. It may or may not have. Yes, it has. So as I pull that out, it's actually done the work for me. And you see that blend of the clay.
Oh, I love that.
With the green in the centre there. Now I would let that dry and then I would bring the detail out, which hopefully by 4 o'clock that will be ready. That will be ready to bring the detail out.
Now, can I ask a question? If I was at home and I got that stuck to my glass mat, I'd be trying to peel it away and I could distort it. Could you just leave it where it is until it's dried out?
Oh, yeah, you could do that. Okay. The only thing I would say is if you're doing that, it's going to take much longer to dry because I would try and lift it. I would try and lift it up. I mean, this particular shape isn't too difficult to pick up, and I would put that on kitchen towel or even a cooling rack so the air circulates. But if you leave it sat down on the glass mat, what will happen, the moisture, it will dry on the top, the moisture will sink down to the bottom and it'll make it stick more to the glass mat. And it can start to curl on the top a little bit. So you can do it, but if you dry it out too quickly on the top when the bottom is still wet, it can cause issues.
And if you
so I would
wanted to
prefer
shape that,
to
maybe
pick it
to
up.
go around a bottle or something like that,
Yeah.
is this the point that you would shape
Exactly
it?
that, yeah. So with resin, of course, you demould once the resin is cured enough. With air dry clay, you would do it at this point. Now, obviously, if I press down on that, I'm going to distort all the features. So don't put cling film or
Right.
elastic bands around this. If it's a bottle, such as I've got here, it's quite easy just to lay the bottle on a piece of
Oh, that works. Or tea towel.
a
or
tea
something
towel,
like
that's what I'm
that,
looking
yeah.
for, or one of your moulds as I've got there, and just gently shape that and just let it sit. It's going to dry with its shape. If you're putting it into place and you know you're not going to move it, you can add a little bit of PVA glue or gel medium to the
okay.
back. But usually I want to do some sort of decorative areas on the bottle as well, use some sort of mediums to colour. But that is all you need to do. Just place it on there now and it will dry in the shape that you require.
Fabulous. Oh, you learn
Okay.
so much during these hours. I love it. Catherine, thank you so much. Now we're going to be back with you.
Hour ago.
I know, flew by. You're back at 4 o'clock. What can we look forward to at 4 o'clock? Do you
Well,
know?
we've got lots of moulds that are curing at the moment, so we'll see if we can demould anything. We've got lots of air dry clay bits that need painting or waxing to bring the detail
Brilliant.
out. So we'll do a bit of
Lots
finishing
of
off.
hints and tips. I
Yeah.
love that. And if you've got any questions and you've not managed to get them in during this hour, it's only just popped into your head. Don't worry, you've got your last opportunity to ask your questions at 4 o'clock. So you can email them in studio@thecraftstore.com. Do mention Zuri in the title, because if it comes through during the next show, they might be a little bit confused because we've got Daisy B coming up. So do join us again at 4 o'clock because we have got a most amazing act with Catherine, as always. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
I
Hayley.
love it. But you've got the opportunity now to check out your baskets. Whether you're going for your monthly mega deal, whether you're shopping wisely as a Freedom member and going for those individual moulds, taking advantage of your Freedom membership, or whether you are going for just the first ever mould, maybe you're going for those perfume bottles, maybe you're going for that gorgeous violin that we saw. Don't forget you can go for any of these and spread the cost over 2 payments. Just have a go with those Zuri moulds. Oh my goodness, you'll be bitten by the bug. Make sure you come back and join us at 4 o'clock. I will see you very soon. I will indeed. But coming up after the break, we've got Delightful Dogs with Daisy B. Then we're back with Anthea and Quilting Antics before we start paper crafting with Creative.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being with us here this afternoon. Lovely to have your company. And speaking of company, I have got two lovely ladies here with us here, which has been a little while since we've had a show together. We have got Nina and Josie here with us in the studio. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Good afternoon.
How are we?
Very good. Yeah, we're all good, aren't we? All good in the hood. Cheery.
All good in the hood.
Yeah, bubbly. Yeah.
This is what we like.
Yeah,
see?
fun. Fun loving
fun.
Tuesdays.
We like fun, and it's been a little while since we've had shows together. It has been quite a while. I think you've been either avoiding me, which is fair enough.
I know.
Most people do.
Yeah, we've been asking, you know, are we going to be on with him?
You know,
we'll swap a day, you know, just in case.
And there was a clash this one day, and you just thought, we're going to do it anyway.
We didn't have a choice.
No,
unfortunately. So what can you do?
Sorry to chuck that one in there as well. But I'm really pleased we got this out because I've looked at the counter. We were looking through this earlier on, and these are just brilliant. And I think it's only fair, though, when we look through these, that for people that don't know about the company and a little bit about your sort of backgrounds with these, because you are the artist, you are doing all the sentiments and wording in there as well.
Yeah.
Dad's involved as well. We've got all this, the whole lot. Just explain a little bit about your company, because I find it quite unique, actually, your way of working and you as a business.
I'll go then.
Go on,
she just looks at me like,
stare at her like, go on, Joe, it's your turn, go on.
So we are a family-run company. If anybody's seen us at shows and everything, there's me and Nina, and then we've got middle sister Faye and Dad with us.
Yeah.
And yeah, we just all love working together. We manufacture them all ourselves. They're all designed in-house by Nina, Dad, or your sentiments by me. And we all like dip in and do your samples, mostly Nina. That is all I do. That is literally our only job.
Literally just get to sit and either do my colouring or draw. Even when the doorbell goes, I wait until one of them have stood up and they hit that bottom step, and I'll go, oh, do you need me? Shall I answer that? Or do you need
She don't move.
No,
she don't move.
I don't move.
But yeah, it's lovely.
There's a reason, though. You've got these beautiful stars.
There you go, you see. It paid off. It paid off.
It
Every
did,
time you got that door was going, you'd never get anything done. We'll talk as the show goes on. We'll talk about shows, because you've already been at a couple of shows recently as well. I know you would have met a lot of people, again, that would have seen you on the show yourself, so catch up with. So that's really exciting. So we have a talk about that. It's nice that things are back and going, etc.
Yes.
So let's focus on what we've got for you here in the show. Honestly, if you are a dog lover, you are going to love this show. If you are not a dog lover, you are going to love this show anyway, because you've got great characters that you've created on here, and they are named characters as well. 19 stamps in total. And it's a whole collection that we are looking at here, which is, I think, absolutely phenomenal, actually, with all of these that you're looking at. But they've also got them split down into separate groups as well, and separate offers. But we'll go for the whole collection. Just talk to us a bit about the inspiration, because these aren't just your normal sort of little doggy stamps. You've really gone to town with almost like with characters that you got in here. You've set them in situations, in costume, etc. So is this just a part of your imagination you've always wanted to do with dogs, basically, or is it they just came to you?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I love creating, and drawing is just absolutely my thing. So, and I have a dog that looks quite similar to Pamela the Party Pooch and Bertie.
Oh, okay.
So my dog's the Lhasa Apso, and never looks this.
I was just going to say, come on now.
Right.
He does look like he's been roaming streets. Well loved, but looks like he's been roaming streets for 4 days with a scrap.
Listen, we've all had days like that. Look at me.
But I wanted to dress him up.
Yes.
I wanted to have him in these different scenarios. They're also, and when I came in, you guys all like Sid, don't you?
Sid the super dog.
Yeah.
We did. Well, the director just went, I've just seen the superhero, and I think he's regretted that he went past a bit too quick. Can we go back to our superhero there as well, to Sid?
Sid.
Because, look, yes, you don't adjust your set. That is, yes, Sid the superhero doggy that we've got here. And now, you see, that, if that was on a get well card, if that was on a happy birthday card, if that was just on a it's a Tuesday, it doesn't really matter, that's going to put a smile on your face, isn't it?
I think with the dress-up dogs as well, with the whole range, but with the dress-up dogs, you really, as much as they are for your dog lovers, because they've got a personality, it's like you go to your supermarkets and you see like random cards like that have got peas on, and you think, well, why wouldn't you have a super dog on your card?
Why would you
regardless of whether you've not got a dog, you could have a cat or a rabbit, but everybody loves a superhero dog.
They do.
Look at Pamela.
I
Pamela's
know.
a party pooch.
We love Pamela, don't we?
You put a bow tie and a frill and a hat on there.
Yeah. I mean, she just looks so sassy.
Yeah, do you know what?
I want her at my party.
You could put a red letter kind of like, you know, with that in there, saying you've gone overdrawn, but put that poochy face on it, and you're still going to go, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you could have the worst news in the world. You could. You're being evicted. Pamela.
Oh, Pamela, never mind. Can I just bring attention to Elton, and Barbara, that they look like they're married.
I can see them on red carpet. 100%. Now, what about party invites? Stamping them for party invites?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wedding invites. Barbara could be a bridesmaid. She could be a wedding.
Oh, she could.
She could be a wedding Barbara.
Right.
That's what I'm going to look like in my wedding dress, I'm telling you. That flowering hair, perfect. Pearls, lovely.
What more do you need?
Yeah.
Let me just give you the details here. The set you've just seen there with Barbara and Elton, that's in there as well, and Pamela is also in there, and Sid. That is a set of 4. Now, the details for that are at the bottom of your screen. If you want to go for those 4, and we're going to look at the size of these actually in the samples we've got, because you get these are great images, and they're big. For $27.99, 015-575. If you'd like to go for those particular set, Barbara, Elton, Pamela and Sid. I feel like I'm calling out a who's who of the dog world here, which is phenomenal. Right, working away across them, I will give you another set that you can go for. Don't forget, you can go for the complete collection as well. But let's now bring to you, we've got the doghouse with the bone stencil in there, but I give to you Bertie and Frank. Now, I'm going to go straight to Frank because I think he's been here before, Frank. He looks like he's a wizard, doesn't he?
He looks like he's been around block a few times. He knows what's what.
Yeah.
He knows to not. He just got sass.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got sass. I feel like he knows. He's looking at you with them eyes like,
He's
I'm
wise.
not taking no rubbish. I'm here.
Yeah.
No.
Sherlock Bones.
No.
Well, what he was going to be
Sherlock
called.
Bones.
Yeah.
So did you? Let me get this, because that stamp was going to be called Sherlock Bones.
Well, yeah.
So why did we get to Frank in the end?
It was Frank in the first place.
Oh, okay.
And then we started doing the samples with him, and you'll see on samples we've put him in like tartan. Oh,
right, okay.
And I think with Frank, you put him in like a tartan outfit, and he's Sherlock Bones.
He does really have those vibes, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that. It's brilliant. Now, this is $25.99 in here, so that is Bertie, Frank, and the doghouse with the bone stencil. That is 5 stamps you're looking at there. 910762. If you'd like to go for that set of 4. Okay, we've also got for you, and again, don't forget, you can go for the whole collection with everything if you would like to. If we go further up, then we're going to be seeing another set of the 2 that we've got for you that will work together. Now we're going right and left. Where are we going? Oh, here we go. Right. My right. Okay. It's all in the communication that we're looking at here. And now we can bring in some of the sentiments as well.
See, this is why I'm here. Here we are.
Jessie.
Well done. I know I'm here for summit.
So, I mean, do you come up with them, or is it like a collective and then you're there to do the artwork?
I'm not going to take the credit for these. Nina, she dictated to me what she wanted while I was sat.
Dictated. Strong word, that.
Slightly passive-aggressive.
I'm not going to lie to you. I went up to my eyeball. I went up to you. We're up to here in jobs, and she's like, can I just have another sentence? Just swap. And I'm like, no. No, you're done. Cutting you off, you can have what you've got, but they are good.
They are.
And I think...
Do you want to read them out yourself? Because
I'll do it, yeah.
Go on.
You've got, I'm always here to lend a paw.
Nice.
It's the little things. It's the little things that make life wonderful.
With a little paw print, I love
With
that.
a little paw print. You're never lonely with good friends around, and together forever.
Oh, I see.
Come on now, they are poetic.
Oh, they are, but I love that. Poetic sentiments. Keep your puns coming in, by the way, anymore, because you never know. There might be another series of these we could get out of them as well. You never know.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then we've also got our lovely dogs are there on the side there. There's a little collection. And the lovely thing is, on that, you could put some amazing backgrounds in on that one as well. So they could be looking at firework displays. It could be Christmas. It could be whatever. Just there, work together, isn't it? You know.
A little Christmas tree
I think
background.
so they're all looking at Christmas tree, and you could just have the lights twinkling.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
You could name them. They could have their own stockings with the little initials on them.
If you've got a fireplace stamp waiting to go in there with the stockings hung down, they're absolutely perfect. But again, all seasons on that could be working. I really think that's got... Literally, there's no puns here. That's got legs.
It's got paws, hasn't it?
It's got paws. It's got paws. Right, do take advantage of this one. Don't you pause for this one. Get on this one with the poetic sentiments and the besties. 5 stamps there again. $23.99. That's 255115. Details of that are at the bottom of your screen. Now we then have got. Now this is great. Rufus and Friends. I mean, Rufus just looks like he's just having a little bit of time away on this one and just enjoying a little bit of own time. It's all right. We're enjoying that.
I love this. I liked doing the nose on this one. His nose is just, it's amazing. And I just think he's just chilling. He's just bounded through some beautiful fields. Have you seen he's got his little friend, so he's got a little caterpillar on his nose.
Oh, yes, there you can see that.
Yeah, and his ladybird, that's his friends. Rufus and his little friend.
I think you need to make that a glossy accent on the nose. That's got to be a big, black, shiny nose, doesn't it, to work with? And I think you did it so well again on our sentiments. I think you need to take pride having your moment from not passive-aggressive at all, I thought. You know what I mean?
Do you know what? You've got... If you don't love what you do, what are you doing?
That's exactly.
And we do, and we love it. So I do get excited. Love a sentiment, love Nina's designs. That's what we're here for.
You see, no I in team, Nina.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm going to record just her saying that.
I feel like that's going to haunt me later, isn't it? It's going to come back. I'll be hearing it in my nightmare was when she's like, but you did say you loved it. You did say you loved your job. Yeah.
That's going to be your ringtone from now on. Remember you said that? Your sentiments are on there also, which are fabulous. If you would like to go for that set, you can see. I love watching you grow. We've got all the best things coming small parcels. Is that? I could see.
Packages. It's to go with the little teeny tiny pouch.
Oh, beautiful. And a gorgeous flower in a pot. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Details for that are at the bottom of your screen there. You're looking at 5 stamps there with Rufus and Friends and small packages. You can see $17.99. That's 256644. Now, the thing is, you are spoilt for choice. If you can decide amongst those sets, great. That is fantastic. One that maybe just really you're smitten by. I will tell you, though, that the majority of people are going for the complete collection, where have already a quarter of the stock has already gone. So do take advantage of that. And, of course, we are on our flexi options at the moment, the Flextravaganza, but you can get that for 2 payments of just £42.48 because you've got a great £11 saving on that. And all our Freedom families, of course, you've got an even bigger saving there of £19.50, and that's $76.46, and that is delivered to your door for that price also. And that is also down in your Flexi Freedom for 2 payments of just £38.23. Right, I've got to show. Can I show some samples?
Yes, please.
Because, I mean, these are absolutely beautiful. So here we go. Now, this is Pamela.
Bertie.
Oh, this is Bertie. This is. I'm just getting to know their names.
Yeah, you've
Pamela's ears picked up when I said that name as well. So down.
She were angry.
I mean, these are fabulous.
Thank you. So we've got a crown and a little bow tie in with Bertie, so that you can swap him about. So the next one, there's your bow tie.
These are gorgeous. Look.
I mean, absolutely boy, girl, beautiful.
Yeah,
Love them.
honestly. Sorry.
Easier.
Now, oh, wow. Right, OK. These are the best dog stamps I think I've ever seen. Look.
Look at him. Look at Sherlock Bones.
Sherlock Bones.
He's amazing.
I feel like he could do a little pipe.
Yes.
I've said that
Yeah,
entire time.
yeah. Or like a newspaper somewhere.
Yeah.
Like behind him.
You could have books back, you know, like
Oh, in
that'd
a
be
nice
good.
little snug, or
Yes.
sat there in the library working. Look, oh, I love this.
I mean, come on now, he works
Shiny
himself,
nose.
doesn't it?
Yeah. This is just his sample.
This
demo,
is,
isn't it?
that's my demo. I will be doing that shortly.
Oh, brilliant. I want to. Oh, hang on, right.
Oh,
No,
that's Pamela. We've gone over to Pamela there.
We've gone to Pamela now.
Yeah.
We've gone to Pamela now. Right. I mean, very cute.
Yeah.
Really
Oh,
cute. Yeah.
super cute.
Off the scale for cute. Now, okay. Right, here we go. If you refuse to smile when I'm about to put this next card in front of you, then there's no hope.
Look at him.
Oh, look! Always here to lend a paw. I mean, this is brilliant, and that's in blue. Looks great in pink. I mean, these are... Just seen Elton, sorry, as well. I mean, the hits just keep on coming. I want to start up a kennels after looking at these, actually, to be quite... Look!
Oh, they're cool, aren't they?
I mean, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, and the great thing is, it seems that they take on the sentiments or whatever you want them to be. You can put any message with these.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to take it. Then we take it down again, so the real cute side of it again. And I just feel with one of those, that could be a get well. It could be, you know, just sort of missing you. Whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
Any of your sentiments are going to be working really nicely. I mean, that is stunning.
This is a homage to my friends. They're I'm 5'9½",
right.
5'10" if I stand up really good.
Okay.
And a lot of my friends are all, you know, like 5-footers.
Oh.
Or to the ladies that ask me to grab the cereals on the top shelf. You know, this is to you guys.
And
I
me,
do
really,
a lot
you know.
I get that a lot, yeah.
Wow, that's quite amazing.
Yeah.
You must have that sort of trusted cereal phase.
Yeah, I'm not going to run away with your cereals.
I'm not going to nick your hoops.
Pass them.
You're okay. You're okay. And again, absolutely love these. I mean, this really are beautiful. There, you're never lonely with good friends around.
And
I mean,
just to touch on how simple that card really is. You know, if you're looking at them and you're feeling a little bit daunted, you know, I love them, but what can I do with them? That one is just stamped in black. The only things I've picked up on are the collars and the little jumper.
Right.
And then obviously you've just got a little bit of matting and layering with your sentiment, and it's such a lovely card.
it is. It is really lovely, actually. I think you're going to get a lot. I mean, you're going to get a lot of use out of all these. They are fantastic. The lovely thing is, I've still got more samples to show you as well. So don't go away. And we've got the demonstrations, but we're now over 30% of the entire stock has already now been allocated. It's 155 386, and that's going to give you 19 stamps. But saying that doesn't do it justice. I mean, 19 absolutely brilliant stamps. You'd be barking to miss out on these ones. The website, I know, sorry. Your website is where you need to go to very, very quickly to take advantage of these on thecraftstore.com. So many of them in there, you know, which you're going to really enjoy working with. If you do just need to go for one of those sets in particular, great. Now, don't forget also, if you need some help spreading, obviously you have got it on Flexi if you're going to go for the entire collection. If you're going to go for the individuals, you can still go with, of course, your Flextravaganza. So even if you're going to put something in there that's $27 or $17.99 even, you can split that even over 2 payments for yourself, no problem at all. But really fabulous sets and a great collection altogether. Okay. Let's move this on now to a different style now we've got here. And tell us, because this is where your dad's really come into his own on these. This is Roy, isn't it, your dad's
It is, yeah. He sits there, and we say it every time when he brings something out with the pointillism, all you hear is literally dot, 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 and he sits in his little corner.
With his little half glasses on, looking like Geppetto, and his...
Everything is so like every dot is in the perfect place.
You're getting, basically, this is just an artist. You know, he is an artist, and you're getting such a beautiful piece. of artwork.
Let me show off, because the dotting paid off. It might be Morse codes are saying, help, get me out, help my daughters. It could be.
Definitely not. It's helped let me move into the workshop is what he says. He moves into that chair and he has his little naps. It's his perfect place.
It is.
I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, literally, you can stamp that in black, you can put that in a frame, and that's going to be a lovely picture as on a wall.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's why, like, when I was making them, I'd said to Dad, like, I'm running so short on time, but I've got so many ideas with them. And that was the sample that I did, and it's literally just so simple.
Yeah.
And I think that shows how amazing that every little dot creates this beautiful image. And that's it.
Phenomenal.
That's all you've got there.
That is really quite phenomenal when you see that up close, and you know you gather that, because that is an art form that, wow.
It could be a picture. It could be like a printed.
Yes.
A photograph.
No, absolutely. Let's show you some other ones again with the colour coming through. I mean, and you know, it's the characteristics, because that's it, isn't it? It's that when you talk about the puppy dog eyes, all that kind of stuff. It's for a real point. But I mean, these are the dogs that, you know, that when you see that as a picture, that's why it is, you know, man's best friend or whatever. They're sort of loyal.
Definitely.
But that is beautiful. I mean, absolutely gorgeous.
It's got, and it's like everybody, when you've got a dog, you walk your dog.
Yeah.
You know, that's such a beautiful kind. That I just think is fantastic.
Yeah, I love that. I cannot tell you how many times I had to cut down the backing papers of that, because I wanted to make sure you could see all the dog, and we have the Wuffly birthday sentiment, which is from his last collection of dogs.
Oh, right.
And I thought, and I stamped it in black, I stamped it in grey, and I'm like, it needs to be brown, it needs to all be brown. And I just think it just gives this vintage, authentic, doggy, woofy feel to it.
A woofy feel?
A woofy feel.
Wow.
Let me show
that's a sentiment that I'm gonna...
You are?
That's it, a woofy feel.
I'm going to show one more as well, because we've got a bit of glitter in here as well, but just I mean, real sort of stature. I think that's what he's captured.
Yeah,
in these
definitely.
As well. It's all those
Personality
characteristics.
as well.
So, you know, we've got something for everybody here. If you want to see a dog dressed up as a superhero, we've got it. If you want to see an Elton John stars in their eyes equivalent, we've got it. If you want to go for the more absolutely the real again and really capturing everything that you're going to find from these, this is it. You've got the Springer and the Cocker here. A quarter of the stock has already gone. $14.99, absolutely brand new on the show for you today. 215180 for you, which is phenomenal. Now we've also got a Daisy Bee, a 7-day saver for you to make sure you try and get into your collection. If you would like to pop this into your basket, then you can. It's the Lilac Butterfly Girl and the How Wonderful You Are for that collection. If you want to get those in, we've got a £4 saving, and that is $9.99 only. So again, it's another one of those. Even if you wanted to work on that as with your Flextravaganza, you can get that for just £2 payments, around about £5. So you know, $4.98. And when's dispatch? Sorry. Oh, the saving is until Sunday. I'm sorry, I just totally misheard that. 386565. Lovely font on that, actually. The How Wonderful You Are. Really good. Was that you, Barney? Yes.
Funnily enough,
nicely done.
I weren't going to let that bypass. That
I feel like I need to just shout out for you a little bit more, actually.
You do. I feel like my ego needs it.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
Do my best. Right, so much. So, Nina, it looks like you're taking over to start with then as well, with our first of our demonstrations. And which pooch are you working with?
Well, it's got to be Pamela.
Of course.
Yes, Pamela the party pooch. Everybody's got their own. Like, my sister absolutely loves, like, lurchery kind of dogs. You know, she's got two, like, lurcher. What is he called? Like a whippet, that's
whippet, right.
Yes.
Oh, right.
So you get your greyhound, which is like your large one. You get your lurcher, which I'd say medium size, and then your whippet's even smaller.
Oh, I didn't know that. See,
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
But I think, you know, everybody's got a pooch that they like or are drawn to, and I'm a teddy bear kind of girl. You know, ones that look like teddies, but just not my teddy bear pooch.
In fact, our friend just got a couple of puppies. They were 9 weeks old, cockapoos.
Oh,
And oh my goodness, how fluffy and small and little sometimes on the floor, but you know, that happens at my age. But I think I covered it up and blamed the dog. So, no, that's fair enough. Right, so we're stamping straight on to
Yes,
start with.
so what I've done, just a piece of card, and I'm stamping using VersaFine in smoky grey. I've spoke a lot about using smoky grey because I prefer the effect that you get from that. It's more like the original drawing.
Yes, yes, nice.
So again, I'm wanting to keep it quite simple. So all I'm doing is using 3 Pro markers.
Right.
So all we're going to do is using the lighter one, I just go around the edge because, you know, I've gone for a more of a white pooch for this one. So we're just going over the top of my original stamped out lines.
So what have you taken the actual drawings from originally? Was these photographs? Did you study them
Yes.
closely with lots of different pictures of them, or did you have them in real that you were just working on, or?
A bit of a collage, to be honest,
right.
of dogs, and then sort of chose bits I liked off one dog and popped them together, and
I see.
that's kind of how I work. But I did send the mother-in-law the pictures of them beforehand, and my sister-in-law's got the most cutest little dog, and his face is like, I don't know, I'm going to bring him. I will, not the actual dog,
no,
but I'm going to draw him.
Yeah.
He's called Colin. I'm going to draw Colin and turn him into a stamp because his face is just the cutest thing.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, if anybody sends any photos of dogs, I do draw them from the photos as well, you see.
Right.
So yeah, anything I can find inspiration from, anything really. It can be a bit crazy how me walking through somewhere and think, oh, that will make it amazing. That's going to make an amazing stamp, and then turn it into it.
The gallery is saying you should bring the dogs in. I think they do like the idea of a pooch.
I'd bring my dog in, but she'd cause absolute riots. So.
Oh, well, Derek does, but we still allow him through the doors. We're all right. We've had messages coming through already.
Okay.
You bring your, because you, I'll read this out in a second, but you were saying earlier on that you've been on the some of the shows that have been taking place. Birmingham, ADC, you've just done Harrogate as well.
Yeah.
And it was great to meet up with people after so long, you know.
Yes,
but a lot of people,
definitely.
You've been getting a lot of love from people that enjoy your shows when you're
Oh, they do, honestly. We have so much, like, people say, oh, I just love the banter. I had one lady come up to me at NEC, and I was stood with my back to her. Obviously, I'm on a different stand to the Daisy B stand because I'm working with my partner.
Yeah.
And I just heard, I know that voice. And I'm like, and I didn't know that she was talking to me, and she was like, it's your accent, it's just so strong, it's so northern. And I said, I think it's my Barnsley twang that people just like, you wouldn't believe that we're sisters, I suppose, because I'm a lot more northern and a lot more Barnsley than anybody. And they'll say to me, where are you from? Like, Barnsley. Barnsley. And they love it. They love seeing the people.
No, that's brilliant. That is great. Yeah, you're putting Barnsley on the map, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, this is a lovely email that's come through for you both as well from Christine. A very good afternoon, Christine. Thank you for being with us. Saying, hi all. What an amazing, delightful, in capitals, show. These two young ladies are a delight to watch. You can't help but be inspired by their enthusiasm. I love dogs, and the items in this show are great. I may just be tempted to buy the stamps, and I have never made a card in my life. And that's from Christine.
Oh, Christine, that's amazing. Thank you so much. It means so much to us.
That's lovely.
When we receive such lovely emails.
Yeah.
Really, really fantastic. So there we are. You are a delight with all those. So yeah, keep your messages coming through. If you've got anything you'd like to say to the ladies here from Daisy B, then please do studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, we were just leaving you just doing something. So literally, you've just gone around the outside and picked out where you've already got the stamp marks there.
Yeah, darker Pro marker for the eyes and the nose, and then I've cut it out.
Seamless.
And so at the same time, we've stamped out it again, so that we want the hat to be stood off. So I've just coloured it in some lovely pastel colours.
Nice.
And then you've cut the collar out, and we've got the bow from Bertie. You could have the bow from this one, but I've brought the bow from Bertie. So the next part is we're gonna pop them all together.
Right.
So to create this ruffled effect, which I'm just absolutely in love with, it's cellophane, and I've had it ages and ages. It was just sat in the bottom of my drawer, and I saw her. I thought, yes,
absolutely,
you're for cellophane in you, lady.
which I think is a compliment. Yes.
So can you see, I've just sort of cut a piece out that's going to go round her neck.
Okay.
Right. Again, for anybody thinking, oh, you've gone too far now, that's too far. Right. Well, it's not too far, because it's only a case of a little bit of dry clear glue round the top of Pamela's neck. There we go, look. And you're just going to drop that down and ruffle it like that in between your fingers there. And that creates, you see, this collared effect. And then we're going to just take a few little bits.
That is quite amazing cellophane, actually, with those different colours in it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I've sort of took the colours, the same colours, and used some Prismas to colour in the hat, similar.
Right.
So then we're going to pop the collar over the top, like that. And you see, we're building her up, building her up. Although I would have liked to have been slightly neater with that one. We might be able to pull it down. Right, it is what it is. So, that's a Banzi phrase or what, but it is what it is. So, what we're going to do, we're going to glue our little bow on, pre-coloured bow. And that one's going to go over the top. And so we've got some shimmer paste.
Ooh.
And and an old brush. Just an old brush.
Yeah. That brush looks familiar, Neen, funnily enough.
Oh gosh, anybody who's seen our stories as well will know that Josie went and bought lovely brushes at the weekend, and she's marked them with her own name so that I'm not allowed to touch them.
I'm not going to lie. I've put my name sellotaped around each individual paintbrush, because that one's mine, and she says old paintbrush like it were ruined. It were a fresh paintbrush. It goes anywhere near her and it just becomes carnage.
I have tidied my desk without you having to do it though, Jo.
I know.
So.
I walked into work yesterday morning and I nearly fell through the floor. I nearly fell through Mez. I'm not kidding. It was the shock of my life.
Right, so, and as you can see, it's like water off a duck's back.
I feel very torn.
Whose side are you taking?
Well,
that's the big question, isn't it?
I'm open to bribes, but it's No, I feel I bet you have a lovely day at Christmas.
Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Me and Josie, we have a dance floor style, party after
You won't
Christmas
actually
dinner.
believe that we get on like an actual house on fire.
No, I can feel you do, genuinely.
Yes.
I genuinely can. I can. It's
So,
great.
I'm just going to start building up. Now, I've got this lovely sparkly card, and now these don't want to come off, do they? See, Dad will be sat going, she'd have just used a scalpel, this wouldn't have happened. So,
Dad with his scalpel and his glitter tray.
Yes.
For your dad?
Yeah, if he hasn't got the right utensils, he won't do it.
No.
Won't do it. He won't touch it. He'll go over to his craft kit when he's when he's got to make some samples.
Right.
And if everything's not in the correct place, if Nina's borrowed something, and by borrowed I mean lost.
Oh.
Here we go.
There are doggies. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm getting the idea that Nina is the magpie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am, I suppose so, yeah. All right, I'll hold my hands up. If you've got something nice, I'm going to want to have a look and a try.
Yeah.
That's
She
just
saw
the
me
way it
metallic
goes.
pro markers on desk this morning.
Did.
And she's like, they're nice, whose are they? So they're mine.
Yeah.
They were, and always will be, mine.
100%, as soon as her back's turned, I'm trying them.
Well, you've said it now, so you really, you've got no comeback on that, really, when she catches you.
Right, I'm going to create the back of this, right? So for anybody who's wanting to recreate it, this is how I've done it.
Right.
Dry clear glue, long pieces of your cellophane, and again, so you're dropping it down.
Yep.
and you're just scrunching. Yeah? Drop and scrunch.
Just drop and scrunch.
Drop and scrunch.
That's like a rugby move, that.
Yeah. And then we're going to do drop and scrunch again on this side.
You're making it look really easy, Neen. That's the first time I've watched you do it.
Oh, I think that's a compliment. I thought I'd just get in there quick.
It is a compliment.
Is
I do
it?
compliment her.
Oh, there was- yeah,
Yeah, she does. She does.
She complains because I always say that's cute.
Yes, she does.
And she hates it because that's the only word I use. Oh, isn't it cute?
Yeah, she goes, oh, that's cute. It's something I might have been drawing all day. It's okay, Joe, I've just spent 8 hours drawing
What would you prefer
that.
then if not cute?
Amazing. Oh my gosh,
That's
I wanted to
amazing.
pass out
Isn't that-
with how good this
Right.
drawing is that
Right,
I've
so
done.
it's more of an action than a word you're looking for, really.
Yeah,
I
she
suppose
wants
so,
me
yeah.
to be absolutely peaking for this drawing. That's what she wants.
Yeah.
She'll be like,
To be
oh
absolutely
my
peaking.
God, best thing I've ever seen is what
Yeah.
she wants from me.
Right, okay.
And now I
Is
say,
that within your...
it is, yeah,
repertoire?
but now I know that she wants it from me.
You hold
I
back.
won't give her it until it's like top notch.
Right.
She's got to earn it.
She's got to earn it.
She's got to earn it.
I think these dogs are pretty top.
And I mean, I did say they were pretty
They
good.
are.
I mean, I loved the last doggies. We did about a year ago, still on the Chanda website. We had an original dog set. They were amazing.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's been a Christmas dog set again, still available if you want in the Christmas dogs.
Well, there you are. You see?
Yeah,
Doggy
see,
galore,
all
doggy
available
galore.
there for you.
We're dog crazy.
I just want to. I've got. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just see this. Is this nearly finished now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then I want to just read something out that's just come through as well. More emails are on their way. Which
Oh,
is lovely.
wow.
Yeah, keep them coming, everybody. I'll read another one in a second.
right.
I do love
so
this with the cellophane, though. It is.
It's
It does
lovely,
look good,
isn't
and
it?
she did make it look really easy.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah.
It's quite annoying.
It is quite annoying, I suppose, isn't it? But what we're going to do now is pop our lovely Pamela, that's the one, on here.
Right.
And fix her on with some double-sided.
Lovely Pamela. I do like Pamela.
She's awesome, isn't she?
I feel like Pamela could be the mother to it all, just really sort of secretly the boss.
Yes. She's got those eyes about her. Like, don't step out of line at my party.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, look.
Look at that.
I mean, that is proper sugary and sweet and all things nice, isn't it? for
Yes.
that?
Oh, definitely. There we go.
That is, what a lovely use of those materials altogether. That is, what word would you really like to hear now? So that is...
I've completely forgot what she's just asked me to say to her.
Well,
amazing, absolutely
Oh, Joe.
outstanding.
That is that's great.
It's
That's
peak.
amazing.
You
It is
didn't have to
peak
say that.
drawing.
No, it's, yeah, it's all right, though. Take
Thank
it, take
you,
it.
then.
I
take
did
it.
say,
so
I did
much.
say what best sample you'd ever done though.
Yes.
I did. That
Yeah.
was best compliment.
Yeah, you can't get better than
You
that.
can't. No,
And I've
you're
done a lot of
peak.
samples, and I do agree this is the best sample that I have ever done.
Then
So-
I think we're all agreed on that one. Sisters, are we
Yes.
agreed on that one?
We are, yes, voting for the best one.
Speaking of sisters, I've got a little lovely email that's come through here. It says, "Hiya everyone, Faye here,
Yay.
the middle sister!"
The middle
exclamation mark there in brackets. Best. So she didn't put that down. She didn't put that down. I'm only joking, Faye. So loving the show. Lovely to see the girls with Scott again. Yes, I know. I think it's only our second show. I think it is, isn't it? I just wanted to share a photo of our dogs on a walk last winter. Not sure if it'll be good enough to show, but here it is anyway. So we like that, Faye. And here it is. Ah, now look, talk us through the cast. Who we got on here then?
So the big black doggy on the end, that one's mine. That's Delilah.
That's Delilah.
And then you've got Scrap, who Nina kindly say looks like Bertie, even though he looks a little bit more
Absolutely
like
hanging in that photo and ready to go for any dog he
Yes,
sees.
you can
Yeah.
see. Yeah.
And then you've got the next one on is Faye's Whippet, the little
Oh.
doggy, and Haverford on the end. So Trevor is the little one, and Harvey on the end is
Rescue
He's a
doggy.
rescue breed. We think he's like Lurcher.
Oh, do
So
you know
yeah,
what?
that's the big band all
And do they all
together.
get on well together?
No.
No.
No. Delilah and Scrap do.
Yeah.
Delilah and Trevor,
Yeah.
little one. Haverford, he had
He
a
likes
tough...
to be left alone.
Yeah, he had a tough
Yes.
little life, bless him, before he were
okay.
rescued, so he just likes his own space.
It's fair enough. The
we all?
planet's big enough for everybody. Thank you, Faye. Thank you so much for sending that through as well. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Thank you for that as well.
You're welcome.
Brilliant it was a great demonstration. Absolutely fantastic. We will allow the ladies to swap around then because we're going to be seeing another demonstration in a moment from Josie. So let me just give it does give me time to recap with what we're looking at here and the collection we've got for you here. Now, we'll tell you, half the stock has now gone on the collection, which I'm really not surprised at all, because if you are a dog lover, and I did say even if you're not a dog lover, you really can't help but fall in love with these characters, because I think they are absolutely brilliant. The artwork is gorgeous on these, and you really can. I think it's because of the looks that they have, and they've captured, Nia's captured this sort of the look that they have in their eyes with everything, that you could put these into birthday cards, you know, get well soon, missing you, good luck on your move, whatever it is, good luck with your exams. It could be just because, it doesn't really matter, it could just be left blank. But you've got characters that are fun, that are going to put a smile on your face. You've got those ones that are going to tug at the heartstrings for you. You've got the sentiments with beautiful fonts as well that work. And we've not even really talked about that fantastic piece you've got there with the lovely bones that are on there, which we've not even really talked about that, or actually with the little doghouse. So the bundles themselves, if we started off with our Elton, is that one that's coming up on there? I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll start one with got our Elton team together. There we are. They've got Elton, Pamela and Sid and Barbara are on those. Again, that fantastic as a 4, as I'm sure you'll agree. That is a set on its own, 015-575, and that's £27.99. I just love Sid. I just think Sid, I'd like to see Sid and Elton on a night out together. I think that would definitely work. So there's your first of your sets. That's going to give you the 4 that you can see those. Another set that we have got for you is we are going up. I noticed we've got Rufus and Friends that you can see, and the beautiful, extendedly long, brilliant floral that you can see with, again, those lovely sentiments. And I do love Rufus. It looks so absolutely relaxed and very chilled out, and at one with everybody and his friends that are all there. If you'd like to go for your 5 stamp sale, it's just £17.99, and again, for extravaganza, you can split that on 2 payments if you like. 256 644. If you want to go for Rufus and Friends. Right, working our way across. Well, now these are lovely, these. We've got the Poetic sentiments, and really love this one. You could just put any background with these, and they could just be gazing off into, looking into these, into the distance, into a sunset, across the waters, into the really popular individual set, this actually, if you're going to go for these, very much so, and you can understand why. Lots of options to work with these. £23.99, and that's 255-115 if you'd like to go for that set altogether. And then last but not least, as we work our way down again, we've got for you, I really love the bone stencil. I think is fabulous, and we've seen that actually on some of the samples that are here with us. So you've got the bone stencil, you have got in the doghouse, which is great, and that'll work with any single one of the lovely dogs that you've got there. But we've also got Bertie, and we've also got Frank, who just makes me howl. Literally, he really does. 910-762-2599. They are the ways you can do it individually, but we do have the whole collection. Let me just show you, and again, you don't have to go for the really big look, which is what I love about these. If you just the one there with the sentiment, it's so cute. That could be for congratulations on your baby boy, baby girl.
I love this one.
This just gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, for the simplicity of it's just stamped, a little bit of colour, and the fact, and the white. I love the white.
Yeah.
And that's from Josie had done my nanan a birthday card, and I saw it on the side near the TV. I've took a photo of it because I thought it were really good.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to upload it.
Oh, is it mine or is it Faye's though?
Oh.
It could possibly be Faye's.
Well done, Faye. Whoever did it, it was lovely, and the white on the craft card was really nice.
It was Faye.
Oh.
I'm going to say well done, Faye.
Yeah, well done, Faye.
She's done a sample. She did a sample with Sid.
Have I shown it yet?
I think it's on the front. It's the purple Sid
in lady colours.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say then for a second. We'll see if we can find that one and show you as well. Oh, look at this. I love watching you grow. I mean, so cute. We haven't shown yet one that's got... This is Rufus, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love Rufus. And again, you could put any... I mean, you've got beautiful sentiments that come with this as well. But if you get... It's just that kind of dreamlike. You could be thinking anything.
It could be thinking of you. You know,
Yes.
that would be a really nice one. Anybody that might be feeling down or anything, it's a lovely little pick-me-up
That is
card.
really, and this is a nice way of working with those as well within the stamps, with the actual pot plant, the little flower we've got in there as well. And I love the fact we've got a lovely little photo.
Yeah,
I love that
Rufus
one.
there.
That might be.
Oh,
It might be my favourite card.
Oh,
Yeah.
big claim.
Yeah, do you know what? I love it. I love how you've done it.
Faye said it's busy. She says that's one of your busier cards that you've done.
Yeah.
But that's the little Polaroid is from a set that we've brought to TV before.
That's really nice, that.
And that's from the capture set. And it just, along with the backing paper, everything just looks so nice
It works.
together.
It works.
I just wanted to. I just thought that he needed to have just a little moment because he's in glitter and just needed to be seen. In fact, he would be great at a tag just to pop out like that surprise, wouldn't he?
Oh, you could do him in red glitter and he could be a Christmas pooch. He could be bringing you Christmas presents.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm loving that. I'm
Santa's
loving that.
sack.
So many ideas. Absolutely fantastic. So, if you'd like to go for the complete collection, because you can see how popular, like I say, half the stock has gone, which is absolutely brilliant. These 19 stamps in total. Take it right down from 95 down to 86. Freedom members down to 76.46. That is delivered to you for that price point also, which is great. And if you want to do, you can do this on a flexi. So if you would like to make just 2 payments, each of those to £38.23. Absolutely perfect. Now, of course, a different style, but equally absolutely beautiful. It's more on the sort of the realist and the more the sort of natural feel with these, and they are gorgeous. Honestly, stamp it, frame it, and pop it up on a wall because they are beautiful, absolutely stunning. Over half the stock has gone on these as well, with the beautiful duo stamp seal, the Springer and the Cocker. You're getting 2 stamps in total. And they're just $14.99. I mean, firstly, I'm amazed at the technique.
Yes.
I think the technique's amazing, but also then the images that we're getting with them are absolutely stunning. They really are. He must be very proud.
Oh, definitely. He needs to do more. We need more dogs in there. I think we need a full range of the pointillism stuff that you could. Everything goes together because, again, look at the simplicity of that black and white card.
Let's put them both together on this one.
You've just stamped it out in black with some embossing powder over the top and a sentiment. It is stunning.
Really lovely. 215 180, £14.99. And if that's the only thing you're going to be getting today, those 2 stamps, don't forget even that. You can work on a Flextravaganza and split the cost of the £14.99 over 2 payments. Right then, okay, Josie, your time to shine.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm afraid Nina's taken quite a bit of time, so you've only got 10 minutes left.
I can do it.
I know you
I can do it. I'm totally ready. So, I'm going to use Frank, Sherlock Bones. I'm just going to call him Sherlock Bones.
Brilliant.
Right. So, what I'm doing is because when Nina started designing, it's like I said, I don't want to say I run the business, but I do run the business. So it's very rare that I actually get some time to craft. And I was absolutely desperate to get my hands on these. So I was like, Nina, you need to do it like this. You need to just do it like that. And she's like, oh, well, I can't go that simple because, you know, I'm so extra. And I'm like, right, well,
I am so
I'm going to do it then.
So, do you have competitions of who sends the best Christmas cards?
Oh,
it's a
and the room went silent.
It fell.
There's tension there.
Yeah, nobody sends Christmas cards.
No, I like to verbally send Christmas cards. Merry Christmas. I've been doing cards all year, so it's a verbal.
You're not getting one again.
Oh, love a bit of family time at Christmas. Apparently, I was saying this morning though that the UK, we are the we send the most greeting cards than any other nation.
I mean, we don't even send birthday cards to each other.
Wow.
No, but I love the whole card making process. It's amazing and it's lovely. And I think one of the reasons I don't personally send them is because I love them too much to let them go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
It's one way of thinking about it, or the other way is I don't love you enough to give you one. So you one, yeah.
I do too. You know, if I think like we don't send them to each other, but like I'll send them to my mum or dad or like grandparents.
Everyone but Nina then?
Everyone but Nina and Faye, really.
Right.
But
At least she's honest. I mean, you can't get away from that.
I'm not lying to anybody.
No.
I know they live next door to her anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Right. So I've stamped Sherlock Bones. I've got. It seems a bit random, but can you see? I've got. It's a flat one like this. So what I'm going to do to my Sherlock Bones, I'm going to add some colour, and this is all I'm going to do. So I've literally got a brown watercolour paint, right?
Right.
And all I'm doing is I'm just going to flick where his hair is, so it looks like he's got. Well, it looks like fur. Can you see? It just adds that bit of texture
So
to him.
you're following the lines already in the stamp?
Yeah.
On those, yeah?
I'm just keeping it really simple, because somebody's got to. Mrs. likes to do arts and crafts and makes everything look amazing, but looks at me like I can't compete with that.
She
So
said it though. Did you hear that?
Well,
She makes
don't
everything
drag
look
me
amazing.
into this,
So
Nina.
I'm totally taking that. She said it.
it were a compliment. It were a compliment.
It
But-
did sound like a compliment.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
But saying that,
Yeah.
I absolutely love simplicity, like the simplicity of this technique, because it just means that I feel like I can create something beautiful to toot my own
Yeah.
horn, but I've really not got to put that much stress into it, and that is literally a bit round his chin.
I love it. I think it looks artsy.
Yeah, it does. On the craft card as well, it looks really nice. It really
That's all the colour I'm adding to him. But
Yeah.
see now, and I've just realised, Nina, have you got a pair of scissors with you?
Nope.
Oh, this could go very, very wrong. Oh, we've got some. I knew there were a reason we went back to work today. I knew. So, I'm gonna. I'm just gonna re-stamp him out. How long
Okay.
have I got?
Oh, we're okay. You've got 6 minutes.
Oh, plenty of time. I'm even going to emboss it because
Got time for another one, yeah?
I would say watch your fingers when you when you do stamp onto your backing paper, especially with VersaFine, it stays wet for quite some time. So if you then cooking round it,
Right.
Yeah.
you're gonna get.
This is why I always cook with my heat gun.
Well, you always cook with a heat gun.
Oh yeah, that's why my roast dinners take so
I was
long.
going to say, yeah. Must be there for a while with your beef.
Yeah.
I see.
See, you can see it coming together now. So I'm going to cut out with the trusty pair of scissors that I've found. And just show. Because I'm doing this card from, I suppose, start to finish, I wanted to show just how simple it can be.
Well, I think all of them have that ability because I think that the expressions on whichever one of the dogs you're looking at, really, they do all the work for you.
They do,
You've just got
yeah.
to put them in situ, really, haven't you? Choose whether that is, bright and fun and funky and young and birthday sort of celebrations, or whether it's a really almost like black and white print. They work either way, don't they?
They do, and like you said with the black and white, I just think I like that because I think it's quite punchy when you choose an image and then just colour certain little elements in. I really like that.
Yeah, no, they are fantastic. I love them. The question I have to ask, and I know that there will be viewers that will be thinking the same as well, is, it's okay with the lovely doggies. What about our feline friends? If anyone's there saying, I love my cat, I'm feeling that the cat's not getting a bit of spotlight time here.
Hey.
Any plans?
I can give cats attention. So, yes, I can totally, if anybody wants some cats doing, give us a shout out. We're on social media, follow us on Facebook.
Right.
And honestly, just give me a shout. If you want something drawing, the more ideas I get,
Right.
the more things
show us
will
your
come
cat.
out.
Yeah.
Show us your cat. Like, I mean, I had cats.
Yes.
One of he passed away, bless him, but he was absolutely beautiful, weren't he, Neen?
Oh, he was amazing.
Long-haired ginger fluff ball.
Oh.
And if I don't see him on a card at some point soon, designed, I'm not going to be happy.
So if you are there and thinking you could inspire, then make sure you follow the girls then with regards to that, and send pictures of your cats through, and then who knows?
Yeah.
We might a superhero cat could be there.
Yeah.
Yes,
and a robin.
And we're a ruffle. We're always laughing on social media. So if you want a laugh that's just not on telly, follow us on as stories on Instagram and Facebook.
Right. Oh, there you are. See?
There you go. So
I'm liking that.
I'm adding just some colour to there because I'm going to go in with my stencil.
So you'd cut out. So I know we were watching. You did cut out the.
I have,
the
yeah.
jacket.
Look, Sherlock Bones has got his hat.
Like
so
that.
I want it to look a little bit, so it like leaks through, so it looks even more so when you don't tape it down.
Leak now.
Always tape it down, guys. Crafting 101.
It's all right. Josie's done that, so you don't have to.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't mind. So, I would if it didn't stop moving.
We've got about 3 minutes.
Oh, I can do it. That's fine.
All right. I did no doubt. Absolutely, this end. I'm liking this.
Look, I'm just creating my background because actually, I really am nearly done.
It does. We've got another card while Josie's doing that. It's a purpley coloured one with the bone stencil. That's the one.
Oh, right. Let me show straight into there. I've got 2 here that I haven't yet shown, which I'm going to do, and this is there with them in the purple. We're using the bone stencil that comes as part of the complete collection for you as well. There, that's great.
Yeah, so that's just a watercolour background, and then I've just picked out a few of the different bones and then added the bones to the sentiment as well. So.
Do you know what it is about this stamp as well with them? They just look like the best friends. They've just been on an adventure. They could just be all together, couldn't they? Which
I like the one on the end. He's kind of looking as if to say, I've been put with these 2 chumps again.
Yeah. Look at those as well. There. Just out looking together.
Looking at the starry sky.
I know, it is
So
lovely, isn't it?
cute.
It does come with the sentiment as well for this particular set, 255115. Brilliant. We're doing okay, Josie. We have
What have I got?
just under 2 minutes.
That's fine. I'm putting them together now. Look,
Oh,
it's all fine. I mean, have I got time to throw a sentiment on? Probably
I think
not,
you
but
have.
I'm going to do it.
I think you have. When are you back on? Have you got another show today?
No.
Is it just the one show today?
Yeah, it's...
Oh, no, we need another show.
Yeah, we only do the one.
Oh.
So
I think...
if you see something, grab it.
Grab it.
Yeah.
So do you know when you're back in the studio then?
It'll be mid to before Christmas, December.
Oh, that was so accurate.
Yeah, sometime between now and 2022.
Yeah,
the girls will be back. I think the phrase is "watch this space."
It is.
That's what it is, isn't
right.
it?
I know it looks a bit chaotic, but we're here. We're moving.
No, I think you've got this timed perfectly, most definitely, because we're just coming to the last 60 seconds anyway. Right? We had faith all the way through. Oh, I like this.
Yay. I don't think anybody had faith. I think there were some hairy moments where they thought I weren't going to make it.
I think this now you've added in.
Now it's hairy.
Now
It's
you've
hairy
added in. Now you've added in those as well. You could just be there. So if while we're doing this, we could work together on this one, Josie. We'll be there. You reveal with 5 seconds to go. If you haven't yet got this, then this is your time to go for it. 19 stamps. 155386 for all of that in the collection. It's all on the website. Ladies, thank you very much indeed to Nina and to Josie. Thank you very much indeed. I felt like your much younger brother all the way through today, and it's been a lot of fun. And there it is. Perfectly
Don't move
timed.
it because it's not
well
stuck
done,
down.
Josie.
Yay!
Well done, Nina. Thank you very much. What an hour. Absolutely brilliant hour. Hope you've enjoyed that, and they will be back with us soon. You've got your quilted antics coming up now. Then, of course, you've also got your paper craft in there, and then back.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the second show of 2 today with our lovely quilting antics and Anthea. Good afternoon, my darling. Hey, very busy this morning, weren't you?
Oh, you what?
Oh, craggy, you were busy. Lots of favourites, which we can still get, I believe.
Yeah.
But we're going to concentrate on some different patterns for this hour, aren't we?
Quite exciting, yes.
It is indeed.
Yep.
It is indeed. And straight up as well, I've got fantastic birds and you've already found these on the web. Should we get stuck in, Anthea?
Let's go for it, Fiona.
Let's go for it, my darling, because you've got me some lovely samples here as well. So this is all the patterns plus the templates that you supply, and we have got within this pattern booklet 6 different projects. And basically, if the Puffin Bay, Chuffin Puffins, Milvus Smilvus, did I read that right?
Yes, it's Latin for red kite.
Is it?
Yeah.
I never knew that. So, Winter Companions, Humming Around and Mel's Bag. And basically, if I open up the inside, because you always get brilliant full colour pictures there, you can see the projects you can make. Absolutely gorgeous. As always with Anthea, amazing patterns. So where did you start with this? Which was the first one? You always get the templates as well. And what you do is, because you don't like waste, you put it on the back for us as well, with the instructions.
Oh, yes.
All true to size.
It's all there. Yeah, you don't have to resize anything, although I may have resized things for you that you didn't even know need resizing.
Exactly. Can't be doing with that. Too much hassle, Anthea.
Nice,
so,
this one.
let's have a little look. You can tell me which of these we're holding up here in terms of our... Just going to put that to the side so we can see all our pattern list there. So this one is...
That one's Winter Companions.
Oh, that's
and I really
beautiful.
like that because there's a tranquility about it.
That is gorgeous.
It's quite simple to make.
Yeah.
You know those fir combs at the top? Do you know what they are?
No. Oh. No.
It's a piece of tweed tied in a knot.
Ah.
Tied in a knot. I've got a strip.
That
tied
is
a couple
beautiful.
of knots and then cut the knots out. That is how simple our designs are. Yeah,
It's gorgeous. And I love your
It's tranquil.
flowers.
I can hear people like you know when the snow's got that crispy top. Yeah, the
Yes.
snowdrops. I can kind of hear that noise in there.
Yeah. Although you can hear it crackle sometimes, can't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And in our next book, in a moment, we've got the spring and the autumn companion. So I'm gathering it's a bit of an anthology, is it?
Yeah,
You've done all the seasons.
we like to go through the seasons.
Then we've got our beautiful puffin cushion. There we go. So you get the pattern for this as well.
So if
Chuffin Puffin is this?
Chuffin Puffins.
Chuffin
and if
Puffin.
you put the 2 puffins side by side,
Ah.
there's 2 cushions there.
Yes.
That's it.
Yay, aren't they gorgeous?
The background is half square triangles.
Ah.
So you make one background of squares and one blue square, and then you just put them together and treat them like a half square triangle. You know where you draw a line diagonally across?
Yeah.
And then you've got your two fronts.
Fabulous, isn't that gorgeous? And just how you will.
Really simple, those ones.
Gorgeous. And then we have the beautiful bag. So which one's this? This is our...
That's Mel's bag.
Mel's bag.
So you've got gannets there, which I adore that, because gannets, they tell a little love story.
Ah, beautiful.
So that's named after a lady at St David's in Wales.
Ah, little toggle clasp there. Making a meal of opening that, but you can open it.
Oh, I might have stitched it down actually. For
Have you?
her.
Oh, that'll be why. I was only going to show everybody
well, when
inside.
we used to do the shows, sometimes they got a little bit played with.
Yeah, fair enough. Distorted. And then
so
last but not
I think
least,
it may be stitched down. And
here's
this
another one.
It's have you got it the right way around there? Does it need a 90-degree turn?
that way around. There we go.
That's it. So humming around.
Humming
and you know
around.
that was inspired by my dad.
Beautiful. So I'm only missing Milvus, aren't I? On the front cover, there he is.
Yeah,
I think.
today the amount of stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how full the car was. We discussed collecting some mail sacks while we were here, but we can't fit them in. Seriously, can't fit them in.
Just to be able to carry everything. She's got some lovely quilts behind her as well. 23.99 073605. So let's move on now to our second set. So again, we have got our lovely spring and autumn companions. So if I show you, so this is awesome birds.
Might just be worth saying.
Yeah.
I would wait until we've got down the counter
Oh,
before
yes,
you make
you
your
did.
decisions, because there is one that's a bit of a compilation.
A compilation.
That might not have your favourite in.
Yes, that's true.
So they're all different, but you know, I would just hang fire and
hang fire. Yeah,
because we've got down the counter.
Yes, we've got a pattern booklet coming up, which is like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and then plus our owl. So hang fire, have a little look, and then see which you want, because they're all different. So this one is our awesome birds. So again, if I reverse, you can see we have 7 fantastic patterns there. The Night Watchman, Night Patrol, Maverick Bag, Forest Clown Art, Tip Top Framed Picture, Spring Companions and Autumn Companions. So if I open it up, wow, we're getting value for money here, Anthea.
You certainly do, yeah. I don't know which book's my favourite, because each one has got my favourites in. And every time you look at something... Oh, just nip back to that one. I'm just going to check something in my book, which is...
Well, I'll show you spring and autumn, because we just saw winter.
I want to just point something out in that centre page, you know, with the photographs.
OK, let me open that up again for everybody,
The wall hanging with the bluebells that you just held up, if you could just show that to people at home, as well as the centre page, because I want to show you that the wall hanging, and then directly underneath it there's a cushion. And that cushion is made using the instructions and the requirements from the wall hanging. And it kind of illustrates, you know, when I'm always saying to people, use our patterns, reuse them, get the most out. And that, I just put that in because it just shows that what you can do, and arguably I preferred the cushion to the original wall hanging.
OK, yeah.
So
you might have a place for the cushion rather than a wall hanging, might you, or vice versa?
It just really illustrates the point, how you can use things differently.
There's our lovely autumn. Isn't that beautiful?
The colours there are divine, aren't
they?
They
are stunning.
And the
yeah,
little
that's what caught my eye.
The little Jenny Wrens with the cyclamens.
That's lovely. The Maverick Bag, and I should mention everything is going to be dispatched in 3 days' time. So what date is that, Anthea? The 15th?
3 days.
3 days' time?
I don't know.
I don't know what day. No, 11th. Is it the 8th today? 12th? I don't know what day it is.
We'll be getting them out as soon as.
Well, 12th, everybody. Yeah. And then the tip-top frame picture. Just a few of the samples here that we've got with us here.
The tip-top is, you've got a woodpecker on it.
Yeah.
No, that needs to lift off.
Oh. Oh, I see. Sorry there he is. I understand. Sorry, I misunderstood. I never know. He looked like he was supposed to be there at one point.
That tip-top, do you know when we did it? Just read the back of the picture. That was written at the start of COVID. That was my first show, and funnily enough, Scott presented it.
Big love to you, Scott, for doing my show on your own, and everyone behind the scenes who's keeping the wheels turning. See you all at the other side, and Thea.
So that was, you know, when we weren't allowed to come down.
Yeah,
that was the
sure.
first batch of stuff
that
I
sent on without
posted,
you.
and kind of it's a little memory on the back there, isn't it?
You should date that as well. Do you remember the date? I mean,
start of COVID.
It'd be in your diary
well, it
somewhere.
would have been either the March or April show, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
At the
of
start
the lockdown,
2020, yeah.
And there's our lovely woodpecker. So 7 patterns in that one, £23.99, £15 saving. Again, the templates as well, 090936. Okay, so that one was our awesome birds. Bunnies and birds. Betsy Bunny, Tree of Life, Summer Companions, Sylvia's Bag, Dicky Birds and Pinwheels, and Stitcher Twitcher. Ah, look. Absolutely gorgeous. So again, I like a lovely quilt piece, a bag.
Yeah. Now, we were talking
bunny.
this morning about Christmas presents.
Yeah.
And all our patterns work as well on cotton as they do on tweed. You can use whatever you want. Betsy Bunny there was originally a cotton bunny. And she's really, really easy to make. You'd knock her up in an afternoon quite easily. So if you've got somebody that you want to make a Christmas present for, a bunny, she's easy. All the seams are on the outside and you just snip them and then hope that they fray and look wonderful. So if you made her in cotton, for instance, she'd be washable, wouldn't she?
Yes.
So she'd be really easy to make now and give her for Christmas, because her clothes, basically, it's just a strip joined at the end, gather round the top and draw it up. That's how the clothes are.
Beautiful.
So if you're a novice at dressmaking, don't worry, because she's so easy.
She's an easy one. And then this beautiful bag. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, that's named
Isn't
after
that
my mum.
stunning? That is lovely.
Sylvia's bag.
Yeah.
And the long tail tit there, which on this bag, that long tail tit is embroidered, but in actual fact, on the Summer Companions wall hanging, that I think is it in that collection?
It's the summer.
It's
This is here. Yeah,
Summer
we've got
Companions wall hanging.
winter
It's the
and summer.
same bird, but not embroidered.
Ah, right.
So you can see the difference between the two. So
I see.
it's about skill level. So if you just want to do the applique and you just want to do the minimum that you can get, then that's fine. But equally, if you want to lift your work to the next level, that one, it's just long and short stitches.
Beautiful.
And using the colour underneath as a guide.
Fab. So that's the last of our sort of wall hangings in terms of the seasons. The last set we had the autumn and the winter. No, autumn and spring, the last set. And the first booklet had the winter in. Yeah, just to gather that one up. And then this is exquisite, isn't it?
This is lovely. Isn't it? So that's by Michaela.
One touch of nature makes the whole world kin.
So the Tree of Life there.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to do the stitching, that would work just as well as a full applique.
Beautiful.
There's no reason why you couldn't.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Once you start looking, there's all sorts in there. There's little mole, there's little pheasant, there's all sorts in the tree.
Little squirrels.
Lots of things that we don't usually see on our quilted arts. You've got is it a weasel in there or stoat. The robin in the tree. The two little owls look in the hole.
I know, I love that little face.
They're like little ghosts.
Gorgeous.
Squirrels, yeah. Magnificent.
Lovely. So again, a fantastic set of patterns in there. 6 patterns in our bunnies and birds there. Gorgeous. Right, we're going to get to another set of patterns as well. Just trying to show you as many of these lovely samples that our Anthea has spent so much time to make and bring down to us. Now, we mentioned a booklet that would contain an excerpt, if you like, from all of those last 3. Plus, exclusively to this, Top Chicks, is the pattern for our very popular Mr. Owl, our wise owl, which we thought would look lovely in a study, on the chair, next to her desk. Owls are synonymous with wiseness and...
They are.
Yeah, lovely gift for
Did you know,
family.
last month I brought a bag.
Yeah.
And it was the Athena bag because it had owls on. Because Athena is often represented by owls.
Is she
or
really?
associated with an owl. There you go, that's today's educational lesson over.
Goddess of wisdom, I've been told. So he is only available as a pattern in this one now, which is called Top Chicks. So you've got the Wise Old Owl character doll. We have got, so I showed you the tit top, that was the lovely blue tits drinking the milk. So you can see that's from our last booklet, Bunnies and Birds. Milvus was in our first kit. The, what was that bird one called? Fantastic Birds. Puffin Bay as well was in our second set. Puffin Bay was in our first one as well, Fantastic Birds. Then we have got some from Awesome Birds. I think I'm just trying to see. It's hard, isn't it? You've just got to have a little look, basically, which ones are taken from which set. So it's a little bit of a cross-pollination of all of them, excerpts of the Top Chicks, basically. So if we have a little look, probably visually it's easier to understand, isn't it? There you go. They're the ones. So the bag, that lovely embroidered little wren we were just talking about, puffins, our gorgeous, gorgeous owl as well, and our red kite, Milvus. $23.99, yes, again, fantastic set of bands. That is great value, isn't it? How many in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in there.
There's actually 10 because the owl cushions.
Oh, right, yeah.
2 on the same line.
Ah, 2, 10. Brilliant, you see. Just lefty and righty, brilliant. 248859. Knit and Natter, Stitch and Chatter. There we go. So again, we have got a fantastic set. Kitty in the middle, Baba You crochet hook case, a twee box, which I believe is once you take the lid off, a folding a box that, like a collapsible, it opens out.
Exploding box, I think people
Exploding
would
box,
know
thank
them as,
you.
wouldn't they?
Yeah. Sewing machine mat instructions, all like that. Pieces to pieces. This was brand new from, what time did you show this morning, Anthea?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Thread catcher instructions, all like that. The block keeper roll instructions and the embroider's sewing roll. Now, I've only got some pictures here to show you and some samples, but here are the ones I've got on the desk. So this is gorgeous. So this one is, which one's this? This is our Pieces to Pieces, is it?
No, that's Kitty in the middle.
Kitty in the middle. Oh, there she is. There she is.
The two naughty mice are tying the cat up.
Ah. It's like a little bucket bag, isn't it, for storing?
Well, you see the D-rings round the top?
Yes, I do, yeah.
If you put lots of wool in there and threaded the ends through,
I like that.
it would stop them getting tangled.
Brilliant.
So we asked our Hazel
That's fantastic.
what she needed for her crochet, and this is what she came up with, which is why it's Knit and Natter, Stitch and Chatter, because normally we'd stick to stitch, but with that extra influence, we've
crochet and knitting.
What you need is similar, isn't it? For
and tie off your ends then when you're not, so they don't, because they always end up getting knotted, don't they?
That's the thing, yeah.
Absolutely genius. So that's our kitty in the middle, and then you were talking to me about this beautiful. Is this the Mises to piece?
No, that's I forgot what we called it. The cutting mat bag.
Oh, the cutting mat.
What its name is.
Cutting mat bag? Is it a bag? Is it a...
Yeah. So when you're off back to your classes, now that they're starting to get going again, you want posh equipment, don't you?
You do.
You don't want to turn up looking like, you know, a poor relation. So, I mean, if you don't like the mice, you could put alternate appliques there, or just leave it off and just do a whole piece thing.
And then there's even a pocket at the back, which we haven't quite attached our little stopper on yet, but we then we can have, and I love this idea.
Yeah, so
all
that
our
holds
fabulous
your 24-inch ruler and your 24-inch mat. So when you've got the mat in there, it keeps the ruler stable.
Brilliant, genius, you see. Fantastic. And then lovely carry handles, which we can adjust to where you want to place those. Fantastic. And last but not least, just in terms of our samples here, is this the crochet hook holder?
Yeah. So again, that's one of Hazel's ideas because she wanted something to keep her crochet hooks in.
Ah,
so really, really easy. In fact, I've got
beautiful.
No, in fact, nothing. I think I've tidied myself up.
There we go. So a few of them brought to life there. Fabulous. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fantastic patterns and templates in there. 100049. Just got a few other things to mention because you'll see, Anthea, so surrounded by beautiful quilts. We've got some lovely quality fabric on the show. So I'm going to show you the first one. This is with our herringbone. Oh, sorry, the perfect, yes. So this is for our kitty cat. So, for instance, kitty in the middle. So what are we getting in this pack then, Anthea?
Basically, if you like cats and you want to, well, it's not just cats. If you want to applique cats or animals in those colours, then that's what you'd need to get them going.
Then.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
There's no these applique packs today. There's no hard and fast rules with them. So you can use them for, you know, like my eye sees a tabby cat there. Your eye might see something completely different. In which case, go with that. Yeah. So I've given them names and purposes, but that might not be what you use.
But that does not dictate, as Anthea says. 1999 761 540. Herringbone one then. This was, we thought, matched up with your lovely sheep. Is that right? Yeah.
That's right. So we used a herringbone on the sheep. So we've given it. I mean, the fabrics will vary, but they'll all be on the same theme. Yeah. So if you've got a herringbone, you'll get a herringbone.
Beautiful. And size-wise, are they just...
They're about 6 by 12.
6 by 12, OK. 15.99, 748478. And then the Mises to pieces. So, like, the Mises were made out of these. You can see the grey, the dark grey of the ears, the little pinks there as well, the little clothes that they've got on. Again, just beautiful, beautiful fabric for you to applique with. 15.99 423 502. Just before we go to Anthea, I just want to mention a few others because you'll see us surrounded by lovely quilts, which we've got the patterns for. We've also got some other bundles. The Tweed Treasure. Now, these are quality pieces of gorgeous, gorgeous tweed. How much do we get roughly in there? Oh, 300-gram bundle.
Oh, well, I'll tell you that you're buying 100 grams, but it's actually slightly over. We always weigh them slightly more than that.
Right.
And they're not square. They're usable pieces. In fact, I've got one here that we opened.
Well, we'll come to you, if that's all right, Anthea, I'll come to those.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you can show me in situ, if that's
ready.
all right, my darling. 26.97 842723. So we'll show you those in the flesh. And then we also got, which Anthea will show us the size of what you're getting, our tartan gold. This is absolutely gorgeous. 19.99 488201. And those lovely quilts you can see behind Anthea are all on the show as well. For instance, Teddy Bear's Picnic, our lovely Great British Baltimore, our beautiful, my favourite, When the Boat Comes In, which is just above Anthea, and then Blossom Hill. So they're also on the show today as well. Oh, I forgot about me, the quilt under there, I didn't show that. Anyway, so show me those lovely tartan gold and your beautiful...
Right, so the 100-gram bundles...
Yes, you were saying,
if you're reckoning up, then if you work on each bundle being equivalent to one side of a cushion, so that's 50 centimetres square or 20 by 20 inches. That's just an approximate measurement, that's before you've pieced them. But if you kind of work on that as a rule of thumb, if you put 4 bundles together, you're going to get roughly a metre square.
Oh, okay.
Very roughly.
Roughly, yeah.
So it's just kind of a guide.
Yeah.
So these are not like a, this is what you're going to get. Right. These are, I buy the offcuts when the mill have been making sample books. And then we pick through it.
Okay.
So, so long bits,
that will be cut
bits,
to size for the book.
Squarish bits, yeah. So it tends to be a regular, short, long, or these kind of rectangles. So we just pick through it and grade it and all the rest of it. So in each bundle, so I've opened one of the bundles earlier. Scott said to tell you that kids are doing all right, by the way, Fiona. Did we tell
thank you. Yes, that message has been passed on to me by 3 different sets of people.
The viewers will be emailing you too, because he told the world.
Well enough, I fed them breakfast this morning, but thanks for passing it on. And the cat's okay.
Do you think he's feeling neglected?
I think so. Did he have his buttons on his shirt today? Were they all done up?
He had his glasses on.
Oh, okay. That's a win. That's a win.
So, just to lay a few out, I mean, every bundle is different because it depends what book has been getting chopped, when they've been doing them. But just to lay a few out, you kind of get... So I'll put some on that are a bit different size as well. So if you join them together in rows, and particularly if you start with one that's a different size, you're not going to have any matching to do because your rows will straddle, won't they?
Yeah.
So you can join columns.
I like that though.
And then
I think I like that. I like the fact that it's a mishmash.
Yeah. I love it. And I like sometimes you want a project that's just easy. That you don't have to think, and you can just sit behind your sewing machine. Because I don't know about you ladies and gents at home, but if you're stressed and you sit at your sewing machine, you have to park all that stress. You have to put it somewhere else, and so it's just a great thing if you know, you just want
Just
to
play and
lose
get
yourself
creative.
for a while.
Yeah.
And look at all these
They're
beautiful colours. Yeah,
aren't
and
they lovely?
As you can see, I'm not even trying at all.
And they go together beautifully.
Yeah, and
don't
I'm not
they?
even putting them all out, but you know, you can kind of just see. So we almost have a cushion front size.
And this
here,
is just
don't
one
we?
roll, isn't it? You
Yeah,
said, yeah.
I've got a few that are the same in this row, which sometimes happens. But so yeah, this is just one.
Fabulous, great
There we
value.
go.
And you're getting 3, aren't we?
You're getting 3, yeah. So it is what it is. So I've got a few left in my hand here, but you can see there that that's the size you're getting. So to get 3 bundles, I mean,
that's
if you
lovely
were to,
tweed,
if
yeah.
you were to buy tweed, if you were to go into a shop and buy some tweed of this quality, you'd have to buy a metre minimum.
Yeah,
That's 55
and you wouldn't get all those
quid.
different variants in there
That's
either.
55 quid.
Oh,
Yeah.
a metre.
Yeah,
55
for
quid?
one fabric.
Oh, no,
so
thank
you're
you.
getting a really good taste. So we're focusing on if you're joining them together and making something bigger.
Or a
But
plique-in,
You
you
might
know.
be using a plique. I mean,
Yeah.
here you've got leaves, you've got, I don't know, you've got
More
flowers.
mice with those greys.
You've got a squirrel, you've got fleshy colours, you've got all sorts in there. So you can use whatever, you know, whatever you want. I'll tell you what they are good for, really good for.
Yeah.
Little girls, you know, decorating hair things.
Ah, hairbands and
really
hair,
good, yeah.
hair.
Yeah, because it's kind of
Bobs.
posh rustic.
Oh, because you can make some really nice scrunchies as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, I don't think
So
they're big
few.
enough to make a scrunchie on
But you
their
can sew
own.
few together, I mean.
You absolutely
Yeah,
could
make a
sew them
tube.
together. I'll tell you what I like, what I've done a few times for myself, is sewn them together and made a
Yeah.
handbag.
Oh, a nice
You can
handbag,
make
yeah.
a
Little
real
pockets of handbags.
kind of
and-
slouchy,
Yeah.
you know, those lived-in handbags, because you strap, you just...
Oh, I'm loving that idea.
Join a few in a row, and then you've got your strap.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely fabulous. So that's the 100-gram bundles.
That's $26.97,
Yeah.
842723, and you're getting 3 of those. Now, the tartan gold, you've got a big bag in your hand there,
You do,
Althea.
yeah.
These
So-
are stunning.
Yeah, let me... I want to like drop it from the greatest height I can. Just
Rain
'cause it's
confetti
kind of,
tartan
there's
on
just
me.
something really satisfying about, you
it's
know,
lush.
it's shake it loose and it's even more. So you get a bag full. It's not weighed, it's not measured. You just get a bag full. So, and again, once you start putting them out, I mean, there's heaps in here. So you might get little bits, long bits, short bits. You know, I'm trying to find a bit of everything in here.
Yeah.
So that's a skinny bit there. So if you're into mixed media,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, indeed. Yeah, for your crafting, yeah.
you've got little, I don't know, bow for a teddy bear, whatever, or pads and paws on teddies.
Yeah.
You know, little teddies.
Yeah.
For card making and stuff onto the MDF and all
Gorgeous,
that kind
die
of stuff.
cuts, die cut
yeah,
it,
Yeah,
and yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. Or just join it together to make a new piece of fabric. And you know, I keep saying this, I'm like a broken record. Christmas is coming. We love tartan.
We do.
and
You've got
Christmas.
some lovely
It is
greens and
just-
reds in there,
oh,
haven't you?
yeah, I mean, the colours, you're going to get just an assortment, but basically it's green and red, isn't it? the
It's all
tartan?
gorgeous. What's
so
not
I'm
to love?
kind of trying to make some sense out of this heap, and as you can see, it's a heap. It is a real heap. So this feels woolly. It is all wool.
Yeah.
This feels woolly. This doesn't feel woolly. But you know, you're getting everything. It's just a complete and utter mishmash. And even the colours that at first I think, oh, I'm not a fan of that colour. Once you get using them and you put them together, all of a sudden, you've become a fan of that colour. It looks fantastic.
I love them.
So, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, just joining them together and, as I say, to make a new piece of fabric. There's just. That's a really long one in there.
Yeah, really
You could cut
funky.
that down if you wanted to, or it's a border, or I mean, you're not going to get exactly the same in every
No,
single bundle.
all different shapes and
It just
sizes.
depends. There's quite a few here.
Beautiful.
But, you know, somebody's going to get this bag full.
And it's $19.99.
It will be going home to somebody, yeah.
488-201.
And I think because some of them are lighter weight,
Okay.
you do tend to get more for your money.
Oh,
because
okay.
More fits in the bag.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. So, and it just goes on and on and on. You've got your Stuarts and your Black Watches, and after that, I don't know any more names of tartans, do you?
No, not a Scooby. No. 488201. I'll be making them up. 19.99 for that big, massive wool tweed fabric bundle. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, it's come to that time. Let's have a quick reminder. We're halfway through, and I know Anthea's going to show us some lovely sewing. Top Chicks is the front runner, simply because it is a smorgasbord of elements from our first 3 pattern sets, and you have the exclusive Wise Old Owl character doll pattern in there as well. You've got the tip top, which we showed you. Oh, I've knocked his glasses there. Oh, there we go. Gorgeous, isn't he? Yeah. That was that lovely blue tip with the milk bottle. Milvis is our red kite. Sylvia's bag on there as well. Sorry, it's gone from your thing there. Yeah, there we go. You can see it's easier, isn't it, if I just show you that? Much easier, Fiona. Much easier. Just show the pictures, and then I can see what I'm getting. 10 projects.
Top Chicks, I really like it. You've got, forget what they are. You've got a character doll. You've got a framed wall hanging. You've got 2 like shaped freestyle wall hangings. You've got a handbag. You've got 3 cushions, and you've got the Stitcher Twitcher, which gives you lots of embroidery stitches. So there's loads of different skills in there, and you can easily adapt all the different skills, and they can become other things. So if you want to make the Sylvia's bag and you want to decorate it with puffins, you can do. If you wanted to, if you've got a printer at home and you can put the puffins on the printer, you can make them bigger and use them in a bigger project. You don't have to, for your own use, you can do whatever you want with these pictures. So, and the barn owls are just beautiful. Well,
they are beautiful.
Everything is. Everything. I mean, there's some really talented artists worked on this.
23.99, 248859. Right over to you. What are we going to look at, Anthea?
Well, a couple of things. So I'm going to show you some of the applique following on from this morning, but I just thought to myself, when you were going down the counter and you got to the crocheted bag.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not going to do the, not the crocheted bag, the case. I'm not going to do the demo.
You're not doing
but I just thought, I've got here the bosal, which is the stuff that we put inside. You could use other things, but we used a 22-inch zip, and we actually used one that like a coat zip, so it comes apart.
It's a what zip?
Like a coat. Like
coat zip, yeah.
Zipped cardi or a coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sue made it. I didn't make that one. And she said it really made life easy because you can, where are we? You can go all the way around easier because it opened right the way down. So last time I was on, we looked at zips, and so you've got, let me have a muck about here. So we just, I've got some coloured fabric somewhere. Give us a sec.
So are we looking at our crochet hook case at the moment?
We are, but we're not going to do it. We're just like
looking at
dispelling the fear of zips. Is what we're doing.
Yeah, that's from our Knit and Natter, isn't it?
So what we want is, on the right side of the zip, you want your good fabric. On the wrong side of your zip, you want your lining fabric. And then you're gonna, put it right sides together. You'll see my faffing about won't be in vain in a sec.
All will become clear with the faffage.
Pardon?
All will become clear with the faffage.
IQ's got a faffing around this morning. He said, I'm not getting down the counter very fast. I said, well, stop faffing about.
Do as you're told.
Yeah, come on, man. So if I just put a couple of clips on this, you'll see. So, as I say, on catch-up, there'll be, or rewind, there'll be...
from this morning, 11 o'clock, yeah.
Well, no. And when I was here last, it should still be on, because we looked at zips. So the 3 layers, when you open them out, you get your zip nicely in. So it was... cripes. There we go. So it was just showing you how to get your zip in, sew it in nicely with the, the lining fabric on one side, the right fabric on the other side, and the wadding in the middle like it should be. So, because I don't think, we think that because the wadding belongs in the middle, you're trying to force it at this stage to be in the middle. but
Would
you
be
don't
hard.
want it to be.
Yeah.
So you want your good fabric on the right side of the zip, your lining fabric, and then your inner form on top there.
Okay.
So if you have a practice, you'll see when you open it out that everything is in the right order. But do
Lovely.
watch that show back.
Well, do you know how long ago that was, Cynthia?
I did till you asked me.
We'll have a look
about
for
2
you.
weeks ago.
We'll have a look. Yeah.
2 weeks ago was October, wasn't it?
So we're the
24th.
Oh, well done, yeah, 24th of October.
Yeah.
What a memory.
Top of the
I
class.
didn't know what I was
top
doing
of
last
the class.
weekend. 2 days ago, let alone 24th of October.
Just a good guess.
Scooby-Doo. I was in the
So
start
anyway,
of half
so
term.
that's all I
what
was
it
going to show you with this. You
Yeah.
just literally just put your zip round, and once you've put your zip on, bosh, it's finished. That is it. It's really easy.
Lovely.
So so that's that. Put that there. Right then, I wanted to. I'll just recap. So this morning, I was telling you all that Sue does applique in lots of different ways. So we like to do our applique using the inner form to get these lovely shapes, and it works really well. But sometimes you don't want a substantial piece of applique.
Right.
You know, if you're going to put that on a bag, you might think, oh, it's a bit too chunky. So you just want to go back to your normal flat applique, the kind that we're used to, which is the stuff that's on the front of that little case that we've just been talking about.
Yeah.
But what Sue said was, she said, when I put my applique on, you know, on whatever, she said, you know, if it's over a join, for instance, if it's on, you know, where your points meet,
Yeah.
and you put it on, and then you put your iron on, and it can just move. And she said, well, so she said, I don't like doing it like that all the time. So what she does is she gets calico. And I thought I'd just have a go at putting something together. And these are her appliques, and she makes them completely on calico to begin with.
Oh, that's a good tip.
So once she's done that, she then cuts them out.
Yes.
Because that is easier to place where you want and just sew around the... In fact, that looks quite good there, doesn't it? And then just sew around the outside.
Yeah.
So much, much easier because all the faffing about's finished with. So with your fusible web, if you once you've used it and it's made your background fabric sticky, you're kind of stuck with that really.
Right.
So if you're working on a big piece, particularly tweed that's expensive, and it's a big piece, and you've put your applique on and you're like, oh, that was terrible. I made a right pig's ear of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So if you've done your applique first,
Yeah.
and you're happy with it, then you just put the whole thing down and sew around the outside.
Easier placement.
It's not even bonded because you
Yeah.
just, you know, you can just put a pin through that.
And you can reposition and
and you just
play
go
with it.
over your outside line and that is it. So what I thought was that we'd just have a little go at that. So somewhere, here we are. So all I've done to begin with is on my fusible web, I've just traced the colours that I'm going to use just in rough groups. So we'll just have a quick recap. I know you've
Is
all...
this in our knit and natter, stitch and chatter?
Well, this is the
Mrs.
Top, which is in Top Chicks, and it's also in...
But I suppose you could
I just
use...
had the fabric for that one, so I thought, well, you can
right,
use
okay.
this for anything. So it's in Awesome Birds, and it's in Tip Top as well. Let's just get rid of that.
The mice we have got in our...
The mice are in
Knit
the
and
new
Natter,
book,
Stitch
in
and
the
Chatter,
Knit and Natter, but what I'm going to use, because I had the fabric for the blue tits, I just thought, well, I'm
Right.
going to do it with the blue tits because...
that beautiful
so I've just
framed
traced
image.
from my pattern sheet all the little pieces that I needed. Now what I do, you'll all develop your own kind of code, if you will. And my code is really simple. So if it's an outside line, I just draw it. If it's a line where I need to underlap it, I draw my actual size, then I just draw a little bit extra on. Can you see the dotted lines? And that's telling me that that's going to go under something. So,
Right.
here we are. Now I'm going to use white velvet. I don't think I've got any white cotton in there. We realised, because we do love our white velvet, but sometimes it can be a little bit see-through. So we've started now where we'll bond it onto some white cotton first, so it's not see-through. It's like wearing a petticoat.
Yeah, an underskirt.
Yeah. An underskirt, yes, that's very posh, Fiona. Right, so
I think I've gone to December, that's why. Where's my underskirt? That's all he ever says. Where's my underskirt? Where's my big hoop skirt? So that is from Awesome Birds. Or,
I do have some.
this is also in our lovely Top Chicks pattern booklet, which you are loving, with the 10 fabulous patterns in there. Isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful.
Right. I'll catch up to you in a sec, Fiona.
That's all right, my darling.
I just found some white cotton, so I'm going to bond the two together first. Right, let's just have a... What are you doing, Anthea? Come on, shape yourself. Right. Black, white, yellow, blue. We'll have some blue on there. Can you see I've put all my pieces close together?
Yeah.
So the reason that I do that is because I don't want to waste any precious tweed. So if I trace them off the pattern straight onto my fusible web, and one was there, there and there,
Yes.
there'd be lots of waste, wouldn't there?
Not using the best of it.
That's right. So we'll just trace them on, and then while I'm cutting them out, Fiona, because this is a bit of an impromptu demo.
Right.
If you need to go down the counter again, don't let me.
Yes,
don't
we'll
let me
do.
stop
We'll do
you.
it as a reminder.
I can,
And don't forget, we haven't got on the counter today necessarily everything that Anthea had at 11 o'clock this morning. So do have a little look on the web as well. If you want Top Chicks with those 10 beautiful patterns in there, because don't forget you've got the 2 cushions which are reversible, so that's where the 10th one comes from. It is there for £23.99. You go to get the templates as well. To £24.99, 248,859, £23.99. We started with this first one. Yes, beautiful. The Fantastic Birds. There's our lovely red kite, our milvus, the Latin word for red kite, which I've learnt today. And if we open it out, there we go. We've got our lovely chuffing puffins. We've got our lovely winter companions. So that is the 4th of the season tabards, as it were. We've got Mel's bag there, beautiful, named after Mel. We've got Humming Around, and we've got Puffing Bay there, right at the bottom. Absolutely good. So you get all the templates in there, all the instructions. Really easy and simple to follow there. 6 fantastic projects, and I'm sure you agree with me. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. I love the duo of the puffins, the cushions there. Isn't that gorgeous? Really gorgeous. 073605. Lovely. Moving on to our next one, which is where the individual set where the lovely tip-top framed picture comes from. So this is our Awesome Birds. So yes, this is in the best of chicks, as it were, but you are also getting there your lovely summer there as well, and your autumn. You've got the 2 owl cushions there, and you know, oh, is that summer or spring? Is that one? I thought it was. I think that one, darling. The one that you made into a cushion. Is that spring? Spring and autumn. Sorry, confusing myself. I think I was thinking cornfields when I saw all that yellow. That you can also do the cushion with as well. And there's that lovely woodpecker that Anthea was showing us. So we've got fantastic.
It's quite
7.
impressive, that woodpecker, isn't he?
He is very impressive. He's gone under here. There he is. There he is. Lovely, isn't he?
In fact, the Mel's bag.
Yeah.
And the woodpecker bag. Sorry, I had to get my teeth in there. If you look, it's actually the same bag. But the Mel's bag, the stripes are horizontal, and the woodpecker, the stripes are vertical. And it just kind of shows you how, again, you can use the same method but come up with something quite different.
Lovely.
So I'm really, really keen that people do get the absolute most out of all this stuff.
090963. Then Betsy Bunny, the Tree of Life, the Summer Companions, Dicky Birds and Pinwheels, Stitcher Twitcher. Let me show you that quilt because I didn't get to show you it. So there is all the patterns there, and this was the other with a little wren on the little bag there. We've also got our last, there, the summer one there of the Tree of Life, Betsy Bunny there, and see that lovely pinwheel quilt there? Let me just grab that for you because it is underneath, and I feel it feels remiss of me if I don't show it to you. This is so cute. Yeah, it is big. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely big project.
That.
It's gorgeous. Love your colours.
It's friendly and jolly, and
yeah. Could you go very Christmassy with that, couldn't you, with those birds and that, couldn't you?
Well, I've seen that done in quite a few colours, and depending what colours you do it in, the mood changes. So the birds are just stylised birds, so you know, you can do them however you want. And it's just a real simple bird body. It's by Tracy Ankers, is that one. Real simple body with a heart-shaped tail. So simple.
It's so pretty. I love that heart-shaped tail. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's great. And Tracy had done them like on, like as though they were like fairground things with a pole. But I did an automatic stitch when I did mine. I really liked it.
Oh, it's lovely. I like that element of it. That's what made me think it was sort of Christmassy. So some lovely projects in this one. Let me open that out for you there. So there you go. $23.99, 989 543. And then quickly the top chicks, because that has our exclusive lovely owl, our fabulous wise old owl character doll there. You've got 10 patterns, 10 usual patterns in there, because the cushions there, the owl cushions there are 9 and 10, because it just reverses. So there's our lovely red kite as well. So that was from the first set. So there is, and the tip-top frame there as well, and the puffins. So a bit of everything in there. So 10 fantastic designs. 248859 on the website as well. We don't forget, we've got the lovely perfect fabric. We've got the applique fabrics there. The box is gone. That sold out this morning. We've also got some fantastic books, and we've got the other quilt patterns there that Anthea bought with the, you know, the teddy bear's picnic. We've got the fantastic bundle of tweed treasure there, and the lovely tartan gold. And if you need the bosal and some fusible fleece, we've also got some lovely that silver and gold metallic fabric that it's always on and gone. And there is our Baltimore quilt, our teddy bear's picnic, and the Blossom Hill, and my favourite when the boat comes in.
The gold and silver Fiona, the closer we get to Christmas, the harder it gets to get hold of.
When I'm on with you and you have a sample of it here, it's on, it's gone.
Absolutely,
It never lasts the hour.
No, we sell oodles of that gold.
I tell you what, I'm looking. It's in. Can you see the teddy bear's picnic? I'm going to go off piece now, everybody. It's just that the silver, you can see it, and it's such beautiful quality. It really. It's not hard. It flows, doesn't it? It's just.
It does. It's
gorgeous quality to it.
It's really nice. We send it
It's
all
stunning.
over the world. It's quite incredible.
It just pops. So if you're looking for that little, I don't know, it could be a little mitten, it could be a boot. There's the little bobbles here. $9.99. I've seen it on a lot of Anthea's applique, and it really is gorgeous. So it's a ½ metre of the gold. Wow, that's a good ½ metre of either.
Yeah, ½ metre.
Golly gosh.
Yes,
$9.99.
$9.99. Metre in total. Yeah, it is. It is good, is that? Isn't
101448, and with Flex Extravaganza again, spread the cost over 2 monthly payments there. That's
and I
gonna end
like
on
it because
Friday.
you can hand stitch it. It's not stretchy.
No.
It's just really easy. We use it a lot in our applique, the gold, for windows. Because it makes it look like the lights are on. In fact, the Japanese quilt under there, we've used it on the windows.
Okay, let me get this out. Oh yeah, that's lovely. That is.
I love this quilt.
This is beautiful. This is the pattern we just showed you on the website. So if you look for the windows there on the houses, you can see the gorgeous gold there now as well. And you don't need much of it, do you? But it just really pops.
It's quite amazing, just what it does. And then the tea house, we did silver. I tend to kind of choose silver. You know, if it's
which one's the tea house, Anthea?
Down at the bottom.
Right. Hold on a sec.
Just above where the water
I'll
is.
have to do it in stages,
anything
everybody.
that's spiritual, we tend to use silver, and I don't know. It just gives it a different cast to, you know.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I could look at that one for ages.
That's
I adore
gorgeous.
this
It really
quilt.
works on the windows, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love it. That quilt to me is peaceful and it's tranquil, and I can. Your arm's aching now, Fiona.
Chris said you're just going to leave me there for the rest of the hour.
Oh, I'd have shared it with you, but it's.
Run out room.
It's that imperial Japanese.
It's beautiful.
There's a romance in that one.
Beautiful. Right,
And I
let's
do
go
love a
back
bit of
to
that.
your good self there. Where are we at, darling?
Well, we're just coming together now, so I've cut everything out. There we go. On here, I've got a piecing guide that's going to help me. So, I've cut everything out, and everything on the drawing is numbered, so I know what order to lay it
layer them
down.
up. Brilliant.
I don't think I've left that long enough to dry. Oh, heck.
Perfect for your scraps.
Yeah. So the white, what I did, I bonded some white cotton onto the back of the, you can see there, onto the back of the velvet. And and then I just put my pattern piece on there. So it is a double layer, but it's not see-through now.
Yeah.
You can't see the black through at all.
Lovely and opaque, yeah.
So, right, come on, Anthea, get yourself shaping now. Oh, heck, my Bondi web hasn't fused properly. Oh, don't you just hate it when that happens, Fiona? So when I'm using...
Bane of my life.
That's why, look, I know why. When I'm using tweed, I use a steam iron.
You needed a bit
yeah. And
hotter.
I'll turn the steam on.
Yeah.
And nothing's happening.
Oh, have we got water in that for you?
Yeah. I'll just squirt it.
Is it? We are plugged in. Are we actually on?
We're plugged
is the question.
in. It's making all its noises.
Oh, good. So we're definitely on.
So we are plugged in. Right. Okay. So most of them have worked. Anyway, you get the gist. So I'm just building it up, bit by bit. We need 2 hours, really, don't we, to have just fun and oh heck.
Oh, bless you.
Why isn't the steam?
It's not playing
coming out
today,
of
is
this
it?
iron? No, this iron should be. Oh, I'm just squirting everything. It's like a Formula 1 win. I'm just like. Sorry, guys. I don't know why the steam isn't working.
Is it, do you want us to have a little look at the steam setting?
Yeah.
I can't see from here. I'm so sorry.
No, I'll
get our Bernie to have a little look.
There we go. Sure.
We do need to know if it's on the steam setting because it's just not adhering to the.
Yeah, so it's not working
Bondi web.
properly. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll just build it up anyway, and we'll just kind
perhaps just layer it up so we can see the.
So right. Let's not even worry about ironing it down.
Yeah.
So it isn't going to work like we wanted, but we're going to get the gist. So on the on the calico, we're just building everything up. Build it up as you normally would. So where's my head gone? Look at that. That's that way around there. So it's going to be that way around there. Put the blob on the top of the head. Put the face on. And all of a sudden...
You really start to see the...
Yeah.
The
so this isn't working out like we wanted because we were going to stitch it all down and it would all be perfect. And
that's okay. I'll just show you sample again. I'll just show you a lovely sample again.
Oh, the joys of live TV, eh?
We get the gist.
So what we would do is work out how your wing goes together.
This one here, are we?
There we go.
Yeah, we're doing that one there, are we? What do you think?
So it isn't going to work because we haven't got the steam on the whatnot. Where does that bit go? Oh, that's the beak. Let's shove that in there. So
there we go.
Frankenstein.
We can see the semblance of.
Right, but the gist is, so if I was putting that straight onto my good project, right, can you see? It is Frankenstein. It hasn't worked. The iron hasn't worked for us, right? So it's not our friend this afternoon.
No, darling.
Oh, I've done a demonstration too. But, right, if I put that straight onto my precious tweed, I would be like sobbing now. I'm on live TV and it's gone wrong, so I'm laughing. But at home, I'd be sobbing. But look, if it was a mouse and I've made him and I can put lots of mice on and all I need to do is sew around and that's it, job done. So, rather than have Frankenstein, we'll have lovely mice instead.
We will.
You get the idea.
We get the idea, my darling. And the top tits, they are in our lovely top brilliant knit. Well, not the knit and natter. They're in our top chicks.
They're in awesome
I've renamed
birds.
the top tits in the top chicks.
Awesome birds and top chicks.
Tit top.
And yours won't.
It's not
look
easy.
like
This. Tit top in the top chicks. I've renamed the top tits are in the top chicks. But it's the same thing, only different way round.
It's the same thing. But don't you remember when your tits used to steal your cream every morning?
Yeah, milk bottles outside.
Yeah, that's the inspiration for this, isn't it? You were disappointed, really, if you went out and your foil wasn't all
I
like,
know, pierced
a
through.
hole.
I've had a good bit of the cream. Mind you, wasn't that bothered. Well, apart from obviously there's a bit of bird in your milk, but I didn't really want the creamy
back
bit.
then, did we? We were tough.
Well, you still had it. You still had it, didn't you? You wanted your cup of tea.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Bit of a birdie beak in there. Whatever. We were hard then. Right, so Anthony, we've still got about 5 minutes, honey bun. What do you reckon?
Oh, right.
Any
is there
chance of
anything
showing us that lovely bit of tartan gold my producer's saying?
Oh, yes. Right. We can't make a mess of that with an iron, can we?
Well, we've got 5 minutes now.
We've got 5 minutes. Let's have a go. What shall we do with it? Is there anything that we could do?
What would you do with it?
I don't know.
Pop it out.
You see, if Catherine was here, she'd be making some nice roses now, wouldn't she?
Oh.
She'd be doing...
You could do some lovely rose brooches or something.
Oh, last time I had Catherine, right, and I've got a piece of this, and I'm making the right pigs here.
She's not happy
and
with me, though.
Catherine, she's done like lots of folded things, and all of a sudden,
I'm sorry.
she's got a rose and
Let
it's
you
in her
down.
hair and all the rest. But no, with your tartan, join it together, make a bigger piece of fabric. Let's put a few together. Let's see, shall we? Let's see what they look like. So I'm going to start out by picking some that are similar size.
Yeah, pop them together. See
And
how we go.
We've no space to move machines, so I hope you're okay with this. But very, very quickly, it's going to become.
Well, I liked your idea of the slouchy bag. I love that, the sort of scrappy bag idea with all that lovely tartan.
Yeah, I love it.
Love that idea.
You just like put a few bits together and
to build
just
it
come
up.
up with a slouchy bag.
I like the haphazardness of it.
Oh, yeah, it's great, isn't it? Absolutely great, yeah. And you can just tart it up. In fact, put this kind of stuff on. In fact, do you know what I saw in a shop? It was lampshades. And all they'd done, they'd got a lampshade, tweed lampshade, which probably cost a fortune. And instead of meeting it at the back, the seam just overlapped and then it was like kind of ruched and it had a kilt pin in. And I thought you could kind of do something similar with this. Seriously, it was a piece of tweed, and it was just ruched,
like you said.
It wasn't even tidy.
No.
And then it was held together with a kilt pin on a lamp. It looked sensational.
So cool, yeah.
Absolutely sensational. And I don't know about you guys at home, but I've got a kilt pin that was bought for me when I was about 11.
Ah.
And it's not just a normal, like a nappy pin sort.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you know, I don't wear a kilt.
No.
I don't know if I wore one when I was 11, but I went to a wedding in one.
Okay, yeah.
When I was about 11. But nowadays we don't wear things like that. But we've all got these beautiful pieces.
Pins, yeah.
So, you know, just get some tweed, ruche it up, put your kilt pin in, stick it on a lamp, stick it on, you know, anything like that. And these, you know, they just look fantastic. So
There's
just,
loads in there
you know,
as well.
we're not even trying here to put things nice and, you know, make a...
It's like
be
what you were saying earlier
thoughtful about it. I'm not trying to be thoughtful.
No,
I'm
you're saying about just enjoying
I'm
the
just
sewing
trying
and
to like chat to
creating.
you and enjoy myself and park the stress. And
When you're with us again, my darling?
The 28th. It's Sunday the 28th.
Are we doing
and
another block? Is that?
We're going. This month's blocks will be out by then. It's just the thing of moving. It's just too much to kind of thing at the minute. So they'll be out. And we are looking at doing early indications. It's going to be new Tree of Life stuff, but with a twist.
Oh,
as
right.
we do.
Let's have a look at this
So,
tartan, how it's coming together then.
Yeah.
In our last minute.
So
you get
what have I been
100%
5 minutes with this
wool.
tops? I don't even think I've been 5 minutes really, and I've got
Look
half
how
a
much
cushion
that's filling
front.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that, Anthea.
So just, you know, straighten that. Where are we? I'm looking for a long one. We did have long ones before. What we can do is lop that off there to make it straight. And just go down
Fabulous.
the side with another piece. And just be as random as you want. And the more random you are,
The more interesting I think it is.
And there's something about being random. It's like learning about how to be random. Because when you went to your quilt class at first, your first 12 months was learning how to sew in a straight line. And your next 4 years were learning how not to.
Abandon the rules.
Yeah, yeah. So there's something quite therapeutic about it.
Well, we look forward to seeing you on the 28th, my darling.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Gorgeous. Let's see that last
There
piece
we
there
go.
that was added.
That, it's just, you know, it's looking really good, isn't it?
It looks fantastic.
I think
Gorgeous.
some more that way here.
Your tartan gold there.
I think that could be really good.
Thank you,
I might
Anthea.
keep going.
488201. Don't miss out. Don't forget to check out your baskets, and we'll see Anthea on the 28th. Thank you, darling. Let's have a catch up, see what's coming up. Ah, some fantastic top chicks there. Paper crafting with Creative. Then the Zuri One Day Special on our Catherine. And then we'll see Gavin and the Happy Puzzle Company. Yay!
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. We have got a fantastic hour ahead, some amazing dies. Check this out. Obviously it is an hour featuring creative craft products, but before I do anything else, can I introduce you to somebody who is immensely talented, absolute joy to be working with her. It's lovely Lou. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
These dies, they're good.
Oh, they're a stash essential, I think.
These are right.
These are the ones that you're going to have as a staple within your stash, and you're just going to use them time and time and time again. And I love that we've got a little bit of a twist on these as well. So you may just look at the packaging and think, I've got nesting dies, but these are different, aren't they?
And we've got at the moment the complete collection. You are saving £10 on here, but the value for money when you consider how much. I don't like to use the phrase metal for your money, but genuinely, how many dies we're getting for that price. And you've got the all-important 3 flexi payments on there as well, so we're able to spread the cost over 3 months. You hit the nail on the head, Lou. I think you're absolutely right. This, to me, I kind of associate this as being an essential. And that's why going for the complete, you've pretty much covered yourself. Should we go through all the different options?
Absolutely, and the sizes as well. We haven't even talked about the size.
Shall we just? I'm going to pick up one of these. Yeah, let me just show you. Look at this. Look at the size of that. I mean, that is a big, big die. So what we're looking at about what, 7 inches?
Each of the larger ones look. Each of the larger dies are around about 8 inches, give or take.
So, and obviously it is nested. I apologise, that's moved a little bit, but you can see the amount of dies, each one of these, the perfect mat and layer. So we've got different shapes, and these are your key shapes, your oval, You've also got your rectangle in there. What I do like, though, is that inverted scallop detail. Very nice.
Yeah, I love that because you're going to get that almost sort of postage stamp look to the edges of your dies if you're cutting them out as, say, mats and layers, maybe as your labels because you've got your smaller ones in there as well. But if you're cutting them as apertures, you then get that beautiful scallop on the inside instead, so you've got two looks from them.
Yeah. But look at all of these key shapes. 81 dies in total, all coming through, and just keeps on going. And you've got your slimline ones too, and then you've got your square in there. So all of those, 8 sets in total. I'm going to ask Kim, our lovely producer, how much does it work out per set, Kim? Just so I'll give you the precise figure. I can kind of give you the ballpark. It's £13.63. Okay, the reason why I say that, and Lou, you'll totally get this as a crafter. You go to a shop, you pick up a nested die set of this size. Yeah. You're not paying £13.
Absolutely not.
Pence.
You certainly wouldn't expect to, no.
You're paying more along the region of what, £25?
Yeah, easily, yeah, certainly for this size.
Yeah. Now, I've got to point out, in the interest of fairness, if you were to buy this without the discount, it would be £17. Even at £17, I feel confident saying this because as crafters we know that their sets, you know, nested die sets, they're £25, £30.
Yeah, because they're so versatile. You're going to use them to make your shaped card bases, for your apertures, for your frames, for your matting and layering as well. And because you've got all of those different nested shapes, you know that everything works together. So sometimes you can take a large hexagon from one set and a large or a smaller hexagon from another, and they don't quite fit. But when you've got a nesting set like this, you know everything's going to fit together beautifully.
I'm kind of thinking now, and I'm getting excited seeing these. What about your journaling, your card making, your mixed media? If you have beautiful papers and you just wanted to cut out some detail, the ephemera, you're able to do that. If you wanted to maybe decorate, have some detail for boxes, we could do that. So top of a box.
Absolutely, tops of box, apertures for boxes as well. The tags to then coordinate to go onto the boxes also, so you can have everything working. Then you can do your card bases in the same shape to match your box and your gift tag, and so on.
The way I see this set, if you are, and I know we get new viewers joining us who have embraced crafting, they're building up their stash, this is for you. Because this, in one hit, you've pretty much covered yourself with every key shape you would want from your matting and layering dies. But equally, if you've already got dies and maybe you're thinking you're a seasoned crafter and you just wanted to freshen up your stash, it's another good opportunity to do just that. If I just turn that around, you can see what you're able to achieve. I apologise, Marcus. I was trying to do that a bit more seamlessly for you. Going, lovely sweeping shot, and I ruined it. £109.92 is your price. You are saving £10, and you are also getting access to the free flexi payments. So the salient point is we can split the price over 3 months. $36.64 today in real terms. We send everything out to you. You get everything that you're seeing here. Obviously, that is your first instalment of 3. So then 4 weeks' time, you pay your second. Another 4 weeks' time, you pay your third. 918387, your item number there. Going to move on to our stepper cards. Oh, can I just point out, everything that we have on the show, we are bringing up the details for the big collections, but you can also go for individual options as well. Choice is entirely yours. We're going to show you the complete collections, and when we scoot down again, we might go for the individuals. We'll see where life takes us. Now, stepper cards is something, especially as a crafter, I love the look of them, but they can be a bit daunting, measuring, scoring.
Yeah, very often you wouldn't attempt a stepper card unless you had a template or a die to do it, because the amount of measuring and scoring that you need to do, and of course cutting, to be able to achieve that so that it folds perfectly flat and it fits in an envelope and so on and so forth. But to have not only the base that does all that work for you, but then also the matting and layering dies, because, I mean, how would you cut an accurate mat and layer to fit in that shape otherwise if you didn't have the dies? You just wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. It would be very time. It would be annoying. After doing it once, you're like, I can't be bothered to do that again.
Absolutely. So we've got various different types of stepper cards here. A couple that you may not personally know as steppers, but we've sort of bundled them in this stepper collection here. I love this one. This is a little bit different with the side steps there that go down the middle of the card. We've got high steppers, we've got low steppers, we've got side steppers as well, we've got centre ones, we've got the scalloped ones. There's all sorts in there for you. Again, giving you every shape possible. So if you ever need a stepper, you've then got the die to do it nice and quickly.
I mean, 6 sets in total. We are really, really busy for this option. Keep on going. You're getting 74 dies. Yeah, I'm just holding up the weight of all of these. I know they're on magnetic sheets, but you're getting a lot of dies for your money. If I just show you something, because obviously seeing it here, you can't appreciate the kind of inspirations you're going to make. But thankfully, we've got Lou on hand, and she's brought in some for us. It works out £11.66 per set to create effortlessly your and these are your speciality cards. And I think the beauty of the stepper card, Lou, is it takes us through all year. These aren't say die sets you think I'm restricted to a certain season.
Absolutely
this could be your
not.
Christmas cards, it could be your birthday cards, your Easter cards, Thanksgiving,
Definitely.
whatever you like.
Absolutely, of course, we're giving you the base. This is really what the whole show is about today, is giving you the basics and the bases to then go in and decorate however you wish to, with any colour and any paper and any theme. So we've got a Christmas card there. We've got some here that are more thankful and remembrance as well. I think that's a Christmas one you're holding up there, isn't it, with the red? But just look at the base. And don't forget, with the stepper bases as well, you've got the basic shape where you know how to fold it and how it stands. But then if you look at the one that Yanis is holding now, this is a side stepper that's been put on its side to create a completely different look. So it's then got the side at the base, and you can have like a 3D element popping up instead.
Another different, so 6 unique stepper cards. You get all the elements. And this is what makes it special, Lou, the fact that we've got the perfect mats and layers. So thinking about your papers, thinking about your beautiful pattern paper pads that you wanted to introduce. I mean, how nice is that? But then you've got that overarching design as well to make it truly special. That I would, no way, no how, would I be able to do that just scoring and cutting? I wouldn't be able to.
It would be time consuming. It would probably be frustrating. By the time you've actually mastered the base, you've had enough and you just want to clear up anyway.
So quick cards that look fantastic. There is just one more down there. I'll allow Marcus to get a shot of that. I can't reach. But you can see the different cards that we are getting. We are very, very busy for our stepper. I've got to tell you, 10% of the stock's already gone. It is flying. So take advantage of the saving and take advantage of the opportunity to split that price in half. But ultimately, imagine this in your stash. How are you going to be using it? Christmas? Birthdays? It's a kind of card. I'll just pick one up, going back to this one. So we can go in any direction we like, but that would have pride of place on the mantelpiece.
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, this is the sort of thing as well. You could actually pop that inside your mini album, so as you open the book up, the card opens up if you wanted to.
Clever.
These sort of cards are giving you that option, that versatility to then take them away from card making and I say off the page, but onto the page with journaling and mini albums. If you want to add in things like gift cards, they're a good size, so you could easily put like a little gift card or, dare I say, coupon or voucher. Does anyone use those anymore? A little pocket there for that to sit in, so it can be like a gift card holder as well.
Okay, I think what we're going to do now is start having a play with all the goodies that we do have on the show. If you have any questions, we really would love to hear from you. So please feel free to get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. All right, we're going to head over to Lou. Lou, what are we going to do?
Lovely. Okay, so we're going to play with my favourite one first, and that's the scalloped stepper. So with this one, with all of them, it's really simple to get the first cut. So I would suggest, ideally, you need to have an A4 platform for this with your die cutting machine. But if we get time, I will do a measurement of the largest die. In fact, it's actually on the packaging, so I don't need to measure that at all. So as we work through, I'll tell you the width of this die is 142. So it's actually less than 15 centimetres, so I think that may fit. This one may fit through your A6 kind of size platforms.
Okay.
Just give your base, of course, a quick measurement, because I wouldn't like you to get this home and then it doesn't fit. So just take a tape measure. Where am I going with that? A ruler to your plates, and just double check that before you purchase. But I think all the descriptions will be online, won't they? The measurements of that, and it's certainly on the front of the packaging. So all I'm going to do is cut this base. Now this is one die cut, just going through, and it's doing all the cutting, all the scoring for me, obviously the measuring as well, because it's all there. And if I want to make this extra sturdy, I can cut 2 of them in no time at all. You'll be quicker if you have a manual machine anyway. But cut 2 of them, glue them together. You've still got all the score lines there, so you're going to easily have a really, really sturdy piece. These dies are quite simple in their shape and their design, so you are going to be able to cut through extra strong cardstock, for example, 300, 350 GSM, if that's what you prefer to use for your card bases. I used a bit of tape to hold that still. And for the frugal of you out there, you'll probably be cursing at me under your breath now because I did use the middle of the paper. But, you know, I will save that. Yeah, I will save that anyway because, you know, I might want coordinating mats and layers for little bits later. So, very simply, I've now got all my cut lines. If we pop over to the back of the packet, on each one we've got instructions on which are mountain folds and which are valley folds. So you're not left on your own with any of these. This is just for the main die in each packet.
And so everything's scored for us?
Everything's scored. I don't even need to bring in my bone folder or anything like that. I'm just going to use my fingers and just pinch everything together. And there we go. So there we go. I've got my card base already very, very quickly. I like to use a coloured cardstock rather than a white where I can, and one that coordinates with my papers as well. It's just something that I've got into the habit of doing, and I find it makes my cards even more striking than usual as well by having that colour instead of having just white. White sort of comes, sometimes the edges fade into the background when they're on the mantelpiece and such. So I've got my base now. I'm going to lay that flat again because I want to do some mats and layers. I've chosen, as I said, I've chosen my cardstock that coordinates. Not quite perfectly, but close enough. The green, got the green and such. Nice. And then I'm going to pop on some mats and layers. Now these are not even all of my mats and layers. Okay, so they are some of them. Oh, let's pop that die around the right way, and we can cut all of these together because they're not huge dies, so we can fit them all on. I would just take a few pieces of tape and put the tape over a couple of these at a time.
Well, you mentioned that. I'm just going to pick up the die to show everybody. I have to say, we're really busy for the scallop stepper individually, and also you can go pick and mix there as well. But here are all the dies you're getting in the set that Lou is just working with right now. So you are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dies, 12 dies in total there. Oh, 13. Okay, 13 dies in total in this one set. £24.98. If you do go for the pick and mix, so you're choosing any two, then you can split that price in half as well, because obviously we've got our Flex Extravaganza event. This option, 20% of the stock has gone as part of our pick and mix. So you have been warned, it is busy.
Yeah, sorry for the cracking in the background there, but just going to... Oh, my die's moved. Never mind, you'll get the idea. We'll just glue a couple of these on. So just looking at my design, I've actually got the mats and layers for both the front and the back of my card, which is really handy because sometimes you don't want to leave the back embellished, do you? You want to have decoration on both, so it would be helpful if I actually removed my tape rather than trying to rush and leave it on there. So, as you can see, I'll start placing these.
Joys of TV.
Oh, isn't it? Yeah. Always rushing to try and get as many demos in as possible. But you get the idea. You can start layering up.
I like the fact that these are great dies to have in your stash as well, where if you need to make a quick card, but it looks like you spent hours on it.
Yeah, we often need those, don't we? Last minute, you know, when you you realise that it's actually your next door neighbour's birthday, and you remembered last year, and this year you've forgotten.
And they're waving at you through the window.
Yeah, or you know that they've just had a flower delivery, and they saw that you were watching them have a flower delivery, and they know you need to get a card round there pretty quick. So yeah, it's happened to all of us. One instance or another. There we go. So I've just laid those on rather than gluing them, just to show you quickly. Everything fits beautifully, and that's only one layer. I've then got left in this bag, in the packet, I've got all of the next layers down as well, so I can create even more mats and layers if I wanted to. So just popping that paper away in the bin. And the next bit I'm going to do is bring in those nesting dies, because before I glue these on, I'm going to create a little window or an aperture. So I'm going to start with actually two of the smaller nesting dies. So from the entire packet, as Yanis showed us on the boards, they do go up to really quite large. So these ones they're actually in millimetres or centimetres, so just over 19 centimetres, which I believe is around about 8 inches, very roughly. I've gone on the 8 inches mark. And I've taken two of the smaller ones.
I've just held up, this is the die set. So Lou's just working with the two smaller ones in here, but it gives you an idea of what Lou was just alluding to with the actual size of these. I mean, that's a big size die set. And we're just using those two itty bitty ones, and you are getting 11 dies in total.
Of course, you can go much larger if you want to, but these just fit perfectly with the nesting dies. So I've taken the second from smallest and I've just placed it onto the middle of my mat there. Mat or layer. I must admit, all the years I've been crafting, I've never worked out which is your mat and which is your layer. I'm guessing the base is your mat and the next one on top is your layer.
That's what I've been going for,
Yeah. I'll probably still change it in a few months as well, change my mind. So I'm cutting this one first, and then I can perfectly measure where the next one's going to go, rather than trying to cut them both at the same time. So I can use this one as a guide to work out where the next nesting one will go. And these certainly, when you're doing this sort of detail and smaller dies like this, you can definitely use your smaller machines for this as well. You don't need to use a big one, as I am. So carefully taking my tape off, which I'm going to use again. So if I pop this onto here, I'm going to utilise this tape again. So just lay that looking around all the edges, make sure I'm happy with where that is. Place my nesting die in the right place. Use my tape. Low-tack tape or washi tape will work just equally as fine. Or you could take a pencil, draw around the square if you wanted to, and then we can pop
to
this
see you taking the design of the steppers, which are already beautiful, but then having that opportunity of being able to personalise.
Absolutely, and you can expand it and create a different shape virtually every time if you wanted to. Another thing you could do was take I'm just going to grab my plates first before I get those. But of my nesting dies, don't forget your squares are always diamonds as well when you turn them on the side. So twist them 45 degrees. So if I take one that's a little bit larger, put that there to remind me to show you another shape you can be creating with these. So just pop my little aperture out. And you can have something hanging down in here. You can make this into a little mini shaker behind here as well. Particularly, this is just a hint alluding to what else we've got on the show that we haven't come to yet. If you want to be creating boxes or box envelopes for your cards to go into, you can fit then shaker elements in there quite easily.
Nice.
So I've then got, for example, a completely different shape. I'll glue that on. But if you wanted to, you could take a diamond and you could sit that over the top instead, and you could create another completely different shape then and have like a diamond. And this effect, this scalloped easel here scalloped stepper does kind of rock ever so slightly once it's sat down. So I'll just pop, because I am going to put this card into an envelope in a little while, so I'll just sit and do some gluing
with
very
the
quickly.
rocker card that you're saying here, sorry, the stepper that does have a little bit of rock to it. If you did have any dies or ephemera with the horse on there, you could create your own little rocking horse, put two on each side.
Or a boat, anything like that. You could definitely do that. That would be really sweet. I think there's lots of things with horses on out there, though, isn't there? So I'm just going to mat and layer this, and then my next demonstration, which I know we'll come back to, will be creating a nice box for this, or an envelope. We might do an envelope for this that all coordinates to just show you how everything works together really well. Now this is the little mat that got caught up in because I didn't tape everything down very well. So it's not a very straight edge.
Don't worry.
It's actually quite handy that it's a pattern paper. So you might even have this paper online, actually. It was from Simply Made Crafts, and I believe it was called A Grand Day Out. So if you've got any left online, that's what it'll be called. It is beautiful. There's lots of beautiful papers in that pack. There we go. So if I just stand that up now, and see, you've just got, I'm not even, like I say, using my tools, I'm just using my fingers to, it's on the glass mat, so it's going to slide a little bit. But you can see you've got that little bit of a rock to it, which is really sweet. And you've got the window in there, which is completely optional. Of course, I've just used my nesting dies as an example. You could put a nice sentiment strip across the bottom, or maybe a bow, and you could, that actually looks a little bit like a Noah's Ark kind of shape there, doesn't it, with the window inside.
Picture inside.
Yeah, up to a photo,
passport picture, perfect size
absolutely,
there.
yeah, there's lots you can do with that.
So quick, so easy, but so beautiful. Right, I tell you what, we do have lots on the show for you to enjoy. So we've got our steppers, we've also got our nested dies as well. Very quickly, we're going to show you. Now, with the nested dies, you can go for a pick and mix here as well. Beauty is we're still in the midst of our Flexi Extravaganza. So that means as long as, or Flex Extravaganza, I should say. So what it means is if you've got £1 or more in your basket, you'll be able to split that price in half. So £29.98 suddenly comes down to £14.99 there if you do want to take advantage of Flextravaganza. And go for the key shapes, because you might say have a circle or a square, but do you have any of the slim lines, nested slim lines, or do you want to go for the hexagon or the octagon? You've got the choices with those. So do have a little look and see if there's anything missing in your stash. Take advantage of the savings. And when you think about this, the size of the dies and the value of money that you were getting there, you're saving £6 on the set, so £3 on each, effectively bringing that price down. 402172, your item number. Just very quickly, just so we can arm you with all the information you need. If you're struggling to pick favourites because you're like, well, I don't really have any nested dies, and you like the circles, you like the squares, you like the slimline, and you want to get the lot, well, we've got a bundle for you. So this is the supersize inverted scallop nestable complete die collection. 3 flexi payments, so $36.64 today. Everything gets sent out to you. I mean, just look at this. All 8 of these die sets will be in your stash, ready to use at your disposal. 918-387, your item number. Just for the benefit of, I'll just show a couple. I'm so sorry, because I didn't show the dies. We've just seen the packaging. And just for anyone who's tuned in, that gives you an idea of actually the size of the dies in the set. So look at that. That's your square. There's your circle. We have got our now, is that a DL? Or slimline DL? Yeah? And then we've got a rectangle in there. And your hexagons, octagon, slimline, and your oval. That is your complete set at your disposal. Okay, so if you do want to take advantage of that, I would be, and this is just me, I would be looking at taking advantage of our flexi payments on there and splitting it across 3 months. 918-387, your item number. We've got a pick and mix on the stepper card. Really, really busy for these, and I do not blame you. The scalloped stepper, 40% of the stock's gone there. Ooh, okay, that was the die that we were just playing with. Where have I hidden it? It's gone. But I'll find that in a second. So we're getting 6 sets to choose from with the pick and mix. You're choosing any 2. You can look at the packaging, but ultimately, for me, oh, it's here. It was the one on top. Oh, did you see it?
Yeah,
Have you spotted that? It was literally the one on top I was staring at. That's embarrassing. But this is the one that 40% of the stock has gone, and Lou was just playing with. I love the dynamic of this set. Now, let me just show you something, actually, because Lou showed you how it worked that way, so just rocking. But then, did you make this one, Lou?
Yes.
Yeah, Lou has literally flipped the script, turned it on its side, and given you a whole different way to use that shape. So think outside the box, be imaginative, and think what you would be using with this. That's a really pretty card. So that's one way of using it. If I just pop that down, that, oh, I'm going to go for it. I'll reach across. There is, this is in keeping with the demonstration that Lou just shared with you, but perfect mats and layers. And what I really like about the stepper sets, they look great, they're dynamic, they're different, but equally, we can taper this to any year round. So you can be your Christmas cards, or they can be your spring cards if you wanted as well. And this is another one that's just been turned around. So as opposed to having it here, we've got it here. So I really like how you've seen them from different angles, Lou.
Yeah, I would say just cut out all of the bases, fold them up, and then start playing with the orientation of them, or even start playing with folding those score lines in different ways and seeing what other shapes you can get from them too.
Nice.
So, for example, that one you've got there, I believe, or it might be the other stepper that you held up, the first Christmas one that you were holding up
this one?
a little while ago. Yeah, I think it's got a penguin on it. There we go. So that one, for example, has got the tall sides. You could fold those again and have them so they're only half the height and that they come up as a mountain, fold valley mountain again, like a W as such, if you want, or an M, sorry, wrong way around, if you wanted to. So all of these you can adapt slightly just by playing with, just cut the bases and play with them.
This is a cool one as well.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I like that. So
love
just
it.
something that's a little bit different. Now, I've got to tell you, very busy for our pick and mix, and we've got the details on your screen. But let's just think about this, because with the pick and mix, you're choosing any two for £24.98. You're saving £5, and better still, it's the joy of our Flextravaganza event. We can split the price in half, so £12 and 48 pence or 49 pence, so 50 pence will probably be £12 and 50 pence. You're able to pay half now, everything sent out to you, and then in 4 weeks' time you pay your remaining payment. Now, I've got to tell you that one of these die sets is £14. So you're paying £12 and 50 pence, and you're going to get two. Obviously, that is your first flexi payment, but it gives you an idea of the value and the savings that you have here as well. If you do want to go for the complete collection, if you love them all and you know that you're going to make good use of the stepper dies, then maybe consider going for that complete collection, because you are still saving £5, and you're also going to get everything that you're seeing here. So all the dies, all the components, all the possibilities at your fingertips. 631249. Okay, now we are going to go on to something. This is very special and different. First time we've ever seen this before. We've got some great tools.
I love these tools. They are brand new, not been seen. I don't think we've even got them online, let alone having them here. So they may even be exclusive for a very short while. Don't quote me on that, but very close. But we have got some fantastic tools. They work beautifully. They've been tested. You wouldn't believe how long these have been tested for. We wanted to make them perfect. There was no, well, we just need a stamping platform, any stamping platform. We needed the right one. We needed one that everybody would love using. They'd feel the quality, and it had everything that they needed in it.
I like this stamp platform, the way it works.
I love that, yeah.
We're getting 4 of the magnets.
The magnets as well, yeah.
That's cool.
This has a non-slip foam base too, so obviously when you're working it's going to be really easy to pop onto any surface, because we often work on glass mats, don't we?
Yeah.
What I love about this, as opposed to your other sort of folding stamping platforms, is that you position your stamp, and when you fold it over, it isn't instantly on your paper. You can still see that it's going to stamp in the perfect place for you, because sometimes we kind of fold it over and think, oh, I wish I'd moved that paper ever so slightly. Until you press it down, you're not actually going to make that stamp impression. So you are doing your folding, and you're still able to very accurately stamp, re-stamp, re-ink, do your layering stamps, etc. But you still have that added benefit of just making double, triple sure that it's in the perfect place before you press it down still.
It's a nifty unit, and for $19.99 you cannot go wrong. All I will say, if you do not have a stamp platform in your stash right now, and if you've ever struggled with stamping, and Lou, you must hear this time and time again, people saying stamping and giving up on it, because it's nothing more frustrating of a detailed stamp. You've put together a beautiful card, and then at the last moment a stamp hasn't quite caught all the elements, and you think, oh, I'm never going to line this up again.
And you never can without a platform like this.
Yeah, and you've got that possibility. So it is a must for any stamper, and I really mean that, and I don't say it lightly. It's 165487, your item number there. Okay, so busy for our stamp platform. Actually, I like the press element too.
Oh, I didn't mention, yeah, I love that. That's my favourite part, but I didn't mention as well, we've got a raised lip on there near the mechanism for the hinge, and all this means for you really is that you can fit any size paper inside it. So we can stamp onto a 12 by 12. We don't have to cut it down to size to fit inside the platform, which is unlike certainly any platform that I've owned. It's well thought through, and you said it at the start, with this is the very first time we've ever brought you these tools, and they've been a long time in development. Certainly all this year, if not some of last year as well. Wow, okay. Well, it's been done right. Okay, we're going to move on to a scoreboard. Just so handy. Scoreboards is another must in the craft room. Absolutely. So if dies with the score lines in isn't your thing, you need a scoreboard. I think we all need a scoreboard. I'm reaching for mine every single day. A 12 by 12 is an essential, because of course that's kind of the largest paper you're usually going to have. This one's extra special though, because not only is it a scoreboard with all your 1/4 inch increments on it going all the way across, you've also got your measurements on the centimetres down the side, but on the reverse you've got all your measurements and your guide for doing your envelopes, your box envelopes, and for creating boxes as well. And then you've got your scoring tool too, all kept safely in the back. So that it's a really nice addition, because nothing more frustrating than losing your tools. So we've got our envelope box making in there, all your guides, your measurements, you're getting your tool, your bow increasing tool, and then you've got here, I mean, look, these are perfect envelopes. Yeah, that we're able to create. you can now make your envelopes for any size card that you've made from any paper or cardstock that coordinates, and they look professional. Boxes, as you can see, if you create things and sell them at craft shows or however it is, you can create boxes for them really quickly. And in fact, boxes are no glue if you don't want to have glue in them either.
Yeah. Wait, large envelopes, got you covered. If you wanted to make a box envelope, we've got you covered. I mean, it's a great thing to have. And I know a lot of crafters do have scoreboards, but equally a lot of crafters do not have scoreboards. So if you're looking to invest in a scoreboard, look no further. It's another great product brought to you by Creative Craft. 154018, item number, saving £3. Trimmer. Nothing new today.
Yes.
I hate, as a presenter, my real bugbear is repeating myself, but it's another essential.
Oh, and again, the quality is amazing. When you start playing with this, you'll feel it straight away. So you can cut up to 12 inches, but it does have an arm that folds down, so you haven't got a big 12-inch by 12-inch trimmer that you're having to carry around. You've got the scoring blade in there as well as the cutting blade, and they're both really simple to place in and out as well. You've got the scoring blade will usually come in the box for you. You've got, again, measurements in both inches and centimetres on there, non-slip feet on the bottom. I find this one really simple because the guide for the actual trimming blade is clear, so you can really easily see where you're cutting. It lifts up with a little lip on the edge, so you're not having to fiddle around trying to lift that up. There's just so much about this that I absolutely love.
It's a good one, and $15.99 your price there. You are not breaking the bank. 075937 your item number, saving £3. But the best part, Flextravaganza. It's not $15.99. Split that price in half. Pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time. Okay, now finally we've got our punch. Now the corner punch, if it was me and I've gone for the scoreboard, I would go for this as well, because what it allows you to do is to get that beautiful envelope finish on the corners.
100%. This is what's going to make your envelopes and your box envelopes and your cards as well look really professional. These corners, now I've been playing with this punch for a while now. The corners, I never ever get them misaligned, which is brilliant. I've had corner punches in the past. I've never had a notch and a corner one together, so this is extra special. But the corner ones, sometimes in the past, you've put them in, if you don't quite put them at the right angle, you get a bit of an odd corner. It doesn't quite look smooth. This is perfect every single time. Plus, you've got the notches, which I will explain actually in the next demonstration how the notches are used.
Well, we'll see that. We're going to get to demonstration, but if you do want to pop this into your basket, the corner punch with the notches, $9.99 your price, 422455 your item number, same £3. Got to tell you, 20% of the stock's gone here. Flying, really busy. Okay, we're going to see it in action. Let's head over to Lou.
Okay, so thank you very much. What I'm going to do is that card that I made earlier, we're going to create a box or an envelope for this from scratch. I think because it lays flat, I can create a flat envelope. So the first thing you need to do is measure your card or your envelope. So this is measuring at 5.5 inches by almost 4.5. So what you're going to need to do then is take the largest measurement. Let me just turn this over. So in the back here, I've got my guide, and there's printed measurements on both sides of this, and I'm going to use my scoring tool. And I'm just going to have a look at this. Now, we have got envelope, box envelope, and then on the reverse, we've got our boxes as well. And the boxes come with different depths. So you can have these at 1/2 inch, 2 inches, various different ones there for you to play with. We're going to create a simple envelope so you can just see how simple it is. So, what did I say? 4.5 by, I can't remember now. Too much talking.
I was picking up the whole punch, sorry.
No, that's fine. 5.5 by just over 4, actually. So, I'm probably going to go with, I have got a 4 and a 5.5 inch here, but I want to go ever so slightly bigger. So I think I'll just go with, I've got 4.5 by 6.5 here. So we'll just try that. That's an A6 envelope. I always like a little bit of wiggle room with my envelopes. Yeah. Okay, I actually love to put my cards in tissue paper and then into envelopes, but that's a whole nother matter. I know. So I need a bit of extra space there.
Yeah. Do you spritz a bit of perfume on them?
Sometimes, a bit of lavender in there.
Nice.
No, I really don't. No, but it's tempting sometimes. So the next stage, once you know what card size or the closest to your card size you've got here and here, go to your paper size. So I need my paper size to be, I haven't got my glasses on, so it's
8.5 by 8
7/8. Can you see that through the screen? You're really good.
Yeah.
So 8 7/8, so it's just under 9 inches there. So I need to cut my cardstock. I'm going to use my trimmer for that. So I can talk you through the trimmer before we come back to that. So 8 7/8. That is. So coming to my trimmer, as I said, you've actually got the arm here that pulls out there and makes that extra big. So this actually comes up to 17 inches wide if you need it to, and it's over 12. This is a 12 by 12 inch paper, so it's over 12 there. If I just lift this up and place this at, I said 8 7/8.
Yep.
Thank you so much, which I believe is there. So I've got all my measurements in both centimetres and inches coming across the top here. And as I pop that down, I said there's a little lip on the plastic here, and it clicks into place. I can roll my blade off really easily. Just at the end here, there's a little gap in the runner.
You don't have to fight it, and
No.
some of them, you know, you have to separate.
No, so you just pull it to this area, and then you can just lift it out like so.
Perfect.
And the same if you want to pop in. Where is my? Here we go. So I've also got my scoring blade, which I've just flicked, and it's just gone under here somewhere. There we go. So they're different colours as well, so you can see the difference. But if you look at them, this one is circular, so it hasn't got the point of the blade on it. So the same, you'll just lift this one out and pop this one in exactly the same way. So that you'll see there's a little gap in the plastic there. So just again, making sure that's at 8 7/8. There we go. Nice clean cut as well, no feathering. But you can, I believe, we're going to have, if we haven't got them online already, we're going to have spare blades for these too.
Brilliant.
Because with any trimmers, you know, eventually you'll need to change those blades. I love that that fits in, and that is solid then as well. As I said, you've got your non-slip feet on here, and you've got a little gap there if you want to hang it up, because some people like to hang their tools around them. If you've got a nice pot craft room and you've got all that sort of racking and everything, it's lovely. So for those of you who've never ever used any sort of envelope or box maker before, very often you may have seen these triangles and thought, well, look, they just look really complicated. They're actually really simple, and once you've done one or two, you'll be absolutely fine. So you always want to put your diagonal, your triangle here, so that it lines up and it will sit into a groove, so that the diagonal line will then continue. If I just take this away, you can see the little notch on the end of the scoreboard here that's at a diagonal. So you just want to lay that in so that it continues with that, and it will sit in, can you hear that noise? It will sit in the grooves there. So just there, it's sat in the lines, and it will slide up and down if you want it to, but it won't budge now. So it's nice and secure. I didn't cut this twice, did I? I cut it once. So you do need to start with a square, so I'll have to come back to this. I obviously can't talk and craft at the same time.
Not an easy thing to do.
No, apparently not. So pop that, I need my...
Just want to let everyone know while we're doing this, we have got 4-minute queues on our phone lines. We are really busy at the moment, so thank you so much for joining us. I apologise with the queues on our phone lines. If you do want to jump those queues, as always, you can go onto our website, thecraftstore.com, or you can use the app. All the features you find on the website, you will find on our app as well.
I'm going to put my glasses on for the next show.
Okay. Yeah, can we get them for you? Would that help?
They're in the car, so probably not.
Bless
you could try. I've probably left it unlocked anyway.
No, I'll help you out. I'll help you out.
So 3 3/4. So the next measurement you're going to need now, once your paper is cut to size, is the scale mark, 3 3/4. And what that refers to is once your triangle here is in place and it's lined up with the diagonal on the scoreboard, the 3 3/4 is this measurement along here, and you're going to want to place your cardstock up against this diagonal and bring the corner to 3 3/4. Let me just move my things out the way there. So 3 3/4. I'm going to double check that. There we go. And then all you need to do is just hold your paper in place and use this score. It actually says score there for you, so you've got the one score line there, like so. And then you'll just work your cardstock around. Now, don't always go with that 3 3/4. You only need to do that once for the very first score line, because everything else will fall into place then. You'll just pop your score line to the bottom of this little notch, this line here. By the way, all the instructions are on the back of the box, just so you know. For this, for the box envelope, and also for, what was the other one? The boxes. Yeah. So don't worry. Now, once you get round to the opposite side where the measurement should be the same, you can just double check that you're still at 3 3/4. It was, 3 3/4 inches, if you want to. but you should be fine as long as you're just laying each of the score lines, turning it 90 degrees, laying that score line along the bottom of that little notch there. There we go. Okay, now if you want to, you can take your ruler and just double check. That's just over 6 by just over 4, so that's perfect. I know that that's easily, I knew there was going to be some wiggle room, but easily going to fit my card inside. Now we come to our punch, or our corner and our notch punch. This is brilliant. So if I just show you these corners, we're just going to place, we've got corner written on the punch, we're just going to place the corner inside there, snip, we've rounded that off beautifully, and it is absolutely perfect every time. It takes seconds. So that just adds that gorgeous finishing touch to the corners. And then the notches, if we turn it over, where we've got the crisscross of each of our score lines on the edge, if we just line up I want to almost call them little wings poking out, or little antennae poking out there. If you line those up with your score lines, and again, just punch. See, that's just cut there. And it's perfect every single time. I have tried out nearly every single measurement on this scoreboard for each of the boxes, box envelopes, and this just works perfectly every time. You can see all the pieces are just coming out underneath, so they all just fall out, so you haven't got to worry about that.
That's amazing.
Isn't that fantastic? So then, of course, your score lines are done for you. Just use your bone folder, which is actually really comfortable to use as well. Pop these like so. You've got your envelope. Now, what I tend to do personally is make a mark here, do an extra score line, fold that over, but you absolutely don't have to. And then my card, if I just use some, I had some tape. You can use glue, you can use double-sided tape, I just think is really easy. A little bit of tape on both sides.
That's easy. What was impressing me was how easy it was to use the scoreboard with your envelope maker, and then with the punch as well. I've got to tell you, I'm not the only one impressed, because we've got 7-minute queues on our phone lines. Over 30% of the stock has gone for the punch. This punch has blown me away. It is a little craft tool that definitely carries a big punch. So if you do want to have the punch, you're getting the punch and the knot. I mean, I love the punch, giving you that rounded corner, but come on. The little notch maker as well, you need this in your life. It is 40% of the stock has gone here. But I'll just drop that down and show you why you need it, because look how professional these envelopes are. Perfect every time. Don't look at this one, actually. We'll look at the one that Lou's making.
just finished making. Now, of course, you can go in and you can then ink the edges of your paper. You can put in a beautiful liner, so I could use this gorgeous floral paper and line this beforehand, before I glue it together. Again, bit of double-sided tape on there. Fold that over, and you have got, that is a perfect envelope that fits that card beautifully. If I wanted to, what I did plan on doing, and I completely forgot, it's too late now, is I was going to use my nesting dies and cut an aperture in there, but I could equally go in with matching papers to my card and do some matting and layering on the front with those nesting dies in those beautiful scallops, so everything matches as well, and you can really decorate your envelopes and make the envelope as beautiful as the card, so when you give it, it's truly a gift for them.
I have, and I've talked about this in the past at the craft store, every crafter, we have an internal barometer. You know, when you see something and suddenly it's like, ding, 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 I need this. You see something, you're like, I want it.
Yeah.
The tools, I've got to tell you, the hole punch, I think a lot of barometers are going off in the UK and Europe and America, because over 60% of the stock has gone here for our hole punch. It's a great tool. It is a really, really good tool there. $9.99 your price, saving £3. I'll let you in. I shouldn't really be doing this, but I'm going to let you in on a bit of behind the scenes here at the craft store. So we're already trying, our producer Kim, we're at 2/3 stock, has been trying to make calls, because you caught us off guard. We have got another show later on. Have got another show later on, yeah?
Yes, 7 p.m. I
7
think.
o'clock. And we thought we'd have enough stock to last both hours. Looks like this is absolutely flying, so we tried to make calls. At the moment, we can't get hold of anyone. I mean, that might change, but as it stands right now, it is in stock, so do take advantage there. We are approaching those 70% of the stock for the hole punch. Very busy. Something else that is busy is the stepper card bundle. We'll show you the complete bundle. That's been quite popular, as has the pick and mix as well. So we've got an option to suit everybody. But with the stepper cards, if you want a complete collection, each one has such a distinctive style as well. When you can see that here, even from the packaging. And with these dies, it's... We're just hearing how big the queues are on our phone lines. They're up to 9 minutes now. So please, if you're frustrated, because it is, I'll be honest, I hate being stuck in a queue. Phone queue, it's just I hate it. So if you're like me, you don't like being stuck in a phone queue, go onto the website and give it a go. If you've never done it before, it will change how you shop here at the craft store. I've got to assure you that shopping on the website or the app, it is safe and it is secure as well. So if you've got any hesitations on there. Best thing to do really is I'll show you the dies just to give you an idea of the kind of size of dies that you are getting. Let me just show you here. So this was the scalloped stepper that Lou demonstrated with a little earlier in the show. But then we've got, now this is a cool one. This one, I love this sort of abstract. I'll just show you. That gives you an idea, like that wonderful sort of staircase. Is it a 4-stepper? Nice. All right, I'll pop that down. You are getting obviously 6 sets in total, but I'm conscious of time and want to squeeze another demonstration. If you do want to go for this as pick and mix, you've got that option as well. 631249, your item number there. We got breaking news. The punch, it's limited stock. So we're officially limited stock on our punch. We still have not got hold of anybody yet to see if we can get hold of more stock. That could change for, I've got it back to front, sorry. It could change for the latter show because Lou will be back at 7. But as it stands right now, if you want to get hold of this punch, get it in your basket now because I think it's going to be selling out soon. We are into single figures. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got a stamping platform. When I joined the channel, when we were Hochanda and obviously now we've become a craft store, I had to go at stamping and I struggled. And I remember a guest said to me, look, you need a stamping platform. It will change how you work. And then I started doing shows with stamping platforms. I was like, yeah, it really does make a huge difference. But, and Lou touched on this, so this has been a long time in development and I really like the innovation. Me personally, I'm just talking from my own personal experience, I've not seen a stamping platform that works in this way. I've kind of seen, Lou, the sort of acrylic platforms with the sponge that you can push down, but I've never seen this.
No, so this really does combine all the different methods of stamping platforms that are out there. So we've got the fold, so you may know it's a load and fold or folding platform, whatever it may be. And then you've also got the spongy, springy type one. So some of them have springs, some sponges, all different types of mechanisms there. It's giving you both because there are, of course, advantages to each of those platforms. So why not roll them into one? So you've got an absolutely perfect stamping platform. And as I said, Yanis, as well, this one, what I love about this, and it took me a little while before I even noticed, and I thought, oh, that's genius, is that you can fit a larger size piece of paper into this. So it's only the lip, exactly where your finger was there at the top, that's just that lip is higher. The other 2 edges there are flush.
Yeah.
So you can put much larger pieces in if you want to and stamp onto them, which is brilliant if you love your scrapbooking on your 8x8 and your 12x12, for example, or onto the edge of your journal pages and things like that.
Perfect. It's as if a couple of, if you met all the stamping platforms, had a baby, and then you got the best of all attributes.
Absolutely.
Not my best analogy, but hey.
Well, no. But also, if you are stamping into the very middle of something really large, you can actually open your stamping platform and you can use it such like as well, if you want to. It's an option for you.
Game changer. $19.99 is your price there if you want to get hold of this. The punch, we have got news. The punch has sold out. It's technically sold out. If it is in your basket, please, please, please check out 422455, your item number. We're just going to show you the complete collection of our nested dies. So if you do want to go for the complete set, £109.92. 81 dies in total though, and they're large sets, they're large die sets, and of course you can take advantage of 3 flexi payments. So I think your first flexi payment is £36 and some change, so it's a really good way to make it a little bit more affordable today. 918387, your item number. Just got to stress that 3664, that's your first payment of 3, so you're splitting your payment 3 ways. Okay, we're going to head to Lou for our final demonstration.
Absolutely. Very quickly, I will get this one cut for you because this is a little bit different. different. Maybe I should have done this first to show you. It's an easel card. Sorry, it's a stepper card, but it's an easel card, or it's an easel and it's a stepper. It's kind of both. So I'm going to show you how that works. So you've got two sections to this. You can cut the main die, the main outline die, just to create your normal centre stepper card if you want to. It's actually got some really lovely little mountains in there. I'm going to call them mountains, the little bits that come up. But then you've also got the additional piece that can create that into an easel. So if you're, for example, putting heavy embellishments onto your card and you're thinking, well, as soon as they stand up, it's going to slide forward, you can add this easel piece underneath, there they are, and that will just stop everything sliding forward. So we've got here, if I just turn this around, I'm hoping you can see, sorry, it's on plain cardstock, that we've actually got all our score lines in here. So go by the back, you've got your mountain fold, valley fold, all of your description there, so you know exactly how to fold it. As you can see, I'm doing it in mid-air and without a scoring tool, just using my fingers, so that's how good that is. Now, if I place that there, that is a beautiful stepper card for you.
Done.
Straight away, easy done.
Can we say in seconds? One pass through your die cut machine, just folding, and
absolutely.
Lou, as you're showing, doing it in mid-air, kind of back to front for the cameras to see. If you can do it like that, you can do it anywhere.
You can. And then you have this additional piece as well, which has two score lines in, one at each end. I'm just going to find a piece of tape to put on this rather than a glue. Double-sided tape on the edge here. So if you lift these lips up, one of them are going to be for you to attach to the base of your card, and the other one is a stopper. So I'm just going to lay my card flat. What would be the back of the card, if you just lay that over your step here, you can see it's all the same width. And as I bring that forward, bring your stepper forward, you've got a little lip here, and you can then make that into, you obviously need some weight on it, but you can then make that into an easel card rather than, if I turn that around, you can see, rather than just a stepper that's going to slide forward. So when you've got your weight on there, which is what often happens, we put our flowers and all our different embellishments on there, and then they end up collapsing, you've got your stopper, so you can just add that on instead.
I mean, that's so quick and easy. I've got to tell you that the stepper card collection, really busy, a quarter of the stock, and we had a huge amount of stock of this, so a quarter of the stock has gone. $69.94, you are getting all 6 sets, and do you know how much it's working out per set? It was something like £11.92. Oh, I got that wrong. 11.66, sorry. 11.66, it's an important date, and it's also an important number because you're getting a great price. I'm sure something happened 11.66. Oh, was it 10.66? Thank you, Marcus. Everyone's like, no. 10.66. Hey, I'm sure something happened on 11.66 as well. Just don't know what it is. Probably not quite as important as 10.66. Let's just go through all the dice. I hate saying stupid things on air. It bugs me on my drive home. I'll be thinking about this. So let's have a look at all the dice. There we go. Who was born on 11.66? Oh, someone. Okay. You're not helping me out here, Kim. I thought it was going to be someone important. So let's go through. We confirm it was our producer, Kim, who was born on 11.66. So going through all of these. And then, ultimately, though, it's when what I like about this set, joking aside, Lou, is we've got you've shown how easy it is to make the base, but we've got all the mats and layers as well.
Yeah, 2 layers of mats and layers for most of them as well. So you can do a lovely bold colour, because the thing with mats and layers is we often go in and we ink the edges, and that's to make that layer stand out against the background, but you don't have to do that now because you can cut your bold colour and then layer your pretty pattern paper over the top, and you've got everything die cut absolutely perfectly, no measuring required.
You warm my heart by saying that, because it's card making. Sometimes you can lose your way with measurements. It's so easy to get distracted, do the wrong scoreline, and that's it. It's
we've all done it.
Here, the die does all the work for you in seconds. You like one pass through your die cutting machine, it's all scored for you, and then you're jumping straight to the fun bit. So adding those layers on there, mats and layers, and then tapering your card. It's a stepper card. This is they're never going to date. They're never going to go out of fashion, but also you're going to take them through all year. So it could be just a fantastic birthday card, a Mother's Day card, Father's Day card, Christmas card, Easter card, anniversaries, weddings, moving into new homes, new babies, anything.
Absolutely, any occasion.
And I just love the designs too. Where, I don't know what's going on with the phone lines. We've got 10-minute queues at the moment. We are really busy. So just showing you here. This is really clever because it's one example that Lou demonstrated earlier on. If you do want to see that, as always, you can go to the rewind option on our website. But Lou has shown if you just flip it onto the side, you're getting a brand new card blank to play around with. So work in different ways.
Sorry, you can do that both ways, and you can actually join two of those together and you get a dumbbell. If you can visualise that, two of those.
Oh.
So you've got the two wings on each side, and you've got like a dumbbell shape. I've done that before with those.
Very clever. Dumbbell for Kim, dumbbell is like a weight in the gym. Dumbbell. Kim,
Sorry, it's a brand, isn't it?
Well, no, Kim, our producer, was like, oh, is that a flower?
Oh, no, sorry.
So she is a gym bunny. She should know this. Now, unfortunately, time has beaten us, but the good news is that we have got another hour at 7 o'clock with the lovely Lou. I really hope you can join us. I know you've got so many more inspirations.
Absolutely. I didn't get through half of what I wanted to do today, but that's because we've got so much here to get through.
We didn't get hold of anyone about the hole punch, but hoping at 7 o'clock we can bring you news, so do tune back in at 7. We have got a dream team coming up. It's our Catherine and Fiona next with the Zuri One Day Special. After that, Gavin's going to be here with a Happy Puzzle Company, and then William Morris One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, their world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hello and welcome. We have a lovely hour now with some fabulous Zuri products and our Queen of Zuri, the lovely Catherine. Hello, my darling.
Lovely to be with you again, Fiona.
And you, my lovely. So we've got some lovely clays to play with.
We have.
Lovely pastes and paints.
Definitely. Yes,
Yep.
we're going to look at the mediums alongside the moulds, of course,
Yep.
including the Medina this hour, because we haven't covered it in the previous
Oh,
hours.
that'd be good. That'd be good.
Yeah.
What's the difference and
Yeah,
what have
exactly.
you? We sold out of our one-day special, so hence we can bring you lots of other lovely goodies. And I think it's all opportunities like this is always a good time as well to ask our questions to our lovely Catherine as well. If you've got any questions about your moles, any problems you've been having, or if you just want to say, I love them, and or show us your projects. Yeah, or just want to tell Catherine, you know, you're claiming your undying love for her, that's fine. Email us in to the studio at thecraftstore.com, or let us know on the face cloth. Right, we are looking at the Zuri Designs Aces and Faces of Darkness and numbers and fancy symbols. Now, this is a monthly mega deal, and it really is a mega deal because by coupling the lovely Aces and Faces of Darkness and the numbers, you are going to get the best deal. You're going to get the biggest saving. They are available individually. I know for a fact that you're talking just under £60 on its own. You do get a Freedom Club saving on that. And I know for these, again, this is where we get the £30 saving from. So talk us through these moles then, if you would, Catherine, because I know I've seen these before. We've talked about these as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, first of all, about the quality of the silicone.
Yes, absolutely. Zuri aren't just ordinary,
exactly,
are they?
And the fact that everything is food grade as well, so if you are going to use them for your cake decoration, and I think particularly the monthly mega deal is perfect for that. Numbers are included. We always need numbers, whether it is an age, whether it is a date, whether you're making a clock as you've got there, Fiona, you know, whether you just want a number to replicate something else, I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons why you need those numbers. I will tell you as well, they are 2 inches high, so they're nice and uniform. Perfect if you want to use them for advents. Of course, with the numbers, you're going to reach for these time after time after time, aren't you?
We were talking dates of houses, we were talking significant birthdays, even if you're just crafting cards, if you get a separate set for your food grade, I mean, there's all your numbers for your birthdays, isn't it? Candle wax.
Candle wax, perfect for that. Your soap. You could put in there, you could encase a number within a block of soap. So lots of different ways of working with them. So the numbers, extremely useful. And of course you have got the signs there as well. You've got the question mark, the exclamation mark and the and sign there. So perfect if you want to do numbers alongside, maybe you've got the letters of the alphabet. The fact that you've got the and sign in there, so Mr. and Mrs, Mr. and Mr, Mrs and Mrs, you know, names on wedding albums, christenings, that sort of thing, dates that go with it. So just very, very useful. When it comes to the Faces of Darkness and Aces of Darkness. I keep forgetting the names and which way around they are. These are brilliant because you've got moulds within moulds there. So the area that's deepest in the mould, so the central part of each of the cards, you can take out individually if you want to use them as individuals. So you don't have to use the whole of that. There we are, there's the Joker.
There's our Joker, you see how deep Catherine was talking about the detail there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So, you know, very useful. You're getting an awful lot of silicone for your money here as well. The weight of these moulds is incredible. The detail is exceptional.
They are. Look at that thickness. So you've got your Joker, your Ace, your King, your Queen there. And I've got samples, because I know it's hard to see from the reflection, isn't it? But I know you'll be doing some demoulding and what have you. Oh, have I gone upside down? So there's our spade. This is the Faces of Darkness. There's our spade. There's our club. Oh, got
upside down.
There you go, upside down, didn't I?
There we are. These are done with resin, with the luscious powders, clear resin over the top to give that glaze, but of course you can also use your air dry clay as well. We did a little bit of air dry clay in the previous hour. That's the one with the shadowing. That's another resin one, different effect again. The one you're about to pick up, Fiona, is done with air dry clay. I'll have that back a little bit later, so we'll bring the detail out more. There's no finish on that one. But you have got the effect of the clay, but really brings it to life once you put the finish on there.
It does. I stole that so you can see all four of those. Absolutely incredible, whatever medium you're using. So I know you can, just to highlight, these numbers on their own were £59.95, I think. And I think if you're a Freedom Club member buying the outside, there's a £10 saving. They're the details at the bottom of the screen. £59.97. Memory's not too bad. So these as well will go into, but you can get all of these for an amazing £79.95, £30 saving, £476.935. We've got 3 flexi-buy payments there as well, 3 just to highlight that, November, December, January. But if you've already got the numbers, because we know they were very, very popular for people that had the numbers and the alphabets, you can get these as a dynamic duo. So £49.98, you're saving £10, 420,147. So you can see how the 50 and the 59, that 109, you can see why that £30 saving is so mega for the whole thing. But if you're a super savvy shopper, like our Charlotte, And this is where it will pay you to become a Freedom Club member. Buy them individually, and then you get a further £10.50 saving. I know, takes them down individually to £19.49. So if you've got the numbers, it still works out cheaper to get the whole bundle rather than individual as a Freedom Club saver, just to highlight that. But if you've already got your numbers, go for them individually, and that'll give you a greater saving, and it still pays you to become a Freedom Club member for £7.97 and take advantage of that freedom saving, if that makes sense. 022087. We just want to highlight that to you. Now, we're talking clay today, and I know Catherine's going to use the Medina in a beautiful gold. So how does the Medina differ to the air dry?
Well, it is an air dry clay, but it feels much heavier.
Yeah.
And you can use it outside as well, whereas with the Hearty, the lightweight one, it's very, very porous. So even if you seal it, the elements are going to affect it.
Right.
The other thing about the Medina is that I've just got a little bit here. We're going to have a look at this more in demonstration. But you can create really, really, really fine detail. So petals on flowers. This is used by professionals, so you can get that very sort of delicate effect there. You can see how thin you can get that, but also using it in your moulds as well. You can colour. We'll come back to that in demonstration, because we are going to talk through this and how you can use it in lots of different ways. But if you are looking for a project outside and you want to use your moulds, then this is a good medium to go for. So lots and lots of options for you.
Brilliant. Forgive me on that last one, I just lost a bit of transmission. 2 separate numbers for those different Zuri molds. Yeah, is that all right? I do apologise. I lost contact. It keeps going in and out. I think I've got a dodgy circuit. It's not dodgy here. It's just a dodgy circuit, Taz. Well, I don't know. You make your own mind up. If you want the Faces of Darkness, that was our these ones. Those ones down there, the Faces of Darkness, they are £19.49, 022087. So if you want the Aces of Darkness, separate item number there, 904658, £29.99. Freedom Club members, £19.49. Yeah, forgive me for that. So we were just talking about Medina. Okay, brilliant. That is in the beautiful gold, absolutely fabulous. So that is a big clay. Catherine was just explaining the virtues there. Is it in the gold or the white? It says white. Why
it
did I
says
say
white,
gold?
although it's kind of an off-white.
Oh, okay, yeah. £11.99 for that one, 250 grams, 641548. So we're going to be working with that, aren't we? You said
we
Catherine?
are, yeah. I'll give you a
brilliant.
few hints and tips and different ways of working with it. We've got a little bit of a reveal to do as well.
Ooh,
where
yes.
we've used the Medina in a very, very different way. If you're watching 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to reveal something we started then.
Fabulous, fantastic. Right, let's move to the air dryer, and Catherine's going to demonstrate this for us, because I do love the mixing process on this one, because it comes with a very handy gadget and a guide for mixing certain colours, because would you believe this is all you need, isn't it, really,
It is.
Catherine?
You do actually get that guide. I don't think we've got it on the counter then. Oh, we have. We've got it out there. So you do get a little chart. That's why I couldn't spot it, because you do get a chart with it as well.
Yeah, you do the paper chart.
And a little stick as well. We'll cover that.
Yeah.
But very, very useful. Now, this bundle in particular, I think, is such a great deal. You've got 200 grams of the white Hearty.
Yeah.
Now that is the super lightweight, a professional grade clay, great for your moulds, great for modelling your flowers, all sorts of different things. You can colour it in many different ways, but you've also got your primary colours of your Hearty clay there. A little goes a very, very long way, so you need a tiny little bit to mix into the white to make colours. You can use them straight from the pack as well. The fact that you've got the mixing chart will, make sure that you can mix many colours that you wouldn't know how to mix.
Or how much to use of each.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the black, you will never ever be able to mix a black by putting a black pigment into your white clay, because it will always give you a grey. So if you want a true black, then this is great.
Necessity.
Very worthwhile going for this one.
And you'll see Catherine mixing those up. It's a great deal, that one, £36.63. You can create so many more colours there. I've got the blue one here just to give you, and then I think Catherine sort of created a sort of a black patina over the top there. Isn't that fabulous? £36.63, 152535. Oh, there's our lovely little chart. I found it. We found it. Oh, hello. And it gives you an indication then. But we'll see Catherine using this, so it makes perfect sense to you. Gorgeous. And don't forget, with our Flex Extravaganza, you can spread the cost of that £36.63 with a mould, even if you want that. Doesn't matter what price is going into your basket, you can spread the cost over November and December, and that offer is going to end on Friday. Now, talking of Hearty Soft, sometimes, you know, we've got some big moulds. If you go on to the Zuri website, there are some mighty moulds on there. You know, some cracking moulds like Machines, the Dark Side collection. You might just need a bit more clay. So this is a great one for you because obviously by buying the bigger, you're getting the bigger savings. $17.99. It's a 400 gram, 040721 in the white. If you just want the one pack, we'll get that on the bottom of the screen, $9.99, but you can see where the saving comes in having the double there. 907887, and Catherine will talk to us about storage and what have you as well, because sometimes we think, oh, if I buy big, will it last? But indeed, there's plenty of top tips we can use to make sure that it does. Yes, yeah, the Pentel. Now, these are gorgeous. You will get 3 of these metallics. I'm missing one. I'm missing my silver, but these are sensational. The liquid metal. Liquid metal, aren't they gorgeous? I know. It does what it says, doesn't it?
It's not the liquid metal.
It's not that's the paste, isn't it? There's nothing liquid about that.
No.
I've got them here. My eyes going a bit funny.
If you, I don't know if you can come back to me. I've got some.
Have I got the paste?
You've got the paste.
Hey, I'm thinking that's not glooping much, is it?
These are the ones. You'll see why they're called liquid metal.
We've got a professional on the counter here. Go on, Catherine, show them to me.
Let me just give this one a little bit of a shake so it will have settled a little bit. You can hear the ball bearings in these. These are absolutely brilliant. We will see them again during the hour, but you'll see why they're called liquid metal.
Because they look like
that's
liquid.
Exactly what they are. Where am I going?
There we go, there we go.
I can't tip it too much because it will pour out.
So these are the pastes, aren't they, as opposed to the pastes which I've got?
These are solvent-based as well.
Yeah.
They're not water-based. They dry very, very quickly, and the coverage is just incredible. We will look at these during this hour. We'll make sure we find time to fit them in. So you get the silver, the copper, and you get the gold. You can also mix them together. You don't have to use them as an individual colour. You can blend the colours together. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, they go on the clay and resin and...
Clay, resin, wood, MDF, plastic, metal, tin, glass.
The whole shebang.
Exactly.
Fabulous. $14.99, 134602. Shall I show you some wax pastes? Shall we open it up and see if I'm telling the truth? Yup, love it, love it. Oh, there we go. That looks like a paste to me. Catherine,
That's
will you concur?
ones. That is correct. Yeah. If you haven't got this bundle, all I'm going to say is buy it. Buy it. You will love these. Value for money, Fiona, on these is incredible.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
£30, $29.99 for 7.
Yeah.
And the colours are gorge, aren't they? They really are. Oh, look at me, I'm going in, everybody. Ooh. Ooh, and they smell.
They smell like orange.
They do.
They're
that
citrusy.
smells.
There's orange oil in them.
Like a very famous tap it and unwrap it. What's this one? Ooh, lovely. I'm going in all of them. I don't care, Catherine.
They do actually have a lovely consistency as well. They look a little bit strange to see them in the pot there, but they're very soft. They'll go a long, long way. You can apply with a finger, with a brush, with a sponge even. You can stencil with them. You can paint with them. You can mix them together. You can use them like a wax. They are gorgeous.
They are lush, 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 lush. You get all of those. 28763. $29.99. Let's look at some more moulds because obviously you can't fit them all on the counter. Now the perfume bottles. I did this one with you when you launched this, Catherine.
Yeah.
They have been busy. 80% gone. You get 3 impressions. And I think when we were together, we were talking about changing them up a little bit. You could, you know, in terms of, you know, Halloweeny or poison or beautiful,
definitely.
romantic bottles.
Definitely, and take the base of one of the bottles there, and you've got a vase. You've got a column if you take the top off. One of them looks like a hot air balloon, a very ornate hot air balloon. If you turn it the other way up, you've got Christmas baubles on the atomizer and the one with the stopper in the top. So definitely not a one-trick pony. This one.
No. $25.99, 80% gone. £18.19 if you're a Freedom Club member. 457089. Just a couple more to show you, but do look on the website by brand. This is the Mariner's Jewel, and I've seen this. This is sensational. Now, is this the one? Yes, because you've got the little Oh, I'm mad with myself, Catherine. I can't remember what you call that little screwy thing.
The Chicago screw.
The Chicago screw. So this physically does turn, doesn't it? And didn't somebody clever?
It does turn.
Put in a
There is
motor.
one. I don't know if it's still out. Where's it
No,
gone?
is it behind me? Here it is. Is it?
Oh, now that is, yes, that is a really good sample. I don't
Yeah.
know if, I think there's a little light switch on that.
There is, yeah. And it's just beautiful, isn't it? So I'll just show you here. We'll come in for a close-up there. Oh, the bulbage is gone, folks.
Oh, no, has it?
I know.
Oh, dear.
Boo! We need to replace the battery, but yeah, isn't that fab? And the detail on there, all the numbers and what have you, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And can you see the detail from within? Fantastic. Oh, it's just been turned on and off so much, that's all. That is the Mariner's Jewel. That was very, very popular as well. Okay, 595774.
I've got one somewhere that I've put some of the wax on as well, a coloured one. It was on the counter earlier to show.
Is it this
Haley
one?
had it.
Is that
That's
one?
the one. That's the one.
Because we've got that one as well. What's that other one?
That's the Astrolabe.
The Astrolabe.
And
that's the Mariner's Jewel.
That's the Mariner's Jewel again. That's got the Chicago screw in there, using the wax paste that we've just seen.
Beautiful,
to
isn't it?
decorate that as well, so you can
That's
see how they
fab.
work and blend together.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Beautiful. Yeah.
There you go.
And then you get that Chicago screw.
Yeah.
And then I mention it because often sometimes these go hand in hand. The Astrolabe.
They do. Now the Astrolabe there is actually stuck down. You get with that
Yeah.
one, rather than the screw, you get a lens.
Yes, to go in there.
But you can still create that mechanism. You can use a brad.
Yeah.
It's a slightly smaller hole in the centre of that one. So if you are looking for a Chicago screw, check the diameter of that. It's 5mm on the Mariner's Jewel.
Right.
But on the Astrolabe, it's a little bit different. But use a brad or a paper fastener. Would
Absolutely,
work as well.
and get that circular movement. That's 23.99 969 750. Right, my darling, let's go to you.
Okay, right. We did promise to show the Medina, didn't we, this
We
hour?
did, we did.
So I've got various different things. Now, I'm just going to bring in the machines mould from earlier on because the resin was poured this morning and we were talking about how you could separate the elements. At the bottom of the machine mould, you've got an enormous impression there. The owl runs into the pipework, into the clock, into the woodpecker there as well. So it's a big, big mould. If you were using air dry clay, as is this one, if I just show you on the back there, you can see how messy it looks, but from the front, it looks really, really good. You can, of course, take areas of that mould very, very easily because the clay is not going to move. But if you're working with resin and you want to take those separate areas, then you need to form a little dam. So I used some of the Medina clay just to block off where I wanted the resin to stop. So I've poured the resin in, and then it can't go any further than our little dam there. So that was the Medina clay. So we can now demould this one. I know it's still going to be very, very malleable because it was poured this morning, but because I put resin in there, it can slow down the time a little bit. Now the way you can tell is when you flex the mould, if the resin is coming away from the edges, you should be able to get it out. This will be very, very soft and bendy, so I am going to be a little bit careful because you can stretch it. So I'm just going to turn that over and ease that out. There we go. Now, I'll just explain what I did. I put some of the luscious powder into the mould again here and then poured the resin on top. I absolutely love the colours I've gone with here. You can see that little bit of a dam there. That will now be able to pull away, or you can snip it away. Just go in with your craft knife and remove any excess. I'll tidy it up a little bit afterwards, but I can pull away right now most of it. There's just a little bit I need to sort of get out with the craft knife there. So that enables me to use the resin and not do the whole of the mould. I can form those little dams with the Medina clay. So that's one way of using it. I'm going to put this to one side, but I'm going to come back to this later because we're going to use some of the paint and the waxes on it.
Okay.
But as we're talking about the clay, there's a few other things I want to mention. I'm going to bring in a different mould, which is a little bit of everything, which is exactly what it says. It's a little bit of everything. And I know our Kim previously, she loves the cameo.
Yeah.
And so do I, actually.
It's beautiful.
If I show you this one here, am I allowed to show this to the front camera because we can get in really close to the detail? If I turn this around, and if you look at the back of her head, you can even see a little net on her hair and a tassel. The detail is incredible. It really, really is. And to me, that does look like a cameo.
You can see the net on her hair.
You can, can't you?
Can't you? That's incredible. incredibly detailed.
It really is. So, you know, I'm going to show you how you can recreate something like that. But instead of the black, we're going to go with the blue, because Kim kept saying, I want a blue cameo.
Okay.
Now, just to explain as well, if I turn this around, that is actually resin. It's clear resin with black resin tint in it, but I have mixed the Medina clay and resin together. You can work with the two and keep it together.
It gives a lovely ivory texture, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now the air dry clay with resin, you won't get the same results because the air dry clay is porous.
Right.
So it won't work in the same way.
How did you do that then?
So, well, I'm going to show you. We're not going to pour the resin. But I can explain as we go. But what I have got out is some of the Medina clay. Now, I will tell you it's very different to working with the Hearty Soft. Although it's an air dry clay, it's completely different. With the air dry, the Hearty, I normally say roll it out, let the air get to the surface before you put it into your mould. You need it to have dried out a little bit before you use it. It's kind of similar with the Medina, but with the Hearty, I would always say don't leave it in the mould to dry. Sometimes I do with the Medina. It dries in a completely different way. Depending on the mould you're using and the intricacy, you may or may not be able to release it straight away. I'm hoping we'll get away with it during this demonstration because I am going to try a couple of different things. I am again going to use a little bit of, it can be corn flour, it could be talcum powder. Just going to dust in here. This one's got a little bit of mica in it. It's kind of a body dusting powder that smells really, really nice. So you can see I've dusted into the mould. That will help. I have had the Medina clay out. I got this out just before the show. It is much quicker at drying than the air dry. Even though that dries quickly, you will start to notice this drying off pretty quickly. So, you know, make sure you seal the pack up and you work with it as quickly as possible. So I can go in with more than one piece, but what I'm actually looking at doing is just pushing this into the area where the cameo itself is. And it is quite easy to do that. You don't want to overfill it. As you push down, you'll start to see where the mould doesn't want any clay on it. You can see where the post is coming through there. That's the gap in between a hair or a body and a hair, or the tassel on a hair. So use a fingertip just to sort of rub across the surface, because any areas that shouldn't be filled will start to show. Now I'm going to go into the bottom area. As I say, work in smaller pieces when you're doing something like this and it's intricate. It's much, much easier. Top tip is, other than that, don't overfill the area, because if you do, when you go over the top with the next colour, if you've overfilled, it's going to spill over. It's going to show. It's like, it'll look like it's been smudged when you take it out. Now there's a little bit more hair there, so I'm just going to go in with a tiny bit of clay there. And you can see with the Medina, it is sort of sitting in there nicely. It's not pulling out again. There's a tiny bit more of a hair there. And again, almost rubbing it into the mould.
And that mould's a good one, isn't it? Because you've got, so I'm just noticing the other things. You've got the wings, you've got the star.
Oh, you've got so much.
You've got sort of almost like a fleur-de-lis. You've got cogs.
You have.
What else you got on there, Catherine?
I've got a few bits that are already cured, actually, or dried here, so I can show you a few afterwards. So just rubbing over the top again. Make sure I've got those little posts coming through where I need them. Check that I don't need to tidy up anymore. I'm pretty happy with that, I think. So now we put the back surface in, and I did pre-mix some Medina into a blue. Now, how did I mix this? You best using either an oil paint or a gouache to mix in. Or you can add your colour afterwards. I did use a little bit of blue gouache for this one. Just mixed it into the Medina. I can see it's starting to dry because it looks as though it's starting to crack a little bit.
Is this the same way you would do if you were doing the resin on the back now with Medina?
So if I was going with the resin, I would mix the resin and just pour that straight in on top of the Medina and let it cure. You don't need to let it dry. You can go straight in with it. You can do it both ways. If you want it to dry first, you can, but you don't need to. Just make sure that you've compacted down that Medina really deeply into the mould. You don't want any little gaps where the resin can run underneath. But in this case, we are going with more of the Medina. So I'm going to take this and just go straight over the top. It's a nice, easy shape to work with. So we'll just go straight in, push that down. If I've got too much, I can take it away. I am going to use a rolling pin because I want to make sure that's nice and flat. And at this stage, you can see now where I've got that excess. So you can take away whatever you need to take away. Now, there's a bit of a discovery I made with Medina clay as well. And originally, I've been working with it for a while, and I've always said, don't mix it with your Hearty. you know, keep them. They're very different clays, and they are very different clays.
Yeah.
But actually, you can mix the two together.
Oh, okay.
And it will give you kind of an in-between clay, whereas the heart is very porous and very soft.
So could I use some of my coloured hearty with my Medina?
You could. I wouldn't mix too much in there, but you certainly can do. But I like to mix the white hearty with the Medina and then do those finishes on top, and it gives you a really robust clay that falls in between the two.
Okay.
Now, hopefully, I'll be able to demould this. If it is sticking a little bit, I would at home, yeah, I can see it's sticking just a fraction. This is why sometimes with this one, I will allow it to dry in the set in the mould, and you can see actually. Can you see where it's pulling away there? So this definitely is one of those occasions where I would probably say, let that dry in the mould before you demould it. We started, so we're going to finish. It's not going to look 100%, as I say, because I can see it's sticking there.
Right.
But I want you to see how it picks up the two different colours. So we've got most of a head there, and you can see how the two will come out together.
Yeah.
And you will get the same effect as this one. So a very, very different clay to work with. Top tip is, if, as you can see there, let it dry in the mould if it's the Medina air dry.
Yeah.
The hearty, don't allow it to dry in the mould. Pop it out to dry, because the longer it's left in the mould, the more sticky and wet it actually becomes.
Right.
Either way, if you do get anything in a mould and you want to pick it out, just use a piece of wet clay and lift it out.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Clean it up that way, because it will just sort of take away everything. So although I can't show you 100% with this one because at the drying time, you do get the most amazing results. Now, if you do want to mix the hearty with the Medina, which I've done here, shall we mix a little bit of the colour in there as well?
I was just curious,
We'll
just because
see if that will release a little bit better.
Well, show the image of this. We've got the image of everything. This great. I know you're going to show some, but this is the sun and the moon, and the little bit of everything mould that we've had on the screen there. £34.99. It's a cracking mould. What's the word say?
You've got Adore
Forever. That's it. And you've got the crown. You've got the heart. You've got those garlands, cogs, stars. The wings are brilliant, sort of like a pocket watch there as well. And there's a few here that Catherine's already made up with the clays and the resin. So the sun and the moon is a beautiful one. It's really big mould, and you can see the difference there in the air dry and in the resin. And is that using that fantastic metallic paint?
That is the liquid metal on there. I've used
brilliant?
the silver and a tiny bit of the bronze mixed in for the sun there, so it gives it a slightly different
tone,
effect.
pinkier tone.
The yellow and the blue one is actually air dry clay, so I pre-mixed the colour with the colour chart actually, so we're going to come back to that. And then I used an acrylic wash, which is where I use an acrylic paint, 50% acrylic paint, 50% water, mix it together, put a wash over it and then wipe it away. That one is a blend of the air dry clay, the different colours, and the one that you've got that's got the curve to it is resin that's been moulded around a bottle. So then it had cling film on there to keep it in place, so as it cured fully it kept its shape, so that will fit one of the bottles that I've got.
Fab. Thank you, Catherine.
So lots of different ways of working with them. So I've mixed a little bit of the magenta into the hearty, mixed with the Medina as well. Now obviously you can't feel the texture here, but it's definitely a clay that falls in between the hearty soft on its own and in between the Medina. So it's kind of, this is the lightest and the squishiest.
Yeah.
The Medina is the firmest and the hardest, although it's not hard. This one will fall in the middle.
Like your porridge.
And it will also give you the strength, a combination of the strength, so it kind of falls in the middle there as well. So very nice to use. Do you know, I'm just going to see if we can get this one to release, because I've mixed it with the hearty. There's a little bit of residue left in there. But just going with the one colour, we'll see how it works, because I'm not sure whether I'd leave this to dry in the mould or take it out. So very quickly, I'm just going to roll over the top, tidy that up a little bit because I'm not right to the edge, and we'll give it a go. If you are going to put projects outside, go with the Medina on its own. Don't use the hearty with it because it will still be a little bit porous. And actually, that one's going to release a little bit more easily by mixing the two together. So if you are impatient, maybe use a mix and get that clay that's in between.
Brilliant. I'll remind everybody of the Medina at the bottom of the screen there, $11.99, 250 grams. It's just that lovely off-white cream cameo colour if you wanted to use it naked. But you said mixing, what did you say, a little bit of acrylic or what, to make the colour?
Gouache.
Gouache.
Oil
yeah.
paint.
Or oil paint, yeah. Don't use acrylic then.
Acrylic's not so good in the Medina for some reason, but we've seen you can mix the hearty soft in there if you don't mind changing the consistency a little bit and you're keeping it for indoor projects.
Brilliant. $11.99 there for the air dry as well. 641548. Medina there. Let's mention the Hearty bundle because this is what Catherine was just referring to, because we've got the pink, the blue and the yellow, or you could argue the red there, the primary colours. You've got a large of 200 grams of the Hearty soft white clay, and then you've got the black, which is impossible to mix, so that's great to have that. You've also got your colour chart and mixing chart, so it shows you all the other colours that you can actually make and the size guide that you need to create the colour. You see there, 1, 2, 3, so that's what you pop into your measure, and then that's what you mix. So yeah, an amazing amount of colours there. That comes with this bundle. It's brilliant, and I know Catherine's going to show us that because I'm always wowed by it. £36.63, 152,535. If you want to pick a mix of the Hearty colours there, 350 gram packs, 516165, £13.99. I'm afraid in the pick and mix on its own, the blue's sold out, but it's only available now in the bundle. So with the pick and mix on the bottom of the screen, you can't get the blue. It's gone. So if you want the blue, you need to get the bundle there. Let's mention those perfume bottles, yes, because I've got a beautiful sample here that Catherine's made as well. It's proven very popular. We were talking about the versatility of this. Don't just think perfume bottles, you could think baubles, you could poison, decanters. I was thinking Halloween, I don't know, just potion bottles, apothecary bottles. It is now approaching limited. Yeah. Really lovely, yeah, 457089. You've got the atomizer there as well, isn't that lovely? Freedom Club members, £18.19. Fabulous. Right, let's go to our Catherine.
Would it be okay if I borrow your little measuring gauge?
Yes, I thought, yes, absolutely.
I will
Do you
give
want
it
the
back.
No,
I've got the chart. It's just
absolutely,
it's somewhere in my box, and rather than rummaging around, it'll be much easier. So if I just explain about this, you do get a little tool with it as well. I don't need to borrow that, but it is there, which is great for lifting out the clay when you put it into the gauge, or flattening off, because you need to be quite precise with the colours.
Yeah.
Now, if we look on the chart, at the top here, you can see you've got your Hearty colours. There is a Hearty soft there, which is not the one we've got on the show. It's a different one. It's not one that we normally sell here, but it works exactly the same with the Hearty soft. The Hearty soft that we have is the professional grade. It is the better of the two.
Right.
So although it's not showing the picture there, just use the Hearty soft as you would normally. But you can see those colours, the black, the cyan, the magenta and the yellow. So all of the colours on this side of the chart are mixed with those clays. Now we turn this over, there's many more colours. Now if you look at the top here, you've got your Medina. This is the one I've just been working with. Again, there are colours here that we've not had currently on the shows, but I would still use this chart with your Hearty. It might be slightly different because of the different type of clay, but it's still going to give you a really good guide as to how to mix colours. But let's turn it back over to the Hearty, because that's what we've got in the bundle. And one of the hardest colours to mix is teal. I would not know how to mix teal, and there is a really beautiful teal on there. This is the colour I normally show in demonstration because it's just one I find very difficult to work out. But because I've done it before, I'm going to go for a different one. We've got lots of different greens. We've got lots of different browns in there. You've got all of those colours. I think I'm going to go for one of the greens actually this time.
Oh, yeah.
So if I look here, you can see quite a fresh light green, more of a leafy green, a little bit more of a bluey green there, and then another sort of brighter leafy green. I think we're going to go for, we'll do two. We'll go for this one, which is the fresh green, and we'll go for this one here as well, because there's more colours in it. So we're looking at using the colours from the bundle. So your gauge is what you need, and it is a little bit difficult to see on the overhead. I don't know on the front camera. It doesn't matter if you can't see it, but you've got from the smallest little opening here, the domes that we've got, this is your A, all the way up to I. And it corresponds with the letters on the chart. So for our green here, it shows us that we want I in the yellow and B in the blue. So it's very easy to do. You just get your coloured clay And we'll put the yellow in the eye, which is the largest of the domes, or half domes. Really compact it down. You want to make sure it's nice and even, nice and flat with the top. This is where the tool will come in if you want to use it, although fingertips are fine. I'm pretty happy with that. That's nice and level with the dome there. Okay, so then we want the blue, which is the cyan. And what did I say? B, was it for that one? B, I think.
Yes.
Yep. Which is a tiny, tiny bit. If I turn this around, it's a second little dome there.
You almost don't believe it's actually going to do anything.
Exactly. So it's a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Now with your tool, there's a pointy end, so you can use that for lifting out your clay. I don't know where mine is, so I'm going to use something else instead. We'll pop those two together and we'll mix them up. And very quickly you'll see that colour change. Now I would have thought with that much yellow against a tiny bit of blue that we'd got, that you would have a very, very slight green effect to it, but not really a bright green.
Yeah.
That is a lovely sort of lime, zesty green, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, really nice. Now what you can also do, once you've got the shade that you want, the colour that you want, obviously you can add more white, if you want to keep within the same colour, but different shades of it. So I like to do that, especially if I'm making flowers and leaves and you see the changes in colours, because I would start with the darker one in the centre, add a little bit of white to go to the next layer of petals, a little bit more white. So you've got that gradual effect and it works beautifully. So there's our first colour. If I just bring that back in next to the chart, you can see we've got a nice bright green. Then if we look at the one underneath, you can see a definite difference between the two greens. So let's follow that one and see what happens. So again, we've got the yellow, which says G in this case. So let's go in with some of the yellow into G. Because you've got air dry clay, don't do what I do during demonstrations where I just leave the packs open because it will dry out. Make sure you seal them up and you look after them. But yeah, in demonstration, I've got time to be rolling them all up right now and putting elastic bands around them. I've got a pink that's open. Now, it looks very red there on the chart, and you can get red in the pick and mix, but it's actually the magenta that's at the top, so that's what I'm going with. Okay, and it says B for that one, so a tiny bit of that.
Down the B, yeah.
Just a tiny bit. There we go. Then we've got the C for blue, for the cyan, so that's nice and simple, next door to the B, obviously. Just make sure, again, you're not overfilling the mould. You want to make sure it's nice and accurate. And then we're going with the white, which is I. So the largest amount in this green is the white. Now, I wouldn't have thought that either.
No.
I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have even put white in there.
Reach for the white at all, no.
I'd have just gone with a yellow and a blue. I wouldn't have put red in there.
No.
I wouldn't have put white in there. I'd have maybe gone with a little bit of black to try and darken it up, but that is not a colour scheme that I would have expected. Yeah. So let's take these out now. Lift them all out and we'll mix these together and see what sort of green that we get. I mean, blue and red make purple, don't they?
Yeah.
Now, very quickly, you can see the green coming through. You can start to see that blend. So it doesn't take long before it mixes beautifully. Just keep going until it's not streaky, until you've got those other colours all mixed in together. And we've definitely got a darker shade of green compared to the first one. It's a different colour altogether when it comes to greens because of having, you know, the white in there, having the magenta in there. So two very different greens there. So the chart is very, very useful, very useful.
Yeah, it's brilliant, I think.
Just what I'll do as well, I'm just going to split that very bright green. In fact, we'll do it with both of them. And the darker green.
Yeah. Are we going to make something else?
And let's
I
just
love this
go.
chart.
Yeah, let's just go with a similar amount.
Yeah.
You can use your gauge, of course, to work out the amount of white you want to put in there. Let's just lighten this down so you can see what I mean about those families of colours. You're not changing the colour shade as such. Well, you are changing the shade. You're not changing the colour.
3 colours in the white.
You're just working, with those. Look at that. So you know your families of colours are going to work beautifully. In fact, if I take that one away, just roll that into a neater ball, and that one as well. And let's go with the white again. So about half and half. Maybe a bit more than half there. Let's go with this one. Mix those again. And you've got those beautiful gradual colours. You start putting these colours into your moulds. If you find a leaf, or if I'd not put resin in the butterfly lady, I would have done the leaf that's on her dress. But I don't think I've got another leaf. But you can see there, if I just roll that into a bowl as well, it probably wants a little bit more mixing. But look, you've got your 3 different shades there.
Perfect.
So you know that they're the same family of greens.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So, yeah, it does work very, very well. Very useful, that
gauge.
chart. Extremely useful.
It really is. And it comes with the measuring A to I, the little half scallops there. And then you've got 200 grams of that large, soft, dry, air dry, hearty soft. And you've got the yellow and the blue, and you've got the red, and obviously the black. £36.63, 152,535. If you want the mix, pick a mix on the coloured hearties, that you can't get the blue anymore, I'm afraid. I've got an update on the Medina. It's sold out. It's gone. So that has gone. So well done to you. Technical sellout there, live on air, $11.99, 641548. Hopefully we'll get some more in, but you never know. You never know with supply chains, isn't it? The perfume bottles as well, absolutely beautiful. They are now limited stock. Our gorgeous perfume bottles, apothecary bottles, whichever way around you want to use them. Lovely thick mould, that one. 3 different beautiful, beautiful atomizer there as well. The bottle stop as well. And I also think that one in the middle looks like a bottle within a bottle. £25.99 limited, £18.19 if you're a Freedom Club member. What a great reduction, 457089. Let's have a quick look at the web, because there's plenty of Zuri moulds on there as well. How many of each there is, I do not know, because things do get limited, obviously, with the supply chain. You've got the large machine silicone moulds there, and a little bit of everything that Catherine was using. We've got the Violin Magic that I showed you earlier in the teal, that lovely teal that Catherine mixed up. Yeah, £22.99. You can see in closer detail, there's always the image there of the final product as well. They really are beautiful, the top of the league when it comes to moulds. There you've got the Astrolabe, you've got the silicone mould Butterfly Woman, she's beautiful. And you've got plenty of others there. The Ornate Gate, I know, is a fantastic one to use behind other ones, you know, to layer on the top. Yeah, or to use half of, or just the top half of. It's a fabulous mould, that one. 5-star reviews. And don't forget, these are all food grade if you get a separate one. What temperature it says it on there, doesn't it? What temperature you can go in the oven to, if you get separate ones for your food grade.
Degrees centigrade, and you can also freeze them, so you can do things like frozen yogurt, ice cubes. Yeah, so about 240 degrees centigrade in the oven. So your oven bake polymer clay, you can actually bake within the moulds.
Wow.
If you're using them for edibles, you could do a cookie mix. Obviously with cookie and cake, you kind of lose
Things
the definition.
expand a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but great for your polymer clay. And freezer, yeah, if you've got any moulds that will take enough volume of water or yogurt or ice cream, you can freeze them as well.
Icing as well, you know, if you think about decorative icing, that
jelly?
Going to work like your
Jelly's another
jelly.
thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that. The flamingo jelly, fantastic. We've got the lovely resin sets on there as well. The Total Cast Clear Art casting resin in the large and the small. 5-star reviews. And then don't forget, we've got the Resi Tint. Catherine was talking about that earlier as well, for colouring her clay. So lots on there. Have a little look and shop ahead. Right, let's go back to our Catherine.
Okay, so you remember we demoulded our
did.
wonderful mechanical woodpecker. I've just trimmed away the rest of the Medina that had fallen that little dam for us. So I think we'll just add a bit more colour. I've got to say, I'm loving the colours that this has come out.
Me too.
You never know what you're going to get, you know. But this is the indigo blue luscious powders, if you've got them. I can't remember exactly what colours I used, but you can see there's kind of a combination of blues and browns. A little bit of pink went in there to create purple as well. Now, obviously still very malleable because this resin is not fully cured, but it's cured enough to take it out of the mould. If I wanted to work that around a bucket or a bottle or, you know, some sort of container, I could do at this point. Let it cure fully, then it's going to hold its shape. But even though it's not fully cured, we can definitely add some more colour to it. So I'm going to use the waxes and then probably go in with a little bit of the liquid metal as well. So what I do tend to do a lot of is whatever colours I can see have been revealed within the make of the item, I kind of complement it with the waxes, because when you've got 7, you'll probably find that you're going to find there's a colour that will complement every single time.
Yeah.
You can, of course, mix those colours. So if you wanted to go with green over a blue, you can. We'll maybe do a little bit of each. Using a fingertip is great. I would always take a little bit of wax on your fingertip and tap it off. You don't want too much. It's better to build it up than go straight in with it, because you can, of course, start to fill in the detail. Another thing I like to do is use a brush. So I am just going to find, hopefully, a brush that I can use. I don't want one that's too soft. We might work with the brush on this one. So I can see almost this orangey, reddy colour there. I've got some gold, I've got the red. It all comes in the pack, so I'm kind of mixing those two together and just flicking that across the top there, just to catch a little bit of colour. Now, I know on the overhead it doesn't pick up the gleam that you get so much, so I will give it a wiggle every now and again, and we will show it to the front camera a little bit more. But you can see where I've been already, can't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Even though with the luscious you've got mica in there, and you have got a certain amount of sheen, you won't appreciate exactly what you've got until you add the wax finish, I don't think. So I'm painting in the little legs there. I think that would look quite nice, just to sort of bring the colour out a bit more. Maybe a little bit of the gold on the beak as well. In fact, the beak, I like how the colours have worked with the luscious, so it's gone from the gold almost into a purple. So I could do that. I could go with the purple or the blue. I'm not changing the brush.
It looks like metal there, Catherine.
Yeah,
it does. Looks like he's got a brass beak.
Exactly. So, you know, I'm not changing the brush. I don't mind mixing the colours. I don't mind how they come out. But straight away you can see again how it's catching on the surface and it's bringing that detail out. I'm not losing the colours underneath, but you're definitely getting that gleam. So from the gold into a little bit of purple, we'll go in more into the blue again, I think, for the next one. And I'm just going to continue working down a little bit of the green. I can always put more on. It's not so easy to take it away. So building up those colours, that green is really nice actually. You'll probably find it's a slightly lighter touch with a brush than a fingertip, but yeah, definitely only use a very small amount and build those colours up. So the green in the centre looks really, really nice.
It does.
We've got the pink here. I'm going to add a little bit of every colour, I think. Let's go from the green into the pink. Just get a little bit more on the brush. There we are. And start to blend down again. I'm certainly not trying to hide the detail underneath or the colours. I just want to bring that through further. Then I think we'll go back into that orangey colour. Now I might go with a fingertip now because I'm going to just add on to the pipe work a little bit. So I can add a little bit more pressure there and just bring that through as well. Build it up wherever you need it. Go back into the green, I think. And we'll start to blend those two together and so on. And you can really sort of bring that effect through. There's two different greens actually.
Yeah.
Let's go with this
really
yellowy green on there, just to sort of give a little bit
there.
of gleam onto the cogs themselves. I am going to go with a little bit of the liquid metal, I think, as well.
Ooh, lovely. They come in a pot of 3, the silver, the gold and the bronze. Coppery
They are absolutely wonderful. So if I hold this to the front camera, let me just put a little bit more green on that cog there. There we are. And hopefully you'll see the gleam a little bit better.
That gleam is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, that has made... You see that, yes, the bird there looks incredible, doesn't it?
Really elevates
But I've kept the colours because I love the colours so much. I didn't want to spoil those.
No.
But I think I've brought them to life even more.
Yeah, I love that. I love the cogs.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the liquid metal as well. Let me just move those out of the way. How much time we've got left? Oh, we've still got a bit of time, haven't we?
8 minutes. So $14.99 for the 3 Pentart liquid metals, gold, silver and copper. The set of 7 that Catherine's been using are the Pentart wax paste. You are getting 7 of those gorgeous, gorgeous pastes there in the jars, $29.99 to 87637. We'll bring up that liquid metal as well, the copper, the silver and the gold. A little bit goes a long way. They may be small, but they're mighty. $14.99 134602. We're going to see them.
Liquid metals are a solvent based.
Yes.
There are
a little bead in there. Are you?
There's a couple little ball bearings in there, so you need to shake these until you can really hear them rattling.
Yeah.
If you don't use the paints for a long time, even when you can hear them rattling, you might find that it goes a little bit thick at the bottom and it's very watery at the top. You'll be able to tell because when you paint, if you're not getting a good coverage, they need more of a mixing. So I would go in with a paintbrush and just give it a really good stir and shake it up again. So just be aware of that. But do you know what? These are absolutely amazing, and they're called liquid metal for a reason. Now, we have still got a little bit of time left, so I can show you one or two things with this as well. Let me just find another brush. So air dry clay. We have got air dry clay. So I've got some white here. So let's have a little look at this. This was done last night, I believe. I'm going to go in with the silver and straight onto the top. I'll lay that down actually and do it.
These paints go on everything, don't they?
Yeah.
Catherine, you were telling me earlier.
That coverage is amazing. Now, air dry clay, of course, is porous, so it's kind of drawing that in there. But you can work with one coat and it's going to be enough.
Yeah.
Depending on the surface, you may or may not need another coat. I like to blend as well, so I'm going to go from the silver into the bronze actually now. And I'm not changing the brush, I'm just going to work those two together, and it kind of gives you almost a rose gold. If you want a true bronze, then obviously use a clean brush and just go with the bronze, but I like the mix of colour. Let's just have a little bit more of the bronze there so you can see it looks a little bit deeper. There's still some silver on there, but you can see how they're blending together really, really nicely. And then the gold as well. Now, I do think my gold pot needs a little bit more mixing, but we'll just add it anyway, because on the air dry clay it is porous, but I think it wants a little bit more mixing looking at it. So you will know if it's not covering perfectly well, then you'll be able to see. So yeah, but blending those colours together again there, they certainly work alone, but they also work together as well, and the effect improves the more it dries. It won't take long to dry, but it is still a little bit wet. So that's your air dry clay. As I said earlier on, MDF, tin, glass, wood, you know, all those things will paint. Let me find some resin. Now, we've got quite a strong colour here. I've got all my fingers now, look. This is a turquoise resin. Even with your resin, look at the coverage that you're getting. Now, the nice thing about the liquid metal is, if you're using an acrylic paint or something like that, because it's thicker and gloopy, you'll start to fill the detail. With a liquid metal, it's as though you sprayed it. It doesn't fill up the detail. You don't need a lot. A little goes a long way. And you've seen me do that in front of the camera there. A tiny bit of paint. Look at the coverage that you've got.
That's excellent,
with one coat of that silver.
Superb.
From turquoise. You wouldn't think it, would you?
No.
Now, while I've got a little bit of silver left on my brush, I love doing the dry brushing. So you had the air dry clay.
Faces of Darkness.
Aces of Darkness, this one. So very little paint on them. In fact, I'm even going to take a bit more off. And if I start just to flick across the playing card here, there's very, very little paint on the brush, but it's enough to bring out the detail a little bit. If you want more, you can put more on, but again, build up very, very gradually. So you can see, there's a detail here that you wouldn't even realise was there.
No.
I show this to the front camera. I haven't gone right to the bottom, but just look on the skeleton's face. Did you realise that there was an insect there?
No.
So that has brought that out. The A that I've just gone over there, that is with almost a completely dry brush.
Yeah.
But of course, onto your resin dry brushing as well, you can achieve amazing effects. So I'm going to put the lid on some of these. Do I go with the bronze? No, I'm going to put the lid on the gold because I think it wants a bit more mixing. But we'll keep the silver and the bronze out. I am just going to put a little bit more paint on and then take some off again, so I'm dry brushing it. It dries quickly, but over the centre part of the woodpecker there, although it looked lovely, because of the blue and the detail in there, I think a little bit of silver will really bring that out. Maybe a little bit of silver on the pipes at the bottom here as well.
Yeah, you can see the rivets.
Yeah, just to bring that out, and even a little bit onto the clock then, to the clock face.
Well, like that.
And over the other side. So you can see I'm building up those colours there as well. Back with the bronze, just again a tiny bit. I'm mixing silver and bronze together here. Probably got a bit too much on the brush. Let's go over the cogs at this side. So just with a very light hand, you can just catch the area that you want to.
Yeah.
Not going to do all the cogs, we'll just do some. So a tiny, tiny little bit of paint on top of the wax or working alongside the wax. And once again, you've got a lovely effect, and you'll be able to see the sheen on that again. So, you know, even that little tiny bit of paint has made a difference. Again, you can see it on that dial, can't you? You can see it on the wing of the mechanical woodpecker. So never underestimate the use of the waxes, and especially those paints, because they will last you such a long time.
They will. There's a lot of volume in those mighty pots.
Yeah.
$14.99 for the liquid metal there. They are amazing. Goes so many different surfaces there. 134602. I want to say that my lovely perfume bottles now are limited, so please don't miss out if you want that Zuri mould. It's like anything, once it's gone, you know, you never know if they're going to come back, bring them back, or that's it. They like to create the new moulds as well. So there we have it. Yeah. So the next few to come in for those, £25.99, 457089. Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous, gorgeous quality there as well. Really deep set, detailed moulds. Of course, we are going to leave you with our monthly mega deal, which is going to last the month. Fingers crossed. Sometimes it doesn't, but there you go. The savings are in the entire bundle. You've got those fabulous numbers with your and, your exclamation mark, and your question mark. And then you've also got your Faces of Darkness and Aces of Darkness as well. So if you've got the numbers, don't forget you can get the Faces and the Aces individually separate. That works out a greater saving if you're a Freedom Club member. It works out a greater saving if you become a Freedom Club member to get those separately. Or, you know, the savings as a whole are even greater if you've got neither for the monthly mega deal there. 476935. Thank you so much, Catherine. I believe I'm with you in the morning, darling, aren't I?
You are. I've got Viva Decor at 7 and 10 tomorrow. And actually, Viva Decor, amazing to work with all of the moulds as well. Lots of different mediums. So, yeah, please do join us again tomorrow.
Match made in heaven for those two, isn't it?
Definitely.
Actually, yeah, lovely. Well, look forward to that, my darling. Thank you very much, Catherine. We're very busy on that liquid metal, those paint pots, the copper, the silver and the gold. So please don't miss out. Make sure you check out your baskets, 134602 1499. We'll see Catherine in the morning, and yeah, enjoy your Zuri moulds. Yes, looking forward to seeing some of those. Thank you for all the pictures that you sent over since the launch of the one-day special yesterday. Would you believe that sold out in the first hour? I know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. You're in for a lovely treat now. I think there's going to be a genius square off. We've got the Happy Puzzle Company up now with our lovely Gavin and Yanis. I can't wait for them to use the goggle game. Then I'm going to be doing the William Morris One Day Special, and then we'll be paper crafting after that.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's three of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sean, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. We decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie, hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2.
My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome. I'll let in on a little secret. Every presenter wants to present the Happy Puzzle Company Hour. I'm very fortunate I get to present both today. I'm not alone. As always, we're joined by the very talented, he loves his puzzles, it's our Gavin. Hello.
Yanis,
hey,
hello, how are you? Hello, Craft Store World. How are you doing all that? Special day. I've actually allowed my team to stop work just to watch the show today. So I'm going to
mention to the team then.
Absolutely. I'm going to say hello to Emma and the lovely Talia and to Yvonne and Eva and to Susan. And I really want you to enjoy this hour playing the games which you get to talk to people about, but I get to play them.
We are gonna have some fun. We've got a lot to get through. All I will say to you is this is the day to get hold of everything on the show, because remember, we're still in the midst of our Flextravaganza, which means you can split the price in half on everything. So pay half now, half in 4 weeks' time. Think ahead. I hate to say it, but Christmas is just around the corner. All right, we're going to be quick. We're going to start with, I'm going to say a really big statement here. Actually, sorry, we're starting with the quiz night.
Yeah, we're going to start with the family quiz night game.
I apologise. Go ahead.
It's all right. Host your own family quiz night. This is brand new to the Craft Store. This is the first time ever out for this. Now, I want to tell you the reason why we ended up with this here. It was sent to me as a sample a few weeks ago, and we actually sat down, the 6 of us as the family, and the grandparents actually on top of that as well. And I don't think we've ever had so much fun. Now, everybody loves quizzes.
Yeah.
And there's no better time to do quizzes than at Christmas when you're sitting around the Christmas table. I'm going to tell you why this is so special. So the thing about the Host Your Own Family Quiz Night is not only the number of questions that you get, because there are 8 different categories, which each have 108 questions in there, but half of those questions are aimed at the younger members of the family.
That's really nice. And
half of them for the older, so you can play on the same level. Let's have a look at the categories and see what the categories are. We've got geography, we've got music, we've got potluck, science and nature, people, history, movies and TV. And this is a brand new set, so everything is really, really contemporary. On each card in each theme that you pick out, there will be 2 questions on there. One which will be aimed at the younger people in the family and one for the older people. And you literally can't stop playing it. Now, you do get a board with it, so you can actually play it as a proper board game as well. But I've got to be honest with you, we just loved doing the questions and letting people choose their categories. So overall, with 108 questions per category, you've got 864 challenging questions in there.
And bringing the family together.
Bringing in the family. This is such a lot of fun for around the Christmas table as well. So can I test you out on some questions?
Let's do it. Okay.
Pick your category.
I get embarrassed.
So you've got geography, music, potluck, science and nature, people, history, movies and TV. What do you want to go for?
Movies.
Going to go for movies. Okay. Right, here we go. Do you want the children's question or do you want the grown-ups question?
It'll be easy. Nice to see. Let's just hear the children's question.
Well, let's hear the... Okay, so the children's question. Which character is voiced by Tom Hanks in the Toy Story films?
Okay,
is
that's
it?
a
And by the way, the children's ones have multiple choice.
Oh, okay.
Which really helps.
Good.
So, is it Rex or Woody or Buzz Lightyear? Do you know the answer?
I do. Yeah, Woody.
Woody is the answer. Very good. Okay. And that's without Archer even being old enough to watch Toy Story yet. Here we go. And now the grown-up one.
Okay.
Who plays Mr. Brown in Quentin Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs?
Oh. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Is that Quentin Tarantino?
It is.
Yeah.
Well done. I'm really impressed. Go on, let's pick one more category of these, because I want people to see just how doable these are.
Let's go science and nature.
Science and nature. I love science and nature questions.
That's where I get embarrassed now.
Okay, we're going for the children's one or the grown-up one?
Oh, let's go. Well, let's hear the children's one again.
Children's one. Okay, so we've got a choice of 3 again. Which planet is also known as the red planet? Is it Jupiter, Mars or Venus?
Mars.
Mars is the right answer. Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. Which is the only venomous snake native to the UK? That's your grown-up question. The only venomous snake native to the UK.
We've got a venomous snake in the UK?
We have, and I'll give you a clue. It's very good at maths.
Adder.
Very good. It is the adder. Catherine like that. There you go. I'll go on one more quickly.
Right, I'll let you pick a category for
I
me.
am going to pick geography. Okay. I'm going to pick geography for you. Let's see who we go with. So first of all, the children's question. Where in London is Nelson's Column located? Is it Hyde Park, Piccadilly Circus or Trafalgar Square?
Trafalgar Square.
It's Trafalgar Square. And finally, the grown-ups question on this one. Which two countries in the world share the longest border?
Russia and China?
So I would have said Russia and China as well. It's actually not. Want to have a second guess?
Well, let me think about this. Longest
I would have
border.
said that too.
Canada and America?
It is. Canada and the United States of America. So this will keep you going.
These are
forever.
amazing.
They are really, really lovely. I'm speaking here from a personal point of view because I discovered this. I can't claim to have invented this one. I discovered this and I'm so excited because I really want to share it with everybody and it's going to be absolutely brilliant around the Christmas table. So this is the Host Your Own Family Quiz Night set.
We can play it as in board game form, so you can go around the board, or as Gavin was saying, enjoyed with his family, just get the questions out. All I will say from personal experience, I know everybody at home can relate, getting the family around. I like a game where you can get out of the box and start playing, because there's nothing more frustrating than having to read instructions, dishing everything up. What do we do here? It's fun, and also another key aspect, it appeals to, you've got questions for the younger members of your family, and of course the adults. Now this will be dispatched from the 16th of November, and I've got to tell you, you can split that price in half today. This is really special because outside of a Flextravaganza event, anything under £40 you will not have a flexi payment on. So £22.99, half that price, pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time. This is your Christmas. This is your Boxing Day, your Christmas Day, that time when you want to spend time with the family, but also outside of Christmas and beyond, just when you get the family together.
In fact, I'm going to say, I wouldn't necessarily even buy this as an individual Christmas present for somebody. This is what you're going to buy for the family to do on Christmas Day.
I love that. I love that. Okay, now I kind of got ahead of myself for a moment. I'm going to say really big statement here, and any regular viewers to a craft store will know I will never endorse something wholeheartedly if I didn't 100% believe in it. This is the best game I have ever played. Genuinely. It's a game that is incredibly addictive in the very best sense of the word. I was telling Gavin, so Scott and myself played it all day. There's a video on my Facebook page, my Yanis on the Craft Store TV Facebook page. Scott and myself playing for it's a 20-minute video. We played all day. But this Genius Square, it really lives up to the name. So tell us about it for anyone who's not familiar.
So, first of all, by the way, I will say as well, given that we've been obviously doing this for several years now on the Craft Store, and if you go onto the Craft Store website, you will see goodness knows how many reviews, every single one a 5-star review, because people love this. And one of the reasons why we start with this explanation is because we know there are loads of viewers out there who get their set in order to be able to play against us while we're doing it. So if you are going to go and get your set, definitely go and do it now. So the story of the Genius Square, which is, I'm going to totally agree with Yanis here, is the greatest game ever invented in the entire history of the universe, bar none. Was invented by an Algerian mathematician called Salim Bergish about 3 years ago. And the beautiful thing about it is that you can go on playing forever and ever and ever without realistically ever having the same puzzle twice. Now I'm going to explain how it works. We have got 9 pentomino shapes and they sit inside a 6x6 grid together with 7 round pieces which are called blocker pieces. Now, when I take these out, what we're going to do is we're going to roll 7 dice, and those 7 dice are going to come up with 7 coordinates, and we're going to block those coordinates off with our blockers and then race against each other in order to be first to actually complete the grid with all of the pentomino pieces. Now, what I do want to mention to you is that the version that you're seeing here is a version which we've had specially made for the Craft Store. It's much larger. If you look in front of Yanis, you can see the actual size that you will get, which is still really lovely and made beautifully out of wood.
It's about
you
being
get
wood,
Yeah, it's lovely in the wood, and it's beautifully varnished as well. And you get 2 of everything that you need. So within one set, you can either play by yourself or you can play against somebody else, and you can combine as many sets as you like in order to be able to play against others. There are tournaments going on online for this, all sorts of things. And of course, during the last few months when it's been so difficult to actually see people, we've had so many reports of people enjoying playing this with children, grandchildren, parents and family and friends.
You can play it
over
by
Zoom.
video, yeah.
You can play it, absolutely.
Now,
I mean, just look at us. We're on completely separate points in the room and we're going to play together. And we're going to start now by rolling the dice. If I roll those here, there are 62,208 possible ways in which the dice can fall. And that's why I say the chances of you ever playing the same game twice are very, very remote. So let's block off these coordinates as you see them here. A6 and F3 and C3 and B6 and C2 and F6 and D5. Yanis has dropped something.
D5. I've always saying. Sorry, D5, right?
Don't worry, viewers. We'll wait just for a second while Yanis gets himself together.
Okay.
Are you ready now?
I'm ready.
So we're going to race against each other to complete the grid. Now, I want to tell you, by the way, I've done this now with every single presenter at the craft store. And the only person with an overall record of beating me is Yanis. So I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the pressure. So are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Right, now, I do want to say to you, genuinely, when I say this is the greatest game I've ever played, I've really seriously played a lot of games, and we're talking about thousands and thousands. It's my job.
Done.
It's what... No way. That's insane.
Yeah.
That was like 10 seconds.
I tell you, I love this game.
But the first thing you want to do is you want to play a game.
Yeah.
Which is what we're going to do.
Okay.
Let's take that again. Oh, just
Is this the rule we play until you win, Gavin?
Well, yes, basically.
Okay.
I'm a slight disadvantage here, basically because I'm talking at the same time as doing it, whilst you are able to concentrate on what you're doing.
Okay. Well, I'll help you out. I'll talk as well.
Okay, because if there is one game that you buy in the whole of the rest of your life, I'm sure you would agree with me that this is the game to buy.
It is. I started by saying, and I genuinely stand by this, this is the best game I've ever played. I love it, and I play it a lot. My wife and I would play against each other.
Do you know how many we've sold now?
Go on.
We've just gone past the 500,000 mark.
That's incredible.
I know, isn't that
It's getting
amazing?
bigger, and-
The Little Happy Puzzle Company, 500,000 copies.
It deserves.
Hooray!
It deserves to be busy.
It does
yeah.
deserve it, absolutely. Right, okay, what have we got? D2.
D2, yeah.
And E4.
E4.
And F1.
Yep.
And C5.
Yep.
And A5.
Yep.
And B4.
Yep.
And B2.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Right, this time, Yanis is going to talk over doing it, and Gavin's going to win. If we're ready, go!
And go. All right, so what I tend to do, my little strategy is try and find the difficult positioned... but it is hard to talk while doing it. I don't know how you do it.
Is it?
It is. Okay, I'm going to have to... Wait, here... I think, and it all starts coming together very, very quickly. And
yes, it does.
Here, done.
Oh, just honestly, this is outrageous. This is. I'm not even close.
I just. By the way, the team was saying I was talking. I really wasn't talking. I was kind of just mumbling as we were going.
There
through.
were just random words coming out, but it didn't matter. Oh my God, I'm nowhere near.
Scott was our resident champion, so I feel I'm getting close. I'm getting close to Scott's level.
I think you'll find that there's no one in this building that can actually beat you, including me. I have well and truly met my match, and Catherine's smiling again.
I got lucky. I got very, very lucky. It's a great game. We've got to move on. I'll give you a chance to claim back your crown later on. We'll come back to it. Genius Square, please believe me on this. You will never, ever regret this as an investment. It is extremely addictive. You will love it. There's no rules to learn, and that's the beauty of it. It also works the brain, and that's what I like.
Ages 6 to adults. So anybody above the age of 6, and really seriously for a grown-up as well. This isn't like one of those things where it's a kid's game. No, this is seriously for
anyone can play.
As well.
$18.99 is your price. You love it. 549652, your item number there. All right, we've got a video just to show you how great the Genius Square really is. like about the Genius Square is that it's not based on general knowledge, so you don't have to think, oh, I'm not sure, I'm not good at science or anything like that. There's no skill level there in the sense that if you think, oh, it's a high, steep learning curve, anyone can play it, it works the brain, it is a huge amount of fun. And today, because of our Flextravaganza, £9.50. And we'll be sending that out to you because you're splitting the price in half, and then obviously in 4 weeks' time, £9.50. Take advantage of flexi payment. If you do want to step up from the Genius Square, we've got the Genius Star for you. So now we're really starting to explore the limits.
I was just trying to work out how many points you get for Flextravaganza in Scrabble.
Wow.
Now
you're asking.
An awful lot, particularly the X in there.
I'd get it on a triple letter.
Absolute triple word. We'll be laughing forever. Right, the Genius Star. If you like the Genius Square, which we know you do, then the next stage up from that is the Genius Star, which is a more difficult version of this. And there's an awful lot more possible combinations that you've got. In fact, this one has 165,888. I had to check to make sure I was getting it right.
That's ridiculous.
165,888 possible combinations. Now, the pieces on this are slightly different. You've got 11 instead of the 9 that you've got on the Genius Square, and your blockers are in the form of these white triangles with the stars in the middle. But the real difference in this is in this piece here. Now, if I put these two pieces together, you can probably see that what they make up here is a hexagon with a golden star in the middle. But if you turn them over, the golden star's not there, and you can also take them apart, and they come apart into two half hexagons. Now, the point of this is exactly as I'm about to tell you. In roughly 57% of the games that you try with this, it is possible to complete the puzzle with the golden star being together. But you may not know whether or not it's possible, and we'll stress that again and come back to that in a second. It's up to you to decide whether or not you want to play safe and just try and get the pieces in, or whether you want to risk a double win by getting the two halves of the hexagon together and making the golden star complete. Now, there is actually a website which is geniusstar.com where you can go to, you put in your coordinates, and it will tell you whether or not it's possible to do your particular puzzle with the golden star intact. But let's have a look at the board. Now, I'm going to lift this up slightly because it can be quite difficult to actually see this bit from the overhead. I don't know whether you can see this, but it's got numbers on it instead of... Just turn it the other way up. There you go. It's got numbers on it instead of coordinates. So when we roll the dice here, and there are 7 again, but some of them are octagonal dice, which mathematicians out there will know is the reason why there's so many more puzzles there. When we roll them, it's going to come up with the numbers. And what we're going to do is we're going to block off those numbers. Now, because this is a little bit harder, it's actually a lot harder, the age range on this is from 8 to adult. So somebody who wants to be stretched a little bit more, but again, very much for adults as well. Now, I've got Yanis playing as well, so let's call out the coordinates that we've got.
Okay, go for it.
And it is 22, and 23, and 27, and 48, and number 7 on its own, and number 20, and the last one is 36. So those are our 7 blockers in there. Now, unlike the Genius Square, this can take a little bit of time to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to warn you in advance that we may actually carry on doing this while we do other things, but we want to show you how you can do it and see how you can get the things in. Just to play it safe, I'm going to not try and put the Genius star, the golden star, together. I'm going to keep those 2 bits apart. And Yanis and I, you ready?
Okay, I'm
ready.
ready.
Have a go? Right, let's have a go and see how we do. We've got identical pieces here, but as you'll rapidly see, it's really much more complicated here because there are so many more possibilities, and that's partly due to the way that the pieces are made. It's a clever format. I'm going to have a go here though and see exactly what I can do. I've left myself in a little bit of a hole in the corner over there. We'll see what we can achieve though. I can't do that there now, but I can do that there. And I'm hoping that I can put this one in here like so. Am I getting close? I might actually be ready to be close. Oh, do you know what? My self-esteem is about to come back in leaps and bounds because I've done it.
Gavin.
Were you close?
No, I really wasn't.
Gosh.
I really wasn't.
Suddenly I feel better.
You should do, because you've taken it up. This is a lot more challenging, and you did that very... Do you know, I think that's could be the fastest time you've ever done the Genius Star.
I think I'd like to think I've definitely rescued my reputation.
Absolutely.
Because it will get destroyed again in a few minutes.
We're just going to show you a video of the Genius Star, and we'll be back in just a moment. I really like the ethos behind the Happy Puzzle Company, and they try and bring you something that is different, that brings the whole family together, but also thinking about the family as a whole and making sure you've got an option for everyone. So we have the Genius Square, the Genius Star, but we've also got the Be Genius. Now we're looking at the younger members of the family, but still giving them those skill sets to be able to work. It's problem solving, shapes forming. It's
spatial awareness.
Yes.
Hand-eye coordination, visual perception, lateral thinking, logical deduction, and most importantly, confidence building. Because
and fun.
And
it's
fun. Oh, well, fun. Listen, there's no better way to learn than learning through play. There's a very famous phrase, I've got no idea who actually said it, but it's an oft-quoted phrase, that children like to dance when they think no one is watching, and they love to sing when they think no one is listening. So when you're enjoying yourself and you're learning through play, you don't realise that you're learning, and there is no better way of strengthening your skills.
It's true.
So this game, Be Genius, the third one in the series, is different. First of all, it's a much bigger game, and secondly, it's non-competitive, so you only get one of the sets because that's all you need, and it is aimed at children aged from 3 to 8. And the principle is the same, that we've got our 7 bees that we're going to block off, and in particular here we've got our queen bee who sits in the middle of the hive here, watching the worker bees make the honeycomb. Now, because this is for younger children, we've got much simpler ways of doing it here. So we've got 6 coloured dice, and they've got the numbers from 1 to 6 on there. So there's colour recognition and there's number recognition for young children as well.
That's
So
really good, Gavin. That's really
absolutely
good.
brilliant. If I roll these here, we'll have a look and see what comes up. And these numbers that are here with the colours are what we're going to block off here. So let's have a look and see where the bees are going to go. They're going to go into red number 2, which is over there, and yellow number 6. Forgot the colour yellow there briefly. Blue number 3, green number 1, purple number 3, and finally blue. No, we've done blue number 3. What's my last one? Orange number 3 is there. We've got 3 together there, and it's exactly the same principle. We're simply going to try and fit all of these in. Now, these are much chunkier pieces, really good for little hands, also made of wood and really hard wearing and beautifully painted as well, so they will last for a lifetime. Now I'm going to show you how this one goes together. Obviously there's lots of possible solutions. Heaven help me if I do not manage to solve this, because that really won't be a good advert for me after my embarrassing performance earlier with the Genius Square. At least I should be able to hopefully cope with this one. Put that one in there, put this one in there like that. This one will fit in there like so. Lots of different possible ways, and over 40,000 possible puzzles for you to solve as well. And if you're a young person doing this, when you actually get it in there like that, the sense of achievement that you get is amazing. And of course, the first thing you want to do is to try again. So this is a tremendous, wonderful set, and it's particularly good for the younger members of the family for ages 3 to 8, and that is Be Genius.
And thinking about getting, if you've got younger members of your family, if you want to get them off the screens, so little tablets, and actually using their mind and getting that satisfaction, learning all the skills that Gavin said, the Be Genius is for you. Ages 3 and above, here's a video explaining a bit more. I am telling you now, when Archer hits 3, I am going to be buying this for him. That should be genius. Yeah, he absolutely will. Right, now we're going to move on to something else, and this is what I love about the Happy Puzzle Company and Gavin. Whenever they come in, they try and bring us something that a little bit different. We've not seen these before. There is one game that brings us all together. Actually, I apologize, I think we have seen it in the past. But one game that brings us all together, the beautiful game that is football. And here we've got all the big teams but in puzzle
Yes,
form.
we do. So there are 44 of these are available. They are all big football teams. I'm going to show you exactly what you get because they all follow a similar format. So this one here, as you can see, is the Liverpool one, and I'm going to show you some other ones shortly. So what you've got is all of the club honours in the trophy cabinet there, history of the club, some fun facts about the club, details of where the club is. So basically learn about your club. These are 400-piece jigsaw puzzles. They are really high quality. They're made on blue board, which is the highest quality jigsaw board that you can get. They're on 1.5mm blue board, and they come in a lovely presentation box as well. And you can get every single team that's in the current Premier League and every team that is in the Championship. So if you're not sure, look online and see if your team is in there. If you're buying for somebody else, you're not sure where the team plays.
Well, we can flip through a few of the pictures now, see the big teams. So this is Premier League. There's Arsenal. You've got Brentford in there as well. So we'll go through. I won't read them all out, but you can just see those there.
I did that once. I read them all out, and we were here forever.
Where's Watford? Get to Watford.
Well, I'd like to say I am actually holding Watford here.
Ah, well, there you go. Not too far away from us. I know
No,
we're
well,
very
I
close
kind of
together.
almost equidistant, almost, because I go up the M1 from Edgware, and you'd go up from Bushy through the side
right.
streets.
So that's the Premier League, but we've also got the Champions League as well.
Championship.
Champions League, very different. So here's the Championship. Let's have a little look here. There you go. So 24 options here as well, going through. But just think about this as a present. I love the aspect of being able to learn the history of the club as well. So any ardent fans, if you're a Fulham fan, Huddersfield Town, Hull City, Luton, you've got all the choice there. And it's a gift if you know somebody at a club that they absolutely love. This is a present for them.
Yes, and just a couple of things to mention to you. First of all, these are not official club merchandise. They are educational things. And they all come as 400-piece puzzles, and they all follow exactly the same pattern. So if you've got people in the house that support different teams, you can get them exactly the same gift. And this, of course, here, I don't know whether you can see this, this is the greatest football team in the entire history of the world. I don't know whether you're aware of that.
I'm aware of
There you
it.
are. There's my beloved Watford.
There you
so
go.
close to my heart. Even today. There you go. And I'll just show you a couple of others just so that you can see. You've got West Ham United there as well. And you'll notice these are constantly being updated. They're made by hand.
Wow.
They're actually made by hand for you. So as soon as a piece of information changes, we update the information, which is why you'll see they've all got the kits from the current season. There we've got Liverpool, my wife's team. And over there where you are, Yanis, as well, you've got a couple. You've got Manchester United over there, and you've got Leicester City as well.
I tell you what, Janice is going to want to get her hands on those.
Janice has got it. Janice has built it. Been there, done that. There you go. So 44 teams. Anybody who is a football supporter will absolutely love receiving this as a gift for Christmas.
Now, one thing I have to say, with the puzzles, the football team puzzles, it's 2 weeks extended delivery. And it's only because it's going to be handmade. So the minute the orders come in, they're going to make it for you. And it's lovely hearing the process and obviously being on blue board, the quality that you're getting on there. So 2 weeks extended. And the minute that 2 weeks up, they're going to send it straight out to you. $19.99 is your price. But it's not $19.99 because you can split the price in half, take it down to £10 today, and then obviously £10 in 4 weeks' time. 618-857, your item number. Okay, now we're gonna move on to. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about this next game. I'm a little bit daunted. This is upside down, so you're going to have to educate me, Gavin.
But I don't actually know where I'm looking. I'm assuming that I'm looking vaguely at a camera somewhere
Yes.
here. Now, this is the upside down challenge game.
Okay.
This is something which we launched a few weeks ago on the craft store, and people went absolutely crazy for it. Now, what you can't see, but what I can see is everything upside down. So these special glasses basically have got mirrors reflecting, rather like sort of periscopes, so that everything is turned upside down.
Oh, yeah.
And what it does is it messes with your brain.
That's very different.
Can you see? Have you got yours
Yeah,
on?
I've got mine on.
Yes. So
have you got yours? Still got yours on?
And all of a sudden, the most basic tasks suddenly become incredibly difficult. Things which you ought to be able to take for granted because the messages that are going from your brain suddenly become a little bit muddled. So I'm going to take mine off now.
Okay.
And I'm going to get Yanis, because he's not done this before.
Right. Do I need to take stuff out of the
do a little bit of
box?
a demonstration for you. First of all, take your glass off for a second. Just come over here to where the board is just over there.
Okay. Tell you what, sorry, what we could do, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's jump onto the website and have a look at all the options. Do shop ahead. I tell you, we're having a really busy show, and I think a lot of people are seizing the opportunity to get those gifts in for Christmas, but pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time. Obviously, courtesy of our Flextravaganza event, everything is busy. Genius Square, as always. We've got, by the way, the Happy Cut Puzzle Company, the trampoline tennis coming up, medium and mini. So stay tuned for that. Gavin and myself can have a go.
Right, grab the pen.
Okay.
You've got, this is your board marker there. Now, I hope you can see on the board, just have a look where, before you put your glasses on, can you see where it says Yanis, write your name here?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I want you to do is to put the glasses on, and then Yanis, I want you to write your name here. Exactly where it says Yanis, write your name here.
Oh,
let's see how you do.
All right.
Just write, it's not a difficult thing, we just want you to write Yanis on there. Yeah, no, on the line.
Oh.
No, that's
Am I not on the line?
No, that's below the line. Can you write it above the line?
All right, let me try again. Try again.
No, above. Oh dear.
How did I do that?
That was definitely better. Better. Can you do it in capital letters?
Oh, now you're asking.
Go on, just try.
All right, I'll go here. All right, let me see. How am I doing?
That was really good. That's the best of all the presenters we've done. Okay, so let's try something else. Now, if you look down, you can see where the number 1 is in the circle.
Yeah.
Just move to the side so the camera can see as well, because we can't see through. That's it there. Just put your hand on the number 1.
Yeah.
That's it. And I want you to draw in a line from the number 1 to the number 2.
Okay, let me see number 2. Where's the number 2?
Well, it's just to the sort of the
Is it next to? Is it
southwest.
below?
Just down to the southwest of it.
Okay.
That's it. Just draw that line.
Ooh.
Not difficult.
Oh, all right. Well.
We were letting us. No. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Well, get it into the circle.
Oh,
okay, that was good. Now,
all right.
Right, now go from the number 2 to the number 3.
Oh, wait a second. I've got to find number 2 now.
We'll go back to number 2. Put the pen on the number 2.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. Now go to number 3. Just draw it straight so it goes to number 3. Nice and easy. Just one straight line. Straight.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's
now go to number 4.
Okay. Oh.
And
Was that me?
No, that was me, but don't worry about it.
Okay.
You find the number 4, and I'll worry about the penguins that have just fallen all over the floor. Not real penguins, by the way. Come on, no, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Am I there?
Get inside the circle.
Yeah.
You're not in the circle yet. Go into, just go, no, go.
There you
Ah,
go.
good.
All
Now
right.
go to number 5. Oh dear. Just go to the number.
Oh.
Right. Nearly. Okay. This is good. This is just basically join the dots.
Oh, it's so hard.
Isn't it? Okay. Because your brain is being so unbelievably
there?
confused. You're there.
I'm
now
there.
just go from 5 to 6, one straight line all the way to number 6. Oh, nearly. Yeah. Well done, Yanis. That was a really, really good effort. Now, take your glasses off. We're going to take you back over to the other side of the table.
Yeah.
And if you can go over to where you are over there. It's not great, but your name came out really well. If you go back over there, can you see where all the pom-poms are in the jar?
Yes.
And you should have a jug over there as well.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is put the pom-poms into the jug.
Okay.
Without
I'm going
touching the jug.
to do that. Just before we go there, we've got to show you, if you want to get hold of this, this is what we're talking about. It is the Happy Puzzle Company's Upside Down Challenge game. We've got queues on our phone lines. We are busy. I think a lot of you want to challenge yourself. I can tell you something. Guaranteed you're going to do a better job than I did. I'm just looking at the whiteboard. It's terrible. So last challenge with the Upside Down game, I am going to try and put the pom-poms from the jar into the jug.
Yes, that's what I want you to do. Take them out of the jug with your hands and put them into the jug, but you can't touch the jug. Okay, you've got it on there. Just put your hand in.
Okay.
That's it. Put them in there. Put your hand in. Take some out. And then you've got to drop them into the jug.
Okay.
Take a few if you want. Oh, that was good. Take a few more. Oh, this is very good. Now, what I want you to do this time, that's it.
Oh.
Okay, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Right, now, this time we're going to reverse it. So this time what I want you to do, don't take your glasses off.
No.
Pick up the jug.
Yeah.
And then I want you to pour those back into the big thingy. Without touching it. You don't have to touch it, just, that's it. Just.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the handle. Let me just
find the handle, okay.
Let me just find the handle, okay.
Now go on, try and put, you're not allowed to touch it.
Oh, okay.
Go on, try and pull them in. Now, what you... Oh, nearly. No, come on. No, come on.
Just... Yay.
Now, did you find that it was actually hard to actually tip the jug?
Yeah.
Because your brain suddenly tells you that something's not quite right. So
It's so weird.
Isn't it?
It's so weird.
Thing?
But then again, it's a lot of fun as well.
It is, and you get lots of challenges that actually come in with the set as well. But there's endless things that you can actually do with them. The one thing we always say with it is don't do it unsupervised.
Yeah.
And don't do anything daft like try and eat your food with a knife and
No,
fork
no, of
or
course
anything like
not.
that.
Yeah,
So do try this at home, but do it sensibly. It's an awesome, awesome game. And I'll tell you one thing for Christmas Day, try doing these things when you've had a couple of glasses of wine as well.
So, you know, you read my mind. Obviously, drink responsibly, but as a family, let's just say when the kids, if you've got kids at home, if the kids have gone to bed and the adults are there and might have had 1 or 2 glasses sociably to drink, these on. Once the kids have had fun with it, you can have fun with it as well. $24.99 is your price, but it's not $24.99 because if you take advantage of the Flextravaganza, it goes down to £12.50 today, and then obviously £12.50 in 4 weeks' time. 074621. We are going to talk about trampoline tennis. We're actually it's gonna be a first. I think we're gonna try and have a go together. But tell us a little bit about the concept,
From
Gavin.
opposite sides of the studio. This is exactly what you think it is. This is effectively like a tennis bat, obviously without the handle. And the material that this is made of is trampoline material. Now, when I say this is bouncy, we can't demonstrate this actually in the studio because we have a ceiling in here. But if you were to do this outside, you can actually bounce this all the way over a house.
Wow.
That is how this is literally the bounciest thing in the entire history of bouncedom. So I'm going to, just to give you an idea, I mean, I'm obviously doing some basic things here. It's a special string ball which has got a special material that bounces. And if I go over to... Oh, you were supposed to catch that.
Sorry, I thought we were bouncing. Okay.
That's okay. Well, you're using the mini version, which you see there, and what I've got here is the medium version, is the bigger one. Now, people often ask us. You got one there?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll swap it for the mini one. People often ask us which one should they go for their children.
Sorry.
Okay. Almost took the lights down.
They are bouncing.
Back over here, they're very seriously bouncing.
They're bouncing.
Which one should they go for? Now, I do think that for younger children, you might want to go for the mini one because it's easier for them to grip on their hands. But for anybody who's a little bit older, sort of above the age of 5, use the bigger one.
Okay.
And the reason for using the bigger one is there's a bigger surface area. There's more that you can do with it.
Do you want a big one?
Further. We'll do it on the big one as well. Okay, ready? Here we go over there. Do you know, I'm terrified of breaking something in here, and I don't know if you saw it. Oh, that was very neat.
Thank you.
That was very neat. You just want to play these again and again and again. One more. Okay? I mean, I just want to be able to show people how bouncy this is.
Very.
But I don't want to wreck the studio in the process. You ready?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, here we go. Up's to yours there, and mine. Oh, backwards, and to me,
we're
and
getting
to
it.
you, to me, to you. Oh!
That's why
I don't
we
know
were
whether
worried
the
about
viewers at home saw what just happened, but I've got a funny feeling that we could end up on You've Been Framed.
It's when live TV goes wrong.
When live TV goes wrong, that's right.
It's
Channel
a lot of fun.
5, here we come.
Do you know what I love about this? Is being able to, obviously you have to be careful inside, we were just showing, but think about going outside, in the garden, nice day with the family. It boils down to, it's like diluting tennis in the sense there's not a steep learning curve here, everyone can play, and it is seriously bouncing. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. So that was the team here at the craft store, and I have to say they really enjoyed it. So we have got the trampoline tennis, two different options. The larger size, if we're saying larger, or the medium size for adults, and the smaller size for little hands there. Details from the medium on your screen, $24.99, 968647. If you do want the mini, we're just going to flash the details as well. So the mini is a smaller size, the name suggests. Dispatch from the 6th of November, 16th, sorry, 6th of November wouldn't make sense. 16th of November at 208-427, your item number for the mini. If you do want extra balls, you can find those as it's classed as an end of call. So when you're checking out, if you you get 3 for $5.99, not charged any additional postage on there. There's also a couple of other games you can check out too. I'm thinking, Gavin, I know we're moving on, but with the tennis, fantastic for the beach.
Amazing for the beach.
Or
and
the
I'll tell you
park.
what else is really good is at this time of year, when it's not obvious for children to go outside, this is the type of thing which is weatherproof and will get children outside in some fresh air. You know, you might not want to send them out necessarily to start playing football or rugby or whatever because it's just muddy, but this is something which you can take with you to the park and not come back absolutely filthy. And it's so much fun that, to be honest with you, age is not a barrier. I will mention, we say the smaller sets from age 4 to adult and the medium set from 5 to adult, because it's got that, those little bit of extra grip which you need for those hands.
Right, we're going to move on. We've got our perilous penguins. Love this. So tell us a little bit about the perilous penguin.
So this is a first time out. Now, when you heard the crashing sound before, that was the penguins, which I've so beautifully set up, coming crashing down all over the place. And I'm now trying to build them up again. Now, there are 24 penguins here, and there is an iceberg that is floating on a pond. Your iceberg has got to be able to float at all times. And all you have to do is try and find a way of getting all of the penguins to stand on top of the iceberg at the same time without falling into the pond. Now, if you try and get them to stand up there as fast as you can, they will fall off even faster. The only way you can do this is if you do it slowly and carefully, really concentrate on what you're doing, and don't expect to get it right the first time. Now, there are two ways you can play it. You can either play it with lots of people, up to 6 people realistically, doing it together, or you can do it as a challenge yourself, which is what I'm trying to do now, but there's about to be another disaster, because yet again, I prove I can't multitask.
It's very perilous.
It's extremely perilous. Those penguins are incredibly perilous.
But you know, it's nice you're saying playing as a group, see, as a family, everyone gets to go, and obviously then if you are the final person who puts it on and the 10 penguins topple, you lose.
Sorry.
But it's a lot of fun.
This entire show is going to end up on some blooper show. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, they all fell off there straight away. So, but I suppose it just goes to show you how easy it is to make a mistake and then be able to build it again, because this thing is really wobbly and you need a steady hand. And it's also very good for younger children to actually learn about basic strategy building, because even if they start taking turns, they'll rapidly realise that they need to think a little bit more in depth than that as well. So it really is a good learning game too. But it's a simple game that you can play either by yourself or up to 6 people, and it just takes a few minutes. And it's one of those things that you can pull out for a few minutes. And do you know, every time I do this...
What age are we talking here?
We're talking about ages 4 and up.
It's nice, and I was actually chatting to Hayley, because presenter Hayley, and she was telling me that she wants to get one of these for her nephew. And it's one of those things where thinking about people in your life, giving them a game... I'm very much, and I'm not knocking tablets, but I find my nephews and nieces, whenever we see them, constantly glued to phones or tablets. So doing something that gets them off the tablets, having some fun, learning something while they're playing, and that's the key. Have fun, but also learning skills, and they don't even realise it. $14.99 is your price. Have you got a younger member of your family that you can envision seeing them playing on the floor and having fun with this? 141044, your item number. Let's jump onto the website and have a little look. Lots to discover. I love this. I hadn't seen it before, but we've got the big quiz night. So the quiz night, which I think we're going to be taking a look at, getting the whole family together. Are you a football fan, or do you know somebody in your life, friends, family, that are football fans? You can get them their own puzzle for their team, but not only that, it's a real learning and exploration of that team. It's got a history, elements that they've won, or competitions that they've won as well, and there are all the teams. You can find all the teams there. So Manchester City, you've got the Championship, and you've also got the Premiership. Watford, of course, Watford. And then you've got the this Genius, whether it's the squares, the B Genius, or you've also got the Genius stars. And actually, we touched on something, Gavin said it, but look at the reviews as well. Please, at your leisure, just click on the reviews and see how many 5-star reviews there are for the Genius Square. And our reviews, the way our reviews work, only if you've bought something do you get a link to then go and leave a review. So they're all honest reviews from customers here at the craft store who bought something and felt compelled to leave a review.
Pretty impressive, just looking at that.
Yeah. I mean, so many.
I'm feeling so good. I may lose at the Genius Square, but I feel good when I see the reviews.
Talk to us about we'll go back to the quiz night. So this is a really good idea to get everyone together, playing a game, and it's a game that, you know, certain games, there's one name in particular, I won't say the brand name, but whenever I've played it in the past with my family, it always ends up in dispute and everyone's grumpy at the end of it.
Does the name rhyme with dispute?
No, it's not that. It's one where Panopophy.
That well-known game, yes.
The well-known. You know the one?
Yes, interestingly enough, I saw an interesting fact about it the other day. Do you know that 16% of games that started that game never actually finish?
I can relate to that, and I think every time I played it, someone stormed off in a half.
Well, I was going to say, what percentage of people actually talking to each other at the end as well?
But this is game totally apart, because what it does, it brings everyone together.
Let's talk about this. This is the Host Your Own Family quiz night, and this came about with my own family. We were sent a sample of this, and we just went wow. So you have got 8 categories and 108 questions in each category, giving you a total of 864 challenging questions, but split in half. So half of them are for the younger members of the family and half of them for the older members. So when you pick up your card each time in the category, you can probably see there that you've got a multiple choice question, which is for the younger members of the family, and a grown-ups question on there as well. And they're all really appropriate. When we talk about grown-ups questions, we're not talking about anything that you wouldn't want the children to be in front of. Let's look at the 8 categories that we've got. So we have got geography, music, potluck, science and nature, people, history, movies and TV. And to give you, do you want to ask me a couple?
Well, do you know what? I was just going to do that. I picked
what
one up.
Have you got?
So I thought I'd pick up potluck for you.
Potluck, okay.
So potluck, now we've got, so if I just turn this over and oh no, I won't actually, because we've got the multiple choice.
Yes,
I don't want,
and you're worried that I might see, in
Yes.
case the children's question is beyond me.
Well, okay, so in Roald Dahl's story, what is the name of the boy who creates a marvellous medicine?
Well, I was waiting for the options, but it's
It's
George's Marvellous Medicine.
It is. Sorry, it's Charlie, George, or Marvin. I forgot to read out the options.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I apologise.
George is the right answer.
Well done. Okay, so here's the adult one now here. Which famous brand was dropped by Marks and Spencer's in 2000 after more than 70 years?
It was, oh my goodness me, I will tell you. What was the year when it was done?
2000. It's on the tip of your tongue. I know
Oh my
you know
goodness.
It. Come on, Gavin.
St Michael.
Yes.
Yes.
Well done. I didn't even have to give you a cue. Do you want another one?
Yes,
All
I
right.
do. Can I choose a category?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I please go for geography?
Geography, okay. Where's geography? Here we go.
Yeah, the geography there.
Okay, so the kids' question for geography would be, which is the most popular Muslim country? And the options are Indonesia, Pakistan, popular, sorry, not popular. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I did. Sorry, I apologise.
I'm telling you, we're ending up on a blooper show.
Indonesia, Pakistan, or Saudi Arabia. So, which is more populous?
Well, it's got to be Indonesia.
It is Indonesia.
Yes.
I'm still laughing. I've just offended everybody. Like, popular? Yeah, it is populous, and it was Indonesia. Okay, now your question
Yes.
is St. Mary's, Tesco, St. Martin's, St. Agnes, and Beira are the principal islands of which archipelago?
They are the Scilly Isles.
They are the Scilly Isles. Well done indeed.
You said it's actually Tresco.
It's Tresco. I said
You did say-
Tesco.
I was sitting there for a moment thinking, did he just say Tesco? And because you went Tesco, and I thought you said St. Michael. I'm like, oh my God, we're back onto the previous question again.
I'll tell you why. I was worried how to pronounce the Beira, so I wasn't really reading that very well.
How
okay.
long do you think it will be before this show is out on DVD for people to buy?
You don't want to watch. Okay, so It is a fantastic game, and you can see just playing it here in the studio how much fun we're having. This is a great one for the family, and just thinking about bringing the family together, and everybody can get involved, the kids and the adults, and I think that's where it really comes into its own. Another game that will bring everybody together is the Genius Square. This is my favourite game, and as always it is a bestseller. Genuinely, I absolutely love it. Gavin's already getting set to win his crown back.
Don't even wait for the instruction. This is the best game ever invented in the entire history of the universe, bar none. Forget your Pelopolis and everything else that we were talking about, for your Mivium and Utes and whatever. This is the best game ever invented. It'll take you no more than a few seconds to play each time. There are 62,208 possible ways of playing the game. You can play by yourself, you can play against somebody else, you can combine sets, and you can play with lots of people. But whatever you do, make sure you own one of these, because if you don't, quite frankly, you're going to feel incredibly left out, because everybody else in the universe has got this. So let's roll the dice so we can play again, and let's line up those coordinates, and we're going to block off these coordinates, and the penguins have fallen over again. Everything's falling all over the place. I've caused complete and utter chaos, and I'll probably never broadcast again, but what can you do? B3.
Okay, B3.
C5.
C5.
E6.
E6.
D4.
D4.
A6.
A6.
D2.
D2.
And A5.
And A5.
And Yanis and I are now going to race against each other to try and complete this.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, while I'm doing this, I'm just going to say something. Between now and when I'm next on in a couple of weeks, I'm going to challenge viewers to see if they spot me on something else on TV that is not this. And if you do, you're going to go, oh, what did he just do? There you go. Oh, my God, I'm going to win! Yes!
Done! Oh, Gavin, you literally... You got in there by a second. I just did it. I know I apologise, screaming down my microphone. It's very bad presenting on me.
I'm not apologising.
Well done, you. All right, so you've clawed one back.
I've clawed one back. We've got time for one more?
Yeah, you lulled me with your dulcet tones. I was enjoying your story, and I didn't have a sense of urgency.
See, now people are going to be watching out for me on something else, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, no, you have to tell me after the show what you're doing.
I will tell you after the show.
You can we say?
Yeah, we're allowed to say.
Go on, say. Yeah, give yourself a plug.
Gary Lineker's new game show that started on Sunday, Sitting on a Fortune.
Yeah.
Watch episode 3, which is on Sunday week.
You're on.
I'm on. Be my 9th game show.
Everyone do that.
I managed to overcome my shyness in front of the camera. There you go. But whether I win anything is a completely different story. Not even my wife and kids know what happens in that.
Good.
But meanwhile, back to the Genius Square, we have D4.
Yes.
And we have B5.
Yeah.
And we have A5.
A5.
And we have E4.
E4.
And A2.
A2.
And A1.
A1.
Oh, and A6. Oh, this is an odd one here.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Because I do think, Yanis, that you and I have just done the most memorable show that we've ever done together. Not necessarily for good reasons. But it's been an absolute hoot. And everybody who's watching who hasn't bought a Genius Square has now bought one.
Done.
Which is just...
Done.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I wasn't far behind you. There you go. But I'm going to concede that I've been well and truly outthought, outbought.
The luck of the draw, really, there.
Absolutely.
And all I will say from my personal experience, and as always, it's a bestseller for us. I spent hours. So the way I first came to know Genius Square, Scott came did a show with Gavin, and came into the green room, the presenter green room. So he got the board game, and he said, yes, we've got to play this. We played all day on our breaks, when we were on breaks together, we played it all day, and then I went and bought one, and I've been playing it ever since with my wife and my family as well. Should we have a look at the reviews? Because we talked about the reviews.
I just want to say something as well, by the way. You're talking about the reviews. Before you look at the reviews, it's worth mentioning this game has received the second highest rating ever given to a game by the Good Toy Guide.
Wow.
It's the current Game of the Year in Spain. It's Product of the Year in Australia as well. It's just winning awards everywhere you go.
Yeah.
So this is the game to have. Sorry, go back to the reviews.
Let's have a look at the reviews. Look how many 5-star reviews there are here. So, well-made product. Have bought from the Happy Puzzle Company before. This another one, 5-star review. Fun game. Looking forward to playing with the family. Absolutely brilliant game. Very absorbing and keeps me going for ages. Another 5-star review. Another fabulous puzzle and educational too. It is as well. Excellent game to play solo. solo and with others. It really is. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on. 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review. A genius, great buy, beat it for ages. It is a great game to buy, so do think about this with your family. Have a little look. We've also got the tennis as well, so if you do want to get hold of the tennis.
Trampoline tennis,
trampoline
two
tennis.
sizes, mini one, big one.
Yeah.
See if I can do two together.
Okay. Go
1, 2, 3. No, you have to hold them first of all. 1, 2, 3 together. And back we go. I couldn't do them together. I'm rubbish and I'm useless at it. But I'm brilliant normally at the Genius Square.
You've educated me with the upside down game.
Have I?
I mean, come on.
This wonderful
So
thing
much
with
fun.
these periscopic lenses that go on. I have to take my main glasses off and everything turns upside down. You have to perform all sorts of weird and wonderful tasks, whether you've had a couple of glasses of wine or whether you haven't. It's impossible to tell what this is like. We tried to get a camera inside, but we couldn't get it to work. So this is a wonderful Christmas gift idea, as all of these are. Quite frankly, now is the time to solve all of your Christmas gifts, especially if you know somebody who is a football fan.
Yes.
Remember, we've got these football jigsaws as well that cover every current Premier League team and team in the Championship as well. They're 400 pieces, they're beautifully made, and they're educational as well. They are awesome. Everything here is awesome. Quite frankly, buy everything and you'll be happy.
You will be. That's words to finish on. And remember, we're currently in the midst of our Flextravaganza event, which means if you are thinking ahead to Christmas, because next time Gavin comes in to visit us, we're not going to have a Flextravaganza event, which means if you were to get the puzzles or go for the Genius Square, you would not have access to the flex payment, being able to pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time. So if you do want to take advantage now, get ahead, stock up for Christmas, do it. I mean, this is a really good opportunity. There is something for everybody on the show. Can we
play again later? Can we come back at 9 o'clock and do another hour?
Just for you, we're going to rejig everything and we're going to play again at 9.
Should we bring in some other stuff as well?
I think we should.
I think we should increase the fun.
Do tune in, 9 o'clock. They're going to be more fun. We've also got more goodies that you haven't seen this hour, so please make sure to join us at 9 o'clock for another fabulous hour with Gavin. Gavin, thank you so much.
See you later, everybody.
This is why every presenter wants to host this show. Thank you for your company. We're going to see you soon. So, coming up next, William Morris One Day Special. Do not miss that. Afterwards, we've got paper crafting with Creative, and then we've got another fabulous hour with William Morris.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our pearly inks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
And a very good evening to you and welcome to the one-day special. You are looking at Morris & Co. 20 sensational fat quarters in a bundle, and we've got it on 2 flexi-buy payments of £35. You've got all the favourites there. You've got the strawberry fields, you've got the thistle, I've got Mary to tell me all the others.
You've got Mary?
Mary, sorry Jenny. I don't even know what time of evening it is.
If you watch the last hour with trampolining, we're going to do trampolining sewing, you see. Not going to be beaten by anyone from Happy Puzzle. This is sewing to die for. This is William Morris. This is Exquisite. This is the Granada range. All your classics all together, you see, and you will be able to wrap yourself in them whilst you play those games that you could have bought in the previous show, but you're not going to because you're going to buy the fabrics on this show.
Yes, you are. And you're not going to buy with Mary, go buy with Jenny. Honestly, I said to her, I'm worse as the night goes on, Jenny. I said, I've just been drinking tea. Just gets worse. Anyway, we have got a sensational one-day special for you. There's no doubt about it. And we've kind of popped them into sort of colourways. Is that right, Jenny?
You have, yes, because you've got 20 there, and the 20 are not. Now, don't panic, viewers. You're not supposed to have them all going together.
No.
What you've got is groups of colours.
Yes.
So if we can briefly come to the piece of work, what is hanging behind me, says Mary in her bestest English. This came from the 20 fat quarter section where I picked out the turquoises.
Yeah.
And they go together. I could have done it with the reds or I could have done it with the blues. And I think what's wonderful about these 20 fat quarters is that you've got colour combinations you can put together. So you're not thinking, oh, they'll only go together like this. No, you've got bits you could use for cushions, you could use for quilts. You have a whole wealth of different colours that will work together. So that's your turquoises. But you have a look and Fiona will show you. No, what's her name, Fiona?
Just call me Frank.
I'll call her Frank. Okay, Frank's going to show you.
Now, Molly's right. We've got all these different colours here. But I think as we look along, you'll probably match up with us because I can see that beautiful teal going with these. But we've tried to just group it but as Jenny said, you know, visually, it's really what colourway you want to go in. So let's just go through the different designs because they do have all their beautiful names. So per fat quarter, if I show you this is an American fat quarter, isn't it? So very briefly, could you just remind us of that then, Jenny?
American fat quarter is half yard. So it's 18 down the selvage and it's 22 across the width.
So slightly, does that make it slightly?
It's slightly smaller than a UK or European fat quarter, but marginally. It's still the same width. It's just marginally shorter on the depth.
Beautiful. So let's take you through those gorgeous, gorgeous names and colours. You're getting all 20 of these. I can see people found the pick and mix, which we'll come to in a moment. So let's start with these beautiful teals. So here, I learnt the name of this one. And now I've forgotten it. It was only yesterday. It was the lady, stencil lady, Lorraine. What's this one?
It's not the oak leaf. Oak apple? No.
Someone's going to tell me in a moment.
Well, as you couldn't remember my name, I'm not surprised.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had the names there.
No,
lovely.
No. Fred. Ethel.
No, not you, Jenny. I meant my lovely producer. So we've got no names. I'm just going to make it up.
Teal. Call it teal.
Beautiful teal. It's okay. I thought we had names. Forgive me. It's not important. I'm just going to show you them because they are stunning.
And that's got a lovely little repeat on it. Now that one, the one in your hand now, is glorious. There is a little bit of white and a tiny bit of gold and the various shades of turquoisey and greens that run through it.
Beautiful. And this is gorgeous. This is again another one that I can't remember the name of, but this
that's a cushion cover.
Yes,
that really is one cushion cover, and I've done it up here. It's on the one that's at the top there.
In the different colourway there.
Beautiful different colourway, but look at the amazing sort of lusciousness, richness, extravagantness of the design. This is William Morris at his best. He was a multi-talented chap. And he was a designer, he was a writer, he was a poet, he was an activist, he was all sorts of things. And with his designs, I think you're going to go for the classic feel. It's ageless. These have been around for a long, long time. And unlike some of today's modern fabrics, which you'll tire of, and people will go, oh, that was so 2021. This is just timeless and classic.
Yeah, it's bespoke elegance, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. So we'll continue down the vein. Here again, that's the mixer that we've got, almost like you said about the blue, isn't it?
Yes,
we've got that
in the little brownie colour.
Yes. And then again, beautiful and bold. There's our red, the pattern we were just looking at a moment ago, or something similar in terms of those flourish of the leaves. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Really
we know
rich.
this one's called Strawberry Fields.
That is such a sweetie. It really
Isn't it cute
You've got the little birds in there. You've got all the flowers. I mean, that is just beautiful. It just talks.
Crystal motif.
Yes.
Beautiful.
One's almost speechless in how did he think it up? How did he put all so many things together and just create such a wonderful collage of pretty designs?
Yeah, absolutely. So clever. And again, very gentle, very easy, lovely sort of fresh cotton colours there.
So nice to work with that.
So beautiful. And then having said that, equally as beautiful, these three actually go gorgeously together. Again, you've got those big flourishes there.
Well, that's your lounge, your sitting room one, whereas the one before that's sort of the kitcheny, although we've got a really good kitcheny one coming up.
These three look so good together, don't they, as well?
The gold, imagine that on your sofa. A lovely, wonderful, luxurious gold cushion. Give it gold piping and tassels.
Oh, I love that. And I love this detail there that's brought out. And then the lovely...
Now, this is one of the seaweed designs,
yes, one of the seaweed ones.
It's in the red. Now, this is great because it's a sort of quieter design and will mix and match with so many of the others to give yourself that sort of delicate rest in between and yet bring out
something
the
bolder
richness of the other fabrics and things. That's great together.
Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And then we go to our blue version of the Strawberry Fields there, and that is beautiful, isn't it? So pretty. They're just all gorgeous. Everyone's a doozy. Everyone's a winner. I mean, this is one of my favourites. I think that's absolutely
glorious,
exquisite.
Again, that's the one that I used in the Trip Round the World quilt that's hanging behind me, with the teal version of that. And those little birds that are in it,
aren't they adorable? Yes. That goes with those first three on the counter. And then we've got the blue seaweed that you've got in your runner there.
Yep.
Beautiful. And then again, something that you could mix in with the gold. See, there's so many different ways we can work with these.
Yes, it is. And I think that perhaps we should have laid them more in their colour combinations.
Maybe so.
You, the viewer, can see the potential here because there's so many different ways of actually mixing and matching. You put those two girls together and that is, again, that's
heaven,
classic perfection.
I mean, those are lovely. Oh, those two together are just beautiful as well. And then I think... this is just so cute.
And that goes again with your red spot. It also goes with the red Strawberry Fields.
Yeah, it does. So many different machinations, aren't there? I love the ones we're coming to now. I mean, this is just this one that I can't remember that we got at the beginning in the teal.
Yes, we've got that in the blue there as well.
Haven't we just? That is just beautiful. Well, I think it begins with L. I could be wrong.
Somebody will email in and tell us what it is. Now, that's a lovely fabric.
Corker,
because that goes again with your teals. It goes again with the brown one with a little print on it. It tones in with the golds. So, once more, you've got a bundle of fabrics that you can use your own choice to mix and match and come up with several different projects that are completely different colour-wise, and yet the colours will blend together and give you that classic look.
I believe that's called the Aqua Snakehead. Beautiful again, absolutely stunning.
Another lovely, great big romping design. It just sort of rolls over the fabric.
Honeysuckle and tulip, that one. We should recognise it from our tulips. There we go. And then last but not least, the first one held up, which is really quite beautiful and goes with all those lovely golds you pointed out.
Yes, it
Jenny.
does. Very, very nice fabrics. So you get all 20. So you've got mix and match, lots and lots and lots of different projects.
Yeah, London Dust. I know they all are different. Anyway, we'll get there. We'll have a name by the end of tomorrow. 391277. 2 flexi-buy payments of £35. There is a £10 saving. Dispatch is the 26th of November. And I should point out, once they're gone, they're gone. Okay, so that is across the board here for all the different fat quarter machinations I've got and for my half meters pick and mix. Already 10% of the one-day special has gone. Let's have a look on the web where we can catch up in advance, and you will have the names on there as well on the website, so that you will be able to name each of those fantastic fabrics by name. We have a 9-piece fat quarter as well. Some of these you will recognise from our other fat quarter set. Some are very different. You won't have them in there at all. So the same with the half meters. It's kind of, you might recognise some crossover, but some you won't at all, like that lovely lemon tree there.
Oh, well, that's the one
the
that
green.
Kim loves.
Yes.
Because she's got that in her kitchen and she really wants to have that. So yeah, there are some that I've seen before and some that I certainly haven't seen. So if you've actually bought previous ones from William Morris, you might be topping up your collection or indeed increasing it and enhancing it, so you've got a wonderful selection of glorious classic designs to choose from.
Fabulous. And we have Jenny's books on there as well. Okay, let's show you those half-metre pick and mixes which you've already found. Like I said, some you will recognise from our fat quarters. They're not identical. Some are going to be some new ones in there as well. So it's really for you to find what is your favourite. So these are in the half metres. I'm just going to undo the first one just so we get a sense of the size. I know you know what a half metre is, but still, it's nice to know, isn't it? So we'll start with our strawberry fields, which you've already found, which has proven one of the most popular there as well. So you're getting 2 half metres, and you couldn't quite believe the price, could you, Jenny?
No, I think 2 half metres for $13.99 is extremely good value.
It is phenomenal, isn't it? That is beautiful. What would you do with your half metres?
Well, just 1 half metre is a cushion.
Yeah.
So that's very easy. 1 half metre is a table runner, very simply. You can get probably a small child's dress out of it.
Wow.
You could certainly, if you had 2 half metres, be thinking about a skirt of some sort. So you can think about clothing. There's no reason why, if you happen to have a small room, you couldn't use the half metres and hang them long ways for curtains if you so desired. They could be used as borders. You can, of course, use them for quilting, which, of course, I would use them for.
Yeah.
So you could use them for your embroidery. I mean, wherever you want to use fabric, Fiona,
yes,
you could use it. So if you want something elegant and classic, hey, what are you waiting
it's a win-win. Timeless, like you said.
Totally.
And also, I should point out as well, if you're looking for 2 of the same, they do get cut as the half metres. I want to point that out. And some are already going fast. So 60% of the strawberry fields has already gone. So, for instance, if you're looking, strawberry thief. I keep calling it strawberry fields, sorry. Strawberry thief. 60% of that has gone. So in that case, just bear that in mind if you're looking for 2 half metres of the same, but it will be cut in a half metre. So, honeycomb in the red, beautiful. Oh, that's a pretty colour, isn't it? We haven't seen that colour. It's like a very soft aubergine, isn't it?
Yes, it's a really nice one, that one.
That is
again,
beautiful.
it tones in with so many of the other ones.
That is called poppy lavender. My favourite, oh, that poppy lavender, I should say as well, we're very busy on this one. This, we are approaching 60%.
I'm not surprised. It's a glorious fabric.
Isn't it lovely? That is gorgeous, isn't
and
it?
that's going to go with the modern greys. Many people have greys and things in their homes. That's going to subtly complement the grey fabrics.
That would work really well with grey, actually. That is beautiful. This, I did notice, we do have, I think, in a different colourway, a lighter colourway. This is the London Dusk. I love that. So many different colourways in there, aren't there? There's the lovely pretty pinky purples.
Yes, and you've got the gold in there.
Gold, yeah.
And I just love blue and gold together. I mean, they so complement each other.
Such a lovely luxury, isn't it? London Dusk.
You can just look at it and feel it and just look at the design. You've got nothing better to do. Just sit and look at all the patterns that are in it.
Maybe the material will dictate, you know, and inspire you in which direction to go. Because that can happen as well, can't it? Rather than, I've got a project and I want to do this.
Yes, and
you can just...
Yes, but again, I have to do that with it.
Yeah, it just dictates to you. Then, very dynamic and bold. Snakehead Sage, because those lovely sages in there as well. Again, a really dynamic print, that one. Beautiful. So again, we had this but in a different colour in our fat quarters. So these are all half metres, pick any 2. And again, beautiful, simply beautiful. Poppy navy.
And that is almost a blender, and yet it's not, because when you look into the fabric, there is that delicate tracery of those wonderful, wonderful patterns.
Beautiful, isn't it? Moving across, again, very country cottage, very elegant. jasmine
pretty.
blush, and again those very delicate rose pinks.
Yes, such
Aren't
a
they
pretty fabric that, and that's a bedroom fabric. You could use it for making pretty things for the bedroom. It's a little girl's dress.
Yes.
It's the boudoir. It's the pretty part of your life.
You see, that's where I think the material itself is dictating the project there. I should point out as well, as I'm making my way through them, because we want to give you some time to soak them up. We are obviously going to look at Jenny's lovely demonstrations, but it's important to see the materials. Some of them are already getting limited down to single figures.
Right.
So if you're interested in your pick and mix, I cannot but urge you to, well, be quick. Now, you've made a beautiful cushion out of this.
I made,
is that right, Jenny?
there's a cushion over here.
Yes.
This is one of the Granada fabrics.
Oh, wow. So
I
luxurious.
love that. That just needs to be used as a piece. So there is a cushion made with the Granada fabric.
Were you right to bring that to the camera for me? Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. 40% of the Granada charcoal is gone.
When you look at it, more closely, there was a blue that Fiona's just shown you. That would also work remarkably well with it, as indeed would the pinks and things. And there is a pink that just happens to be lying there. You've got the greens in it, and there's a wonderful green in fact, the half meters, or in one of the sets we're going to be showing you, that really blends in with that. And I put the little blue as a piping round the edge.
Oh yes, I like that, Jenny. That lovely blue piping. Just sets it off, just frames it beautifully.
Just picks it out. And you know, it's there. That will go on your sofa of any colour. If you've got a dark sofa, or maybe you've got a blue sofa. I have a blue one at home, and it really does. The blue picks out this, and yet it's there as a statement. Beautiful design.
Absolutely beautiful. Half the stock gone for that Granada charcoal there that you saw Jenny using on her cushion. Moving on. The snake's head, again, I'm starting to recognise it in the aqua. Absolutely beautiful. And then this is Brer Rabbit. This is totally different, isn't it? A total departure.
Super one, that one.
Isn't that super?
And again, I've used that over here in this particular panel. So I chopped it up, and it's one of the nice things about William Morris is it doesn't matter if you chop it up.
No.
So you can see it's there, and if you look at it, you can see they're odd bits of the rabbits, they're odd bits of the birds, they're just there. And it doesn't matter if you cut it up. So if you are thinking, oh, it's patchwork, I'm going to cut it up, no, it won't matter.
It's very forgiving in that respect, isn't it? 3/4 of the stock of Brer Rabbit have gone. I love the way we've got the birds in there as well. The design is just beautiful. I hadn't seen that till I picked it up. Absolutely stunning. Oh, again, very fresh. Beautiful. My sort of thoughts went towards the lemon tree. This is called Wilhelmina linen. Isn't that pretty, Jenny?
I think Wilhelmina had some very nice linen.
Didn't she just?
Yes.
Look at those, again,
the
fabulous colours to work with.
Really, really nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. Ooh, let's say, look at this.
Now that, strangely, is one of my favourites. It's that soft sagey green.
Yes.
There's a hint of gold in there. And I just like that. It's quiet, it's peaceful, it's restful. Just a nice fabric. Goes with so many different things.
This bramble charcoal, thank you. Forgive me, I was pondering then because I thought my producer said womble charcoal. I thought bramble charcoal, half the stock. So lots of people agree with you there, Jenny. Half the stock has gone. Poppy in the cream. So again, it's a bit like that denim blue one, isn't it?
Great blender.
Yeah.
So we're calling it a blender, which is not disparaging it in any way, shape or form, because when you look at the colours in that, and if you just want a plain cushion, that would work very well. But if you want something to complement the others, that's a great one to mix and match.
Yeah, beautiful. Very busy on the pick and mix, Jenny. Very busy on the pick and mix. And actually, those three are a lovely. Those three are a lovely little bit of heaven. Them three, aren't they? Do you think,
yes,
Jenny?
They would go together
aren't
very,
they gorgeous?
very well.
Just happens to be there. This is called the pure trellis linen. You see, the only problem I have is which to go for.
Well, quite. You see, mind you could have one of each.
I could.
Yes.
You could have a couple of picks and mixes, couldn't
you? Could do. Yes. You could be rash and have more. $13.99 for a metre. Or sorry,
yeah.
Yes,
and I can split it over November and December.
Yep.
Ooh, do it. While stocks last, because once it's gone, it's gone. Now,
and one more thing we haven't talked about. Once it's gone, it's gone. And William Morris ain't going to be designing many more.
No. Bless his heart. No. This is our marigolds. So this is the one I couldn't remember, and this is what Lorraine brought yesterday in her stencils, the marigold stencil.
Right.
That is beautiful. So we've seen this in different colourways in the Fat Quarter bundle. So that is the marigold there. Oh my word, just when you think it can't get any better. Oh,
isn't that lovely?
Golden lily in the dust.
That summer, which I know has waned slightly, but hey, it's coming on, and think for next year. Get that out in spring. How about table mats in that to cheer up the table?
Just going to wrap myself in it, Jenny, to be honest. We're limited now. We're limited on this one. You've already found it. They all agree with us. Absolutely love that one. Oh, now this is our seaweed dots. Now you've used this as almost like your blender, you said, didn't you, in your lovely table runner.
Very nice, useful fabric, that one. Just one of those fabrics you're going to want to, that'll work well with anything. Anybody's designs, that's going to go with.
It's a cracker, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a cracker. Now, oh my goodness, I just turn it and reveal. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love. Look at this. Oh, I'm going in. I'm going in, Jenny. I don't care.
Oh, that's not fair, because Ben spent ages doing that.
I don't care. Look, in. I don't think it's going to be here long enough, Jenny, so I think it's going to have to come down anyway. So he won't be really mad with me. He loves me, really. It's not going to be around here long enough. Limited. See, we're limited on it. It's going to be gone. It's going to have to come down. It's still here at the moment. What do you think of this then, Jenny?
I think that's absolutely superb. Can we get really close in at one of the designs? Just look. Look at the intricacy of those designs. Just look.
I mean, his imagination was phenomenal, wasn't it? What a gifted.
Superb. The dog, the peacock.
I know.
The colours that are just going across it. It could be your feature fabric. Although I think actually I would just leave it as a piece. That's got to be a cushion. Just have it as a cushion. Have it as a table runner.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
How do you mean it's
Technical
gone?
sellout.
Technical sellout?
Technical sellout. I'm sorry you can't have it, Jenny.
Oh, I wanted it.
I do apologise. I should mention as well, on the end, they've got the little code on the end, haven't they, as well
for colour matching.
Or for the colour matching.
Yes, so if ever you look at fabric, you've got the dots along the top there. The great thing about that is that colour is what's been used in the fabric. So you take the little dots and then you can go match it to other materials. Really useful if you're fussed about matching colours. Yeah. Works a treat.
That one's gone. So I was okay. You won't tell me off, Jenny. You won't tell me off.
Yeah, but I'm going to throw all the toys out the pram now.
Look at that. It's like the Royal Ballet, that. Right, where do we get to?
Ooh, almost the Royal Ballet.
Sugar plum fairy, more like. Pure sunflower.
Another lovely, quiet, elegant fabric.
I really like that as well.
You can almost feel the damask of the sort of the Victorian turn of the century when they had it in damask on the sofas and things and on the chairs. It's going to give that graciousness.
It is so graceful, isn't it? Yeah. Fresh. Oh, lovely. Ooh. Well, we're having problems pronouncing this one, so I'm just going to go with what my producer's saying. Theodisia. If I say it fast.
Yes.
Not sure what Theodisia is.
Neither am I, but it sounds wonderful.
Is it a posh name for blue, is it? I don't know.
I think it's a posh
Theodisia
name
blue.
for some lovely entwined, they're almost like sort of, not oak apples, but it's, I'm trying to think, this almost takes me back to Tudor times.
Yes.
With some of the designs in that. You can almost feel the Tudors tripping round the court, Queen Mary, Elizabeth I, with her wonderful robes and embroidered and padded things like that.
Yep. Now, limited on the next one. Right, I'm going in, everybody. It's limited, it's very limited. I think once I hold it up. Single figures, next few people to come in for this. I will leave it draped if we have any left, but at the moment it's limited.
Strawberry what?
Oh, sorry about my tape there.
Yes, it doesn't come with tape, folks.
Blackthorn.
If you get a piece of tape, you've got added extra and be really glad with it about it.
Oh, that is exciting, isn't it? Jewel rich, that one.
Yes. What's its name? Strawberry?
This is called Blackthorn Indigo.
Blackthorn, that's right, Blackthorn Indigo.
Next few folks to come in for that. Please don't miss out. We are extremely limited on that one. Blackthorn Indigo. I will leave it up, obviously, because there's a couple still left there, but technically sell out. Are you ready for the sugar plum?
Yes. I don't think the Royal Ballet is going to be your next employer.
Do you not?
No.
None taken, Jenny, none taken. Okay. This one's called Pure Bachelors. Oh,
interesting name. And again, it's a lovely fabric that's going to go with our modern minimalistic colour schemes and that hint of grey we all like these days.
Lovely. Oh, again, some great little mixes here, but they've all got their own fantastic dynamic design. Look at our beautiful, this is quite Christmassy, even though it's acorns. Look at the lovely acorns and the acorn leaves in there. It's so full, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I mean, that's going to go with the silvers and the greys and the colours that we have these days. And it's going to be timeless, because there's nothing in it. It will also blend with so many different colours. Imagine putting that with a mustardy colour, or even a blue, or your red. You could mix and match that with any of the other colours that you happen to fancy.
That's a corker to mix with. Then moving on. Oh, a sort of a grassy one. Leafy. Willow linen. Again, another beautiful one to complement and not overshadow, but still a really lovely dynamic design. Really pretty. That is our willow linen, which goes beautifully with the next one. Ooh, honeysuckle and tulips. You see, we're starting to recognise them now, aren't we? She says. That is beautiful as well. Again, I just love blues.
Another big, bold design. So I think what's lovely about this collection is you've got the little prints, you've got the ones that are just the soft blend of colours, and then you've got the big, bold, powerful designs.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. There's that lovely gold you love, Jenny.
Yes.
Isn't that fabulous? See, that goes with that beautiful one we just saw. That is gorgeous, isn't it? That's our marigold in the tan. More gold. Tan makes me think of American tan tights. But it's called that anyway, marigold tan. I'm going to rename it Marigold Gold.
I think Marigold Gold's much better.
Yes. Thank you, Jenny. And then this one is in the teal. Again, a lovely one to mix with as well. Has this got a name, this one? That's okay. This gives us more time to absorb.
To eulogise. Again, a very useful print. Because you could go cut straight across if you wanted to use it as a binding or as a border fabric. These lines, I think they're about 1.5 inches apart, I seem to recollect, but it was a very useful one for just cutting straight and using as a border, as a feature around something, a frame.
Rosehip indigo for that one. And then my jasmine, oh, this is exquisite. That is the jasmine in the aqua. I think we liked this in the linen one as well.
Yes.
With those lovely soft pinks. Yes, this is the jasmine aqua. That is lovely. I do love those teals and aquas. Pick any two for $13.99. Some are very limited. I think we've had some sellouts as I've been lovingly, balletically even, going down the wall. But I'm going to leave that for somebody else to deal with. Let's look at some images on the web. Wilhelmina linen. Oh, you beauty. Wilhelmina linen's gone. Gone. It's gone. I'm going to do that with it. Golden what? Golden lily dusk. That one's gone as well. That's that one. My favourite. Another one. That one's gone. That one's gone. Any others gone? Or no, don't come back to me yet. Ben's doing a pirouette with me. There we go. Just trying to remove the bits of material there because we don't want to show you what we haven't got any more of. So there we go. They're both sold out now. Once they're gone, they are gone. Oh, I'm not liking the untidiness now,
no,
Jenny.
That's horrid.
Oh.
You'll have to spend ages tidying while I do a demo.
Let's just go to you, Jenny. I'll tidy. You do.
Her ballet skills are not the best of it, but our trampoline ones are excellent. Right, behind me I also have been thoroughly enjoying using these fabrics. So here we have your collection of teals together. Now this came from the 20 fat quarter section where I've used the teals, and this is the classic design called Trip Round the World. I actually only used 5 fat quarters for the centre and 1 more fat quarter round the edge, and there is just about enough fabric left to do a binding. It will have to be a multicoloured binding, but I was able to do that from 6 fat quarters in total. For those who wish to know, the strips were cut here at 3.5 inches. The border was cut at 3. And the reason for the interruptions here with these pieces was that's how I managed to make 1 fat quarter do the entire border. So you see what you can do with 6 fat quarters. Moving on to the other pieces, we have a bundle of 9 fat quarters in a red option, and that's what I used to make this little quilt. And again, I used 3 fat quarters in the middle, 1 further one went round the edge. Coming back to over here, we've got from the blue collection of fat quarters. Again, I have used these to make a couple of cushions and a small throw table runner, call it what you will. Again, just working with the fat quarters. Obviously, if you buy half meters, you're going to be able to make twice as much. And it's this particular one I was going to start off with demonstrating. I've got the seaweed here and the one with the, don't ask me to remember the things at all, and this is the strawberry somethings around the edge. Oh, it isn't, it's to do with brambles, blackcurrants or something of that nature. I've forgotten now. Don't ask. It's hard enough remembering the designs for patchwork, let alone remembering the names of fabric. So how do we do this particular design?
Blackthorn indigo, I beg your pardon.
Blackthorn indigo around
and Brer Rabbit, which
which I think plus seaweed. So, how did you make the design? Well, the design is not my own idea. It came from a lady called Karen Hellaby, who has a book, Rit, which we've had on before, and her book is called So Simple Pineapples. And in this book has all the designs that I'm about to show you. I'm not using the sizes that were in the book. I have subtly changed it simply because I wanted to maximize my fat quarters. To do the particular design, you're going to need squares and just 2 colors I'm working with. You can do as many colors as you like. I happen to have cut 6.5-inch squares, 6-inch squares, because we're working with American fat quarters, and 18 is the depth of the fabric and 6 goes into 18, which is fantastic. So I've cut 6-inch squares in the darker pink and 6-inch squares in this one, and these 2 fabrics come from the 9, we have yet to come to that, the bundle of 9 fat quarters, which is why you haven't seen that one, or indeed this one. Put your 2 squares together, right sides together, and we're going to draw a line corner to corner, and the best thing to do is draw it on the back of the lightest fabric, then you can see it. So I'm going to draw a line corner to corner. Either side of the drawn line I'm going to stitch using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I've set my machine to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance by moving the needle off center towards the right hand side, and on this particular machine and on many others, if you move your needle with the stitch width to 5.5, that will set the needle at a 1/4 inch from the right hand edge of the regular presser foot. Many students who have witnessed my teaching and been harangued in my classes will be aware that I like to use the regular presser foot when I'm doing my stitching and shift the needle, simply because it sits more firmly on the feed dogs, pushes the fabric through, and has a nice wide slot for when I forget to move the needle, or I move the needle over and I won't break it. So I've sewn either side of the diagonal line, and you'll need to do this several times. 4 times in fact. When you've done that, it's very simple. You cut up the drawn line. Now you can cut with scissors, you can wobble with a rotary cutter. If it's not desperately accurate, it doesn't matter. Having done that, I would then take the 2 squares and press the back seam open and flat. I'm a fan of doing that because I think it gives you a better effect in the end. So press the back seam open and flat, and it's going to look a little bit like this when we're done. So I've now got 2 squares made of half square triangles. I'm going to put the 2 pieces together right side up. Do not make the mistake of having them right sides together. You must have them all right side up or all wrong side up. It matters not. I'm going to cut this square in half. And again, it matters not the size of the square. You cut it in half the once. I have now got a 5.5-inch square. So I'm actually going to cut the piece into 2 lots of 2 3/4, 2 3/4 being half of 5.5. So 2 3/4 along here. There we go. And cut. When you've done that, you have various ways of arranging the design. I could put my next block together by simply taking those 2 pieces and putting it like that. I could take these 2 pieces and join them together so they were like that. I could take these 2 pieces and join them like, there's another way of doing it, like that. Or ditto, I could do the same thing with the other ones, get them round the right way, and do it like that, which I've got something called Delectable Mountains, very similar. But I'm actually going to take one of these and his friend and put them together so they are as that design, and I'll show you why in a moment. This gets stitched together. There. And you do that 4 times. So you need to make up 2 squares, cut them in half, do this 4 times. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, they will fit together to make a square or not. And this is where you're going to have to do some trimming. I intend to do this into a pinwheel. So I'm pinwheeling round with the darker colour, doing the pinwheel. Had I chosen to put these pieces the other way round, say with this one being there and his friend doing the other one, let's get it round the right way, doing that, I would have been able to pinwheel it round with that particular fabric in the middle here. You have a chance to play, and I'd play with the pieces before I stitch them together. But the problem is, look, they're not square. What should I do? Well, as Karen Hellaby says, you want to cut them back to being a square. So this actually measures 5 inches, so I'm going to cut it back to being a square. The bit you cut off is to cut off the section of the pinwheeled bit, the major lump, this piece. That's the bit I cut off. You don't want to cut the other end off.
I was just about to ask that. How do I know which end to cut?
Because you'll cut all your points off.
Yeah.
So we want the unpointy end. So lay this on here and cut that off. Up there. Repeat with all the others. This is great because if you've made a slight what's it up and your seams aren't quite correct, you are now trimming them beautifully square. So remember, we are trimming off the non-pointy bit. There we go, and one last one. And then all I've got to do is sew it together. So if I now lay them out, you will find that they fit an absolute treat. And I've got my pinwheel. And then all I now need to do is obviously to sew it together, and I sew them together. Two together, straight across the middle. Again, keeping the seams open and flat. And I could have played with it because I could actually have put it like this and got something,
yes, I see,
very different out of it. So you've got a block. Now if you put the blocks together, you'd end up with the table runner I have behind me. And this came out of 2 fat quarters, and I still had a bit of fabric left.
Wow.
So you could take your fat quarters, take 2 of them, make up 3 blocks. So suppose you had 6 fat quarters, you're going to have 9 blocks, and that will be in various different colours because you can mix and match, and you're going to end up with a nice sized lap quilt, a small quilt to go on top of a single bed, and of course obviously if you bought half meters of the fabrics, you can make the design considerably bigger. So it's half square triangles chopped in half. Remember to keep the half square triangles matching the colours and all the same way up. Gotcha. When you've chopped them in half, rearrange them in your chosen way, and I'd play with the pieces, sew them together, and then remember you're going to cut a lump off their bottoms, and you cut a lump off the non-spiky side, not the points. You cut the other end, you've got a problem. So there you go.
I love it. And Jenny was using the 9 fat quarter choices. We've got them in the red, the blue and the green. Now again, you may see some crossover with the half meters and with our lovely one day special. However, you're going to see some that you haven't seen before as well. For instance, we haven't got a lot of the greens elsewhere, if that makes sense. So I'm going to take you through the blues first of all. So I recognise this one. This is the Blackthorn that's sold out in my half metre. Oh, I should have mentioned, sorry, I've had a couple of sellouts in my half metres as well. Shall I come back to that? Yeah, I'll do it now then. So this sold out, the one that Jenny made the lovely cushion out of. That, the Granada charcoal has gone, Balletic throw. And the Strawberry Thief, which I kept calling Strawberry Fields, I must have Beatles on the mind, that has now sold out as well. In the half metre. So let's go back to our fat quarters. This is the blue choice. So I know this one, for instance, sold out in my half metre. Jewel rich, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Then we had, I've just done this. This is my last but one. I know we've got this in the half metre. This was a lovely mixer. Forgotten already. There we go. Beautiful. It was the name of a little flower. Rosehip, was it? Rosehip indigo. Then we have got the Brer Rabbit. Now this is getting limited in the half metres, so just to bear that in mind. Now this you haven't seen in the dark blue. We have this in a different colour. That's yeah. So we haven't seen this with the dark navy. This is beautiful. I don't know if you can see the birdie there. Isn't that gorgeous? That is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. We've seen this in the lovely teal. We've got this in the half metres as well, but this is in your fat quarters. Jasmine, yes. Jasmine. We've got our seaweed blue, fabulous mixer. And then we've seen this in our half meters as well. That's that lovely linen fresh. I just thought that was gorgeous. Is that a marigold? No, it's not a marigold one. Pure sunflower. Yeah, in the mint. And then, now we're, yes, there's snake head in that lovely teal, the aqua, sorry. And last but not least, the blues. Is this marigold one? Honeysuckle. I've got marigold on the brain, haven't I?
Yes, that's the one that's in the cushion on the top.
That's
there.
your cushion.
It's a really, really nice.
Beautiful. I love that cushion.
And then the other cushion was made from the one with the birds and things.
Yes.
It just has to be.
Oh, they're. I mean, look at them. They're beautiful.
Yes.
Could somebody cause a distraction while I steal them from Jenny, please? Let's move on to the reds. I think I'll be found out on that one. They are gorgeous. So they are in your blues. Let's move on to our reds. Again, you'll get 9 of these gorgeous fat quarters.
Oak apple, was that?
I think we saw something similar, but in a different colour. Maybe I'm dreaming it, but it is gorgeous. I'll get a name for you. Looks like a little sort of... Reminds me of the acorn, but it's not an acorn, obviously.
Yes. It is an oak apple there, with the oak leaf there, and then the intricacy of the designs around it.
Red apple granada. You mentioned apple, didn't you?
Yes.
We think it's red apple. We're going to go with red apple granada. Then we've got the snake's head in the red. I'm starting to recognise them now. Then we've seen this in a different colourway, but not in this beautiful... What colour would you describe that as, Jenny?
It's a sort of dusky pink.
Yeah,
it's
deep
pink.
dusky pink.
It's an orange pink as opposed to a blue pink.
Coral.
Coral.
That's again, there's our little rose hip with on the cream. This is the one you were just working with?
That's right.
Ooh, that's beautiful, isn't it?
Really nice fabric that, and it goes so well with so many of the other materials we've got there.
Back to our strawberry. Sold out the half metre, still got it in our 9 red. This was our little honeycomb, and finally got to me marigolds.
And again, those fabrics in your red bundle I've used in this particular design we have here.
Oh, I've still got 2. There we go. Oh, yes, your lovely quilt there.
So there again, I've mixed and matched, and we've got the coral one round the outside, we've got the strawberry ones in the middle, and marigolds. Marigolds, really, really nice. It's very simple design. Feature fabric in the centre. You could use any feature fabric you like, and 2-inch cut strips around, just to going round it using the partial seaming method, which I've done before, but I'll do again later on. If not now, I'll do it tonight. But nice design, and I like the way the light comes up with that geometric effect.
I love that. And there's one more in the red, 20%'s gone. This is a doozy, because this sold out in the charcoal. Look at this. That is a beautiful
really
piece
nice,
of
that one.
isn't it?
Like that very much.
That
is
is gorgeous.
Now.
It's the one that just went in the half metres in the charcoal. Can't remember, something charcoal it was. Let's move on to our greens. Now this you've used in your bag, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Yes, you pair this up with your reds. That's the jasmine blush. We've got the different colourway in our first one that we had in the teal and the navy. That is beautiful. Your favourite,
yes,
Jenny,
which I
your
like
lovely
very much.
Bramble charcoal, not womble charcoal, bramble charcoal. Then I think we've got the apple again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so pretty, isn't it? These greens are gorgeous. Look at this for a bit of zesty green. Marigold in the green.
Superb one.
Isn't that exquisite? And then this sold out in a different colour in the half metres, in the goldy sort of mauve one. Hello. Look at the is that the Wilhelmina? This is our birdie one, isn't it? Was that the Wilhelmina one? Don't know if you can see the... Oh, I don't know. It's just gorgeous. Look at the birdies.
But you've got 9 very different fabrics there.
Yeah.
Which again, you've got ones that you can group together. So, you know, if having the 20 sort of perhaps daunts you, go for 9. At least you've got sort of the greeny colours or the bluey colours or the reddy colours.
And last but not least, you were talking about my lovely producer, the lemon tree.
Yeah, she loves that.
She does love that.
Yes.
It's lovely and fresh.
And that's the kitchen, that's the bright sun, the sun's coming in, the day is fresh. Here we are, it's lemons.
Oh, she's got the wallpaper in her kitchen. She needs the blind to go with it now. Need to get onto that, Kim. $35.99. Proving very, yeah, you can split that, don't forget, into 2 flexible payments over November and December. That one payment, that'd be $17.99 today. You get all 9 fat quarters on the 26th of November. So you can start work with them straight away and then pay the second payment in December, 686118. Back to you, Jenny.
Right,
What
we've still got plenty of times for Christmas. Well, for
yes,
Kim,
that's true.
For Kim did see this little bag, and
this is
she
beautiful.
wanted to know how this little bag was made.
This is
all right?
cute as.
So it's a little bag with 3 pockets. Got 1 pocket on the front here, 1 pocket in the middle, and 1 pocket on the back.
That's just the best.
It comes, it's a way of folding. It comes from Stitch Bits, which is a book that I wrote, but you don't need to have that because you can see it here. So if I was going to do the bag that size, I took one of the fat quarters and I turned it into a square. To turn the fat quarter into a square, it is seriously complicated. Open out the fat quarter and simply fold 1 corner over and then chop off the excess material. And there is a square. All right, so it's as simple as that. You need 2 pieces, preferably the same size. If I was going to make a bag the size that I've got, this bag is round about 8 inches square. This came from an 18-inch fat quarter. One of the pieces of fabric you need to put onto wadding, batting, call it what you will. It could be quilted with just a few lines going across. It could be quilted with straight lines, or you could do, as I did, just free motion, very vaguely, randomly over it. Now, when you are doing any stitching on wadding and fabric only, you can use the regular presser foot on your machine. You do not have to put anything fancy on.
So you're just good to quilt them, to fuse them together?
Yes.
Right.
You could just use your regular presser foot. So you don't have to worry about your free motion foot or your walking foot. 2 layers are absolutely fine with the regular presser foot. It's when you have 3 layers that you've got to use your walking foot or your free motion foot, because if you don't, one of the layers will creep. But wadding and top fabric, not a problem. You can just work with your regular presser foot.
So this is using the reds.
Yes.
Just let everybody know out of the 9.
Thank you very much
fat
indeed.
quarter bundle.
So there is my square of fabric onto its wadding. I've cut the other square, which will go as the backing fabric. Alrighty, but this little bag is actually reversible.
Oh no!
Now,
it gets even better. Really?
Yes. It depends which side you want. You will need 2 tabs. Now you could either make a tab out of the excess bit of fabric you cut off from down the edge there, or you could do something what I've done here, which is to take a length of embroidery thread. This is in a wonderful tangle. It doesn't matter because I'm only going to use a bit of it. But if you take several either embroidery threads or maybe even a piece of string, and you literally set your machine to zigzag, and you zigzag over it, you will wrap the thread. I don't know how close the camera can get to this.
Okay.
And makes a really good, very strong little tab.
Oh.
So if you're going to do the bag, you want 2 tabs. One's got to go in this corner, here, and
Yep.
one's got to go catty-cornered in the opposite corner there. And the tabs need to go inwards, okay? For some reason, people have some strange idea of putting the tab on so that it goes like that. And then they have a slightly strange surprise when they turn it through because they have 2 little ends sticking out and no tabs. So remember, the tabs go inwards. And they want to go diagonally on the corner. So tab in that corner, tab in the other corner.
Okay.
I would put the tabs on and then give it a couple of stitches just to hold the tabs in place. Let me put that back together again because that's for real for another time. So I have made up a small version this size, okay, and I've just stuck a bit of loose fabric on the end here. So here is my finished design. I put the 2 pieces right sides together, I sewed all the way around, left a hole to turn it through, pressed it, and I've top stitched all the way around, catching in my top stitching the raw edges of the hole. Now the design works in the rule of 3. So it matters not how big your square is. You need to divide one side into 3. So literally just concertina it. So just jiggle it a bit till you've got it into 3. Okay, so you only need to do this with one side because of course you're working with a square. It's not quite accurate. Just jiggle it fractionally further. There we go. And all I would do with my pins is mark the fold. So stick your pin into the fold, one there and one there. Once you've marked one side, you can use it as a template for all the other sides. So there's my side marked. Bring this one over, use it as a template. I will make you all laugh. I put my tabs in between the two layers, opened it up and realised I got two tabs, one tab there and one tab there, not one catty corner.
Opposite sides.
So that's why I've had to put that in.
Okay.
But this is a demo sample. This is purely for you, Kim, so I hope you're watching. Well, I know you're watching.
We're all paying close attention.
Yes,
Probably got about 8 minutes.
That's all right. It's not going to take any longer than about another 2 or 3 at the most. So fold it over there. So we're doing the rule of 3, okay?
Yeah.
Because you don't actually have to have this bag. You can get other things out of this same square. Having got the rule of 3, if we turn it long ways, I'm going to fold the fabric over on those pins. And fold the other one over on the other side, and amazingly the pins, the second lot of pins, will line up. There you go. Just about. Get them in the right, jiggle it a bit. That's it. Okay, so those are there, and these pins vaguely line up. You will find it works a treat if you use an accurate
So they're lining
square.
up with the material.
Line up with the
diagonal,
pins.
yeah.
I might not have been quite right, that'll do. You then need to stitch this flap to the underneath bit, and it is perfectly possible to do it on the machine. You can do it on the machine by taking off the, revealing the free arm, and you need to sew one side. You can sew from one side from there to there, and then you do one side from there to there. If you prefer, you can do it by hand. So join that to itself, not through to the back. Take all the pins out.
Yes, so not all the way through, just make sure you just
join it to itself, otherwise you will have a very funny surprise. And then all I do is fold it in half. When you fold it in half, you join down the two sides, and there is my little bag.
Ah, your purse for your little bag.
There's one side there, and one side there, and there's the other one that goes in the middle.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's a square, but of course you don't have to have that, because you could have all sorts of other things with it. You could have a pochette. The pochette only requires one tab, so let's forget about one tab. Let's pin it out of the way. And the pochette works on the rule of 2. You need to find the midpoint of one of the sides. Let's just fold it in half, find the midpoint, stick a pin in. Ditto on the other sides. Just use it as a template, do that. Okay. Right, I'm going to fold my little bag in half, and I'm going to stitch a perpendicular down from those pins, straight down there. Just put a pin in. I think the wonderful thing about playing with texture, and this is what are in my books and various things, is you have the chance to play, and you know, you might come up with something very different. You stitch down there, so we stitch down there, straight. This bit will then fold back, and you can catch it on the bottom. This bit then folds back, and I put a little stitch in to hold it down the bottom. That folds over and gets caught down. And this will come over,
And
put a
there's
button
your-
on it, and you've got another little bag, which is actually
How
works very well in
beautiful.
velvet. So with just one simple square, you
Wow.
can fold it in a variety of different ways.
That's so good. That could have been a lovely glasses case, my producer said.
It could indeed
Wouldn't
be
it?
absolutely anything. Or you can have the nappy bag, which is where you would fold one
Gosh,
side over,
nappy bag
other
inside.
side over there, one tab only, fold this bit up, stitch that bit to this bit, fold it over, put your button on the front, there's another bag.
Gorgeous. So many variations.
Yes, and just comes
on
from
the tree.
a square. So you think if you had 2 fat quarters, turn one into a square, mount one onto fluff, wadding, something of that nature, add a tab, 2 tabs for the little bag that Kim liked, 1 tab for the others, and then you just play. And you could come up with other things, I can assure you.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. All from just 2 fat quarters. And then we can make mini ones as well for little purses and glasses and nappy bags. And absolutely lovely. Don't forget loads of Jenny's books on the website as well. So please have a look at those because she's got amazing designs in there. We're back to my one day special. It's the last few minutes of the show. Over 20% of the stock has gone. And that is 20 beautiful William Morris fat quarters. Some of which you will see repeats in the 9 fat quarters or indeed the half meters, some of which you won't. You'll recognise some and some which have now sold out of the half meters as well. So really do have a little look online and see what's your favourite. Or I think this is just such a cracking collection in terms of giving you a real breadth of the beautiful William Morris & Co material there in so many different colourways. Absolutely stunning. 2 Flexi Buy payments of £35 and a £10 saving, 391277. Now, lots of my pick and mix in the half metres have gone. If you are choosing 2 the same half metre, please don't delay. They will come as half metres. We've had several sellouts already. So a few, for instance, Blackthorn Indigo has now gone. Oh my gosh, look at that. Pure Bachelor's Button has gone. Wilhelmina Linen. Well, she did have lovely linen, didn't she, Jenny?
She did have lovely linen, yep.
Oh my gosh, so much of the half metres has gone, Jenny. So I think Bramble Charcoal is now limited. That was one of Jenny's favourites as well. So, yeah, if there are some there that you like, please look at the fat quarters, both in the 9 machination and in the one-day special, because you might, for instance, the Loddon Dusk is in our one-day special, I know, and so is the Snakehead Aqua. So if you missed out on the half metres, have a look at the fat quarters. Let's have a little look at the pick and mix, yes, and our lovely Jenny sample. What are we going to be doing
Right, what I'm going to do next at 8 o'clock, I've done a strip of fabrics which I've chopped into squares, and I'm going to show you something else you can do with it that's not necessarily rail fence. So I've got the red here, and this was the red seaweedy one. This is the strawberry, and this is
the coral.
The coral.
Honeycomb, sorry. Yeah.
Honeycomb. Is it?
Honeycomb.
Honeycomb. So I've stitched those together. You'll have to wait till 8 o'clock to see what I'm going to do with those.
Beautiful,
Watch
yes.
this space.
They were in, I think, in our lovely one-day special there. Gorgeous. So finishing with our half metres, a lot of these, like I said, have gone now. That's my lovely Jasmine Aqua. Our lovely, was it our lovely Rose Hip? Yeah. Marigold Tan, Honeysuckle and Tulip. That was the Willow, yes, the Willow Linen. That was our Acorn. We love the Acorn. That was proving very popular as well. Bachelor's Button. That one was very unusual. Not seen that in any other colours. The Theodisia. I'll have to look that one up. That was lovely. Sunflower. The Seaweed in the Blue. The Marigold there. And that lovely blush red. That was a very pretty one as well. Trellis Linen. Oh, poppies. Bramble Charcoal. Brer Rabbit. Limited stock on the Brer Rabbit. Snakehead in the teal. Lovely Jasmine. Poppy. Snakehead in the red, yeah. Remember, once it's gone, it has gone. And that mauve was very popular, finishing with our lovely honeycomb. Yes, enjoy 8 o'clock with our Jenny. Let's all catch up. That was a very busy one-day special. Now we're going to get paper crafting with our lovely Lou. Then we'll see Jenny again at 8 o'clock, and then we'll join Gavin for the Happy Puzzle Company Hour.
William Morris is best known as the 19th century's most celebrated designer and a key figure in the arts and crafts movement. I will be bringing you a wide selection of printed fabrics from the archives of William Morris at fantastic prices.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
And a very good evening to you. I'm very excited to be having the next hour with our lovely Lou. Good evening, my darling.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. Oh, lovely material. Now I've got lovely die sets.
Lucky you.
Couldn't be any better. No, you were very busy earlier, weren't you, Lou?
It was a really, really busy show, so thank you to everyone who bought. But yeah, hopefully some more inspiration and more ideas for what you can do with these staple dies and tools today.
Now we're going to show you the complete collection first of all. Now these are the nestables, so we've got the concentric sizes, haven't we?
Yes, right the way from really quite small up to large, around about 8 inches large, each of the biggest ones.
Oh, that is big. And I was really quite taken with the with just the simple old rectangle ones, because there's some lovely slimmer sizes that we don't tend to have, if I'm honest.
So we've got 3 types of rectangles in here. You've got your basic rectangle that will do really well for your matting and layering and such, for things like your 5x7s, your 4x6s, for example. But then we've also got slimline and DL rectangle, so slightly different shapes in there too.
Ooh, have we done a count-up of how many dies altogether in the complete collection? 17, 27, 36, 48, 56, 62, 73. I concur. Right. Some bits of the brain are working. Look, let's have a look at these lovely, because now we can see them on the boards. So that's with the inverted scalloped edge, as opposed to, which is what I was doing with lovely Lou earlier. So yeah, so we've got our smallest up to the 8 inch, you said there. Beautiful, so a little bit different, isn't it, Lou?
It is different. I've not seen nesting dies with this shape in before, certainly not as a full nested set.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get the occasional odd one that's this shape, and then you'll get stitched edge and something else, but it's nice to have them all matching.
Isn't it?
When you cut these out as apertures, so you're using the waist as such, you get that lovely scalloped edge there.
Yes, so you have your scallops and your scallops. This is what I was quite taken with, just because it's just a little bit different. I don't normally see that sort of size. This is what caught my eye.
Yeah, the shape's really lovely, nice and elongated rectangle there. That's the slim line, I believe, but that's really, really pretty shape, that one.
Great for borders, great for your banners and putting your text in that. And then we've got a lovely wibbly octagon there as well. But I like the wibbleness.
The wibbleness, yeah. We were saying the corners are quite curved because of the pattern around the edge. You can't have those sharp corners. So it is, yeah, really nice, a different shape. Probably something you haven't already got in your stash already. Well, it won't be.
No.
But they will match really well with other plain edge, straight edge nesting dies.
I look forward to seeing that. So if we've got our octagon, we need our hexagon as well. There we go, our lovely 6-sided hexagon. You said we have a slimline rectangle. There is our more traditional rectangle shape as well. Then we've got the sort of letterbox ones.
Yes, this is more like your DL size cards.
Love these.
And obviously going all the way down. But as you said earlier, perfect for stamping your sentiments on, things like that.
Instant borders there with that wee one. And the circles are adorable. Sunshines. I know I'm still going. They're beautiful.
They are. Again, you've got your really tiny one up to your really large. So think about your card bases, then your matting and layering, then all of your embellishments and sentiment pieces on top as well.
And we're still going because I finally got to my squares. Look at how big they go from the big to the small. Yeah, it's from, I mean, these are your go-tos, aren't they? 73 dies in the complete collection. We've got that on 3 flexi-buy payments or a one-off payment of £109.92. You're saving £10, 918 387. You're getting them all. You're never going to need another die ever.
Ever. No, you know, you've got all your basic shapes, haven't you?
Yes,
And then you've got your large up to your small as well, or vice versa. So yeah, you're covering everything.
You are. Now you can also do a pick and mix. You can get any two. So if you were going to have a pick and mix, Lou, which two are you going to go for?
I think I'd have to go probably maybe just squares and circles or ovals and rectangles, because they are your basic shapes that you're just going to use all the time. Most of us will already have, if we've already been die cutting a little while, straight edge circles and squares, but then to have these to mat and layer with them and add that interest around the edge of them, for example, and mix and match them, they're going to be really beautiful.
And I'm going to go letterbox, because I'm quite besotted with it, and wibbly wobbly octagon. I'm that kind of girl. Any two. Amazing price point there, £29.98, 402172. That's nice to have the pick and mix, because you might have quite a few rectangles and ovals and you're just looking for something a bit different.
Yeah, certainly for me, Slimline and DL are the ones I probably need to actually stock up on rather than go for my basics. But, you know, I'd just have them all. I'll just go for the bundle, to be honest.
Yes, go for the bundle. You can get them individually as well, I want to add. Now, this is a great collection set, because this is going to save so much time and angst in terms of measuring, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. That's, when you get a die that cuts you a card base, it's wonderful as a crafter if you've been trying to do it at home on your own. And stepper cards are one of the most complicated cards to measure, score and cut yourself at home. And the mistakes that you make, I personally usually end up giving up before I've even got there, because I can't get my head around it. But this does all the work for you, and not only that, it also gives you all the matting and layering for each of the shapes on each of the cards as well. Two, I think on most of them, if not all of them, you've got two mats and layers for each
fantastic.
one.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you're getting value for money in this, aren't you?
Yes.
It always amazes me when we have people like Hazel on and what have you, and they keep those measurements in their brain. I think there's no chance. There's no way. Not. And if you can give me a die that just straight through, it does it, and does all the cut and mat and layering, I'm having a die. I'm having a die. So they're not going to look too exciting like this. So, well, shall I just hold it up and you tell me what it is?
If I can tell you by looking at them, I can tell you by the packaging.
Sorry, I'm a test.
No, I'm going to have to take it. So this one's a centre stepper here. So you've got the shorter centre.
So which one's that one on here?
So I couldn't tell you without coming over there. So probably, that's just your generic centre stepper, actually, that one, which is a nice, easy shape. So probably if you go for, I couldn't tell you.
I'm just making life difficult.
Yeah. They all look very similar on the boards. When you look at the packaging, hopefully that gives you, when you start looking at the mats and layers, that gives you more of an idea of the shape you're going to get. So that one's probably easier for you to see. Right in front of you, the turquoise one, that's roughly the sort of shape you're going to be getting. That high centre stepper there.
Yeah, right. This is like a quiz show, isn't it?
No.
It's like,
this one is a little bit different because it is a centre stepper, but it's also got the easel base to it as well. So with your stepper cards, sometimes, and this will work with many of the that's the one.
Yeah.
Well, this will work with many of the steppers as well, because the base part, which is the additional section there, that's going to attach to the base as an optional. You don't have to use it, but if you've got heavy elements on the front of your card and you find they often sort of end up sliding outwards and opening up, you can add this base on to stop them from doing that.
Brilliant. Little learner plates coming up now.
That's your side stepper. That's nice and easy to recognise that one.
This one?
Yes, that's that one, but that one I've actually turned on its side there. So usually it should have the stepper, the tall piece at the side, but I've flipped it 90 degrees so that you've got it as almost like a little window box there. So.
Isn't that gorgeous? Love that. I think I'm okay on the next one, Lou.
You got that one.
Just because it's got a scalloped.
Yeah, this is probably my favourite of all of them because it's a different shape. So we've got quite a few. That's just one I quickly made in the last hour just to show you how it goes together. And I probably will do another one of those this hour as well because
scallop stepper.
They are my favourite.
And then the ladder.
Yeah, so you've got the 4-step here, and this creates a really good fun card that you can open up and put numbers on. You can have flowers coming out of those. You know, there's lots of different ways of using this and lots of different ways of folding it as well, so you can make it into all sorts of different shapes.
Oh, we tested you there, didn't we, Lou? She didn't know that I was going to do that. Neither did I. $69.94. That is a cracking collection, isn't it?
Yeah.
And lovely, unusual cards. And again, I'm just looking at this one. You've turned it on its side, so we mustn't just think, you know, that I held up the scalloped edge one, but how different that is on its side, isn't it? That's equally as beautiful. Absolutely
yeah,
stunning.
I think a lot of these, if you just twist them around 90 degrees, have a play with your folds, folding them, mountain and valley in the opposite direction and things, you're going to find lots of other shapes as well.
Love that. That is the full collection, £69.94. But we have got these on a pick and mix as well. I love them because they're unusual, they're a little bit more different. If you want to, pick any two, £24.98, 473829, saving £5. Brilliant. And again, they are available individually as well. The stamping platform, I mean, this is a game changer, isn't it? This is a lovely one. Tell me about your stamping platform here, Lou.
Okay, so brand new, this one. It's been in development for, I would say, at least 12 months, this one.
Ooh.
We've been back and forward to the factory with different prototypes, making sure this is absolutely perfect for you and for crafters. So you've got the magnets on there. You've got the foam backing as well, so it won't slip on your mat if you're working on a glass mat, for example. This is different. So we've got, as you can see, the folding glass platform, but when it folds, it doesn't automatically stamp onto your project. You then have the ability to press down with those springs in the corners. So when you fold it over, you're going to be able to see that it's going to stamp in the right place before you commit to actually pressing down, which I love that option. This is kind of bringing the best of both worlds of all the stamping platforms into one here. And those magnets are really strong as well, which I find with some magnets, they're just not strong enough to hold through my cardstock, especially my heavier weight cardstock. They are super strong, and they've got the little lip, the holders, so you can easily lift them up. I mean, hopefully you can feel that for you. And it's sturdy as well. The plastic isn't flimsy or anything like that.
Measurements on the side there as well. I don't think I'm holding it correctly for you to see that, but it's definitely there.
Oh, and one more thing. Sorry to interrupt you. It is built so that you can put any size of cardstock inside it. You don't have to cut the cardstock down to fit inside the platform. It's actually, the platform is raised up, so...
Open-edged, both sides there. Fan-dabby-dozy. That's a cracking little platform there. Love that. Feels really sturdy. £19.99, absolutely brilliant. 165487. Ooh, lots of lovely scored things hiding behind me here. Tell me about your scoreboard then, Lou.
So, brand new again, 12 by 12 scoreboard. Again, making sure this is absolutely perfect and does everything you need a scoreboard to do. So, we've got an 1/8 of an inch increments across the entire board. That's 12 inches by 12 inches or just over, so you can do your larger sheets. You've then also got on the back, we have got our envelope, box envelope and box maker guide and template for you. It's got all the printed instructions on it. You've also got your scoring tool in there as well, so it's all kept in that handy sort of little cubby in the back. And on the reverse of the box, you've also got instructions on how to make each of those 3 elements too, and it's really quick and simple. I'll be making lots of these today because I'm just blown away by how easy they are and how professional they look when they're done.
Don't they? I love the fact I can make my own envelopes.
Yep,
to match your lovely cardstock as well. Fabulous, little lovely deeper envelope there when you want to put in that stash of money that you're going to send me. Fantastic, love it. Oh yeah, if you really want to send that wad your £50 notes, that one's perfect. Absolutely gorgeous. So lovely professional finish on those.
There
Beautiful.
really is.
All the sizes there as well. Your scoreboard, 21.99, 154018. The notch and corner punch. Now I am going to Scooby-Doo.
No, okay, well this sold out in the last hour.
Right.
We managed to get more in.
What does it do?
It's amazing. So it's a corner punch for your envelopes. If you take a look, Fiona, at any of the envelopes that I've made there, or the box envelopes, I believe, actually, maybe just the envelopes, we've got the lovely rounded corners.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the box ones as well, actually, yes. And then we've also got, to make them extra professional, we've actually had notches cut into the corners where you fold them, just to allow for that fold to look much, much neater. This notch and corner punch will do both of those really accurately, really quickly and really easily. It's a nice big punch as well, so you can depress it really easily, so you can use the palm of your hand if you prefer rather than your fingertips. So it just slots in either side, so you can cut both your notches and your corners. This is the kind of thing that needs to be demonstrated if you don't know what it is, but if you know what it is, people are grabbing it because they just know that they need one and it makes everything look more professional. But even for rounding off the corners on your card projects as well, for your mats and layers and things.
I'm going to hand that one over to the professional at the end of the counter there then. So really looking forward to seeing that. I'm loving those lovely rounded edges with the notches cut out because that really does give it that professional finish.
Absolutely.
$9.99, as Lou said, everybody was grabbing that. Great stocking filler. I'm sure there's loads of crafters out there that haven't got this, but just think this is a game changer.
Yeah, it really is.
422-455. It's now back on extended. 11th of November will be the dispatch. And last but not least, a lovely paper trimmer. Gorgeous.
Yes. Yeah, again,
Essential.
Yeah, it is an essential, and I think with the paper trimmers, a lot of us will go through our crafting lives with trying lots of different ones until we find the perfect one. I adore this one. So we've got the hanging hook at the top. We've got the extendable arm that comes out from the side, so you can extend it and you can cut up to, I think it's 17 inches, and it is long enough to cut 12 inches in depth there, so you can fit your larger pieces of paper in there. You've got the guide on there that is clear, so you can easily see where you're cutting. You can easily replace the blades as well, both from cutting, and you have a scoring blade included in the box. You've got inches and you have centimetres on there too. And again, it's just something that feels like it's a good quality, it's going to last, and it just does the job beautifully.
Now, how do I really don't want to force something. What's the knack with getting the extender arm out?
Just pull it.
Oh.
Just pull it.
No.
Do you want me to show you on mine?
I don't want to. You do yours.
Okay.
I don't want to break something.
Yeah, it just comes out like so.
And
it actually clicks in at the top. Some of them I know
does,
before have kind of just sat there.
It's really quite simple.
Yeah, it's really
You ready?
simple.
That's all you do. It's really quite simple. Anyway, thank you, Lou. $15.99 075937. Let's go to the website and have a little look online, and then we'll go to Lou. I mentioned that all of the dies there available individually. Obviously, there is a saving in the large. There is the pick and mix as well. Then we've got the fabulous card folding dies as well. Don't miss out on your lovely, lovely, the fantastic notch and corner punch. Yeah, that is, there's loads of crafters won't have that, but will love that as a gift, or gift it yourself, because that's a corker. Love that stamping platform, just brilliant. And now that I can open the cut and score trimmer, it's fantastic. Makes far more sense now. Brilliant. Right, Lou, what are we going to do?
Okay, we're going to work through most of the things that we've just seen on the counter, actually, starting with one of the stepper dies, just to show you how quick and easy they are to put together. So I'm going to work with the side stepper. This is probably the most common stepper for people that they will have. When you first start card making, you'd have a go at a side stepper. Maybe you'll download a template or something like that and spend your time scoring and measuring and cutting. And you do have to get a craft knife with a side stepper to get in there to cut the right lines and everything. And that just, for some people, just don't like craft knives. They'd prefer to have something safer like a trimmer, for example. That is another benefit, actually, while I'm talking about trimmers, is that trimmer does have the pointed blade. So you can go in halfway through your cardstock and trim an area. You don't have to run it all the way along like you would with a rotary trimmer.
Oh,
Just
liking that as well.
An additional benefit of that. So if anyone has previously made stepper cards by hand, you'll understand the benefit of having this all done for you. All the score lines done for you there. I've just done it on the wrong cards, on the wrong side of my cardstock, but it doesn't matter. It's really easy as well to learn where your folds are, because, let me just show you the back of the packaging. We have got here, just tells you where your mountain, your valley is. So you just check the back of the packaging and you'll be able to see that. And it's quite simple. Once you know which way one fold goes, it's usually just concertina fold the rest of them. I've just done that in mid-air with my hands. I haven't done it with a scoring tool or anything like that, and that's that done. So that's that card base already finished for me. But I also want to add my mats and layers. So to do that, I'm just going to take a coordinating cardstock, beautiful pink flowery cardstock, and pop on the next dies. So if you just place these dies inside of your main die, you'll be able to work out which ones, because they look similar but they are slightly different sizes, some of these, across the set. So I just laid them inside my die, make sure they're the right ones. And then I've also got the next set smaller down as well included in my packet that I'm not going to be using, but you can do. And while I'm running this through, the benefit of having two mats and layers is that very often if we were to put a mat and layer onto our card base, for example, many of us will ink around the edges, and we ink around the edges purely because we like to have that contrast, sort of define the edges there of each of our layers. But now we don't need to do that, because we've got the mats and layers to do a nice dark contrasting colour in one layer, and then put your beautiful pattern paper on top in the next layer, and you've got that nice dark outline for you. So just running these through, it's a bit noisy because they crunch and crack, but that's usually, you find that happens with dies that have a larger area between them. So it's just the plates adjusting as you go over. So take these out, if I can find them. There's one. You never have any problems at all cutting these either, because of course they are nice large space dies, so you don't have a lot of detail to try and get through or anything like that. Okay, and we will see how beautifully they sit on there. So again, no measuring needed. You can just go ahead. I could go in and I could ink the edges and such, but I'm not looking at embellishments today. We're looking at our basics. We're looking at our almost beginner card making today, or stocking up your stash if you're not a beginner. But I think sometimes we forget tools, simple tools like this. We get so carried away with the beautiful dies and embellishments and ribbons and gems and things, and we forget the essentials and the basics, like these card bases, for example, like your trimmers and your tools. And to be honest, I always think a crafter is only as good as their tools are, because if you haven't got the right tools, then it's going to be very hard to make beautiful craft projects that look professional. Now, I've not only got the mats and layers for that larger part, I've also got the mats and layers included for these sections as well, both front and back. So I've actually done the back of there as well. But you don't need to see me sitting and gluing all of those on, because that's not the most exciting TV in the world. So I will move on to now make an envelope for this, because it's an odd, it's a different shape, isn't it, or different shaped card. So we're just sort of saying, well, what do we do about an envelope then? So then we come on to our scoreboard. So we need to first of all measure in inches our card. So this card is coming in at 5.5 inches by about 4.5 inches. Oh, let me just check that. Yeah, 4.5 inches. Okay, so I'm going to now flip over my scoreboard and take out this panel here, which slides out really easily, and I'll take my tool out while I'm here as well. Again, you've got non-slip feet on this, so if I'm working, as you can see, on a glass mat, that's not going to be going anywhere, but I will need to have it the right way round. So on here, we've now got 2 lots of measurements, well, 3 lots of measurements actually. So on the reverse, we've got the instructions for how to make a gift box. So you've got all sorts of different box sizes here, going from 2 inches by 2 inches and 1 inch deep. The last number is the depth of the box, all the way up to, let me see, we've got like 7 by 7 by 1.25. We've got 4 by 4 by 2. There's all sorts there, and it gives you your paper size and your measurements. Maybe we'll get to do a box a little bit later on to show you how easy it is. On the other side, we've got envelope instructions and we've got box envelope instructions. Again, the box envelope instructions are giving you different depths as well. So you were looking at the envelopes earlier and saying, you know, put your money in that, or put more money in that one. That's where you get...
I'm hoping.
Yeah. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Christmas is coming up. So we've got all sorts of different widths or depths on there as well. And that's all, again, the depths is the last number. So I said 4.5 by 5.5, didn't I? So we've actually got a 4.25 by 5.5 A2 envelope here. I want to go a little bit larger than that, so I think I'm going to go with a 4.5 by 6.5. So the first thing we need to do is look at our paper size along this line. Now my paper size is going to be 8 7/8 by 8 7/8. So I need to cut that from my paper. So I can bring in my trimmer first of all. I've got a really pretty paper here that will actually match very well with the card that I've made. And I would suggest if you're going for a pattern paper, just take a look at the back. I mean, this one's white, so it's easy. But if you've got a pattern paper that's maybe got a double-sided, just check the back and make sure it's not like green polka dots on the other side that's going to clash with anything. So 8 7/8 is the square that I need to cut. So I've just pulled out my arm there, and I can pop this in. Now I want to be aware, I want to have one of these floral corners, hopefully as the, like the lid,
for the envelope.
Yeah,
the closing over bit.
Yeah,
the flap.
closing over bit. Yeah. That's the one. So we've got increments. We've actually got 1/16 of an inch increments on here, as well as your centimetres. So I'm just going to pop 8, and that should be 8 7/8. Just closing this down. We've got actually a lip on here. It clicks into place nicely, but we've got a lip on the side, so you can easily lift it up without having to worry about trying to get your fingers underneath it. Great for those of you who maybe have like longer nails and things, and it just simply slides up beautifully. And while I'm with the trimmer, I'll just show you too. It's just down here, I believe, there it is. There's a little gap in the runner, and that's where you take your blade out from. And the same, so the peach colour one is the blade, and that's that pointed blade I was talking about. The white blade that's in your box is, or creamy colour, is the scoring blade. So if you do want to make your own card bases and just score a line up the middle to fold, you can use this one. And again, they just sit in that little gap and they'll slot in, and there you go. Okay, so you can actually, if you like, have both of them in there and use one at a time, because there's enough room at the top and the bottom to move the other one out the way whilst you're using one or the other. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, so I just need to trim this back down to make sure I've got it 8 and 7/8 on both sides. Not just, I did this earlier, I did one side and I got all carried away and forgot to do the other side. Pop that paper to the side. It's a pretty paper, I don't want to waste it. We've got a hook for hanging it up as well, if you want to. Some people like to. Some people have this lovely craft room with all the racking and everything, and they hang things. Very jealous, but mine usually just gets chucked anywhere and I lose it under paper. So then what we need to do is bring in our scoreboard and our, I call this a template, but it's great that it's got the instructions on it. Like I say, on the back of the reverse of the box for the scoreboard, you've got all the instructions that you could possibly need for this. So don't worry about recording or remembering if you don't want to. It's all there for you, so nice and easy to remember.
Fabulous, yeah, it's all there. It's all there on the back of the box there, so yeah. Oh, that's great, that is.
Yeah, really handy to just keep hold of that. Or if you do want to recycle your box, just take a photo of it or something so you've got it to keep. Okay, so now what we need to do is come along our line. So we've got our 4.5 by 6.5 is the envelope we're making. We've cut our paper to the measurements here, the 8 and 7/8 that we said. And then it says the scale mark, which is 3 3/4. Again, I forgot to bring my glasses into the studio, so I'm having to squint to see it. 3 3/4. Obviously, if you're crafting at home, you'll be sat at your desk and you'll be a lot closer to it, so you'll be able to see it much easier. And that 3 3/4 is relating to this. So this is removable, but you want to put it, as you can see, we've got a diagonal line, and just on the end of the scoreboard here, we've got a diagonal line here too. So you want to line this up so that it sits exactly, so it kind of follows on with that line, and that sits in the grooves there in the score, so you can move it up and down, but we can't move it side to side. Okay, so it's nice and sturdy in there. And we want to bring the bottom of our cardstock, when it's pushed against there diagonally, we want to bring it up to that. It was 3 3/4 inch, wasn't it? Yes. So I want to bring it up to the 3 3/4 inch there. So that's sat in there nicely. Bring in my scoring tool, and as it says score here, we're just going to run that down. So it's all reasonably self-explanatory. Once you've done 1 or 2 of these, you'll be well away. Okay, it will take you no time at all. Now, the next one, so I've just scored that this way, and then, sorry, no, I've just scored it this way. I'm going to turn it 90 degrees. Keeping this in place, turn it 90 degrees. I'm not worried about my measurements now, because I've got my first score line. I don't need to think about my measurements anymore. I can just go along, turn it 90 degrees, put that score line, that first score line, so it's level with this little line here. Okay, the bit that sticks out, and work our way around 90 degrees and keep doing that. Put it under. Oops, I just moved that across, so pop that back into place. Put our score line underneath that little lip there, that it's almost like an arrow, and keep scoring round. Once you get to the second twist, so you've twisted once, scored, twist a second time, score, so this is your third score line, you can just double check that your paper is still falling on 3 3/4. It won't, because we're not, at the moment, I'm not doing a square. It may not, well, it won't measure 3 3/4 on the second score line or the fourth score line. It will only measure 3 3/4 on the first and the third, because of the size or the shape of our card. Okay, so that will make sense when you start scoring it, because we're doing a rectangle.
I see.
So as you can see here, my fourth line actually comes all the way down to over 5 inches. Okay, so it's just the first. But as you can see here, we've now got what's starting to look like an envelope shape, if you can see those score lines. So now we can put this aside and we can bring in our punch, which I get very excited about.
Yes,
First of all, now, I've had punches before in the past, corner punches. I haven't had a notch punch before, actually. I'm very excited about this. But the corner punches, I've often found when you put your paper in, there's sometimes some wiggle room, and you punch it, and sometimes you don't get a perfectly even corner, but you do with this every single time. So I'm just going to work my way around, popping the corner in. Think about how beautiful your mats and layers are going to look, your square ones, if you're rounding those corners off perfectly every time. So I've done all 4 corners, and then I turn my punch around to the notch, and where the crosses of the score lines are, I'm just going to place this in, and every time that just fits perfectly with my score lines.
That's just the best.
Cut the notch. There we go.
Oh,
and we work our way
good
on.
is
And
this
is
gizmo.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
It's just the best thing ever. That's a game changer.
I know. How quick and easy. It saves you. You don't have to get your scissors out and start snipping into it or anything like that, which is what we've had to do in the past.
Crikey.
It's a nice, neat finish. All the pieces come out the bottom.
60% of, sorry to interrupt you,
Sorry.
the extended, you see, because it sold out earlier, 60% of the extended, which I think is the 11th of November. Was it? No, maybe I made that up. Oh, no, I didn't, yeah. Well, it's gone. 60%'s gone, so please don't miss out. If Maureen's out, get her one because she'll want it. She'll give you the tenner back. That is fantastic. $9.99, 422-455. Look at that, you see?
Yeah, it really is easy. All I would do then, just to finish that off, is pop in. Obviously, if you want to do any stamping, any inking, cut any mats and layers for it, do it all while it's flat. But once you're happy with your envelope, and obviously I've used a lovely pattern paper, so I don't need to do any colouring.
Poshest envelope ever. That's so
beautiful.
beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? You can line it as well while it's still flat. Pop in and just do a slightly smaller version and pop the liner in. Sometimes I like to score across here and fold it under. Sometimes I don't.
I like a lined envelope because it's just a nice surprise when you open it.
You could use
special, isn't it?
Just use the same pattern paper as you do for your card. Fold that over. I've got that floral on the lip there, as I said, and I've got a really pretty envelope that just perfectly fits that card. So that's making a stepper card from scratch, obviously minus the embellishments.
Lou, me notch and potch, me punch and notch. It's gone.
It's gone again.
Technically gone again. Can you give me any more?
Because I keep using it. Every time I use it, it goes.
Well done, everybody. Sorry, I just thought I'd ask. 422-455. No, that's it. Well done, you. If any bounce back, I'll let you know. But they have now technically sold out again. Sorry, my darling. I just had to tell everybody that.
That's fine. That's that finished anyway. That was perfect timing.
Brilliant. Let's have a quick recap then on the stepper cards. Yes, we have got the dies that the full collection. Lou was just using one of the 6. So you've got the matte and layering, and the one Lou was using, you've got 2 different matte and layer sizes there. You have got the centre stepper, you've got the side stepper. I don't know, you've got loads there, haven't you? What are all the names, everybody? Side stepper card set, centre stepper card set. Moving up there, we've got that scalloped edge there, the scalloped stepper, the high centre stepper. Again, the matte and layering for those, all the measurements done for you. The 4 stepper, yeah. And so you've got 6 different stepper card varieties there, the centre stepper there as well. Absolutely stunning. And then, yes, the centre stepper easel, which I was really quite taken with. That's such an unusual card there. Absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that you can twist them on the sides as well. Really, really creative and inventive cards that are a little bit different. If you look at some of these lovely samples here as well, just beautiful, aren't they? Love that one, which you normally would put, as Lou was saying, on the side like that, which you just made. But how different is it that way round? Isn't that gorgeous as well? Yeah, it makes it so different. And there's just so beautiful, aren't they? Just gorgeous. The cards that are just a little bit different, just a little bit more unusual. Going back to the basics, but not being just your dull folds. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Look at that with the scalloped edge there. How beautiful is that? And again, on the side, totally changes it up. £69.94 for the whole set. 74 dies, 631249. You can get them individually, and we have got them on a pick and mix as well. Buy any 2 as well. Half stock gone now, the full collection. I'm not surprised because it just takes away all the stress of the measuring, doesn't it? One run through the die cutting machine and you just fold and go, don't you? You're just ready to start the fun bit, really. The stamp platform, absolutely brilliant. This can do any size because the edges allow that openness in terms of your cardstock or your paper. You've got those 4 really strong magnets already with the little lips for the easy grip. You've got the measurements and the inches and the centimetres at the side. You've got the lovely mat under there as well to stop any scratching of your table, but also a lovely surface there as well for it to cling to. And then the key thing here is that when you close that lovely agile lid, you can see if you're in the correct position before you stamp, and then press to you know, exert the pressure and obviously then do the stamp. So just a brilliant, great tool, really strong, really versatile. Because that pocket size, if you like, well, not handbag size, you know, because you've got those edges which are flat, you can go for your big A3 projects as well. 165487, 1999. The scoreboard that Lou was just using with the envelope guide on the back, plus the scoring tool, plus those rubber feet as well. Absolutely brilliant. Love seeing that envelope maker on the back there. It's all tidily tucked away underneath. And then don't forget, you've got on the back the instructions for all those different card and box making. 2199 154018. And we've also got the paper trimmer as well on the show. Let's have a little look at the paper trimmer on the website there. I love the scorer. I love the fact that the blade has that sharp, pointy blade, so you can actually decide where on the card to cut from, as opposed to having to slice the whole thing. $15.99 there. Love the fact it's got a little hook to hang on it as well. 075937, great gift idea. Don't forget as well, on simple as this for $15.99, you can use your Flex Extravaganza and spread the cost over November and December. Yeah, fantastic. And we've also got on the show our fantastic nesting dies. Scalloped, inverted scalloped edges. We've had a question from Brenda. She would just like to see one of these cut out. Is that possible, Lou? Just to see what the scalloped edge looks like when you use one of the nested dies.
Yeah, of course. I was actually going to just do a simple card base and cut some mats and layers, but inverted rather than... what's the opposite to inverted? Outverted? I don't know. Inverse? I don't know. Either way, I'll show you both ways. Okay.
Outward, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. So I'm just going to quickly...
Inverse, revert, I don't know.
Could be. And to quickly use my tools just to create myself a card base from A4 paper. Now, one thing I've always found is when you fold a piece of A4, no matter what score line you use or how much you measure it, you'll never quite get it perfect. That's me anyway. So I'm just going to trim the little bit of excess off with the trimmer there and take this out. Now I'm also going to do my mats and layers, so just pop this on, cut that down to size. I just need my pencil. I did actually sharpen it yesterday. I remembered to sharpen it yesterday. Trim this mat and layer.
Is Monday pencil sharpening day?
It is. No. It's just getting ready to come here and knowing that I'm likely to be making little lines. So, to make a really pretty card base, I've chosen a couple of different papers. There, I've got a little bit of paper in that piece of cardstock in there. So I've got a beautiful peachy colour cardstock. Then I've got a really lovely pattern paper as well. And I'm just going to cut my mats and layers first.
Okay.
And then we'll do the cutting, only because as you do your mats and layers and then cut the next stage, I like to work from the top down, which is actually then the last piece to get cut to size. So it'll all make sense in a moment. So could have had these trimmed down already.
That's all right. I'll mention the fact that with our inverted scallop nestables, you can go for a pick and mix, pick any two. You can go for singular ones. Pick and mix. I mean, I'm obsessed with the slim rectangles and the DL size. I think they're a bit special because I don't get to see those.
Yeah.
But you can pick and mix with the rounds as well. So there, you've got 3 different sizes of the rectangular there, and then the lovely edges on the octagon and hexagon and your rounds and squares. Beautiful.
Lovely. So I've then got there a really lovely mat and layer card. I could just glue that if I wanted to, just like that. But of course, with the trimmer and the scoreboard, I've got really nice, neat finished edges. And I'm going to take 3 of the nesting dies, 3 consecutive. So the largest one is going to go into my top layer. So a little bit of tape on this one, and I tend to do this one at a time. I'm just eyeballing this, I'm not measuring it at all, just it kind of looks central there. So let's run this one through and see what it looks like. So we have got up to 8 inches in either height or depth with these, or width with these dies.
Yeah.
So you will usually need a larger machine for your larger dies.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you can't use many of the smaller ones. If you've got a smaller die cutting machine, maybe you're looking to upgrade in the future, but not yet. You can just use up to what your machine will take, and then you're kind of future-proofing yourself with your dies then, having the larger sizes to hand. So let's have a look at what these look like when they are cut, because I love that you get the two different looks from it.
Yes, of course, the aperture as well.
Yes, and I'm actually going to be using the aperture rather than the positive cut. I'm just very carefully, my tape was brand new there, so carefully removing it. So if I put this on that colour cardstock, hopefully you can see, in fact I might just turn that over so you can really see the pattern around the edge that you're getting. It's a bit postage stamp or like the edge of lacing or something, isn't it? Really beautiful. But then, if we look,
like a Pico postage stamp.
Oh, I said PK.
PK. Is it? Oh, you're probably
wrong.
right. It's me that's wrong. Probably.
I'm not very good with fabrics. I'll turn that over actually so you can really clearly see that. And that's the edge you get on the opposite, the negative. I'm going to be using that edge rather than using the Pico? PK?
I'm going with you, Pico.
I'm most likely wrong. So I'm going to...
We never got to what was the opposite of inverted.
No, we haven't got there
I bet
yet.
Jenny knows. It is Pico.
There,
We don't pronounce
PK.
the T.
Ah.
Pico.
Right, so then I'm going to place my next die down inside that aperture, just making sure all of my edges are nice and neat and the same size. Pop that one down, run, that's about there, run that one through. So really, really quick and beautiful matting and layering this way. But for a gorgeous aperture, something a little bit different. If you want to have a shaker in there, if you want to have something hanging down maybe, you know, invisible thread, if you can get hold of it, grab it, because you can just have little embellishments or anything hanging in there. Even if you just thread it through and have some little beads on there, almost like a shaker without the mess of the glitter. So just releasing this. Again, nesting dies, simple design, so you're not going to have any trouble cutting them whatsoever.
I think we've got some low-tack tape on our 7-day savers.
Perfect.
I'm sure I saw some purple the other day. Go on, I'm sure I saw some purple low-tack tape. Maybe someone was just teasing me what I couldn't have.
Quite possibly. I know I was here last week and we had red liner tape.
Yeah, I thought I saw purple, but maybe the weeks are just blurring. Do you
Quite
ever have
possibly.
that?
Oh, yes.
I think what was last week was last month. It's probably changed on Sunday.
It probably was.
It has actually, because it's Tuesday today, isn't it?
So I'm just going to do the last layer there, that smallest die, using the previous two as a guide, popping that into my card base, the front of my card base, and opening the card up so that it only cuts through the front layer. Don't forget to do that piece. Although these dies are really good quality, they will actually go through, firstly, card bases, which are usually 300, 350 GSM, but they'll also go through 2 layers. So if you want to cut through front and back, sometimes you have to run them through more than once, but they will go through quite well. So, as well as my card base here, which I'm just going to gently release. Again, I've just used a brand new piece of tape. So, I have something called an adhesive eraser, which I think somebody found online earlier after I used it. So, I've got a little bit of glue there from my tape. Adhesive eraser. I don't think that's what it's called on the craft store, though. That's what I call mine. Fold this in half. And I will glue these down quickly so you can see the effect. Just making sure I've got them the right way because I didn't measure anything to make sure that was central. Just putting my glue around the edge of my layer and then around the edge of my aperture. And I'm just using a wet glue. This is just a very quick card base, but it looks so pretty when it's finished. And of course you can use foam tape if you prefer rather than using your flat glue. Depends if you've got the scoreboard and you can make yourself a box envelope to put it in, then of course you can go any depth you like. Popping that around the outside, that's just so pretty. And then what I'm going to do here, if I am giving a gift, I would use these as my gift tag. It's all coordinating. Absolutely, you never ever get rid of the waste. Now this is going to have a lot of need a lot of glue adhesive on this one because I've just torn that right off. So we'll turn it over, I think, and use stick the gluey side down on the reverse. There. Okay, so now we've got, obviously we need to pop a stamped sentiment or some flowers or something on there, but we've got our card, and then we've got a little gift tag that perfectly matches, all made from just those 3 dies there, the ovals. So hopefully, who was it?
Brenda.
Brenda. I was going to say Barbara.
Barbara's probably watching as well.
I've got my Nana Brenda and my Auntie Barbara on, and I knew it was one of those. It's not actually one of those, but
what are the chances?
One of those. There you go.
Absolutely gorgeous. And those lovely scalloped nestable dies in the ovals are available. You can buy them on their own, or you can go for them in the pick and mix. We've got hexagons, octagons, rectangles. We've got the DL size, the slim rectangles. We've got the squares. We've got the rounds as well. So 73 dies in total if you go for the whole shebang. But individually they are available. And also you can go for the pick and mix for £29.98, 402 172. Full collection is 918387, and like I said, 73 dies. That is phenomenal. And you've got a £10 saving, and that's on 3 flexi-buy payments to spread the cost over November, December and January of £36.64. It might be that you want to keep some and gift some. Absolutely fabulous, yeah. Now the steppers as well, similar situation. You can go for the whole collection, which is just under £70, £69 something, 94. You can go for the pick and mix of 2, or you can go for the singular ones as well. And these are 74 dies in total, and they're really going to take the ease out of those stepper cards. Oh, that's working out at less than £1 a die. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, if we look, I mean, look at the size. Some of those dies are big. Big dies there as well. And then on that one, for instance, you've got the matte layering of 2 different sizes as well. So it's not just the great scoring and shaping and measuring of the stepper card itself. You've got the matte and layering as well. 2 flexi-buy payments of £34.97, 631249. People are going for these individually. I don't blame you. They are beautiful. I'm loving the stepper easel. And the scalloped, yes, I think that we all like, that's the stepper easel, because you've got the little lip there. We love the little ladder stepper. I think they're called something else, but I'm just making it up. And there's the scalloped one, but I think everybody loves the fact that you can turn that one its side, Lou, like you've done, made a little posy box out of it.
Yeah, and either way as well.
Beautiful.
You can turn it left
We've got a window in that one. Hey? Oh.
There's lots of different ways, and as you just had a look at the underneath and the inside, you could actually have it almost upside down as well, so it sits with I'll show you. Should I cut one of those?
Yeah, go on, let's cut one. Let's do it, Lou.
I actually had one of these scallop ones ready to cut, so
we've got about 10 minutes.
Save me saying to Fiona, no, left a bit, right a bit, no, turn it up the
and
other
you
way.
know you're on a hiding to nothing, Lou. On a hiding to nothing with that.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We've got 10 minutes. We might as well.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll do one of these. We might get time to do a box envelope or something for it.
That'd be nice.
See what
I'm
time
intrigued with a box envelope with a bit of depth.
Easy peasy. It's just 2 score lines instead of 1. You work your way around.
She says.
So the punch has gone again. So I will need to show you how to work without the punch. It won't be as professional, but you can still make beautiful envelopes and such. Before I fold this, I'm just going to pop my mats and layers in as well. So I've got a nice wood grain paper here that will work beautifully with everything. I like to colour coordinate the card, the pattern paper, so the card base, the pattern paper, and then the box or the envelope paper and cardstock at the same time, get it all ready, rather than having to worry about, oh, I didn't quite have the right colour to then go ahead and do a coordinating envelope.
Right.
So cut these. So very simple again, the score lines are all there for me, the measurements are all there for me. All I need to do is, besides catch my plates, is mountain and valley fold. So once you've mountain folded, usually the front fold, so if you work out where the front of the card is, the first one will be a mountain usually, and then valley, mountain. So just concertina fold everything. Again, I'm doing it in mid-air there. I'm not needing to use any scoring tools. Everything's done beautifully, and there we go. And this one has a lovely little bit of a rock to it as well.
So when you're saying upside down, that's what you meant?
Nope.
No.
This is the normal way.
That's the normal way.
What I meant by upside down. So you can have it this way.
Ah.
So you can then have a decoration, so it can sit like this with some florals at the bottom, anything like that. That actually then looks like a cloud. So if it's a new baby card, if you want to pop a stalk or something in there, or a nice sunshine or something, you can actually use your nesting dies to create a sunshine.
Yes, you could. Yes, the little
I think,
circular
did you
ones.
mention that earlier? Did you say you saw a sunshine shape?
Sunshine, for sure, sunshine in the circuit.
So then we've got our mats and layers again. You've got 2 layers of these if you want them, but I'm just going to be using the one. This blue doesn't perfectly match. I've said about perfectly matching, and it's not the perfect blue for this, but we'll get close as we can. I'm just going to layer these on, and then are you happy for me to go ahead and make
Yes, I'm very happy.
Would you like a box or a box envelope?
Ooh, I just want an envelope with a bit of depth, so I don't know what that means.
That's a box envelope.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
A box is a full-on box with a separate lid, so that's 2 pieces. So as you can see, just pop your mats and layers. You've got mats and layers, so we've got the back piece there as well. We've got pieces that come on the sides too, so you can really go ahead and decorate. And of course, if you are putting it in a different orientation, so if you're sitting it like so, or if you decided you want to have it as a sideways card, either or, the mats and layers are still going to fit really well.
Yes.
Okay, so for this, what I need to do to make my box envelope, as requested, is measure this. Again, measure it in inches, so it's just over 5.5 inches by 4.5. So actually we're going to be very similar to the size that we were looking at before. So then come to your guide here, and we're looking at envelope box this time. So we want 5.5 by 4.5. We've actually got what have we got here? Just checking. We've got 6.5 by 5 and 1/8. So that will work. And then that's got 3/4 of an inch depth. So that will be perfect. So we can do this one. So we need to start with a 10 by 10 inch piece of paper, and then we need to score at notch 5 and 6. So I'll keep that there. Remind me.
That's the best guide ever. That is
10, 5, and 6. Yeah, and it's got so many different measurements on it, and the depths, of course, it's got all of those. So you can. It's not just one depth suits all. So it's not 1 inch all over or anything like that. So popping this in my trimmer to 10 inches, and the same to 10 inches here. Usually they start off as a square, which is nice and simple to remember. You don't usually have measurements that are odd for the beginning. And then bring in my scoring board. Now, this time, we're going to be doing 2 lines. Okay, so we're going to do exactly the same as we did for the general envelope. So we're going to bring this, it was 5 and 6. Thank you so much. So we're just going to start by putting our paper up to number 5 there, against that board, and then the score line 5. Work our way all the way around again.
Point to point.
At 5.
Yeah.
So all 4 here.
So that's the 5.
And then we move it to the 6, and we do the same again. It's as simple as that.
Fantastic.
There we go. So just make sure, so that's got to be down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to remember which one I've just done. I'm going to put it back just so I can remember which one I've just done, because I'm not concentrating. So it's the inner one. So the inner one needs to come under there. So that's going to be...
Inner one. Yeah.
So I've just done that one, so then I need to do the 6, don't I?
Yeah.
I'm losing my track. There we go. 6 inches there.
Yes, as long as we've got those 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
so there we go. And then that's...
Up to that's your
that
outie.
one, and then we need
Yeah.
to come...
Your innie.
That one. There we
Yeah.
go. So we've got the same as our envelope. We've got the square in the middle. You can now check that that space is going to fit your card.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got your 4 corners, which are all going to fold in, but you've got your additional depth there as well. So what I would usually do with the punch is I would come in and I would take out these notches and I would take the corners out. So I'm going to show you without the punch, because we don't have it anymore. So what we'd be doing is snipping away these corners. So you can see how much more time consuming it's going to be.
Only we had a punch.
Yeah, I think I will go round with the punch purely to... So if it comes back in stock, you can grab it, just to speed up. But if you don't have the punch, if you didn't manage to get hold of it,
It still
you can,
works.
no, you can still make these.
Lovely,
It's
jubbly.
just so much quicker with like so. So rather than going round as we did with the envelope, we did 1 notch. We're going round to each of the crosses and doing 2 instead.
With 60 seconds, Lou.
Well, you can
Tremendous.
see how it's come together.
Yeah.
And then we'll just need to, just to finish this off, you'll just need to snip in This is all on the back of the box.
Oh,
for
sorry,
you.
Lou, got 4 minutes. I thought I just heard a countdown. I've got 60 seconds.
Oh,
I thought I just heard that. Somebody said
imagining
something to me. Sorry, darling. You've got a
That's
luxurious 3.5 minutes.
Way, there's loads of time. So just snip in. Again, I'm not going to go over that piece because you just go onto the back of your box. You've got all the measurements, all the guidelines and instructions there for you. Just hoping I can get this shown for you. Pull your tabs in, and what you'll do is bring these in, bring that up. You'll add your glue, again, your tape or your glue to the sides as you did there, so nice and easy.
Would you use tape liner or glue, or what would you recommend for your,
I prefer tape just because it's quicker and
Yeah.
easier, but of course if you like glue and you're happy, I would pop a little paper clip where I'm holding it. I'd probably pop a little paper clip there and just give that the time to dry. And then, as you can see, if you've got lots of embellishments on your card, so if you've got flowers and all of these on there, you can pop that in, and that's got then that
Isn't that
depth.
fantastic?
There, obviously, it'll be neater because you'll have finished it off with the glue, but I'm just holding it together.
That's
you can
fantastic.
see, yeah, really
brilliant,
professional looking, aren't they?
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I love
so
them.
good. That little gizmo on your score is just fantastic.
Yep, fantastic. And just concentrate when you're doing your lines, so you don't forget where you're going.
Well, we're bothering you now, and you're trying to present, aren't you? Let's have a little look at that scoreboard. This is what we're talking about. This is what Lou's been using. It's an absolute fantastic board. I mean, yes, obviously it does the scoring, but then neatly tucked behind it, you have that envelope gauge behind it there as well with your scorer. There it is. And as you said to me, Lou, all the instructions is on the back, isn't it?
Yes, on the back for both the envelope boxes and the general boxes, the lid and the base boxes as well. Again, in different sizes, different depths for those boxes as well.
Yeah, brilliant. $21.99. Brilliant, beautiful professional finished envelopes there. 154018. Absolutely fantastic. We've got the stamp platform on the website as well. And we've also got the paper trimmer, the cut and score trimmer as well. Separate collection, is here. You can get all of the dies, 74 dies in total, and you've got the 2 matte and layering dies in there as well. You can go for the pick and mix, or you can go for them individually as well. But to be honest, most people are going for the full collection, and I would, wouldn't you, Lou?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Then you've just got them, haven't you?
Such fantastic, just cards that are that little bit more different there. And we've got that on 2 Flexi-Buy payments of £34.97, saving you £5 as well. 631249. When are you back in with us, Lou?
I'm not sure now because next week I've got a week off.
Oh, that's a rare thing.
So I'm not sure when I'm back. It'll be
So you're going to turn the
December.
phone off, not answer the door, incognito.
Vacation reply on the email. Oh.
Yeah, unreachable.
I'm going away on a course, so.
Are you?
Yeah.
Is that to do with your hip therapy?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm whispering that. Everybody heard. Are people allowed to know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
it's a hypnotherapy course. She's a woman of many talents. That's fabulous. Oh, good for you. That's going to be absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. So a nice rest in a way that you'll be doing something different.
Absolutely, and hopefully the pool at the hotel's open.
Ooh, that's a game changer.
We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Lou. Look forward to seeing you when we do then, my darling.
Thank you very much.
Just want to mention as well, the stamp platform proving very popular as well. £19.99, 165487, and it's got that different attribute of being able to see your placement is correct before you stamp in, press in to stamp. And well done if you got the punch, the notch punch. That was absolutely fantastic. Hopefully we'll bring that back again. Tell me we love it.
I'm sure we
want
will.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me we want more of those, Don't forget to check out your baskets. Now, we've got a lovely evening ahead of us as well. We've got Jenny and the One Day Special, and we've got lovely Gavin and the Puzzle Company. So all of your Christmas gifts ideas are going to be sorted for you. Yes, with our lovely Yanis, who's going to take you through the rest of the evening. And, have a lovely Christmas if it's the new year when we see
And
you.
you.
Oh, bless you. Can't believe it's going to be that long, but fabulous. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, some beautiful William Morris One Day Special materials there in the fat quarters and the half meters. Let's see what's left. Then Gavin will take us through all those Christmas gift ideas with a Happy Puzzle Company and then repeat the special.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Well, good evening, everybody. So our second opportunity to lay our eyes on this beautiful collection of fabrics. We're not talking any old fabrics. We are talking William Morris & Co. 20 pieces of the most sumptuous fat quarters. Each one iconic in design. It screams William Morris. It has a classic provenance and it's fabric that will inspire you. Look at the designs, the colours, the history that's absorbed within this fabric, and it could be yours. All 20 of these. Someone else who's definitely going to inspire you is our lovely Jenny. Jenny, hello.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you too, Jenny.
And I think you were saying exactly the right things about that fabric.
Oh,
it is classic, it is timeless, it is taking time from way back 100 plus years ago, bringing it forwards, and it's still attractive, it's still beautiful. I think when you look at some, it's a bit like music, isn't it? Some of the day's music comes and goes, but this design has been around for so long and it's still lovely, it's still beautiful, it graces any home, be you modern, be you classic, be you neo-Gothic or whatever it happens to be, it will actually grace and enhance your home. I think it's a lovely collection of fabrics. And in the 20 fat quarter bundle, deliberately they put a wide range of colours together. So you will find there are sets that go together. So you've got turquoises, teal colours, you've got your blues, you've got your reds. So you can use them for different projects. You haven't got to sit down and think, God, I've got 20 fat quarters, I've got to put them all together. No, you've got a series of different collections of colours you could put together that will match whatever setting you choose to put them in and whatever object you choose to make, be it furnishings, be it quilting things, be it art accessories, be it things for children, things for yourself. This collection will inspire.
Just looking at all the different designs you're going to get within this one-day special, it is an absolute feast for the eyes, and you're seeing exactly what Jenny was telling you. I have to say, a lot of you were buying in between the hours. We were approaching 40% of the stock for the one-day special, and just thinking about this, expanding on what Jenny has said, projects that you might have in mind at home, thinking about using the different elements, the fact that you have got those colour families that you can play with, but also, and this is the most important part, I think, with William Morris, it's iconic designs. You look at the fabric here, and it screams William Morris.
Yes,
It's very rare for a piece of fabric. There are a few companies that are able to do this.
Yes.
Where they're iconic designs, you look at them from a distance, you know, that is William Morris, and this is what you get. That's why it's so
Absolutely.
special.
And as I said on the earlier show, he's not making any more.
He's not making any more.
No, rather sadly, we have lost him quite some time ago, but his designs are
Living
timeless.
on and giving us fun. Now, I've got to tell you, because it's coming from America, these are American fat quarters. $69.99 is your price. You are saving £10, and you are splitting the price as well in half with your flex paint, if you want to. £35 today, and then £35 in 4 weeks' time. I've got to tell you, all the fabrics on the show, once it's gone, it has gone as well. And that's important, because remember, we're at 40% of the stock now for the one-day special. That's after one live hour. This is the second live hour. Everything will be dispatched on the 26th of November. So that's a one-day special. But you will see more fabric behind it. We're going to start exploring this right now. Before we do that, let's just jump onto the website as well. The website is our friend. Have a little look. We've got another fat quarter bundle for you. So this is a 9-piece fat quarter bundle for $35.99. So do maybe check that out, see if that tickles your fancy. And we also have books by the one and only Jenny Raymond. I have to say, these are worth their weight in gold. And you don't need me to tell you this. The 5-star reviews speak volumes. So do have a little look. Jenny is prolific in her writing and her publishing, so she brings us such fantastic projects to do. Also, what I love, every time Jenny comes in, and when we come back to shot, I know Jenny's not in shot at the moment, just have a look at, whenever I work with Jenny, I look at her attire, because normally she's wearing something she's made. Love your waist jacket.
Oh, thank you. Well, this is sort of Bargello design, and it's the same waistcoat pattern. All my waistcoat patterns are the same pattern, I'm afraid. I only ever bought the one. But this is Bargello on the front, and I think it's got a plain
nice
back. Very often I have a textured one. You will find out if you want to know how to make textured waistcoats. They are actually in the very first book I wrote, which isn't sadly on the show, called Tucks, Textures and Pleats. And you have to say that carefully. So there you go.
You have said that very. I'm glad you said that, not me. Right, we're going to start looking at our pick and mix here. So 2.5 meters for $13.99. But can we just pause for a moment and think about this? $13.99. 2 choices, and you're seeing there's lots of options here. But we've got a Flextravaganza event now. How often here at the craft store do you, well, you just never ever, outside of a Flextravaganza event, you will never ever see a flexi payment on a price this low. You can split that price though as it stands. So do take advantage of Flextravaganza, taking it down to $6.99. We're going to start going through some options. We're starting off as we mean to go on. Jenny, that is a beautiful.
That's one of my favourites.
Design.
I like that very much. My other favourite you will come to eventually. But that is such a pretty fabric. It has the teal elements in it. It's got a little spot of gold. It's got the deeper turquoises in it. The creamy colours, that little tiny weeny bit of white. And the design just wanders happily over the fabric.
It's light. It's fanciful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes. Delightful.
There you go.
And it actually goes very well with the one that's next door to it, the blue one.
There you go. And this is your next option. So we're just going to go through. Do go onto the website and have a look at all the different options, and you can get the names. But we'll just go through and show you the designs.
Then you've got a lovely gold. That's almost a
Marigold
blender,
tan, yeah.
but it's a classic. So that's going to grace any sofa if you happen to just want a cushion, as indeed with the next one, which is a big, bold design.
Now we've got a honeysuckle and tulip.
Now that, pause there, Jan, sorry to interrupt you, but I've actually done it as a cushion. So on the top here, we have that fabric made up as a cushion.
Oh yeah.
So it's a fabric that's just asking to be used as one big, splendid piece. And so if you bought the ½ meter of that, you're going to get 2 amply sized cushions out of it. And I just use it on the front and put something else on the back, because why do you want to waste that lovely fabric?
It's the kind of cushion you'd expect to find in a manor house.
Totally.
Sitting there maybe in a library.
Yes.
Or by an open fire.
Yes, but even on one of today's modern sofas that you bought in a minimalist room, you want that splash of something rather different. Classy.
Yeah, there we go. Classy like yourself, Jenny.
Thank
okay, we're going to move on. This is your willow. A willow in linen as well. That's another nice.
It is another lovely fabric. I love the creamy colours. You know, many things in my house are creamy, and it would just fit in totally.
Another very sophisticated choice is your Acon. This is the first sellout of the hour. Is it gone? I'm sorry. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. No, no, you can't. You can't see it. It's gone, I'm afraid. Next we have. Now that's pretty.
Yes.
So it's a spatula's button. Oh, bachelor's button.
That's a malapropism if ever I've heard one. Or is it a spoonerism? It's one of the two.
I don't know why. And my lovely producer Kim, she's so articulate in my ear. It is me. I don't know why, Kim, I mishear you, because it is totally me. It's not you. So I apologise. But look, beautiful fabric.
Your spatula's button. Yes, I think it is actually, just different. There's a lovely mutton on there with a spatula.
Lovely. There you go. Oh, no, that's nice. This is Theodosia Blue.
Yes, now this is something, Fiona was having difficulty in actually saying the name, but I feel this has Tudor elements in it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can see the royal court of Queen Elizabeth I marching down with her padded various bits and bobs, her gold embroidery and everything else like that. So I think that has elements of way back in the past, even before I was born.
Would you embroider over that?
I think you could. I think you could add gold and all sorts of things onto that.
That would be nice. That would be lovely. Okay. Oh, I've got to tell you, half the stock's gone here. Look, can we just pause for a moment? I know we're showing you everything. All I would say is, and I'm by no means trying to twist your arm into checking out, but we've already seen one sellout. We're looking at how things are going. We're going to have more sellouts. So as it stands, we are going to be losing options. So my advice, if you know you're going to be taking advantage of the pick and mix, I would choose sooner rather than later, because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to go for an option and then finding it sold out. So that's just my humble opinion. You can choose to take it or not. Okay, so now we've got our sunflower mint.
Another lovely one, that one.
Subtle.
The other thing to reinforce is when it's gone, it's gone. There are no more.
Good point.
So, you know, if people are havering, grab it quick, or
You
you
said
won't
that.
have it.
You guys at home wouldn't have seen, but Jenny said that to me. You look very stern. That's
Oh,
kind
I'm sorry. If
Do you know
that was almost the death stare.
It
see,
looked like
you will.
the look you would give when you're monitoring your city and guilds, going in, checking out their work, or as we go through. I felt like I turned up late to class. Now, what have we got here? This is your seaweed dotty?
Yes, I like that. Now, that's such a useful fabric. You know, if you've chosen 3 half meters and you want a 4th, stick that in your basket, because that's useful. It's going to go with so many different things, not just your William Morris collection, but others.
And if anyone knows, it's our Jenny. Now, I've got bad news, Jenny.
What?
The Marigold Red's gown.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone again.
2 sellouts.
Ooh, crikey.
Yes, so Marigold Red, don't look at it. Don't look at it. You can't look at it because it's gone.
You can't have it.
Now, you can look at this beautiful trellis. That's nice. Oh, actually, that's another one where it really harps back to a different era.
Yeah, very much so.
Beautiful. Over here, oh, by the way, the trellis, extremely busy, 60% of the stock. It could be going the same way as our other sellouts. Then we have...
Now
this
that
is your
again
poppy.
is such another useful fabric, because it tones in with so many of the William Morrises. It picks up that creaminess in lots of his designs and will provide the rest against the dramatic quality of very many of the more intricate designs.
So that's your poppy and cream, and it's another popular one. So if you want to be like the cat that got the cream, get that into your basket. That was for you, Marcus. Then we have...
My favourite, one of my favourites. I just love the soft colours there.
Yeah, it's nice bramble charcoals.
Yep.
That's nice. It gives a lot of depth.
Yes.
Do you tend to find with a pick and mix, Jenny, how does your mind work? Are you thinking about getting just individual standalone designs, or are you thinking about playing them together?
I probably want the 2 that went together, because I would know then I could do something with it. You really want 3 or 4. If you have 4, then, and you're going to do something patchworky, you have the ability to have no 2 pieces touching. 4 is the magic number for no 2 pieces touching.
4 is the magic number. I like that. Now, I always pay attention to Ben, our floor manager. He's like a meerkat, and when his senses, he goes upright. We know there's breaking news, and I can tell you that our poppy cream and our bramble charcoal are limited stock. Don't know how you sense these things, Ben. There we go, you just knows. So, limited stock there, they're going to go. I will keep looking at Ben for any more breaking news. Ben stood up straight again because we've got more news. The Brer Rabbit, I'm afraid, sold out.
Oh no!
The Wabbit's gone.
The Wabbit's gone, because the Wabbit went so well with the seaweed.
That, I'm actually a little bit sad about that. Can I just, I know it's gone, but this is beautiful.
It's very pretty.
Look, but it's, oh, you can't even see anything there, but you can't see. It is available, though, in the fat quarter bundle, but the rabbit, as far as half meters, gone. All right, then we have, this is the Snakehead Aqua.
Yes.
It's a good name.
Yes, it is a name. I think I would prefer just to have, I think the snake bit's rather sad because it's such a magnificent design. But then snakeheads way back in those days were probably had very many more different meanings to them. It's not a snake head, it's a wonderful design.
It's a beautiful design.
Yes, I love
then
that.
If you've ever seen a snake, have you ever seen a snake up close? They're incredible creatures.
Yes, the scales and the beauty of that. So perhaps that's what he was looking at.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I can tell you, this is very popular. Snakehead Aqua, over 70% of the stock. Very nice. Okay, what? Look at that for a piece of fabric. I got 4 words for you, Jenny.
What's that?
Get in my basket.
Yes, isn't it pretty?
Isn't that nice?
That is just so pretty. It is just delightful. It's bedroom, it's boudoir, it's pretty. I just like that one.
That's beautiful. Jasmine blush has to be, yeah, I'm going to say, has to be popular. Limited stock here. You're getting an idea of how busy we are now. Apologies, I know we were taking a little bit of time to go through these, but it's worth it because we want to give you updates where everything currently stands. Here, I think this is another poppy. Is it poppy and blue? Oh, poppy navy. There we go, it's close. So that's your poppy navy. Do you know, not just limited stock. Producer Kim has said, and she articulated beautifully, extremely limited.
Even more than just limited. It's,
oh, no,
well,
extremely.
again, it's another good mixing fabric with so many of his designs. It goes well with, I think, the one next door to it, from what I can see.
Let's have a look at this. Ooh, that's your snakehead in sage. That's beautiful. That's classic. This is what I love about William Morris. Every one of these designs iconic.
Yes.
Every one. Yes. Next one, oh, that is stunning. London Dusk could be one of my favourites. 3/4 of stock. The Jasmine Blush, London Dusk, and one of the early ones definitely falling into my basket. What was it you said? 4? Pick 4, right?
Pick 4, yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got the purpley one, and that one Fiona loved. Now, I like that because it'll go very well with greys.
Spoken like a very talented sewer, and thinking about how you're going to go to use it. That's interesting. That grey would look beautiful. And then finally, we have a honeycomb red. So, showing you the choices that you're getting. It is a pick and mix. $13.99. You get any 2, or you can pick just 2 of one if you want it, but $13.99. Get your choice. I think go with Jenny's advice, thinking about how you play them off against each other. You cannot go wrong. There are no bad choices here, and I have to say the price is incredible. Don't forget you can split that price in half. See, this is the joy of our Flextravaganza event. Whenever you see a Flextravaganza event, take advantage, because next time we have William Morris, if we're bringing half meters, you're not going to be able to split $13.99 in half as part of our Flextravaganza. 406-346 your item number. Enough from me, we're going to head over to the very talented Jenny. I can't wait to see what we've got, Jenny.
Right, well, what I'm going to do, we have also 3 bundles of fat quarters. And we've got a red one, a blue one, and a greeny coloured one. There's 9 fat quarters in there. Okay, so I've used the red fat quarter bundle, and I have cut 2.5-inch strips, and I've sewn them together to make a striped band. So I had a band made up of this. You've got the seaweedy one, you've got the honeycomb one, and the one whose name I cannot remember, to do with strawberries or something of that nature. So I had my fat quarter. Now I chose 2.5-inch wide cut strips, and having stitched 3 strips together, I then cut it into squares. Now, if I cut 2.5-inch strips, that's really 2. So we take the seam allowance off. So 3 2s are, Yanis?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just getting some information there, Jenny. I thought I'd go to the bottom of the class.
Right.
Tell me...
His mathematics are appalling. 3 times 2. Come on, viewers, shout it at the screen.
What, 3 times 2 is 6?
6, thank you.
I was getting fed information, I apologise.
Not a problem. In fact, you weren't paying attention to the pearls of wisdom dropping from my mouth.
Jenny, I feel
Neither here nor there.
terrible. I'm
he
so
needs
sorry.
a Jeff Stare again.
I'm so sorry.
3 2s are 6. So I then cut my band into 6 plus seam allowances size squares, 6.5-inch squares. And why did I choose 6? The reason for that is the length of my fat quarters is 22, and 3 times 6.5 is 19.5, which meant I could get it out of a fat quarter. Okay, you've now got lost with the math, but don't worry about it. To make the very quick design, which is called rail fence, if you had 9 of these, you could arrange them so that they make steps. Now, I know I've done this before. Get it around the right way, Jennifer. It's one of these things you have to think about. So I'm going to put this to the bottom, and looking at the pale one, it goes to the right.
Do you often get called Jennifer?
Yes, when I'm being cross with myself. My father used to say, Jennifer. That meant I had to jump to attention and behave. Sit up straight, totally. So 9 of them would make rather a nice, very quick square. Okay. With the classic step going across.
That's very pretty. And it's a really good example of how when you do start to put the designs together, they take on a whole different dynamic.
Completely and utterly. And you could go on. So you could make up a small cot quilt with that. So from my 3 fat quarters, I actually got...
What quilt?
Cot quilt.
Cot quilt?
Yes.
Oh.
As opposed to a single bed quilt or bigger quilt.
I thought this was a different quilt I've never heard before.
Sorry, my glottal stopping is appalling. A cot quilt. Right. From my 3 fat quarters, I actually got 1, 2, 3, 9 there. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I had some scraps left over, and there is another little bit there. So my 3 fat quarters did 18 squares. I've still got a bit and some endy bits.
Beautiful.
But you might not want to do that with this. So this is something very different. Cut the squares. Okay, so not doing anything different than what I've already done. Put 2 squares together, right sides together, matching the colours. Okay. You can either choose to cut these up into a triangle, or you could draw a line on the back, which I have showed you on the 5 o'clock show, or wasn't it, the 6 o'clock show. It doesn't matter, but we're going to turn them into half square triangles. So I'm actually going to cut straight across the middle, corner to corner. Having cut straight across the middle, corner to corner, I'm now going to sew the diagonal. Now, the nice thing about doing this is on the bias, so it can stretch a little. So if your seams aren't quite together because your stitching wasn't dead straight, you can do what's known as ease it, i.e. give it a bit of a pull. Underneath the sewing machine, and I'm going to sew down the edge here using 1/4 inch seam allowance. Quite a good tip is when you come to seams, if you have a small pair of scissors and keep them slightly open, you can hold the seam together, which will help keep it aligned. Now notice I press the seams open and flat. I think it gives you a better end result. You don't get lumpy bumpy bits. Right, so all the way down there. And then I'm going to pick up the next one. And sew all the way down that. Chain piecing, for those of you who haven't done chain piecing, it's where you go off one, down the next one, down the next one.
Jenny, are you employing the services of a donkey this evening?
I shall be employing the service of a donkey. There we go, right down the bottom. Now I'm going to do another set. So take 2 more squares, put them together, cut diagonally, corner to corner, stitch. Right, so chain piecing, you keep on going. You can't have the donkey yet, Yanis. You've got to wait for the donkey.
Okay, wait. Well, that's okay. The donkey will make an appearance.
I hope so.
You've become well known for your donkey, Jenny.
Eeyore. And down the last one. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. I cut these squares on the same diagonal. If not, it might be a slightly different design than the one I'm expecting.
I have full faith in you, Jenny.
Live dangerously is my motto.
What could go wrong? It's all right.
Something will happen. May not be quite what I think is going to happen. Right, now where's me donkey? Where's the donkey gone to? Oh, poor donkey must have fallen off. Never mind, we'll have another donkey. Yes, it did. It galloped off into the dim blue yonder.
Just for anyone, 99% of sellers out there will know the donkey, but anyone who's not familiar, it's a great little tip you share with us. So explain the donkey.
Right, I will indeed. So at the end of my stitching, I've sewn onto a scrap of fabric. Now, it's called a donkey because it's going to carry the stitching from one piece of work to another. Sometimes it used to be known as a monkey because it swung the thread, rather, not the stitching. It swings the thread from one piece of work to another, thereby saving a heck of a lot of thread. It has double whammy because it also means the needle doesn't get unthreaded because you haven't stopped sewing. You tend to sew straighter as you sew off the end of any seam because you're still thinking sewing. It doesn't jump out of the take-up lever or mess around in the bottom bobbing quite so much, and it just smooths the whole process. I know a lot of machines have scissors, indeed this machine has scissors, but actually I find using a donkey. You cut the work away by cutting the donkey's tail, and then when you start off again, so just pretend I'm starting off again, sewing down the next seam, your donkey will be attached and you can rescue him when you get to the end and just chop him off and stick him on the bottom again. So what have I got here? Well, let's just open it out. I should have squares, yes, I will have squares. That one features a large part of the honeycomb, and that one features only a small part of the honeycomb.
Oh.
This is not my design. This is an old strip patchwork technique in a book by, I think it was Susan, somebody or other, an American lady. And there we have a completely different design.
Very pretty. What a lovely block.
Isn't it a lovely block? And you get, it's called ribbons and bows because that does look like a bow. And what will happen on the next block is you will get the red here doing the same design but at a different angle. So all that is taking squares made up out of strips, putting the squares right sides together, cutting them on the diagonal, and just be careful you cut them on the same diagonal, or else different things might happen, and then sew the pieces together. Great way to stitch because you can ease the seams in if necessary. Now I would press the seams open and flat, I'd sew those two together, and job done.
Bob's your uncle.
All righty.
Beautiful demonstration. Thank you. What a lovely block. And that's the thing with William Morris, because you might make a block that you're quite familiar with, but it will totally be transformed with the fabrics that we have on the show. Now, Jenny,
yes,
got news. If you just take a little look down here.
Oh dear.
I'm afraid I know. It's sold out. So this is our next sellout on. I should have maybe raised that up. I thought that would look better on screen than it actually did. I apologise, but I'm just showing you.
It's lovely when you look at it really close. Now look, there's a better picture of it coming there now.
There you go.
Yes, and the lights don't help. They wash it out a bit.
But it's sold out, I'm afraid. So that has gone, and it is a cautionary tale. Do not live with regret. There is nothing more frustrating than knowing you're going to go for an option and suddenly it has sold out. I don't often like to say, let's say, check out your basket. I want you to be happy with your shopping experience here at the craft store. All I will say is, we have, how many sellouts have we had this hour? It must be like 4, 5, around that region. All of these, potentially, none of them are safe. I'm not saying they're all going to sell out this hour, but we will have more sellouts this hour, and I just don't want you to miss out. And Jenny said the salient point, and this is the most important bit. When we do lose an option, not coming back, is it, Jenny? Not coming back, no. Not coming back, it's gone. Now, we're going to go through this 9-piece fat quarter bundle. There are 3 options. There's red, blue, or green. We'll start with the blues, and it's nice keeping it into colour family.
Yes. With the blues, the designs here, this lot, were made with the blues.
It's stunning.
So you see you've got your seaweed there, you've got your Brer Rabbit, and you've got the blackberry indigo round here. The lovely one with a great big design.
Blackthorn indigo.
Blackthorn indigo, thank you. And again, the birds were there. So those came out of that particular fat quarter bundle.
That's stunning. I think the bird might have... Has the bird sold out? Well, it's sold out on the... It might have sold out on the half meters. Let's just have a look at the bird, because you can still get it with the fat quarter. That is such a beautiful piece of fabric.
It's a lot. It's just crying out to be used as one piece of fabric. I mean, you could use it for the chairs. You know, you could have different. Hey, you could have different William. You've got stools that need cushions on. You know, seats need. Then you could have different William Morris.
So just going through, this is your blue option. Now have a look at these, because as a collection goes, there is just no bad option with the William Morris. How beautiful is that thorn? That's a black thorn, and then you have this one. That's a rose hip. Over here, classic, the Brer Rabbit that's sold out twice. It is stunning. You can get hold of it with this 9-piece fat quarter. Then we go on to that beautiful bird. Then we have, that looks like the jasmine, but in a mint, is it? Jasmine mint? Possibly, yes. Then we have the seaweed that you're seeing here. Then you've got, come on. Look at this as a collection. It's ridiculously good. Over here, we've got, I think that's the snake head. And then finally, we've got this one. Now, we have had an email from Chrissy. Chrissy, thank you so you are really going to like this email. Chrissy, thank you so much for this.
I'm waiting for it, Chrissy.
So, no, you are going to like this. So, you know, we're talking about snakehead and we're wondering where William Morris got that inspiration title. It's actually a wildflower.
Thank you, Chrissy. Yes. I'm afraid I'm terribly bad on my... I know a dandelion.
Yeah, but that makes a lot of sense now.
Doesn't it just?
So you've... suddenly it all comes into play. Chrissy, genuinely thank you for that. Thanks so much.
How nice to have educated people watching us.
I tell you, we've got a very clever bunch who watch us.
We have.
That's your blues. I've already, Jenny, fallen in love with the blues.
Yes, I think the blues are lovely.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be giving you problems here, because if you love the blues, you're also going to love the reds and the greens. Now have a look at this for the reds. Suddenly I'm feeling beautiful rich autumnal colours, burnt oranges and reds and yellows coming through
very
here.
Much so.
Look at that. There's the snake's head that we found out Chrissy was telling us, the wildflower. How delicate, and now that is exceptional.
It's lovely, isn't it? And I've used those, if we can come to this piece, from the red bundle, are used here. So this particular piece, which I'm going to demonstrate in a minute, uses 3 of the fat quarters in the middle, and I only had fat quarters, I wasn't allowed half yards. Another one round the edge, which is the one you've got your hand on there. So this entire piece, including the binding, but not the backing, came from 4 fat quarters. That's what you can do with it.
That's beautiful. Jenny, and I'm going to go off piste here. I love working with you. I love you as a person. And it's always fun working with you. But, and I said this on the show yesterday, if anyone was watching Jenny yesterday, look how many examples Jenny has made on the show today, for the show yesterday. I don't know, where do you find the time to do all of this? Seriously.
I don't do much else.
You don't? Well,
either go for a run or I sew.
But you bring us such beautiful examples, and you're so prolific. You work everything, and I really, I'm not just saying this, I think you're so good. I really do mean that. That's beautiful. Okay, we'll carry on going through with the reds. Seeing here, and what I like about this, and this is the rose hip, although we're saying reds, there is so much diversity within one colour family. This is part of the willows, maybe? Oh no, that strawberry seed is another classic William Morris. Strawberry Thief. Yeah.
Little birds and the flowers on there, and then you've got the honeycomb one. That's a useful fabric that's going to fit in with many other different designs.
That's your honeycomb. Back to the classics, the marigold. It's sold out the half metre this hour, and then we'll finish off on that stunning piece as well. So again, as a collection, look at that for your reds. This is where I start to lean towards a one-day special.
Yes.
Because I'm really struggling now. I love the blues, I love the reds, but when you go for the one-day special...
You've got a bit of everything in there.
Yeah. But the choice is entirely yours. Now let's have a look at the greens. By the way, the one-day special is at the bottom of your screen, and you're going to get 20 fat quarters. All right, now... Jasmine blush, one of my favourites. That's so pretty. So there's your jasmine blush.
Now there's still, Dennis, I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you. There's still a bit left in the half metres. So if anyone likes that particular bundle and wants to use more of that fabric, buy a half metre to go with the bundle.
Especially at that price, $13.99.
Correct.
Jasmine blush, yes. Love this one too. There's certain designs that instantly you say William Morris. And then as we go through, oh, this is another one. This is the bramble charcoal that's sold out this hour. Oh, that's nice. There's the apple. That's your marigold in green. Oh, look at that. That's the Wilhelmina.
Yes, and again, classic. When you see that, you think William Morris, absolutely. And then the next one, there's your birds. That's your feature fabric. It's got some wonderful birds. In fact, you can't see the bigger bird that's on there, but there's a bigger version of the bird.
Okay, then we have our oak and the lemon tree.
That's our Kim, the producer's favourite, because she's got the wallpaper like that, so she really wants it. I know she's got her eye on that bundle.
She's looking to coordinate. She's a very classy lady, though.
I think she
very
probably
classy.
is.
$35.99 is your price. The problem is choosing, because I always, and it's one of the things I like to say here at the craft store, I'll never sit on the fence. If I like an option, I will tell you I like that option. The problem is, I like the blues, I like the reds, I like the greens, so I'm afraid on this occasion I am sitting firmly on the fence. I like all of them. 686-118 item number. If you like me, you like them all, and you want to get a lot of diversity in your choice and also a lot of value for money, how about this? The one-day special. $69.99. You are getting all 20 of the most beautiful, the most sumptuous William Morris designs, and this is the fabric that will inspire you. There are so many possibilities with a fat quarter. If you are looking for inspiration, please type in Jenny Raymond on our website and see the books that Jenny's brought us as well, because a lot of them play very nicely with fat quarters, a lot of the designs that Jenny brings. 391-277 your item number, and as always here at the craft store, with the one-day special, you can split the price, £35 today and then £35 in 4 weeks' time. Jenny, we are going to head back to you.
You are indeed, right. I've got some of the fat quarters left that I haven't used. And they really are some absolutely superb fabric, because so many of them will go really well with each other. You've got the seaweed there and the blues that goes with that one and this one. And you've already got there a sort of colour palette that would work very nicely together. You've got the lighter one there. This is almost a medium one because it's got the lighter one there and your darker one. So very many of them fit together. And indeed, if we go to the quilt behind me, the one that is the trip round the world, run up quickly this morning, this comes from 5 fat quarters we used for the middle, and 1 fat quarter for the border. That is all out of your 20 fat quarter collection. So I chose to go with the teal selection and the gold. But then there are all these other ones that I could have used instead, which are radically different. So you have got a tremendous amount of choice within that 20 fat quarter bundle. Get the words round the right way. But that's not what you want to see. What you want to see is a technique. Okay. And the design I'm going to show you is the one that I use behind me here. No, it isn't. I'm telling fibs. It's the one I'm doing for this one that was here. Now, that came from the red 9 fat quarter bundle, this one. And as I said before, 3 fat quarters we used for the middle, including the border, an additional fat quarter that also came from the same bundle, used around the outside edge. And then there was enough left over to actually pipe it. How did I do the block in the middle? Well, it's a very simple block. I cut for the centre a 4-inch square. Now, it's 4 inches raw edge to raw edge. So what's its finished size? Come on, folks, tell me what its finished size is. Do you know what its finished size is, Yanis?
Well, no.
It's 3.5 inches is its finished size.
Oh, okay.
Why? Because you've got to take 1/4 of an inch off all the way around.
Of course. So I didn't know that.
I did that. The important thing is being aware of its finished size, because that's going to help me when I work out how the strips go around it. I cut 2-inch strips, which I've joined together to make a band. So 2-inch strips cut. Their finished size is...
Jenny, I'm getting a lot of information here. I wasn't paying attention again. I'm so sorry.
You know, you're asking for help.
I feel terrible.
He's listening to Kim. He's not listening to me at all.
Do you know, from now on, I'm sorry, Kim, I'm paying attention here. I'm going to be studious. I'm so sorry, Jenny.
Roll up my sleeves and get... Right.
Say it again.
If I cut a 2-inch strip...
Yes.
What is its finished size, please?
Well, we just take off our
seam allowances.
Seam allowance, yeah.
And go on, help him out. Come on, shout at the screen.
1 3/4. 1.5.
Oh, well done.
1.5. There you go.
And twice 1.5 is
3.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So this band, which is finished sizes of 1.5, actually is 3 inches. Now we add 3 inches to this finished measurement.
Yeah, which is 3.5.
3.5, and that makes.
So we had 6.5.
6.5.
Yeah.
Now that's our finished size.
Okay.
If I want to end up with a 6.5-inch finished strip, what do I cut?
So 6.5 finished strip, you just take off 1/4.
No, finished. It's finished. What do I cut? So I have to add on now.
Oh, I don't know, Jenny.
7, isn't it? Okay. Oh,
Jenny, I feel like
I
letting
need
the
to
side
go
down.
and lie down in a dark corner, wrap myself up in a blanket.
Sorry, Jenny, I'm going to hide down.
I should think so too. So, okay, 3.5 inches finished, 3 inches finished, 3 and 3.5 make 6.5. In order to end up with a 6.5-inch strip, I have to cut 7.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I get it now, what you're saying. So we have to, obviously, we're cutting down, yeah. From 7.
Right, so from my bands, now the reason for having 7 is amazingly, 3 7s are
21.
21, right. And if you're working with a fat quarter, usually the width of a fat quarter is round about 22 inches, and I know I can get 3 7-inch sections out of it, which is why I designed the sizes, these measurements.
Okay.
So I'm now going to cut my band into 7-inch sections.
What report card would I be getting from your class?
Not a lot.
Must try harder. It's pretty much it's pretty much the reports that I used to get at school. Actually, we're getting flashbacks, Jenny.
It's all right. It's not a problem. I am teasing you.
So Yanis talks a lot in class.
No, you were being fed information, and you were not expecting. So I'm now using the cutting mat to measure my 7 inches. If I hadn't got a big cutting mat, I could actually use the ruler and bring the ruler in 7 inches from the end and just chop.
Right.
I must confess I would not be without one of these rulers, a cutting mat and a rotary cutter. Right, so I only need actually 4 strips, but I will cut all of them.
And this is one of your key rulers. I know in doing shows with you in the past, you said this is a great one to start with.
It's a nice one, that one. Okay, I'm going to take my centre square. I'm going to take these strips, and they're going to be added to the centre square using something called partial seaming. And they're going to go all the way round, and I can decide which colour I have to the middle.
That is very pretty.
So I could either have Brer Rabbit, or I could have the blue.
Oh.
I'm going to actually go with the blue.
Nice.
So I'm just using up the bits here. Right, so partial seaming is take your centre square and the first strip. Lay the first strip on top, aligning it with the bottom of the centre square. And I'm going to sew not the full length of this, I'm only going to sew part of it. That's why it's called partial seaming. Underneath the sewing machine, let's move the donkey slightly out to one side. Come on, donkey, you can go to the side. Lower press of foot, stitch a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and it does need to be a 1/4 inch seam allowance at the bottom. Sew onto donkey, cut the donkey's tail.
Would this be how we do a border on a larger quilt?
You can do a border on a larger quilt like this. Very simply, the great advantage of partial seaming is that it's the same seam on each of the 4 sides. So it doesn't matter which way up you have it, it's exactly the same, and it's great for cushions because no matter which way you turn it, you haven't got a problem.
Nice.
So there's my first one put on. I'm going to take the second one, which, because my mathematics were correct, will fit right the way from one end to the other.
Nice.
I would have my seams on this particular block going towards the outside edge. So lay it on there. If you have any worries about it fitting, pin it both ends and make it fit. We did the mathematics, so it should fit.
Make it fit.
Make it fit. Ease it, which is known as good, a jolly good stretch.
So you will fit.
You will fit. You will do as you are told. Find the donkey, stick the donkey back on the bottom again.
So Jenny, my mission now for the rest of the show is I'm going to get every one of your questions right.
Excellent, good. Right, the next one will go right the way up the side here. So make it fit, pin it at the ends if you want to.
Ease
push
it.
the seams to ease it. Nothing like a bit of easing. Yeah. All right. And this is actually a really good technique for keeping the centre block square. Because all the strips you cut are the correct length, and you can make it nice and square. Right, let's cut that bit there. We're going to do one more strip.
Okay.
In exactly the same way. It will fit end to end. So hopefully the viewers, everybody out there, might have understood the mathematics. If not, you can run it through again and watch it for 60 days. You can watch for 60 days and see that Yanis doesn't know his...
She's good. No, Yanis is back in the room now, Jenny. Yanis got a handle on it. I was sometimes when I have to admit, when guests fire questions at me, I get that startled look like I'm suddenly back at school and all the answers go out of my head. But I do understand exactly what you're saying. I genuinely do. I'm following you now.
Good, I'm glad. Well, considering how good you were at that Genius game, which I was watching avidly earlier.
I was actually feeling quite smug myself until this hour.
Yes,
now I feel
you
I'm bottom of the class again.
You ate smug pills too soon, didn't you?
Yes.
I do.
There's a lesson there. That was life knocking me down. I tell you, do a show with Jenny and that'll put you back in your place.
Thou shalt. Right, so now back to my first seam, and I simply flip the first seam over and complete the seam. And whether you sew from the outside edge of the seam or whether you do it this way up, it matters not.
Okay.
And that's how you do partial seaming. Now, as Yanis very intelligently pointed out, and I am actually being totally truthful here, that you could do all sorts of things with this method. The main thing is to get your seam allowance is correct and the measurements correct. Let's just move over here and have another donkey. We'll have a fresh donkey. It was getting rather tired.
It's getting tired. It's been working hard.
So there is your block, and the quilt behind me was made out of, and I'll take this to the quilt behind me in a moment. But the nice thing about this is there's a seam here, a seam there, a seam there. There is no difference no matter which way round I turn the block, it is the same. And if we go to the quilt behind me, that's exactly what was done here. There is your block, the same block, and this is just the other way of doing it, putting the rabbit to the centre rather than the seaweed. And I thought that actually came up as a really nice block.
It's a wonderful illustration, whether it's the red or the blue. They both look stunning.
Yes, yeah.
Really
and
nice.
this came out rather well. It's a rather nice sort of geometric. And if you can do that with fat quarters, just think what you could do if you bought more fabric.
Very true.
So there
Words
you go.
of wisdom, and just showing you with a fat quarter how useful a fat quarter size is and what you can achieve from it. So things I've taken from that, Jenny. Our centre block. We always know that we've got a 1/4 inch.
Yes.
So 4 inches becomes 3.5.
Correct.
And then to make our 6.5 inch, we needed to work off 7.
Yes. So I think where the problem lies in the patchwork world is that you need to work with finished measurements. Take the seam allowances off, because in some of my books I actually use 3/8 of an inch seam allowances because of the thickness and of the seam. So take your seam allowances off, do the maths, and then remember to put the seam allowances back on again. Elsewise it won't fit.
Words of wisdom. If you do have any questions for Jenny, we would love to hear from you, even if you just want to say hello. Or maybe you've got the perfect project that's just waiting for the William Morris fabric to arrive. So get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. Jenny and myself would love to hear from you. We are having a look at the one-day special. I have to tell you, we're over 40% of the stock, and this is a one-day special that lives up to the billing. Just right now, you do not need me to say a word to appreciate how stunning this fabric is. And it's got designs that really jump off the fabric. It is the wonderful combination and marriage of colour and design going through. But look at your colour palette as well. How many wonderful colours embraced in one collection. And this is why I love the 20-piece fat quarter bundle, because what you're going to be doing is dipping in and really finding the perfect combinations. I'm not saying you're going to use all 20 together, but when you start exploring and seeing your different options, so maybe you do want to marry some of the blues together or contrast. This is where I think it would be quite nice. Say the blue here with the red here. So the birds, I mean, you could quite rightly just play...
You absolutely can play around with them, because we all see colour differently, so and our homes are different. I think the problem that people get worried with is, I don't understand colour, I can't do it. And yet we all get up in the morning, we choose what we're going to go, we think about it, put things together, but put people in front of a palette of fabrics or palette of anything, and we dither. in that William Morris thing, you have got collections that will go together. You've seen the quilt behind me, the trip around the world, that were made from the teal section. You've got the reds, you've got the blues, and if there isn't enough there, well, you'll probably find you can mix it in with the rest of your stash, because we've all got rather large stashes. And if you're starting out, this is going to give you a good collection to begin your stash with.
Instant stash that would look good in any home, because we were having a chat with the team and everyone was saying, you actually said this at the start of the show, Jenny, you were saying, look, it doesn't matter if you've got a very modern, contemporary home or more classic or cottage, it doesn't matter, it would work well. For instance, a good example, Marcus, our director, was saying that this would look nice in his study. He's got a wonderful tapestry on the wall, and you could imagine maybe one of these designs and a cushion on the couch.
Or it would make a very big handkerchief for him.
Or very big handkerchief, because we were talking he has a big nose.
Yes, I know. I have examined it.
I learned a fact. Now, this is not, we're not making fun of Marcus doesn't have a big nose. I have a big nose. I'll tell you a fact I meant to tell you yesterday,
Poor
Johnny.
Marcus gets knocked most unfairly. I think it's highly unfair, but Marcus is really nice.
He's a lovely guy. No, Marcus is a great guy. Do you want to hear my facts?
Yes, go on.
There are two parts of the body that will continue to grow
Your
for the whole
nose
of
and
your
your
life.
ears.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I'm in real trouble.
Yes, you are.
Because in about 20 years' time, I'm going to look like an extra from The Lord of the Rings.
No, you look like Pinocchio.
Fair enough. That's probably quite fitting, some of the things I come up with. OK, so one-day special, busy. If you do want to get hold of the one-day special, details on your screen, 391277, your item number. Now, we do have the 9-piece fat quarter bundles for you as well. They're on your screen. So 9-piece fat quarter bundle, $35.99, and it's a nice way to explore the colour palette of your choice. So whether you want to go for the blues, the reds, or the greens, I really struggled because, hand on heart, I loved all three collections. I can't pick, genuinely cannot pick. If you're really fortunate and able to, I'd go for all three. They're stunning, you won't regret it. We're going to be very quick here, so I'm going to go through the half meters, but you will notice that suddenly all the options have shrunk dramatically because we have had a lot of sellouts. We've still got a lot of good choices though, but my advice, do not leave it till tomorrow because we will have more sellouts by then and we're not bringing anything back. Once it sells out, it's gone. Let's start here. This is your Jasmine Aqua. That's nice. Beautiful. Then we have our Rose Hip Indigo. After that, we've got our Marigold Tan. It's subtle, classic, elegant. Then we have our Honeysuckle and Tulip. Now, an aspect that Jenny has educated me on in the past is volume of print, which is important.
Yes, yeah.
So if you wanted a larger volume design, this is a nice one to go for.
It is nice. It's by itself, it could be a feature fabric, it could be the centre panel of your table decoration or anything like that. It's going to make a statement.
Look how it all twists, and it's so well designed. Yeah. OK, so then as we go on, this is the Willow. Love the colour.
Yes, just a nice classic one. It could be used as a blender, although I think a blender is completely the wrong word, but it will fit in, it will tone in, it will match many of the other William Morris designs.
Nice. And then we have our Bachelor's Buttons, or spatula, as some like to call it. I say some, I mean me. Then we got the Theodisia Blue. I've never heard of a Theodisia before.
No, I haven't heard of a Theodisia. Okay. Perhaps somebody will kindly write in and say it's the name of another flower.
Yeah, Chrissy, if you could let us know,
yes,
that'd
please.
be great. This is your Sunflower. I mean, classic William Morris.
Yes,
Sunflower.
as is the one you're about to come to. Right? That's a lovely one. And again, I'd have that as just one in my stash. It's going to go with so many different things.
Seaweed in Blue. This is your Trellis. Trellis is limited stock, so it could be selling out. Then we have our Bramble in Charcoal, limited stock. Then we have our Snake's Head in Mint. Have I got that wrong? Aqua, oh close. Okay, Snake's Head in Aqua. Then we have Jasmine Blush. Jasmine Blush, I can tell you we are limited stock for our Jasmine Blush.
It's so pretty.
We're actually limited figures on there, so that looks like that's going to go. This is your Poppy Navy. Poppy Navy, single figures here too. So these two are both the Jasmine Blush, Poppy Navy. I reckon that they're going to go in the next couple of minutes. Could be wrong, but Hey, we'll see. Then we have our snake's head in sage. Also limited stock. So the last 3 here, potentially all 3 of these you will not be seeing tomorrow. I think there's a very good chance actually all 3 of these will not be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then we have, this is nice.
It is, it's a lovely one, that one. I'm surprised that one's not gone limited either.
Well,
because that's got so many elements in it that you can mix and match and put with. You've got the blues, you've got the golds, you've got the creams in there.
Very classic.
In a beautiful, beautiful William Morris design.
Not quite limited. It's 80% though, so it's not far off. That's your London Dusk. Then we have poppies in lavender. And then finally, we've got a honeycomb red. Those are your options there. Jenny, I know we're kind of pushed for time, so I don't think we're going to get an opportunity to do any more demonstrations this hour, but I would love to maybe see the bag that you did. Can we see that?
Oh, the bag, this one. The bag that I showed.
Talk us through this.
Right, okay, the bag. Have I got the other piece of it? This bag was the bag that was made up by, let's find if I can find the pieces. There it is, down there. Okay, take a fat quarter. Lay a fat quarter onto some fluff, wadding or batting, quilt it in place. If you're going to make the bag, you're going to want a couple of tabs. Tab there, tab there. The tabs need to be on opposite corners. You take another fat quarter and cut it into the same size square, put it on top, sew all the way round, leave a hole, turn the thing through the hole. When you've turned it through the hole, you want to give it a jolly good press and top stitch. Now, just as a word of stitching, that because you've only got 2 layers of fabric, you can use your regular foot, so don't worry about having to put the free motion foot or anything else on. When you've done that and top stitch all the way round, it's going to look something like this. This is a much smaller version. And the bag works in thirds. So basically, you divide one side into 3. So just concertina it like that.
Okay.
And mark the thirds with a pin. And you can use this as a template for all the other 3 sides. There we go. So just use that as a template, bring the other one over, stick the pins in the same place. This is just a small version. And, well, I wasn't going to waste another fat quarter in doing another bag, you see, because I've already got one.
Well, fair enough.
But I promised it to Kim. She's having it.
Oh, it'll go with her phone case.
She'll probably want me to make her a phone case as well.
No, you already made her one.
Oh, I made her a phone case.
There you go. She just had to put that button on.
I think she has.
No, she has, yeah.
Good. Right, so now we fold it, and we fold it on these thirds and those thirds. This comes out of Stitch Bits, a book that is limited stock at the moment now. Now the other thirds will line up, or just about. They do if you've done it proper. What you now need to do is to sew that bit to that bit. So you take the pins out, and you have to do it. You can do it on the machine. You need to do it in 2 stages. You can sew to there, break your threads to there. You can do it by hand, but do not try and stitch through the whole lot.
Lovely.
When you've taken the pins out, the bag is constructed by folding it in half like that. Sew down the sides, and here is one little pocket. There is the other little pocket. There's the pocket that goes in the middle, because that's, put your button there, put your button there, there's your little bag.
Oh, that's pretty.
And there it is, you see. So little pocket in there, little pocket in the middle, little pocket round the other side. It's just a way of folding a square, and that's what I do half the time, is I fold squares.
Jenny, you're an absolute star. And the thing is, you can make a bag, but we can all agree, you make a bag with William Morris fabric, my goodness, that is a showstopper. Now, I've just got to tell you, we have had some sellouts with the pick and mix. So, Snake's Head Sage has gone. We said it was going to be selling out. The Snake's Head Sage has gone, and also the Jasmine Blush has gone as well. The Trellis in cream is, I think that's another one that's limited. I'll be honest with you, and we're doing the figures, so this is the last live show with the one-day special, but we will have repeat hours throughout the night. A lot of options in front of you now are vulnerable, and when we do tune back in tomorrow at 8 o'clock, you're going to see this rail drastically reduced. So I'm not saying that as a sales technique, I just want to arm you with the information. If you were thinking about getting hold of any fabric, now, my advice, do it now. while we still have the stock. And if you don't believe me, tune back in at 8 and you will see there's going to be a lot less options there. Just got to say goodbye to the fabulous Jenny, working so hard the last couple of days. Bless you, Jenny.
I've got to come back again tomorrow at 8.
You are?
Yes, 8, 12 and 4 o'clock.
Make sure to tune in because it's always a fun hour, Jenny, and you will learn. Jenny, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed the hour. We've got plenty more coming up. Don't go anywhere. Gavin is here. Do not miss this next hour. We are talking the Happy Puzzle Company. After that, we're going to have a repeat of our fabulous one-day special and then creative crafting, all in Create.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Welcome everybody. If you missed it earlier on, this is our second live hour with the Happy Puzzle Company and it's going to be a goodie. All I will say very quickly, a lot of us, I hate to say this, but Christmas is around the corner. So if you are looking to get hold of anything on the show, where this show is unique to the next time we see Gavin, allow me to introduce you to the very talented Gavin, showing us skills with the tennis trampoline. Nicely done. Well, you can bounce it. It's catchy.
I can bounce it. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Craft Store world. How are you all? It's lovely to be back here again. And hello, Yanis.
Well, have you
Love it when we get to do this together.
Me too. And genuinely, I think every presenter here will agree with me. This is one of our favourite hours to present.
And it's one of mine too.
Good. I was going to say, just very quickly, if you've got your eye on anything, we have got our Flextravaganza event currently running, which means you can suddenly split prices that are under £40, because traditionally outside of a Flextravaganza, you'd only get to use your flexi payment, usually on anything £40 or above. So, shall we start with a bit of trivia for the family?
Yes. I want to tell you about this. This is called the Host Your Own Quiz Night. And we sort of discovered this by accident. Somebody sent me this as a sample, and we played it as a family, the 6 of us plus grandparents as well.
Nice.
And everyone loved it so much. I literally said, we have to have this to do on the craft store. So I arranged it with them, and it's here, and it's on an amazing offer as well. So I'm going to tell you all about it. Now, here's the brilliant thing. There are 8 categories of questions. I'll tell you the themes. We have geography, music, potluck, history, people, science and nature, TV and movies. And there are 108 questions in each category. However, here's the amazing bit. They're split in 2 so that you've always got a question with multiple choice, which is a little bit easier for the younger members of the family, and for the older members of the family, something a little bit more difficult. Now, the only way we can possibly do this is by giving you some examples. And we're going to reverse this time, because last time in the first bit, I got to ask the questions.
So shall I ask the questions?
Yeah,
okay,
because I'm kind of thinking, can I choose a category?
Of course, go for it.
Let's go for people.
People, we can do this.
People.
So what I'll do, the first question I'll read out is for the kids, so we can play that together. So, oh, this is good. Former wrestler Mark William Calloway is better known by which ring name? Is it The Rock, The Undertaker, or Triple H?
So I'm quite embarrassed about the fact that I think I know this.
Go on.
Is he not he's the Undertaker, isn't he?
Gavin.
That's
Very well
quite
done.
Embarrassing that I know
Well, no,
that.
that's not at all. I think that's worth 5 points to Gryffindor. Well done. And well done to George as well, who knew the answer. Okay, so that's the kids' question. Then we've got I'm so sorry, Harry. Do you know what? Shall I tell you why? I'll tell you why I said that, Harry. It's because of the George question we had earlier on. I'm so sorry, Harry. Okay, so
we were talking about what happened with Tesco before.
That was very embarrassing. Sorry, Harry. Okay, now let's read the question. This one is for the adults. Who was the idiot in the travel comedy series An Idiot Abroad?
He was
the team have got
Ricky Gervais's partner in crime.
Come on.
The one that's not Stephen Merchant. Oh, goodness. What's his first name?
Carl?
Yes, you're right.
Go on, give me his surname.
I can't remember, but he's the Ricky Gervais other one. I can't remember his name.
Carl Pilkington. Shall I give you go for another category?
Okay, let's go for another category. Let's go for science and nature. I'm in the mood.
Okay, we do that. All right, let's do science and nature. So this would be the question you would ask the younger members of the family.
Yes.
Which is the only...
Always multiple choice, by the way.
Always multiple choice.
Younger members of the family get multiple choice.
Okay, oh, this is a good one. Which is the only bird that can fly backwards and upside down? Is it the kiwi, the hummingbird, or the pelican?
Harry said it, and he's absolutely right. It is the hummingbird.
Very well done, Harry. And the next question, this is one for the adults. Which element has the shortest name? That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Which element?
So which element has the shortest name?
Okay. So we've got...
Feel free to play at home.
How many letters?
I can't tell you.
Hang on. Well, there's... So again, Harry said neon, which is 4.
It's less.
It's less than 4. Well, it's definitely not 2. Is it an English name? Is it the English name of the element?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Well, it can't be a symbol.
Latin. Not Latin.
Oh. I don't know.
Tin.
Tin. With the symbol SN.
Yes, there were tin.
Why is the symbol of tin SN?
I have no idea.
So everyone knows lead. Everyone knows that lead is PB because it's plumbum in Latin.
I didn't know that.
There you are.
Okay.
That's why lead is PB. I'm going to ask you one.
All right, go on.
Go on, give me a category.
Let's go potluck, shall we?
Let's go for potluck. Okay, potluck for Yanis. Your younger person's question. Oh, I love this question.
Go on.
How many players are there in the Quidditch team? 5, 6 or 7, since you mentioned Hufflepuff before.
Well, I've got 7.
7 is the right answer. 7. But here's the best thing. Here's the adult question.
Go on.
It's going to throw you completely. What is the name of the policeman in the Noddy books?
Policeman in the Noddy books. Is it Plod?
It is!
Yeah,
that is brilliant.
Go.
Now, look, let me tell you the best thing about this, okay? This is something which you can all do sitting around. It does come with a board. You can play it as a proper board game with pieces and everything like that. But actually, we really enjoyed just sitting around doing this. Yeah. Imagine doing this at the Christmas table, everybody's sitting around, having fun, and these things are just awesome, and they'll take as long as you want to. You can play them for 5 minutes, you can play them for ages. So I don't think this is a Christmas present to buy for an individual.
No, I agree.
I think this is something to buy for the family to have on Christmas Day at home.
And that, look, you cannot put a price on getting all the family together playing a game.
$22.99.
Very nicely done. 249-462, your item number there. But remember, it's our Flex Extravaganza event, so it'll be £11.50. OK, we're going to move on to... And if you were watching earlier on, I said a really big statement here. This is the best game I've ever played. And I genuinely mean it. I own it. I play it. I was introduced to it by presenter Scott, who did a show with Gavin. And then he came into the green room. He said, yes, this is an amazing game. Let's play against each other. We did for the whole day. And then I went and bought my own Genius Square. I play it for my wife. Explain it, because we always have new viewers joining us, Gavin. So what's the premise here?
Yeah, and just before the viewers who are just seeing this for the first time hear all about it, the many thousands of viewers who've already bought this and have one at home and who particularly like playing against us when we're doing it, now is the time to go and get your sets ready, because we are going to play for real in a moment. For those of you who've never seen the Genius Square before, may I first of all welcome you to Planet Earth. You're very welcome here, and we do hope you enjoy your stay, and your going home present will definitely be a Genius Square, because this work of absolute superbness was created by an Algerian mathematician called Salim Bergish about 3 years ago. And the beautiful thing about it is that with the 62,208 possible puzzles that you can get with it, there is always at least one possible solution. So whatever you do, it can always be done. Now, each game will only take you, well, to be honest, less than a minute, or about 10 seconds if you're playing Yanis. Now, this is how it works. We have got here 9 pentomino pieces. I didn't even hear that. I'm just going to pretend whatever it was you didn't say. Right, I'm going to take these pieces out here first of all. And what you'll see we're left behind with are these 7 round pieces, and these are blockers, and these are the bits that are going to define how the game works. Now, I've got 7 dice here.
Just, Gavin, just before we move on.
Before we move on, you want to point out the fact that it's going to be a smaller game that people actually get?
Yes.
Indeed, because this is a display version. But Yanis is now going to show you what you would really get in your set.
There you go. You can see this is the version you're going to get. Wooden blocks, beautifully crafted.
Shiny.
And it's very shiny and a lot of fun. One thing else I'm sorry I haven't mentioned yet so far is everything is going to be on extended delivery the 16th of November, so you don't have long to wait.
Yanis, when you buy the actual set, how many sets of things do you get inside?
Well, this is the beauty, because you're actually going to get 2 sets, which means you can play by yourself, but equally you can play with a friend as well.
But Yanis, what if I want to play with more people?
Well, do you know what I did?
What
that
did you
very
do?
thing. I bought another set so we could play as a 4.
What, like 4 people? What if I want to play with 16?
Well, then you just buy a few more sets.
And Yanis, what if I've got somebody that I want to play with who's only on Zoom or Skype at the moment?
Well, it's a question that we've all encountered, especially during lockdown. But look, this is the perfect game to play. It doesn't matter where that person is. You could send them the Genius Square as a present across the globe and then play via the magic of modern media.
And Yanis, 2 more questions.
Go on.
Would you say this is an example of a game which, if you went onto the Craft Store website to look at reviews, you would find every single review giving 5 stars?
Every single review. Have a little look. 5-star reviews across the board. And I have to say, the beauty of... We'll just show you that, actually. Let's go onto the website and have a little look. So you've got 5-star reviews. There you go, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review. You get the idea. And do you know what I love about the Genius Square as well, just before we get into the game, Gavin? There is no steep learning curve here. You know, sometimes you get a game, you have to read the instructions and you're trying to figure out what, and then you forget the next time and have to go through the same rigmarole. You get it out of the box, you start playing.
One more question, Yanis.
Go on.
Should we play?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's roll these dice, and I'm just going to arrange them here so that the viewers at home who are playing against us will see these dice, and we will see whether I can gain revenge for earlier. So we have C4, and we have A4, and we have F2, and we have D2, and we have E4, and we have C2.
That's an interesting one.
And we have F1.
C2 and
well, that is an
F1.
interesting one. Now, just before we start playing, remember what we have to do is complete the grid using these pieces. This is one of 62,208 possible ways of playing, and there will always, guaranteed, be at least one solution for us to do.
Okay.
And one more thing to say before we start.
Go on.
If you only buy one game in the whole of the rest of your life, buy this one, because it's worth it.
It really is.
Ready?
Go.
Go. Okay,
right.
now, oh my goodness me, I'm just totally and absolutely hell-bent on not suffering the awful fate that you made me suffer before. The levels of embarrassment that I should never ever be able to live down. I'm going to win this. I am going to win this.
I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, that was close.
I think you got it. I'm going to give that to you.
Okay. Harry's signalling we need to go to VAR.
I'm going to give it to you, Gary. I think I'm going to give it to you.
I'm going to marginally offside.
Okay. We'll do that. And by the way, everyone at home, and especially our tech team, I apologise. I'm going to stop screaming down my mic because it's not fun.
Don't apologise. It's not affecting me. It's just getting me more and more determined. Right, we'll play one more game of this now.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to it later as well.
All right.
Let's just line these up so that the viewers at home will be able to see and set this up as well. Another interesting one here. Look at this. Okay, we've got A5 and E3 and F6 and A6 and A2 and A1 and E6. How freaky is that?
That's a weird.
That's a really strange
every
one.
permutation's different.
I know. After the watershed, it's going to get scary. Go.
Okay.
Right, go nice and quickly. How are you doing at home? Are you all enjoying this at home? It's so important that I concentrate on this because I really can't face the level of humiliation which I had before, and I have won!
That is a comprehensive win. I've got to finish it off.
I'm regaining pride.
Well done. Okay, hands down, comprehensively beaten there. We got a video explaining the joys of Genius Square. Just before we see that video, all I will say is hand on heart, I have this, I own it. It is an immense amount of fun. And the beauty of this game, it doesn't matter, young or old, we're saying at minimum age 6.
Minimum age is 6, although plenty of people who are younger can do it, but we officially say 6. By the way, 500,000 copies sold now.
Wow.
Current holder of the Game of the Year in Spain, Product of the Year for the whole of Australia, second highest rating ever given to a game by the Good Toy Guide in the UK, awards absolutely everywhere. I mean, really, why are you not buying this if you haven't bought it already? And if you have, you must know other people that haven't got one, in which case buy one for them. And if they've already got one, then buy them another one. Then they've got 2 and 4 people can play. And if they've got... No, maybe we'll watch the video.
Okay, watch the video. All I will leave you on is the fact that so many of the team own this. And if you're wondering why, take a look. So that was your Genius Square. We're going to move on now to the Genius Star. So this is taking the Genius Square to that next level. Anyone who likes to brain teasers, puzzles,
themselves in a rack.
Yeah, there we go. Talk to us about the star.
A mental rack. I wasn't literally suggesting that we get some of those things that you use to make... Never mind. Right, this is the Genius Star. I'm going to take it apart. First thing you notice is that the coordinates here have been replaced by, as you can probably see here, numbers. Where am I going? I'm going there. So you can probably see the numbers on there. And that's where our blockers will go. Our blockers look different on these because they are, in fact, white triangles with a black star on as well. And we have 11 pieces this time. And just a small matter of 165,888 possible different puzzles. And by the way, I must tell you something. When we created this, we had to get the computer to actually check that there was a solution for every one. How long do you think it took for the computer to play 165,888 versions of this game?
2 days?
So you would think, wouldn't you, for a computer? Okay, the computer took 3 seconds on average to do each one. So can you work it out from there?
Not really.
6 days.
6 days?
6 days to
Wow.
complete it. Yeah.
6 days
And
of
we
playing.
didn't just need to check that because there is a deliciously beautiful twist in this, and the twist is all about these two pieces here. Now they go together this way round to make a hexagon, but you can also use them as half hexagons like that. But if you flip them over, they go together to make a golden star. Now, on roughly 57% of all the puzzles, it is possible for you to complete the puzzle with the star complete. There is a website you can go to, which is thegeniusstar.com, where you can put your coordinates in, and it will show you exactly whether or not it is possible for you to build it with the star. So your choice becomes, do you go and play safe and go for a single win to actually create it without the star intact, or do you risk everything
What's your
and go
strategy?
for a double win? Sorry?
What's your strategy?
What's my strategy? When I'm doing live TV, I generally tend to go for the easy option.
Fair play.
It kind of risks less embarrassment
Okay.
that way. So, shall we play?
Let's do it.
And you'll see. So, you need to prepare yourselves for the fact that this is actually a harder version.
Yeah.
You know, it's not necessarily going to take us the 15 seconds that the last one took us, and some of them really do take a long time. But we will see how we go. So, here are the ones we're going to block off. Number 2. And number 5, and number 21, number 24, number 25, number 31. Oh, can I do this live? And the bonus ball is number 39.
Nice.
Okay?
39, right?
39, that's what we've got. So, let's see. I'm not going to guarantee that we're going to get this done all in one go. I might have to carry on doing it while we're off camera. But if you're ready, Yanis, let's go.
All right.
So, you look at the shapes and you can really more or less straight away see why they are more difficult to do. Because there are just so many possible combinations and ways that we can do it. And you've got to basically try and make sure that you don't end up tied in knots with what you're doing. Certain pieces can be really difficult to fit in unless you're very, very careful with what you're doing. And I suspect that by talking too much, this is not helping me. But we'll see how we go. If we end up having to leave this on the side and actually just have me... oh, dear, look at that. I didn't think I was actually going to be able to do that. No, I haven't won, but... and I'm not going to win on this either. Well, I just... hang on, let's put that in there like so. Like that. You see, we did it in the first show. We did it really quite quickly. But now it's proving to be harder because I'm stuck there like that. You can see the problem that I've got. I'm just wondering if I take that one out there and put that one in there. Oops, I pulled out the one that was in number 5 there.
Oh, I don't know about
and
you,
put
I'm
that in
struggling.
there. You know, there's people who are sitting at home right now and they're shouting at the screen because they can see exactly what we need to do in order to achieve this. It's just that in the studio here, we can't right now at the moment. And I've really made a mess of this because I've got this triangle bit here that I need to find somewhere to put, and I haven't left myself anywhere to put it. So if I do put it in here, like so, is that going to help me? No, it's not going to help me in the slightest. Goodness me, what have I done? It's because I've put that blue piece in there that's causing all the problem. Why don't I go back this way and put that in there and see whether or not... I'm just sort of talking to myself as it goes.
I feel I'm not helping you here, so I will try and...
It's fine, I'll just sort of carry on. But I'm sort of starting to feel like I'm achieving something here.
Okay.
I think I am, actually.
Yeah.
I think
you've got to save the day.
Well, I don't know. I sort of feel like someone needs to. Put that in there, like, hang on. Well, it's got to be you or me, and that goes in there, and this goes in here, and that goes in there, and that is a completed star.
Wow.
Oh, that wasn't bad.
You did what? And the problem is, if you're watching right now, and it is very different, markedly different to the Genius Square, you saw how long that took. You did very, it's what I was saying, in the earlier show, you did so well to complete the Genius Star that quickly.
Thank you.
I am still...
Restored confidence.
Well, you should do, because I'm nowhere near to completing that. But that's the point. So if you know somebody who likes their puzzles, if you do want to stretch yourself a little bit more, and let's think about the people in our life that would really appreciate this game, because you can play it by yourself, but like the Genius Square, you can also play it against somebody as well. I mean, off the top of my head, I can think of at least 6 people that would absolutely love this. Absolutely love it.
I can think of more than that.
Yeah.
However, what I will say is that in an age where we all spend far too much time staring at screens, not now, obviously now you're staring at the screen, now you should be staring at the screen, but I'm talking about when you're playing games on your mobile, constantly watching things on your tablet, etc., etc. That's all fine and it's got its place, but we've got to remember how to do things not only with our heads and our hands, but also against other people, where we can look into the other person's eyes and actually see what they're doing. Because these are social skills which we need. And joking apart, we don't have enough opportunity on a day-to-day basis to actually do things like this. So it's not just a question of fun, it's also something which is extremely important. And it also gets families doing things together where they're communicating in what I'll call a normal way.
That's, I mean, very nicely said. Okay, we've got to move on because there's so much more to share with you. We're just
But
going to
wait, before you go and do that, surely we need to see the video.
I was just going to say, we've got a video to share with you of the Genius Square, and then we've got something else.
No, the Genius Star. Get it right.
There we go.
Late.
So that was your Genius Star. Now what I like about the Genius range is we have the Square, which is kind of your intermediate for everybody. The Star takes it to a slightly higher level, but if you don't want to leave out the younger members of the family, we have got the B Genius. This is fantastic. Tell me a little bit about
and if
B
you're Genius. aged between 3 and 8, what are you doing up? But this is definitely for you. So, B Genius is a single-player version of the Genius games, and it is a single-player version because it's designed to build confidence rather than competitiveness. Now, this version of the game is going to help everything from spatial awareness, visual perception, lateral thinking, logical deduction, hand-eye coordination, and as I said before, above all, build self-confidence.
Nice.
Because it's a simpler version, bearing in mind the age group, we have here our honeycomb which we have to fill. Now, our dice this time, and there are 6 of them for over 40,000 puzzles, are colour-coded and numbered from 1 to 6. And when we throw them down there like that, what we're doing is we're going to put our queen bee in the middle, and then we're going to fill the bees into the other coordinates here. So we're going for the orange number 1, and we've got a yellow number 5, and we've got a green number 2, and a purple number 5, and a blue number 6. And as is the case with all of the Genius games, it is always, always possible to do. So what you can see here are these beautiful, deliciously chunky pieces, beautifully painted, incredibly durable, and most importantly, for little hands, very, very easy to grip as well. Now, it shouldn't really cause me, as a 52-year-old, a huge amount of trouble to actually get this right, but then having said that, that could result in an incredibly embarrassing situation. But after the show we did this afternoon, anything is possible. So let's see if we can build this here like so, and it goes in there. Oh, hello, one of the pieces come out. Oh, hello.
It's red 6.
The red 6.
Yeah.
What happened to the red 6? Sorry.
There you go. That's okay.
What happened there? There you go. I shall just move my pieces around there and avoid any possible future embarrassment from happening, which I feel I'm doing very badly at the moment.
Not at
There you
all.
go. This one goes in here like so. This one goes in here like so, and the last piece goes in there.
Well
and of
done.
course, that's relatively easy for me, but for somebody who is aged 3 to 8, the most incredible sense of achievement that they'll get by actually completing that is something very, very special. And we see that time and time again. In fact, I've had some of the staff here at the craft store coming up to me today telling me about how their children have been doing with this. I bet you can't wait till Archer's old enough to do this.
You know, really, I'm saying now that when he is old enough, I'm absolutely getting it. And what I like about this, it's the skills, and we're not saying it as a sales thing. Genuinely, you're something that Gavin and myself were talking about earlier on in our previous hour. It's teaching through play, and kids respond so well with teaching through play here. But it's the skills that they're learning, spatial awareness. I like the use of colours in there as well. It's achievable, and it's something they can do. It's not competitive, but it's bolstering their confidence. So if it's learning, it's educating, but ultimately it is fun. $18.99 is your price. Don't forget, we got our Flextravaganza event as well, which means that price today can be split in half. Pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time. If you want to learn a little bit more about Be Genius, here's a great video. That's your Be Genius. It's a great game. Now, we're going to move on to something a little bit different. We have got our... Oh, this is one for any football lovers.
Oh, gosh. Now, that's me getting out of sequence in what I'm doing. So it's probably a good idea if I take these off right now. We'll come back to these a little bit later. There's me not paying attention to what we've prepared for the show. Yes, football lovers, particularly if you are a supporter of a team that is in the Premier League or in the Championship. So that's the 20 teams who are in the Premier League, the Manchester Uniteds and the Liverpools and etc., and the next division down. If you know somebody that supports any of those teams, this is an awesome thing for them. Now, here are some examples of what you're going to get. I'm going to take them off here. And each of these is a 400-piece educational jigsaw. Now, I need to mention to you, these are not official club merchandise. They are an educational jigsaw puzzle, which is designed to help teach children about all things football related. So you've got all of the club honours inside the trophy cabinet there, the history of the club inside there, some fun facts, some geography things down there, and of course it's in the club colours as well. And these are on a rolling basis updated as soon as something changes. So as soon as a team wins something, it gets updated and changed. As soon as the kit changes, we update it, and so on and so forth. So here are some examples, and you can see they all follow the same format. This one is for West Ham. This one here is Liverpool, you can probably see there. And of course, here is the greatest football team in the entire history of the universe ever. Watford Football Club in beautiful golden boy yellow. There you go. You got a couple over there as well, Yanis?
I do, just taking a look here and just thinking about the fact. So we've got Manchester United, and who else do we have? We have got Leicester City, which our Janice, I know, has made and loves. This is a lovely gift for anyone who is passionate about their club. So I know that Harry is Manchester United fan, but thinking about this, my nephew, I mean, I support Watford, my nephew is a massive Watford fan, so being able to support your club, learn more about your club in jigsaw form. And one thing I love about the Happy Puzzle company as well, Gavin, I've got to applaud you, is the emphasis you put on the build quality every aspect. So you were telling us here with the puzzles, it's made with blue board, which is the highest spec for a puzzle.
This is what professional jigsaw people like to have. It's called blue board, and this is 1.5mm thick blue board. So this is really good stuff, good quality stuff. And these are made by hand. So you'll see that these are on a delayed shipment of 14 days. That's because each one is made individually for you with the latest information on it.
Yeah, I've just got to point out with that delay, so they will be dispatched. There is a slightly further delay. It'll be the 23rd of November. Worth it, though. And looking ahead, and I want to sound like a broken record, but for Christmas, if you know somebody who is a football fan, and it doesn't matter the age. I mean, minimum age, what would you say here?
Oh, 7.
7, yeah, fine.
It's a 400-piece jigsaw puzzle.
What, 7 to, it doesn't matter, what age you are?
107.
100,
Once you hit 108, you can't do it.
So if you want to get hold of this, but genuinely, if you know somebody who you struggle to buy presents for, but one thing you do know about them is they're an Arsenal fan, they're a Watford fan, it's, as long as the team is in the Premiership or the Championship, then you will be able to find the team. You can see all the teams online. $19.99 is your price. We will just flash the details for the Championship as well. $19.99 again, your price here. Do have a look through all the teams. Remember, it will be dispatched on the 23rd, so more than enough time to get there for Christmas. And it's a good one. Well, Kim, our producer, is a lovely thing, because she said by her own volition, she's not that knowledgeable in football, but it's a great one for a mum who wants to learn about football as well.
Yeah, in fact, my wife has always said that even though she really does have very little interest in football whatsoever, she's had to learn about it, because if she didn't, then she'd have nothing to talk to the kids about. So
Fair
there
enough.
you go.
$19.99 your price there. You choose whether you want to go for the Premiership or your Championship. Okay,
Can I put the special glasses on now?
Put them on.
All
Here we go.
right.
Now, this is a truly innovative game.
Yeah, now this is the upside down challenge game. Now, unfortunately, you can't climb inside my eyes to see what I can see, but literally everything that I can see has now been turned upside down. The whole world has been turned upside down. Now that has two effects. The first is that I see everything upside down, no surprises there, but the second is that my brain is now incredibly confused, and the simplest of tasks will suddenly become a lot more difficult. Now, Yanis is going to perform some tasks. I'm actually going to have to guide him, so I will take them off for a moment. Now, behind Yanis is a board, and we set him some different tasks than we did in the last hour.
Okay.
So you need to pick up the pen. You might want to just sort of take the glass off, just so you can actually find the pen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely. Now, glasses are on.
Glasses are on.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do is, let's hope we're going to make sure you just sort of step back to the side slightly, so we know we can see you. That's good. Okay. Now, I've done your name in bubbly bits at the top, and what I want you to do is I want you just to colour in the A, okay? Just colour in the A. Don't touch anything else. Leave the hole in the middle. Just colour in the A. That's it. Let's see how you do on this.
Oh, it's...
Come on. Let's go with not quite. Yeah, no, inside. Not the out. Yes. Good. Very good. Good. That's it. Stay within the lines.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to colour it all. I have to colour it all in?
Yes.
Ooh. I mean,
If
this
you
is
want the job done, you have to do it properly.
Oh, very true.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Now that's good. Now you see why this is so difficult. You can actually do the rest of it. You're sort of stuck on one area here. Now, the reason why this is so difficult is because your brain is preset to work in certain ways. And as soon as we start to change the signals that are going into different parts of our brain, it's not quite sure how to react. You're doing this actually really well. I'm sort of want to be impressed. It's not bad. Okay, we're doing well with the colouring. Now let's just move this down. Now there is a bunny rabbit. Okay, underneath there. There's our bunny rabbit. The bunny rabbit needs some eyes. So I'd just like you to draw eyes on the bunny rabbit, please. Just a couple of eyes with some pupils inside. That's it. Just draw, just little oval eyes. I see we have some optical challenges for this rabbit. Right. Okay.
Oh,
interesting.
It's so hard.
I know it is so hard, but it's so much fun as well. Okay. Is that one eye?
That's one eye.
Pupil sits on the outside of the skin.
It's going a bit gothic.
Where's the other eye going? Where's the other guy? Over here.
Here we go.
There you go. Let's just check. Right.
I should have just gone simple with the first one.
Possibly, yes. I'm not quite sure what to do, but I do feel that there are definitely some optical challenges here.
Yeah.
Okay, now next to the rabbit, you've got two horizontal lines.
Right.
I'd like you to join them up just to make a square. You see those
okay.
the two lines?
Just
join them up to make a square.
Okay. So let's see.
Not difficult. It's just two lines.
I feel this is not making for great TV.
No, I think we're going to have to accept that you're finding. Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay. Not so square after all that. Okay. Now, take your glasses off for a second, and I want you just to move down the counter, and you'll see that I've prepared you a jug.
Yeah.
And the jug is full of pom-poms.
Okay.
Let's go back down there. The jug is full of pom-poms, and I want you to get the pom-poms to go into the buckety thing.
What we'll do, we're going to move them here. So I will just allow our fabulous assistant, Harry, help
or
me
George,
out.
as he's now known.
Thank you, Harry. Cheers, buddy. Thanks.
Okay, so we've got some pom-poms already in there.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is put the glasses on.
Yeah.
Now, you're not allowed to touch the container. You can touch the jug, but you can't touch the container. And I want you to pour the pom-poms into the container.
Okay.
Now, one of the things which is so difficult here is that your hand doesn't like the pouring thing because it feels like it's doing it wrong. It becomes... It's hard, isn't it?
They're not coming out.
Well, that's not my fault. Move, pom-poms. Not bad.
I think we did all right there.
You did all right. That's not bad. That's really good.
I'll take it. I will take that.
Definitely.
It's different, but it's so much fun. I really like this because it's challenging the brain. Obviously, I did struggle a little bit with it, but that's the whole point. It's fun, it's different, and I would imagine it's actually exercising the brain because you're building new, different neural networks.
Yes, and even more different neural networks if you've had a couple of glasses of wine.
See, this would be a lot of fun for both adults and children. Because you imagine just an adult's getting your friends around.
Come on, we're off to the watershed.
Well, yeah, have a couple of drinks, obviously drinking responsibly, but then getting these on, whoo, that's going to be, you'd be in tears. Tears of laughter.
Yes, I'm not sure you could drink responsibly, even water.
It's a great game. It is different. I have never seen anything like this before.
This is, by the way, one of the big hits of this Christmas.
Yeah.
This is the Upside Down Challenge game, and it's a really unique present to buy for somebody.
It's a great present, and if you want to get hold of this game, details on your screen. $24.99 is your price.
Bargain!
As always, we can split that price in half as well using the Flextravaganza 074621, your item number.
That's just two payments of £12.50.
£12.50.
I did the maths.
Absolute bargain. Have fun with it. Challenge your friends and your family. Okay, now we've got more to share with you. Take a look at this. This is the trampoline tennis. Trampoline tennis, it's something that I hadn't seen before, Gavin. Now, you were telling me this is a really good stat because we can play tennis with it, we can use it as a frisbee, but also it will bounce the ball over the
over a house.
Over a house.
Yes, you can actually, and unfortunately we can't show you this in the studio because otherwise we'd hit the lights and stuff like that and cause all sorts of damage. But this basically is like a tennis racket disc type of thing, but it's got trampoline material which makes it unbelievably bouncy. And when I say unbelievable, I mean I'm literally barely touching it and it's bouncing like this. If I was to put a bit of welly into this, it really would go, I mean, through the roof. Well, not literally through the roof, but it could go through the roof. In fact, if you try and do this at home, you can actually pay, if you've got a front and a back to your house, which you probably have, because that would be strange if you didn't. You can have one person on one side and one person on the other side, and see if you can get it over for them to catch.
Well, amazing. Should we have a little go together?
We should have a little go. Now, we're using here, these are the medium-sized discs, and these are the mini discs that are here. The difference in them you can see in size. Now, the mini discs are for ages 4 and up, and the larger discs are for ages 5 and up. And the simple difference is that for littler hands, they may find it easier to hold on to these ones. We're using the larger ones here, and we're just going to give you some examples of... Oh, nearly.
I'm going to show you the mini as well. Let's just pick this up here. So with the mini, what sort of age would you say with the mini?
So the mini is going to be 4 to adult.
Okay.
These are very, very good, by the way, for taking away on holiday, because as you can see from the packaging here, they go together in a very compact way. The ball sits inside, and you can buy extra balls for them as well. So they just slip into the suitcase. They're wonderful for doing on the beach as well. But I think one of the reasons why they're important at this time of year is that if you get the children outside, even though it's a little bit cold, they still need fresh air and they still need some exercise outside. And if you don't want to send them out to do football because they're going to come back caked in mud, then this is definitely a better option for them. And they can do this just on a patio or just in the park without actually coming back covered in mud. Really, really good stuff.
Just before we move on, should we try something here? A 3-way pass. So, Harry, if I throw this to you, we're going to try and get... You can catch that? So here we go, because you can use them as a frisbee. So the mission is for you to hit it to me. I'm going to hit it to Harry and try and get it back to you.
Right.
We've got one chance at this, and we've got to move on.
Okay. Thing is, they won't see Harry doing it.
It's okay, I'll see it come
They'll
back.
just see it come back to us. To Yanis, to Harry. Oh, yes! Almost!
We'll
That was
take it. We'll do
fantastic.
it. Well done. Okay, so that is your trampoline tennis. We got the mini on the screen, so that's a smaller one. It's $19.99 your price, 208-427, and we've got the larger options as well. We got a little video of this. Oh, no, sorry, I apologise. We're going to be showing you a little bit about the Illusion Cube, and then we'll be back. Take a look. The Illusion Cubes, an award-winning game. You kind of got a taste of it in that video, but it's just a very, very clever concept. And I can see, Gavin, you're already engrossed, so tell us a little bit about this.
I am. Well, what I'm going to start by telling you is that recently, last month, in the UK Independent Toy Awards, this won gold.
What?
Yep.
That's an amazing accolade.
It is pretty amazing. Now, this is the world's first create your own optical illusion set. What I'm doing here, if I actually do it the right way, hang on one second, put that in here, put this one in here, and that should, there you are, you see I've made my, I don't know how well it picks it up on TV when you're seeing this, but if you look at this, you can see that this is a 3D optical illusion. What's incredible about these is that these are flat. They're basically a couple of chevrons on top of each other which make them layered. Now I just want to say that for the purposes of doing this here, because I learned my lesson the first time that I did these, they do tend to move all over the place as we shift things around. So I went down to my local well-known high street craft store and I bought myself some self-adhesive magnetic tape, which I've just put some bits on the back which just enable me to actually put them in there so that I can keep them in position. Now what you get with this is 24 of the cubes, and that will enable you to build every single one of the patterns that are inside here. So I'm going to show you, you start off nice and easy with some of the straightforward patterns that use just a few pieces, and then as you go through you're getting more and more complex in terms of what you're able to build, and all of these will create 3D optical illusions in front of you. This one here I love here. I don't know whether any of you are familiar with a Penrose staircase. If you've ever seen any of Escher's artwork, you might be familiar of the image where the staircase goes continually upwards and never goes downwards. Well, this is the nearest we were able to get to these, and you can build some quite intricate things based on that as well. And you go through right the way up until level 8 when you're using really complex patterns as well. And once you've got to the end of it, the whole idea is that you start making your own creations. You can buy multiple sets and you can combine them together. And we do know as well, actually, from the craft store, that these have been used to inspire a number of crafters to actually do quilting.
Oh, they create their blocks.
As well. Yeah, it's been. We had some really interesting feedback from them. So you get 24 of them, and they are highly educational, very exploratory, and a real discovery set, because you will find that actually children love discovering about optical illusions and trying to understand how they work, and this will help them with them. And I think that is why it won gold at the UK Toy Awards.
So 6 plus, so 6 or above can take this on. It is such an innovation and a lot of fun. Do you want to get hold of it? $16.99 your price, 664-699 your item number. Now, we have got some penguins and they are in peril. It's our perilous penguins. Tell us a little bit about this.
Right, well, the penguins who've caused me nothing but hassle this entire day since I got them here I mean, honestly, you can never imagine how much of a problem these things could cause, because what I have here is I have an iceberg that is floating on a pond, and your iceberg has got to be able to float at all times. Now, I've got a series of 24 penguins, and my task is to try and get all of the penguins to stand on top of the iceberg at the same time without falling into the pond. Now, if you try and get them to stand up there as fast as you can, they'll basically fall off even faster. The only way you'll be able to do this is by doing it slowly and carefully, really concentrating on what you're doing, and above all, you need to come up with a strategy, something that's going to allow you to experiment and get there in the end. Now, don't expect to get it right the first time, but if you keep going, you will surprise yourself by how well you can do. Now, this can be done as a team challenge, or you can play it as a game from 1 to 6 people, with the penguins divided up amongst everybody else to see if you can achieve getting them on. And to be perfectly honest with you, for younger hands, this is something very clever, because they will learn all about creating strategies. One of the things that you find with younger people when they do this is their initial thing they want to do is to divide them up and just take it in turns.
Yeah.
And that's a strategy which works very, very well at the beginning, but they'll suddenly realise that they need to think more deeply than that. And it's just fun getting these penguins on. It's one of these straightforward games that the whole family can play, and as you can see, it really isn't that easy at all to get them on, because the iceberg is slippery. That one doesn't want to stay on there like that.
Challenging but fun, and for $14.99, oh well, it is perilous, the penguins. Obviously, if you have a bit more time,
all right,
you'll be able to survive. They have survived. No penguins were harmed in the making of this. 141044, your item number there. Now we do have the cube jigsaw. This is another good one. We're going to show you a little video. Prepare to be amazed. So 30 cubed. It is a great logic game, and it's one for everybody to start enjoying. This is what I like about the Happy Puzzle Company. And going back to, we talked about the fact that the elements are wooden elements as well. There's something so tactile, and it feels like a quality product. So we're going to be playing with that in just a moment. If you do have any questions, I know we're getting towards the end of the show, but we would still love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. And don't forget, this is very special, because everything on the show, you're able to split the price. The next time Gavin comes in, you will not be able to do that. It's because we're currently in the midst of our Flextravaganza event. Gavin.
Right, okay. This is, by the way, my proudest moment of inventing. I got to invent this game with the world's most famous puzzle inventor, a gentleman called Ivan Moscovich, who's now 95 years old. And when he was 91, he came to me and said to me, Gavin, don't you think we ought to do a puzzle together while I still can? And this was the result of it. Now, this is 30 cubed. It's loads and loads of different puzzles. There's actually 45 of them, suitable for ages 6 to adult, and they get really hard. Each of the cubes, and there's 30 of them, rather unsurprisingly, has 6 sides. What cube doesn't? And they've all got the same 6 base colours, but they've got different combinations of lines on them as well. And in the most basic puzzles, if we just actually turn these all over so that they're red, what we have to do is just have the same base colour across, but wherever we have those lines on top, they have to make sense. So each line has to have a beginning, it has to have an end, and if there's a middle bit to it, then there's a middle bit to it. Now, I'm very conscious of time here, so I'm going to do this as fast as I can. I really am doing it as fast as I can, so let's put that there, in there, and put that in there, like so. Good Lord, Yanis, what am I doing in the world here? Right, put that one in there. You can start to see exactly how we're building that there. That goes in there, that goes in there, this one goes in here. Put that over onto this side here. We've got a lovely little corner there, and so on and so forth. And the puzzles do get really very, very tricky indeed. They go 3D as well. Put that in there like so, that in there like that, and this one goes in here. Anybody that likes something which is really challenging, somebody that you would want to buy a Rubik's Cube for, this is the sort of thing which you would want to buy for them.
Is that second white one right? You just need to turn it around?
You're completely correct. This is what happens when I try to multitask. multitask. We've explored this before and we've realised that I'm rubbish at it.
No, at all.
So there you go. But I'm not rubbish at puzzles, I'm just rubbish at multitasking. And I can't load the dishwasher either. Well, at least that's what my wife says. She's absolutely convinced that I can load the dishwasher and I just want to avoid being asked. I can't possibly say whether that's true or not while we're on air. But it is. Never mind. I never said that. Here we go. That goes in there like so. This one goes in here like this. I am doing my very, very best at the moment. That goes in there. That goes in there. This gives you an example of one of the really simple, straightforward puzzles which get much more difficult as you go through.
Gavin, very, very impressive. You do want to get hold of that. $19.99 is your price. Your item number there is 033746. Okay, so we've just got a bit of time to explore the Genius Square again. I know it's been busy as always. It's just a perennial bestseller here at the craft store. So if you have just tuned in, maybe you're channel hopping, you're looking to discover a different game that anybody can play. There's no steep learning curve here. You don't have to have a massive bank of general knowledge. It's shapes. You just figure out how the shapes go into the puzzle. And there's so many different permutations on there. How many were you saying?
62,208.
Oh, is that all? Okay.
And don't forget as well that the version that we're using here has been specially made for the craft store. The version that you'll get is a smaller one with 2 of everything that you need inside, as displayed by the lovely Yanis Morgan over there. Yanis does not come with the set.
Fortunately
you
not.
find him inside the box, then something's gone wrong when we closed up here.
Badly wrong.
So let's just roll again, because I know there's going to be people at home that would like to play. So let's just line these up. And what was the score when we played before? I think this was it 1-1?
No. You beat me 2-2.
I beat you 2-1. Yeah. 2-love or 2-1?
I didn't
Well,
win.
this is good news after having lost before.
Very good.
Never happens with Adam. There you go. Okay, E3.
Yeah.
F2. Poor old Adam. C5. A1. A2.
Yeah.
D5.
Yeah.
And F1.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Good. Okay, and while we're doing this, I shall also tell the lovely viewers of the craft store that between now and when I'm on, which is Monday week on the 22nd, is that right? It's the 22nd of November, with something very, very special, a launch, but I can't say any more at the moment. See if you can spot me somewhere else on your TV between now and then. I'm going to turn up somewhere unexpected. And hopefully you'll quite enjoy what you see. As you see that, I really I mean, I was nowhere near, absolutely nowhere near. That was fantastic that you did that.
Clawed it back.
Yes, you have. We've got time for one more.
We've got plenty of time. Yeah,
we've got plenty of time. If you only ever buy one more game in the whole of your life, this is definitely the one to buy.
It really is.
Let's do so. Let's just put these on here like so. We've rolled the dice again. Just going to line them up so that the viewers can see exactly what I've lined up there, and then I can tell you, Yanis, what we've got. D1,
D1,
and F2,
F2,
and B5, and A6,
A6,
and D3,
D3,
and A2,
A2,
and D5.
D5.
You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, off we go. And while we do that, I'm going to tell you where you can see me on telly over the next few weeks.
Yes.
Yes, so if you happen to catch Gary Lineker's new game show on Sunday night on ITV1, Sitting on a Fortune, week 3 of that, you will find me as one of the contestants. I've done. There you go.
What? Gavin, now I've really got to applaud you there, because you were talking and I felt guilty letting you talk. I'm nowhere near. So that's very, very impressive. You're a comprehensive winner.
You can probably load the dishwasher.
Let's do one more. Come on,
let's do one more. Okay. Come on, people at home, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Shall we do this as a winner takes all, this one? This is it. This is what we've been building up to, yeah.
So I'll tell you what then, you can do the talking over it.
All right, fair enough. By the way, it's just, again, I think that's so impressive. You're on the game show, Gary Lineker's new game show.
Yeah.
When's it going to be aired?
It's airing at 6:30 on ITV1 on Sunday the 21st of November.
Okay.
And I'll be here the following morning.
Oh, well.
There you go.
Look at you.
So we'll be able to dissect what happened. Meanwhile, back to the dissection here.
Yep.
C3, C5, E5, D2, A5,
D2, A5,
B3, and F1. And we've got under 2 minutes.
Okay.
You ready?
Go.
Go.
So the key to the game, I think in the interest of fairness, I should be speaking here. I try and take on the harder shapes first and then build up my way, and then over here. Oh, it's going to be close. No. See, and that's what you will find as well. You might mess up and then have to rethink your strategy, but I do believe that I haven't got it.
I have.
Oh.
I'm done. Yes. Winner takes all.
You deserved it. I felt cheeky saying the winner takes all. Gavin, thank you so much. The Genius Square could not be better named because it is such a genius game, and it is and I really mean this, it is my favourite game. I have it at home, and it's such a nice one to play with anyone. I play a lot with my wife, we kind of play it together, but anyone, you just get it out of the box, you don't need to explain, you don't need a steep learning curve, it's a level playing field, anyone can play this. It genuinely gets the brain working as well.
Yeah, it's a properly awesome game. 500,000 copies sold. You've seen all of the 5-star reviews on the Craft Store website. If you haven't got one of these, really seriously do get one.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, the perilous penguins are very busy too. So if you want to save those penguins, if you've got younger members of your family that you feel could save the penguins, now's the time to pop it into your basket.
I feel we've tortured them during the show.
Bless them. $14.99 is your price, but it's not. And this is the last opportunity you'll have. Next time Gavin comes in, it will not be part of the Flextravaganza event, which means you will not be able to split the price. But today, please think about Christmas. You can split all the prices, so pay half now, half in 4 weeks' time.
And Yanis, when I'm in on the 21st, something major is happening, so definitely watch.
Make sure to tune back in. Thank you
Night,
so much,
everyone.
Gavin.
See you soon.
William Morris One Day Special is up next. Then you've got Creative Crafting with AALL Create. And after that, we are celebrating a great milestone for Pink Ink. It's their 6th birthday.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. My kits use quality fabrics and are normally cut to size so that it makes everything easy for the beginner sewer and the more advanced stitcher to be able to make beautiful designs. All the fabric I use is 100% cotton and top quality. On my shows, I hope that you can learn from my hints and tips, and every one of my kits is like a workshop in a kit. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me